What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Black Clover Strongest Ice God 1 IG001 Black 4 Leaf Clover World, new book for collection. Just when human beings were about to be destroyed by the demon god, there was a magician who came out alone and tried his best to save him. He was called Magic Emperor, and his fame will last forever. Border villages, next door to Haji village, by a small stream. Lin Hao stared at himself reflected in the stream, and from time to time let out a wry smile. He is a time traveler, his soul has been in this world for half a year, and what brought him to this world is a system called Myriad Realms Invasion. But after the system brought him to this world, it only gave Lin Hao a frozen fruit, and then disappeared without a trace. He is a little helpless now. He heard the system tell him that this is a world called Black 4 Leaf Clover. He has watched half an episode of this anime, because the protagonist growled from the beginning, he really couldn't watch it anymore. If he knew, he would travel to this world in the future, even if the protagonist was roaring fiercely, he would still watch it. Knowing the plot, he has a profit anyway, but it is useless to regret now. Lin Hao squatted down slowly, staring at the stream. The next moment, he stretched out his hand and touched the water surface with his finger. Crack, crack, the stream water was quickly frozen. Looking at the frozen stream, Lin Hao smiled slightly. Although the cheating system is gone, fortunately, he left me a natural frozen fruit, Lin Hao said with a sigh. Lin Hao, have you really thought about it? A woman who seemed to be in her 30s asked. Lin Hao nodded and said, yes, mother. Why did you suddenly make this decision? Didn't you always want to take the exam for the Magic Knights a few years ago? His mother asked curiously. Lin Hao smiled slightly and said, Mom, I've changed my mind now. The Magic Knights is a good place for me to practice. Joining the Magic Knights, Lin Hao has no other intentions. In that place, he knows that magicians have to travel on missions and can encounter various powerful enemies, which is much faster than blindly cultivating here. Advertisement. As for the Magic Emperor, Lin Hao is not interested either. His goal is to live in this world and wait to die after he is strong enough. Well, your mother won't stop you. If you can't bear the hardship, come back and be an ordinary person, his mother instructed. Lin Hao nodded and set off. In this world, every March, when fireflies and dandelions are blowing away with the wind, the kingdom of 4-leaf clover will gather people who have reached the age of 15 from all over the world. Hold a Grimmoire conferring ceremony that increases magic power. Now, Lin Hao's destination is the Grimmoire Tower, where he can get his own Grimmoire. Grimmoire Tower. At this time, there were about 30 to 40 people standing in the Grimmoire Tower, and their purpose was the same as Lin Hao. They all came here to get their own Grimmoire. Here, Lin Hao saw the roaring Emperor Asta back then, and a genius who won the 4-leaf clover Grimmoire, Yuno. After a while, a white-haired old man who looked similar to Gandalf descended from above while standing on a magic carpet. Immediately, it floated down to a place that looked like a podium. Welcome to all the Grimmoire recipients, and today grant honesty, hope and love to all of you who have embarked on a different path. I'm the master of this Grimmoire Tower. Let alone Magic Emperor, we don't even have anyone who might enter the Magic Knights. Of course, I pray that one day, one of you will become a Magic Emperor. Then, the Grimmoire conferment ceremony, begin. As soon as the white-haired old man said this, the Grimmoire in the Grimmoire Tower suddenly lit up, and flew towards its owner. Grimmoire, there are big and small, thick and thin, and the colors are colorful, anyway, they are all kinds. What floated into Lin Hao's hands was a normal Grimmoire. Neither big nor small, neither thick nor thin, the color is green. Lin Hao knows what his magic is. It is a kind of magic similar to wood, which can quickly generate plants. The people who got the magic book started talking about it. Advertisement, that, my Grimmoire hasn't come yet. Asta raised her hands and said with a puzzled look on her face. The white-haired old man was stunned for a while, and then began to reply. Come again next year. The white-haired old man's voice fell. Puff, almost everyone present laughed in various ways. What's happening here? The other way around is amazing. This is too funny, it's true, it's unbelievable. If you want to be speechless, I really can't compare to him, ha ha ha. At this moment, behind Asta, a golden light flashed. Yuno got the 4-leaf clover Grimmoire just like the original plot. 4-leaf clover. Since he got the 4-leaf clover Grimmoire? That legendary. 4-leaf clover. Almost everyone present was amazed, only Lin Hao was watching nonchalantly. 4-leaf clover Grimmoire. The first Magic Emperor was also awarded 4-leaf clover Grimmoire. In ordinary magic books, there are 3 leaves, and each leaf contains a meaning. 002 Tower of Grimmoire, new book for collection. They are honesty, hope and love, respectively, and 4-leaf clover Grimmoire, with great power, contains luck. There is also a special 5-leaf Grimmoire, which inhabits the devil. Holding the Grimmoire of the 4-leaf clover, Yuno turned around and said calmly, I will become the Magic Emperor. After hearing this, basically everyone looked at Yuno in surprise. Amazing. Yuno is our Haji's star of hope, the godfather said excitedly. Brother Yuno is amazing, a little girl shouted excitedly. Thanks to the 4-leaf clover's Grimmoire, he's suddenly the brightest star here. Asta also came back to his senses, and said in a deep voice, Yuno, just wait for me, I will catch up with you soon, because I am your opponent. The audience was silent for a while, and suddenly, there was a burst of laughter, and it sounded again. What do you mean the opponent is really arrogant and ignorant? The guy who didn't get the grimoire is still talking crazy. That is, a person who doesn't even have grimoire talks about opponents with a 4-leaf clover grimoire. Yuno's face was a little stiff, and he walked towards Asta's discovery, and when he passed him, he left a sentence. Impossible. Grant grimoire is over, and many people are slowly leaving. Lin Hao also started to walk slowly towards the gate of Grimoire Tower. Lin Hao. With the sound of a voice, Lin Hao turned his head subconsciously. A young woman about his age walked towards him quickly. Lin Hao has a little impression of her, because she is from the same village as Lin Hao, and her name is Melissa. Advertisement, Lin Hao, it's really you. I thought I was wrong, Melissa said with a smile. What can I do for you? Lin Hao asked curiously. Melissa pouted and said, why are you still so boring? By the way, you saw it just now, since someone here got the 4-leaf clover grimoire. Well, I saw it. Lin Hao nodded. Just now there was a person who didn't get grimoire who said he would be his opponent without knowing what to do. I really laughed to death. Melissa covered her small mouth. Lin Hao looked at Melissa with some doubts and said, what's the matter, is there something wrong with that? Melissa looked at Lin Hao bored, and said dissatisfied, don't you think this is funny? Is it funny? What he said is the truth. One of them will definitely become the Magic Emperor in the future, Lin Hao said seriously. Puff. Melissa couldn't help laughing, patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, and said, ha ha ha, I didn't expect Lin Hao to be so humorous. Lin Hao looked at her speechlessly. By the way, Lin Hao, you will also take the Night Order exam in half a year, Melissa asked. Lin Hao nodded and said, yes, Melissa smiled slightly and said, come on, we two are the stars of hope in our village. Melissa's voice just fell. Immediately, several women walked up to Melissa. Their clothes are completely different from Melissa's, and they should come from a town not far away. They now took a few glances at Lin Hao all over the body. One of the women asked, Melissa, who is this? A poor look. These women were met by Melissa when she and her father were on business in town. Today, they agreed to come here to get grimoire together. Advertisement in order to keep this relationship from breaking down, Melissa has never dared to say that she belongs to the village near Haji. I can only say that I am from the town, and I often go to the village to do business with my father. Therefore, at this moment, she will definitely not be exposed here. Melissa's face was a little stiff, and she squeezed out a smile and said, we met when I was young, and I happened to meet here, and I said hello. Melissa. Don't get in touch with this kind of person, or you will become like him, another woman sarcastically said. Melissa smiled wryly and didn't speak. Are you from the town? Lin Hao asked pretending not to know. Of course, do you think I'm the same as you? One of the women said disdainfully. Do people in the city look like you? Lin Hao continued to ask. Are you kidding me? Our looks are unique. Oh, Lin Hao nodded and said, I'm relieved now. I thought everyone in the city was as ugly as you. It turns out that you are unique. What are you talking about, since you said we are ugly, you country bumpkin? One of the women was angry. I know that it's not your fault that you look ugly, but it's your fault for running out to scare people, Lin Hao said solemnly. Puff. The people who watched the excitement couldn't help laughing. You be asterisk 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 D. One of them blushed with femininity, holding a grimoire in his hand, and wanted to attack Lin Hao. But, at this very moment, a layer of ice centered on Lin Hao and quickly froze. Guaranteed 3 times a day 003. I have only one purpose, for collection. Lin Hao didn't activate the ability to freeze fruit on a large scale, but instead froze the feet of the women in front of him. The girls were frightened immediately, because Lin Hao's freezing speed was too fast. Before she even opened the grimoire, she found her feet were frozen. Was frozen? Melissa looked at her frozen feet in bewilderment, and she didn't react for a while. She didn't see Lin Hao use magic at all, nor did she see him turn on grimoire. Most importantly, Melissa knew that Lin Hao's magic attribute was plant-based. However, why is it using the ability to freeze now? All kinds of conjectures kept flashing in her mind. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Hao. For a moment, since she found her friends who had played since she was a child, she was a little strange. Not only Melissa and the others were puzzled, but even the surrounding people were stunned. What happened just now? A man on the side stared at the frozen girls with wide eyes and said, I didn't see what was going on. They were frozen in the blink of an eye. Did that person do it? No way, I didn't see him using magic at all. I didn't see clearly either, it was too fast, it should be him. That woman wanted to attack him with magic, and their feet were frozen in the next second. It seems that we have a good show to watch. After the woman saw that her feet were frozen, she became even more annoyed, her face flushed. See if I don't teach you a lesson, the voice fell. The grimoire in her hand lit up, floated in the void, and immediately flipped over with a click. However, at this moment, the ice slammed and froze half of her body. Advertisement, I advise you not to mess around. You all know that everyone is a newcomer magician. Regarding the control of magic power, no one can predict what will happen in the next second, Lin Hao said blankly. You. The woman clenched her teeth angrily and stared at Lin Hao. What? Don't believe me? Then try it, Lin Hao. For my sake, let's forget about it, Melissa said in a deep voice. Lin Hao couldn't help but smiled wryly. I don't seem to know you that well, do I? Lin Hao looked at Melissa and asked. Indeed, a person who has played with her since she was a child, since she is afraid of embarrassing her, she directly denies it. Such a person, what face is there to give? You. At this moment, Melissa was too angry to speak. Suddenly, at this moment, behind those women, came the sound of tat t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t t. It was the owner of the Grimmoire Tower who walked towards Lin Hao and the others. "This is the book tower, you are not allowed to make trouble here," the white-haired old man said slowly. "It was him, he did it first." The woman pointed to Lin Hao and said. "Shut up," the white-haired old man said in a deep voice. Hearing the deterioration of the white-haired old man, the woman was taken aback immediately and dared not speak out. "Go back," the white-haired old man continued. Lin Hao smiled slightly, nodded, and lifted the freeze. Then, he turned and walked towards the gate of the Grimmoire Tower. As soon as the freezing was lifted, the woman's center of gravity was unstable and she leaned backwards. Melissa hurried over to help her. "Are you okay?" Melissa asked. The woman stood up quickly, shook off Melissa's hand, and said, "Go away." As she said that, she also quickly left towards the gate of the Grimmoire Tower. Today is a shame, something she has never experienced since she was a child. If there was no Melissa, she would not be so ashamed today. Advertisement. So, at this moment, she couldn't forgive Melissa. Melissa was stunned for a moment and stood there blankly. "It's okay, it'll be fine when she calms down." "Well, that's right, Melissa, let's go first." After all, the remaining women quickly chased after him. Why did things get so bad? Melissa's eyes became moist. The next moment, she was running towards the gate of the Grimmoire Tower. That person just now. How powerful. He can release an instant freeze without using Grimmoire. Yuno, who was at the side, said in surprise. Lin Hao stopped, panting. Melissa ran up to Lin Hao and asked angrily, "Do you know what you did just now, and what I lost?" Lin Hao looked at her speechlessly and said, "What I lost seems to have nothing to do with me." Melissa was so angry that her breath became short of breath, and she said in a deep voice, "You will regret it." After all, he turned around and left. Lin Hao just smiled. This kind of thing has nothing to do with him. Now he has only one goal, and that is to become stronger. Only when he becomes stronger can he have the right to speak. 004 The Nun's Mission, 1 update book for subscription. After a few days, Haji village, outside the church. A man with white hair and wearing a black robe of a student, looked at the dry pond in front of him and couldn't help frowning. And he is the priest here. At this time, the same woman in a black robe and a piece of black gauze on her head came over. And she is the nun here. "Father, what's the matter?" Seeing the priest's expression, the nun couldn't help asking. The priest couldn't help thinking around the pool. "It's strange, why there is no water leading to the pool." The nun was taken aback and said, "Could it be that something happened upstream?" "Well, it's possible. But this kind of thing hasn't happened for many years," the priest said incredulously. "Father, could it be that the river has dried up?" the nun asked with a sudden change of expression. "Are you kidding me? How could the river dry up?" the priest replied, and immediately continued. "By the way, I'm going out today. Take some time today to go up and have a look." The nun nodded and replied, "I see, father," after a few hours. After the nun finished the tasks at hand, she set off upstream. The upstream is not very far, the distance is about 3 to 4 kilometers. After a while, the nun came to the river. However, when she saw the scene in front of her, she was completely stunned. Because the water in the small river, at this moment, has become a glacier. The nun was slightly stunned. What's going on? Could it be that someone deliberately released magic to freeze the river? The nun continued to walk up the river bank, and she slowly felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped, and the next scene completely overwhelmed her. What appeared in her line of sight were all kinds of frozen things, such as trees and the ground. Advertisement. If she hadn't known this place herself, the nun would have thought she had come to an extremely cold place. And a little above these frozen objects, there is a man standing on a limb covered in ice. And he is Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Hao was cultivating the ability to freeze fruit in his body. Call. Lin Hao spit out a breath of cold air. Now he knows the limit of the frozen fruit in his body. Of course, the current him cannot be compared with Hara Aokiji in One Piece. The system gives Lin Hao frozen fruit, but the development level requires Lin Hao to develop it himself. Now he can't be frozen on a large scale. As for the magic attribute in his body, it is of the plant type. Lin Hao took out the grimoire in his hand, and immediately after, the grimoire emitted a green light and floated in the void. Ka ka ka. Grimmoire himself turned to the page with the lettering. Wood creation magic, entanglement, bang bang bang. On the ground, several vines sprang up suddenly, directly entangled the frozen tree. Lin Hao sighed. His magical attribute is far inferior to the ability of the devil fruit in his body. Thinking about it in another way, this system still has some conscience. After all, I gave myself a devil fruit. Otherwise, relying on my plant-based magic, it would be really difficult to become a strong player. That? Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind Lin Hao. Lin Hao turned his head subconsciously. You were the one at the Grimmoire Tower that day, the nun said, startled. Advertisement. Lin Hao was a little puzzled. After looking at the nun, he asked, you know me? The nun shook her head and said calmly, I don't know you, I just met you in the Grimmoire Tower that day. Tower of Grimmoire. Lin Hao immediately remembered what happened in the Grimmoire Tower, which brought up a topic, and it was difficult not to remember it. Is this your magic? It's so powerful. The nun looked at all kinds of ice sculptures around her and said from the bottom of her heart. Lin Hao nodded. Lin Hao has an impression of the nun in front of him. When he was watching the episode of Black Four-Leaf Clover, the nun was a character who appeared very early. Now, he still remembers that Asta proposed to the nun and was rejected by the nun. Are you training now? The nun continued to ask. Well, is there something for the nun? Lin Hao asked back. You freeze the river, and all the water flowing from the upper reaches goes to another river. Then our Haji village will have no water, the nun said slowly. Lin Hao said, oh, the reason why he froze the river and the surrounding things was just to test his current freezing limit. Now that the testing is over, there is no need to practice in the future like today. Thank you. The nun finally let out a smile at this moment. Lin Hao's first impression of the nun was not bad. When he watched the anime before, he didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until now that he discovered that there was a tear mole under the corner of the nun's eye, and this tear mole on her face added her temperament. After Lin Hao lifted the freezing ability, he chatted with the nun about some common topics. The next moment, in the sky, several figures flew over Lin Hao's head. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. At this moment, in midair, about 5 people riding brooms landed next to Lin Hao. 005 just now, who said they were going to teach me a lesson? 3 of these 5 are women. Moreover, Lin Hao recognized these 3 women at a glance. They were the women who clashed in the Grimmoire Tower a few days ago. Finally found you, you annoying country bumpkin. The woman gave Lin Hao a weird smile. Lin Hao grinned and said to the nun next to him, go, it's none of your business here. After hearing this, the nun glanced at Lin Hao worriedly and then said to those people. I think there may be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? This country bumpkin made me so ashamed in front of everyone. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I relieve my hatred? The woman crossed her hands and put them on her chest. Don't mention how arrogant that look is. At this moment, it seems that the whole world belongs to her. Little girl, you have nothing to do here. Hurry up and get out of here, or you will be taken care of together. One of the men looked at the nun with disdain and said. The nun's face was a little stiff. She stood in front of Lin Hao and said in a deep voice, you go first, I will drag you here. Lin Hao looked at the back of the nun in a daze and smiled bitterly. No, what did you do wrong? Is there such a relationship between us? Don't think too much, I just can't bear to see so many of them bullying you. The nun frowned and said. The nun was older than Lin Hao, and Lin Hao was about the same age as Asta and Yuno, so the nun stood in front of Lin Hao at this moment. As a big sister, protect Lin Hao. Lin Hao was flattered by the nun's behavior. Lin Hao walked up to the nun, grinned and said to the woman, didn't I tell you that it's not your fault that you look ugly, but it's your fault if you run out to scare people. The woman was so angry that her veins became erect, and she said to the man next to her, brother, you have to help me teach him a lesson. Leave it to brother, I will make him kneel down and apologize to you, the man said. A grimoire directly bloomed with silver light, floating in front of him. Advertisement. Immediately, he flicked through the pages when he reached the page with words. The man shouted, water creation magic, the fist of the water column. Swipe. As soon as the man finished speaking, suddenly, in front of him, a huge fist formed with water swung towards Lin Hao. Be careful. The nun shouted worriedly behind Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao acted as if he didn't hear it. Seeing the water fist approaching step by step, Lin Hao raised his hand. Just when the water fist touched Lin Hao's limbs, there was a Z sound, and the water fist was being frozen at a rapid speed as far as the naked eye could see. Lin Hao stepped back and stopped when the water fist was completely frozen. The water fist floating above the void has now turned into an ice fist, and the next second, it fell directly to the ground. Crack, click, the ice fist was smashed to pieces. What? Since this guy has frozen my water fist, the man turned pale with shock. The nun at the side was also surprised, staring at Lin Hao blankly. It seems that my worries were wrong. I thought you were capable? Lin Hao grinned. A layer of cold air spread rapidly around Lin Hao. Zzz. The ground 10 meters around Lin Hao was covered with a layer of ice. Among the 5 people, only the 2 men barely avoided the blow. The remaining 3 women were not so lucky and were directly frozen half of their bodies. Brother, save me, the woman said in panic. Advertisement. The man was riding on the magic broom, with a serious face, and asked his sister in a deep voice. Damn it, didn't you say when you came here that he just got Grimmoire? The woman froze for a moment, then quickly said, yeah, brother, he got the Grimmoire with me. Are you stupid when you think of me as your brother? I just got Grimmoire, and I can easily take my blow without Grimmoire. Without Grimmoire, I can release such a powerful magic, the man said with a serious face. I didn't lie to you, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, ask my friend. Yeah, he got Grimoires with us. The female friend nodded quickly. Originally, they just wanted to come and watch the show, but they didn't expect that even themselves were involved inexplicably. If they could do it all over again, they would definitely not follow. I don't care about you. If you provoke yourself, you can handle it yourself, the man said with a blank face. This is not good, after all, she is your sister, another man said. Then what else do you want? Your magic can't even beat me, and you still want to fight him. The other man was silent and stopped talking. The next moment, the two men rode away on the magic broom. Brother, you can't leave me behind, the woman yelled frantically. At this moment, she began to lie a little. Not only did she start to panic, her other two friends also started to lie. Who said you were going to teach me a lesson just now? 006 towards the royal capital, for collection. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the three women couldn't help looking at her. Their eyes were full of fear, and dense sweat began to gather on their faces. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, if you hurt me, my father will definitely avenge me. The arrogant woman used the last straw. Really? Lin Hao sneered. Hearing Lin Hao's frightening laughter, the faces of the three women became even more rigid. As long as you let us go now, I won't pursue this matter, the woman said. At the same time, Lin Hao had already arrived in front of the three women, and his face changed. You don't seem to understand the current situation yet. As he spoke, he cast his gaze on the other two women. The other two women shuddered immediately, and hurriedly said, it's none of our business, I just came with her. When the woman heard this, she immediately became angry, turned her head to the two women and said, are you two going to leave me when something happens to you? Xia Ling, we're just telling the truth. This matter has nothing to do with the two of us. You guys. The woman collapsed for a moment, her big brother ignored her, and now her good friend has distanced herself from her because of fear. At this moment, a soft voice sounded, or let's forget it. With that said, the nun walked to Lin Hao's side. The nun said this for the good of Lin Hao. She felt that even if Lin Hao won today, the woman behind would be more profitable. Lead to growing contradictions. Advertisement. As for now, this woman has also been punished accordingly, with 2 blows on her face. As for the nun, just because she let herself go first, she still has to give her face. Okay, but my ugly words are up front. If there is a next time, I can't guarantee that you will still stand, Lin Hao said in a deep voice. However, after this time, this woman does not dare to have a next time. Her big brother is someone the whole family is proud of and can't beat. If you still act recklessly, you are courting death. After leaving a word, Lin Hao left with the nun, and the freezing of Lin Hao did not stop. As a punishment for them, they were frozen for several hours before being rescued, and their bodies were severely frostbitten. If there is no such thing as magic in this world, they can be said to be disabled. The sun and the moon fly like a shuttle, time flies like an arrow. The Royal Capital Knight's exam is approaching step by step. And Lin Hao's home is quite a distance away from Wang. If he wants not to be late, he has to leave several days in advance. Since Lin Hao's family is in the border area, everyone is not rich, so they can only walk with their feet from here to the capital. Night is coming. Lin Hao first went to the river to take a bath, and caught a few fish by the way. The fish here are very huge, and each one is basically as big as Lin Hao's head. Advertisement. Moreover, the fish here are not afraid of people. When Lin Hao went to the river to take a bath, a group of fish had eaten it since then. They all rushed towards Lin Hao. This action startled Lin Hao immediately, and immediately climbed onto the shore, thinking it was a piranha. I found out later that since there was no one around, and there were no natural enemies for these fish in the river, they were used to being carefree. When something fell from the land, they also thought it was coming to eat. I picked up some firewood, lit it, cleaned up the caught fish, and started grilling. After eating, Lin Hao turned on his own grimoire, and used wood creation magic to wind and weave a hammock. I have to say that this magic is quite practical, and the effect of sleeping is no worse than that of a bed. Around the hammock, Lin Hao made an ice hole, and next to the ice hole, put a lot of ice thorns to avoid being attacked by wild animals while sleeping. The sky was getting brighter, and Lin Hao didn't sleep well at night. Just as he expected, many wild animals came at night. Although they couldn't get close, they kept wandering around, screaming non-stop. However, Lin Hao, who was lying on the hammock, was unwilling to get up and kill them, and let them scream for several hours, not because he was afraid, but because he didn't want to get up after lying down. After getting up, Lin Hao packed up his things and started off again. The journey went smoothly, until he passed a village and was walking a certain distance. He didn't meet the wild beast, but he met 2 robbers blocking the road. The 2 men were around 40 years old, with scruffy beards and disheveled hair. If he hadn't said the word robbery, Lin Hao would have thought they were beggars. Little brother, hand over your valuables, and I can keep your life, one of the men said. 007 robbery? Plus more, thanks, QQWWE 888, for rewarding 4,000 VIP points. If you don't pay, you understand the consequences, but I can't guarantee your life, another man added. You're right. Uncles still have principles in their work. They won't follow the procedure until the last step. No, uncle. If you want to rob, you should find someone who is dressed more flamboyantly. If you see through this appearance, can you have anything valuable? Lin Hao smiled wryly. Indeed, now Lin Hao really has nothing of value on him, except for a few changes of clothes in the bag on his back. There is only a little money that his mother gave him. Little brother, you are forcing us to go through the next procedure. One of the men loosened the bones on his body, crackling. A look that wants to swallow Lin Hao alive. Do you know how many times we met today? Another man asked. Lin Hao shook his head. The third one. Do you know what happened to the first two? The man continued to ask. Lin Hao still shook his head. Hey, do you see the raised mud lumps on the half-slope over there? Lin Hao nodded and said, he's quite conscientious. If he kills someone, he'll at least bury him. After hearing Lin Hao's words, the two sloppy men almost vomited blood in anger. Are you kidding us? Is this the point? The point is that if you don't hand it over, there will be a grave protruding somewhere, the man said with his veins erect. But Lin Hao in front of him was still as if nothing had happened. Brother, don't talk nonsense with the guy, go directly to the next procedure. One of the men, 2 steps combined in 1 step, walked directly in front of Lin Hao. Reaching out is about to hit. Advertisement. Lin Hao stretched out his hand to block it. Crack. The man's fist hit Lin Hao's arm, but in the next second, the man turned into an ice sculpture. The remaining man was stunned for a moment, quickly took a few steps back, and said solemnly, are you a mage? Lin Hao smiled slightly. What do you think? The man frowned, and the next moment, he took out his grimoire, and saw that his grimoire was emitting a light yellow light and floating in the void. Ka ka ka. Grimmoire himself turned to the page with the lettering. The man said, Earth creates magic, swamp. The man's voice had already fallen, and the ground where Lin Hao was standing turned into a swamp, but the scale was not very large. Is it Earth attribute magic? Lin Hao was startled, and directly activated the ability to freeze the fruit, freezing all the swamp he created. What? The man was taken aback when he saw this scene, but he didn't panic. Seeing his grimoire flipping again, the man said again, Earth creates magic, the wrath of the earth. Ziz. On the ground, an arm made of mud blocks stretched out towards Lin Hao. He opened his palm and wanted to grab Lin Hao. Lin Hao originally wanted to use the ability to freeze fruits, but after thinking about it, he spent almost half a year training on the ability to freeze fruits. He seldom trains his magic, so at this moment, he absolutely decided to use his plant magic. After all, when he arrived in the capital, he not only used plant-based magic for a while, but also used the ability to freeze fruits. It is easy to be suspected in this way, because he is born with 2 kinds of magic with different attributes. It is also easy to be harmed. Advertisement as for using it at the frontier before, basically everyone didn't know that their magic was plant-based. What's more, when Lin Hao was at the border, he went to the Grimmoire Tower to see the list of people who took the exam for the knights. In the border village, there were only 4 people who took the exam for the knight's order. 2 of them Lin Hao knew who they were, namely Asta and Yuno. As for the rest, Lin Hao didn't know who they were. Lin Hao's grimoire emitted a green light and quickly floated in front of him. Ka ka ka. Grimoire flipped straight away. Wood creates magic, everything grows. As soon as Lin Hao's voice fell, immediately, in the middle of the mud arm, trees, vines, etc., dozens of plants sprang out directly. The roots of these plants spread directly to the ground, tightly sealing the movement of the arm. What? The man was startled when he saw the scene in front of him. At this moment, Lin Hao's grimoire flipped. Wood creation magic, entanglement. Bang bang bang. The ground under the man's feet suddenly opened a spider web-shaped crack, and the next moment, several vines directly entangled the man tightly. Immobilize him. With a snap. His grimoire lost its light and fell to the ground. 008 Examination of the Knight's Order. One more, obviously, now he has lost the ability to fight. Lin Hao walked towards him slowly, touched his pocket, there was only some money, and frowned. Lin Hao is located in a border village, and the whole village is not rich, so when Lin Hao went to the capital, his mother only gave him a little money, which was considered a lot in the eyes of Lin Hao's mother. But in the capital, I really can't buy anything, at most enough to eat for about a week. It can only be eaten poorly, he said to the man expressionlessly. Hand over your valuables, and I can consider taking your life. When the man heard this, he was stunned. The most ridiculous thing in the world is that the robbery was turned into a robbery. Big brother, you know it too. I just started doing business today, and the 2 in front of me have no money. The man hurriedly explained. Lin Hao didn't bother to spend any more time with him, and now he had to rush to the capital to take the exam. I gave you a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me. Killing you should be considered a good deed, Lin Hao said blankly. As soon as the man heard that Lin Hao was going to kill himself, he panicked and said quickly, I have money, it's on me, I'll take it out for you right away, don't kill me. Sorry, you have missed this opportunity, Lin Hao said in a deep voice. I saw Lin Hao slowly raised his hand, and a chill suddenly appeared in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a weapon made of ice appeared in Lin Hao's hands. No, don't kill me, the man said in a panic when he saw the ice weapon in Lin Hao's hand, his whole body began to tremble. He never dreamed that this man would die at the hands of others today. They have robbed many people on this road, and most of them paid money directly to save their lives. They were a little wary when they robbed. As the number of robbers increased, most of them gave money directly. In this way, their vigilance became smaller and smaller, which led to such consequences. Lin Hao ignored him, took the ice weapon in his hand, and directly pierced his heart with a swish. Advertisement. PFF'd. The man's throat was sweet, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Although, Lin Hao took all the valuables from him. Not to mention, he looks sloppy, like a beggar, and the money hidden in his body is 5 times more than what Lin Hao's mother gave him. There is also a pendant that seems to be very valuable. After finishing the 2 of them, Lin Hao continued on his way. After a long journey, Lin Hao finally came to the capital of the four-leaf clover kingdom. There are crowds of people here, lively and noisy. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. After walking for so many days, he finally arrived at his destination. On the streets of Wangdu, there are all kinds of shops, all kinds of wands and props. However, the prices are high. One day before the night's exam, Lin Hao found a place to live. These days, he has been on the road, and he hasn't had a good rest yet. He decided to rest when he had time. Noon the next day. Bang bang bang. Above the sky, the fireworks bloomed recklessly, and lasted for a while before they finally stopped. Apparently, the fireworks represented that preparations for the night order exam were about to begin. At the gate of the examination room, a large number of people had gathered, many of whom came to cheer. Come on for the entrance exam. Advertisement. The future of the capital is in your hands. You are all the sprouts of the four-leaf clover kingdom. Come on. Lin Hao walked in straight. At this time, there were many long queues inside. He poked his head and looked. This link is to detect Grimmoire. Lin Hao reported where he came from, and after taking out Grimmoire to test him, the man said, "Okay, you are 264, next one." Lin Hao nodded and walked in. The huge castle tower was full of people. Their purpose was the same as that of Lin Hao, and they all came to take the entrance exam for the night's order. Suddenly, at this moment, a flock of birds flew down. This is the famous object of the opening venue, repelling birds. The lower the mana, the more these birds will be attracted. Look, there's no one with a single bird around. A man said. The other one looked over, and just as the man in front said, there really wasn't a single bird. The man they were talking about was Yuno, who got the four-leaf clover grimoire. This guy, I just heard from him, seems to be from the border village of Haji. But he's holding a four-leaf clover's grimoire. What? Four-leaf clover, true or false? Really, that's what the guy who tested grimoire just now said. Suddenly, at this moment, it rang in their ears. Look, where, there's another one that doesn't have a single bird around. Hearing this, everyone looked over curiously. 009 head of the Golden Dawn Regiment, 2 more. The person everyone looked at was Lin Hao. Among these crowds, Lin Hao, like Yuno, was among the people present, the only ones who didn't have repulsive birds around them. Really, there are no repelling birds around him, either. Maybe his grimoire is also a four-leaf clover. One of them asked curiously. How is it possible? Stop joking. It seems that there are assassins in this year's night exam. There are 2 people with such strong magic power. At this time, Lin Hao was also a little puzzled. He remembered that his magic power was not so strong, but why there were no repelling birds around him. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Lin Hao looked over subconsciously, and it turned out that Asta had bumped into it, the leader of the Black Burst team, Yami Sukahiro. Asta was lifted directly by Yami leading the head. Black Burst Cows, a rogue knight group whose negative achievements outweigh their merits. The team members are all morally questionable. Due to poor grades, none of the regiment members could be upgraded, but their combat ability ranks among the best among the 9 magic knight regiments in the four-leaf clover kingdom. Lin Hao didn't like excitement very much, so he walked towards the edge of the tower. He just waited for the exam to start. On the side of the castle tower, there is another woman hiding behind a pillar, quietly watching the crowd. She tied her hair into 2 braids, and she was wearing expensive clothes, which seemed a little out of place with the ordinary people outside. That's right, she is Nuo Al Silva. She is the youngest daughter of the royal, Silva, family. She has 2 brothers and 1 sister, all of whom are wizards with powerful magic abilities. Her mother died of dystocia after giving birth to her, and only Noelle was neglected because of her poor ability to control magic, but she still practiced hard. Advertisement. However, after the patriarch passed away, she was immediately expelled from the family by her brothers and sisters. Except for the occasional living expenses, the rest was completely ignored. Whenever she met, she would be treated with ridicule and insults by her brothers and sisters, which made her not want to face these brothers and sisters. Today, she also wanted to come to take the exam for the night order. When she found that Lin Hao had also walked to the edge of the tower, she subconsciously pulled back her eyes looking outside. Leaning his back against the pillar, he looked at Lin Hao from time to time. However, Lin Hao ignored it, but leaned his back against the wall, folded his hands on his chest, and looked outside quietly. Bang bang bang. Fireworks once again bloomed in midair, which meant that the exam for the night order was about to begin. This time the exam was presided over by the heads of the 9 night orders directly under the Magic Emperor. And these 9 knights, like the Magic Emperor, are deeply admired and loved by the people. The 9 Knight Orders are divided into Red Lotus Lion King, Ziwan Orca, Golden Dawn, Black Bull, Silver Winged Vulture, Green Briar, Emerald Mantis, Aqua Deer, and Coral Peacock. After the sound of fireworks blooming stopped, the heads of the 9 Knight Orders walked slowly from the corridor on the 2nd floor to the seats on the 2nd floor. Every leader of the knights, Lin Hao felt weird, especially the leader of the Emerald Mantis Knights. When Lin Hao saw him for the first time, he thought that Orochimaru from Naruto had gone to the wrong set. On the 2nd floor of the tower, Yami sat listlessly. While complaining, "Hey, it's really troublesome, hurry up and end it for me." The leader of the Knights of the Golden Dawn looked at Yami and smiled slightly. This is an important test that determines the future of young people. I hope you will take it seriously. Yami took down the cigarette and said, "Yes, are you serious?" The head of the Golden Dawn Regiment ignored it, but turned his attention to all the candidates below. He said, "Candidates, I have been waiting for a long time. I will preside over this exam." Advertisement. After that, he held a yellow-covered grimoire in his hand, and flipped to the page with the font. The magic tree is coming. Suddenly, his grimoire glowed green. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a strong air current hit the examination room. Suddenly, in the center of the dark clouds, a green and yellow light flickered. Immediately afterwards, the roots of a monstrous tree slowly descended, and the roots began to fork, spreading towards every candidate. Finally, at the end of the root of the tree, it turned into a magic broom and handed it to every candidate. Everyone looked at the magic broom in front of them, very surprised. It's no wonder that he is the leader of the Knights of the Golden Dawn, known as the strongest magic knights. The strength is really too strong. Yeah, I was scared just now. In comparison, we are simply ants. Oh, if only I could join the Golden Dawn Regiment. Don't think about it, idiot. I said that these two regiments only accept elites from the royal family or nobles. 010 the final exam, 3 more. Oh, what a pity, I perfectly avoided these 3 things. One of the men sighed. The 3 things he mentioned are naturally the royal family, nobles, and elites. My request is not that big, as long as I can enter the Knight Order, I will be satisfied. Me too. Indeed, with their standard, it is not bad to be able to enter the Knight Order, so there is no way to pick and choose. After everyone got the magic broom, the leader of the Golden Dawn closed his grimoire and said with a slight smile. Then the entrance examination for the Magic Knights begins now. From now on, everyone will take several exams, and the heads of our 9 Magic Knights will be responsible for the review. After the review, they will each select the talents they need. If you are selected, you can join the regiment. If you are selected by several knight regiments, you can choose the regiment you want to join. Conversely, if you are not selected, you will lose the qualification to enter the Magic Knights. And the first test of these items is to use a broom to fly up. A mage who can control magic power can do it just by feeling. This is the most basic way for mages to walk and move. If you can't do this, then it's not worth mentioning at all. Then the exam begins. As soon as the leader of the Golden Dawn finished speaking, almost everyone started to try it. Some are sitting on the broom, controlling their own magic power, and it is difficult to make the broom fly. And some with better talents, just sat on the broom, and flew up. On the ground, more and more people flew into the air. Yuno looked at the broom in his hand, hesitated for a while, and the next moment, the broom in his hand floated up. Immediately afterwards, he stood up and instantly killed everyone around him, becoming the first person to fly while standing on the broomstick. Moreover, it is very stable, not at all like someone who has just touched the magic broom. Yuno floated around a few times, and everyone cast envious glances at him. Advertisement. Fortunately, the one chosen by the 4-leaf clover is really amazing. Yeah, if he is so powerful, he should be able to join the Golden Dawn Regiment. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a sarcastic laugh came from behind the 2 men. The 2 men turned their heads subconsciously. Join the Golden Dawn Regiment. Indeed, this untouchable has the ability, but don't forget, the Golden Dawn Regiment only accepts nobles or members of the royal family. The 2 men nodded. Lin Hao took the broom in his hand calmly and just walked a few steps. He found that Nozel Silva, the head of the Knights of the Silver-Winged Vulture, walked to Nuo Al Silva's side. Out of curiosity, Lin Hao stopped and looked over. What are you doing? Nuo Al Silva was taken aback when he heard the voice, and turned his head stiffly to look at the person in front of him. I'm here. Nuo Al faltered halfway through and couldn't speak. Well, their names are too long, and it bothers you to read them, and it bothers me to write them, so I just use the front part. I should have said that the royal family does not need to take the exam with the common people. Your future has already been determined, so don't do unnecessary things. Nuo Al replied softly. Yes, brother Nozel. Nozel turned around with a sneer, and said sarcastically, however, your existence itself is redundant. I saw Nuo Al tightly holding the broom in his hands, frowning. Royal family. Lin Hao muttered, but ignored it, took the broom in his hand, sat on it, used his magic power, and flew up. As time went by, the first project came to an end, and the second project was immediately ushered in. Advertisement. However, Lin Hao never saw Nuo Al again. The second item is the magic quiz. The third project is the magic operation test. Item 4 create magic quiz. Next, is the last test. It will be conducted in the form of actual combat. 2 people will fight against each other. You can also use Grimmoire to attack. The leader of the Golden Dawn Regiment announced. If there is one side to vote for, or if you can't continue to fight, the exam is over, please fight to your heart's content. Our magician who restores magic will always be on standby. If you lose, it will seriously affect the results of the review, right? One of the men asked. The other one nodded and said, it should be. It seems that this test is very important for selecting opponents. Adversary. I remember someone who was bad from beginning to end. You mean him? The 2 people cast their eyes on Asta, and then a weird smile leaked out. Because in their eyes, Asta is simply here to deliver results. Lin Hao on the other side also set his sights on Asta. Damn it, if I had known that I would come to this world, I would definitely have finished watching this. Lin Hao sighed, feeling a little regretful. Although it is true that Asta has no magic power, Lin Hao can also guess the exam for the knights. He definitely passed in the original book. As for living like this, Lin Hao doesn't know. Now, he also wants to see how Asta was selected into the knights. 011 Asta and Sek plus more. Tonight the author stays up late to update, asking for flowers, monthly tickets. Asta was looked down upon from the first project to the last. Of course, the last round of the two-person battle was also his most sought after. Because, basically everyone thinks that as long as they can play against Asta, the winner or loser will be decided before the match even starts. Lin Hao looked at the grimoire in his hand, and now there are only 3 pages in his grimoire with fonts. Others are blank. The 3 pages of fonts also represent 3 skills, 2 of which he has already used, namely wood creation magic entwining, and wood creation magic growth of all things. As for the last one, it is the large-scale plant magic thousands of vines. Only this one has never been used before. When he first got the grimoire, he wanted to try it, but found that the magic power was not enough, so he gave up the idea of trying it. It wasn't until he set off to the capital that the magic power was enough, but he didn't try it because he was in a hurry. I really want to see the third magic skill, and I can try it when the 2 of them are fighting. Lin Hao closed his grimoire and put it back in the bag on his waist. At this time, a large group of people had approached Asta, and they all said they wanted to fight Asta. As for that kid Asta, because he kept yelling in front of him and didn't show any performance, he was still worried about who would want to fight against him. Unexpectedly, a group of people came to him in the next second, which made him very happy. I was so excited that I was about to cry. Asta, fight with me. Sek walked up to Asta and said. It's you, Sek. It's really great. Are you willing to fight someone like me? Asta said excitedly. Up front, from the first round, Sek has been doing Asta a huge favor by pretending to be fake. Advertisement. Asta was so moved that he already accepted Sek as a good friend in his heart. Of course, Sek smiled with his hands on his hips. You are such a nice person. Asta said. Others who originally wanted to fight Asta were slightly disappointed. Damn it, the results sent were taken by Sek. However, this Sek is really lucky to have paved the way at the beginning. Damn it, if it weren't for Sek, I might have a chance to fight him and perform well. In this way, my chances of getting into the knights will be greatly increased. After a while, next, who wants to be the first pair to fight? A man shouted loudly. I'm coming, I'm coming. This guy Asta is also naive, completely ignorant of the inside story, and ran over yelling. Behind him is Sek who keeps laughing. Let's fight for our ambitions, and show no mercy. Asta said with a smile on his face. Just then, Sek put his hand on Asta's shoulder. Ha. He sneered a few times. Smiling, he put his face close to Asta's, and said with a look of disdain. You can stop working hard, you dirty little mouse who came to the wrong place. Advertisement. Thank you for being a foil to me along the way. I will work hard in the Magic Knights with your share, and leave good memories, okay, you poor little guy. After hearing this, Asta's pupils shrank violently, and subconsciously took half a step back. Sek sneered, then turned around, keeping a distance from Asta. The referee shouted loudly. Then, start. With a wave of Seki's hand, his grimoire floated up, and clicked to the scene with fonts. I won't show mercy. Let's win. Bronze creates magic, and bronze defends magic ball. Sek said. Around him, pieces of armor-like things were joined together, and finally formed a sphere, tightly wrapping him inside. After Asta stood still for a moment, his grimoire levitated. Lin Hao looked at Asta's grimoire and was startled. This is the author of the original work, a cheat for Asta. Others may not feel anything unusual, but Lin Hao is different, he is not from this world. His thinking is very different from that of people in this world. When Asta's distinctive grimoire appeared, Lin Hao was basically sure that this was the main source of Asta's becoming a strong player in the original book. After all, it has been more than a year since Lin Hao traveled here, and he has seen a lot of colorful grimoires. However, Asta's is emitting a dark reddish light, such a weird grimoire, it must be a very remarkable hook. 012 Lin Hao's Yuno plus more. You're welcome, let's attack with all your strength. Sek proudly said to Asta in the defensive magic cannonball. There was no expression on Asta's face, and he replied in a deep voice, okay, then I'll go. After all, Asta pressed down with his whole body, loosened his feet, and then exerted force on the soles of his feet, and suddenly, the tiles under his feet shattered with a click. The next moment, he ran towards Sek with his whole body, and at the same time, his 5-leaf grimoire followed quickly. When the distance was about the same, Asta reached into his grimoire with one hand. Immediately afterwards, he directly pulled out a pitch-black long sword, and slashed at the defensive magic cannonball with a shui. Asta's speed was so fast that it directly shocked Sek inside the defensive magic cannonball. With such a fast speed, now, he couldn't make any moves at all. The moment the pitch-black long sword touched the defensive magic cannonball, it was instantly shattered. Seki's pupils contracted violently, and with an the jet-black long sword fell on him. Bang! It was directly impacted to the ground, followed by a bang, and there were cracks in the shape of spider webs on the ground. Sek lay directly in the big hole he made, foaming at the mouth. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. The one they thought was the weakest killed Sek in one blow. No way. Defeated Sek with one hit. Could it be that he's just pretending to be stupid all the time? It feels a little scary. What's the matter? Is that sword magic? Advertisement. Did he use high-speed movement magic just now? The leader of the Golden Dawn Regiment froze for a moment, but soon, he vetoed the previous words. No, he just relies on his physical fitness. And, that grimoire. This kid, it's quite interesting. Yami muttered. Is it creation magic? Seeing that his other exams were poor, I didn't expect this guy to have such powerful magic power. A man standing behind Yami asked. Yami took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, and said, he has no magic power. Oh, no, it's not useless, but he has no magic power at all. No wonder, when I caught him just now, I didn't get any magic power from him. Feel the presence of magic. As expected of the man with the halo of the protagonist in the original book. Lin Hao said subconsciously. Asta carried the black long sword on his shoulder, looked at Sek who was foaming at the mouth, and said in a deep voice. I didn't take the exam just to work hard and leave some good memories. I put my life on the line to become Magic Emperor. Magic Emperor. When everyone heard these 3 words, they couldn't help laughing. Just now Asta's blow really shocked them, but wanting to become Magic Emperor with this ability is simply a dream. Is this guy a fool? Does he know what he's talking about? Poor thing, he's still daydreaming. Go home, silly boy. When Asta heard this, his veins immediately became erect, and as Lin Hao expected, he began to growl. After Asta's battle ended, many people went up to fight again. As time went on, there were fewer and fewer people on the field who hadn't played yet. I remember that you are the same as me, you came from the border together. Advertisement. After hearing the voice, Lin Hao turned around subconsciously. At this time, it was Yuno who was talking to him. You know me? Lin Hao smiled and asked curiously. Yuno nodded and said, I saw you last time at the Grimoire Tower, but I didn't expect that you also came to take the exam for the Knight's Order. Have you found someone to fight against? Lin Hao asked. Yuno shook his head and replied, how about we make a couple? Yes, Lin Hao replied. In this black 4-leaf clover world, the first rank in the realm is the 3rd-class lower-level Magic Knight. Then the second lower level, the first lower level, the intermediate level and the upper level have 5 divisions. The last is the Great Magic Knight, and above the Great Magic Knight is the Magic Emperor. Both Yuno and Lin Hao have reached the realm of first-class low-level Magic Knights. In this examination room, most of them are 3rd-class lower-level Magic Knights. Next, who comes first? The referee shouted. I'm coming. Yuno replied, and followed slowly the next moment. Seeing that Yuno was on the scene, some noble children wanted to challenge this so-called genius chosen by the 4-leaf clover grimoire. He didn't care if Yuno found someone to fight, so he just followed Yuno up. However, at this moment, with a sound of snap, Lin Hao's hand slapped him on the shoulder. What do you want? 013 The game is suspended plus more. The man turned around and found that Lin Hao's hand was on his shoulder. He frowned for a moment and shook Lin Hao's hand away, saying. Where did you come from, country bumpkin, don't you know who I am? Lin Hao's complexion suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, I don't care who you are. Get out. The man was startled by Lin Hao's tone. Just about to refute something, but was pushed away by Lin Hao. Only the man was still standing there with a dazed look on his face, a little at a loss. Damn untouchable, since you dare to talk to me like this. The manly whole body trembled. At this time, the head of the knights on the second floor also became interested. This is the lucky one chosen by the 4-leaf clover grimoire, said the member of the Black Buffalo standing behind Yami. I can feel that the magic power of the 2 of them is much stronger than the others. Yami said calmly. Head, who do you think will win between the 2? What about you? Yami asked back. Most people would think that the lucky one picked by the 4-leaf clover would have a good chance of winning, but I feel the same way. It stands to reason that's true. After all, the magic power of the 2 of them is similar. To be honest, I really hope to see their duel soon. Yami said. That's the one with the 4-leaf clover grimoire. No way, who is this person? Since he's so stupid, he's going to fight someone with a 4-leaf clover grimoire. It seems that that person is also from the border village. Are all the border villages so powerful now? That's right, that silly boy just now is quite powerful. Are you ready? The referee asked from the side. Lin Hao and Yuno nodded. Okay, let's start. The referee's voice just fell. Advertisement. Both Lin Hao and Yuno's grimoire float in front of each other. Caw caw caw. Lin Hao's grimoire flipped to the side with fonts. Wood creation magic entangling. Yuno was startled for a moment, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Isn't this guy's magic attribute the freezing type? Could it be? Wasn't he the one who used the freezing ability in the Grimoire Tower? At the beginning, Yuno stood at a relatively far distance, and didn't fail to see if it was Lin Hao who used the freezing magic. Just listening to the people next to him, he thought it was true. Bang bang bang. The ground suddenly split open, and several vines about the size of an arm sprang out from the bottom of Yuno's feet. Yuno immediately jumped up, but the vines still spread towards him. Caw caw caw. Yuno's grimoire flipped a few pages. Wind magic, wind blade. As soon as his words fell, suddenly, in midair, several blades formed by the wind slashed towards the vines. Shua, shua, shua. Several times, Lin Hao's vines were chopped off. Wind magic, Lin Hao muttered, then continued with a grin. Okay, I just have a magic skill that I want to try. Ka ka ka. Lin Hao's grimoire flipped again. Plant magic thousands of vines. His voice just fell. Zzz. Advertisement. The entire castle tower immediately shook. Yuno was stunned for a moment, his eyes kept scanning his surroundings, because at this moment, he felt that there would be something attacking from any direction. With the shaking of the castle tower, the 9 knights sitting on the second floor were a little surprised. However, as the group leaders, they had experienced too much. Although they were a little surprised, they didn't show it on their faces. Still sitting as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, directly, at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. On the ground, large vines began to burst out directly. Of course, not just next to Yuno, but next to everyone present. Some people who were watching the play were startled, shouting and hiding. At this moment, the 9 captains of the knights sitting on the second floor finally couldn't sit still. Just stood up. The building of the castle tower began to crack, and in the next second, it collapsed directly. Boom, boom. Lin Hao was stunned by the continuous rise of huge vines. As the fort tower collapsed, thick smoke covered everyone. And above the thick smoke and dust, there are hundreds of large vines standing upright. Now Lin Hao only needs to use his brain to control these vines, and these vines can be turned into his most powerful weapon. However, because this magical skill was beyond Lin Hao's expectation, he did not take any action at this moment. Suddenly at this time, amidst the thick smoke and dust, the voice of the head of the Golden Dawn Regiment came. The game is suspended. 014 The exam ends, one more. As soon as the voice fell, then came the sound of tapping footsteps. Immediately afterwards, a gust of air blew away the thick smoke and dust. And the figures of the crowd also appeared. At this time, the castle tower has completely turned into ruins. Most of the candidates present sat paralyzed on the ground with panicked expressions and dense sweat on their faces. This guy, he's so strong. It's terrible, even the towers have been trampled. I can't believe it, is he really a candidate? Are the people in the border villages this year so scary? The momentum completely overwhelmed the royal family and nobles present. The 9 knight leaders looked at the huge vines erected around them. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Leader, it seems that this kid is also very interesting. Yami, a member of the Black Burst team, said later. Call. Yami exhaled smoke rings and said, yes, it seems that many of this year's candidates are quite good. Sigh, our group's reputation is so bad, I don't know if he will join our group. The members of the Black Burst Cow group sighed. Huh, Yami turned his head, glared at the member and said, what did you say? No, leader, you heard me wrong, I didn't say anything. The members of the Black Bull squad hurriedly waved their hands and said. You two don't have to fight anymore. The head of the Golden Dawn Regiment said. Yes, Yuno nodded. Lin Hao sighed helplessly, originally wanted to try the power of this trick, but now he has no chance. Advertisement. However, this magic skill really surprised Lin Hao, he never thought it would be so powerful. Moreover, he also discovered that although his plant magic, myriad vines, requires a certain level of magic power to use, he will also grow stronger as the master's magic power increases. The scale will also become larger and larger, and eventually become the real rise of thousands of vines. Thousands of huge vines like this, what is the concept? You know, there are only 100 or so vines that appear now, and they have already turned the surrounding area into ruins. Lin Hao thought about it, and felt a little agitated in his heart. With the ability to freeze fruit and his own magic, Lin Hao feels that in the near future, he will be able to gain a foothold in this black 4-leaf clover world. Sorry, I accidentally turned this place into ruins. Lin Hao said to the leader of the Golden Dawn Regiment. The leader of the Golden Dawn Regiment smiled slightly. He didn't care about Lin Hao turning this place into ruins. Now he has taken a fancy to Lin Hao's ability. At this moment, the head of the Golden Dawn Regiment seemed to see Lin Hao joining his regiment. However, in his eyes, as long as he raises his hand, Lin Hao will definitely not be able to resist the temptation. Because the Golden Dawn is currently the strongest knights, and the rest of the members are nobles or royal families. In his eyes, it is his honor for Lin Hao to join. It's okay, you've performed very well. The leader of the Golden Dawn Regiment said calmly. Lin Hao chuckled, but it is a little incorrect to describe the 2 words of performance to describe what he just did. His goal is very simple, as long as he can enter one of the 9 knight orders. Just now, he didn't want to perform well in front of the 9 knight leaders, but simply wanted to try his unused magic skills. Golden Dawn turned around and used its own magic to clear away the surrounding debris and create an open space. He opened his mouth and said, who hasn't fought yet, continue. It was getting dusk, and all the candidates present had finished the battle. The 9 knight commanders stood side by side in a row. The exam is over. Candidates who have been called to number stand in front. The head of the Golden Dawn Regiment said in a deep voice. Candidate number 1 steps forward. No hand raised. Advertisement. Candidate number 2 steps forward. No hand raised. No one raised their hands until the 100th candidate, and the pressure on the candidates was also increasing. Everyone is worried about their fate, whether they will be the same as the previous candidates. 164 candidates. Yes. Yuno stepped forward. Those who want to join the group please raise your hand. Shua. Almost at the same time, the 9 knight leaders raised their hands at the same time. Everyone was shocked. Really, The 9 knight leaders raised their hands at the same time. Yeah, all the heads raised their hands, it's awesome. It's no wonder that he is a genius selected by 4-leaf clover. However, don't the Golden Dawn group and the Silverwing Eagle group only accept elites from the royal family and nobles? Who knows? Yuno glanced at the 9 knight leaders around him. In order to become Magic Emperor, Yuno chose the best path, the Golden Dawn of the strongest knight order. I want to join the Golden Dawn, Yuno said. The leader of the Golden Dawn regiment smiled slightly, as if everything was in his expectation. For this year's candidates, he only took a fancy to 2 candidates, Yuno and Lin Hao. For the rest, he has no interest. At the same time, what Lin Hao didn't know was that because of his arrival, the plot of the original work began to change. 015 Black Cattle Knights 2 more. In the original book, no one in Asta originally raised his hand, and then he was spotted by the head of the Black Bull squad, and finally joined the Black Bull Knights. But because of Lin Hao, when they arrived at Asta, a leader of the Knights actually raised his hand. And he is from the leader of the Emerald Mantis Knights. After a long time, the next one, candidate number 264. Lin Hao stepped forward when he heard his number being read. Those who want to join the group please raise your hand. Shua, Shua, Shua. The 9 knight leaders raised their hands again at the same time. Everyone was shocked again. It's amazing, all the team leaders raised their hands again. Yes, it is estimated that the royal family and the nobles will all be slapped in the face this time. It's really surprising. All the heads raised their hands twice. The most important thing is that both of them are from border villages. Lin Hao glanced at the 9 regiment leaders in front of him. To be honest, he didn't think it mattered which knight regiment he joined. But if the heads of the 9 knight orders raised their hands at the same time, he would have to choose a more normal one. In the eyes of Lin Hao, half of the 9 captains of the knights are abnormal. For example, the head of the Knights of the Silver-Winged Vulture has a braid on the front, and an ornament is inserted at the end of the braid. The leader of the Emerald Mantis Knights looks very much like Orochimaru in Naruto. The leader of the Coral Peacock Knights, from the moment he entered the arena, his eyes have not been opened, and there is a bubble in his nose, which becomes larger and smaller with breathing. Advertisement. Etc. Lin Hao really can't appreciate these things. Well, let me choose which uncle smokes, Lin Hao said calmly. After his words fell, everyone fell silent for a while. This kid, the leader of the Golden Dawn, frowned even more. He couldn't figure it out. The Golden Dawn Knights are the most powerful knights. Lin Hao, however, chose a rogue knight group whose negative results outweigh their merits, the Black Burst Bull group. Really? Did I hear you right? He gave up the chance to join the Knights of the Golden Dawn. He also gave up the chance to join the Knights of the Silver-Winged Eagle. He chose the Knights of the Black Burst Bull. This guy, such a rare opportunity has been wasted. That is, if the leaders of my 9 knight orders raised their hands, I would definitely choose the Knights of the Golden Dawn. Oh, it's really a pity. At this time, when Yami heard that Lin Hao chose to join the Black Bull Knights, he thought he heard it wrong. Did that kid just say that he wanted to join our regiment? Yami asked the members of the Black Burst Cavaliers behind him. Yeah, a good seed just fell from the sky. We are so lucky. I thought he would definitely choose the Golden Dawn Knights. Are you sure? The leader of the Golden Dawn regiment asked Lin Hao. Hey, what do you want to do? Didn't this kid say something, so there's no way he can go back on his word? Yami interjected. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Yes, I want to join their group. The head of the Golden Dawn regiment chuckled lightly and said, that's fine. Advertisement. The sky was getting dark, and the entrance examination for the Magic Knights was over. My name is Yuno. Next time, if there is a chance, we will decide the battle that was not decided today. Yuno walked to Lin Hao's side and said slowly. Lin Hao shook his head slightly, and said, I, Lin Hao. As for the battle, forget it, it's so troublesome, you win. Yuno froze for a moment, then said calmly, no, if the victory is not achieved by oneself, it is meaningless. By the way, is your goal also to become the Magic Emperor? Yuno added. Lin Hao shook his head. No, I'm not interested in Magic Emperor. Yuno smiled slightly. That's right, no wonder you gave up the best path and chose the Black Bull Knights. Boy, it's time to go. Yami shouted to Lin Hao from the side. Okay, Lin Hao replied, and then turned to Yuno and said, okay, let's talk when we have a chance. I should go. After finishing speaking, Lin Hao walked towards Yami. Let's go, Finral, Yami said. Finral, a member of the Black Burst Cow group, the magic attribute belongs to space magic. Born in the Vod family, a family of aggressive space magicians, his younger brother is the deputy head of Golden Dawn. Because of his character of not wanting to be violent or beaten, he was regarded as a family disgrace, so he chose to escape. Prefers women more than getting things done. Okay, Finral replied, and the grimoire in his hand opened, emitting a blue light. The next moment, he waved his hand, and a circle of silver light appeared. Lin Hao walked in slowly following Yami. 016 A litter of high-profile Erha, 3 more. When Lin Hao came out of the silver light circle, he came to another place, the stronghold of the Black Burst Cattle Knights. Space magic. So cool, Lin Hao muttered to himself. Indeed, space magic is very practical, but Lin Hao doesn't know if his space magic can move anywhere at will. After all, Before time travel, Lin Hao also watched several animations, in which there were people with the same ability to move in space. However, there are limitations in them, and they need to know the coordinates before they can move. Out of the silver halo, what Lin Hao saw was a dilapidated castle. Upstairs in the castle, there are several brightly lit rooms. Welcome to the Black Burst Cow Group. Yami put one hand on his back, looked at the castle in front of him, and let out a satisfied smile. Originally, when he went to examine the candidates today, he originally wanted to go through the procedure, but unexpectedly, he picked up a treasure. Lin Hao nodded. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a bang. The gate of the castle was directly blown away by a ball of flames. Lin Hao frowned suddenly, and became vigilant. However, seeing Yami who was indifferent, Lin Hao put down his vigilance. What's going on here? Lin Hao asked curiously. Yami looked at Lin Hao with a weird smile. Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment, he vaguely felt that something bad was about to happen. Welcome to the worst magic nights, the Black Burst. Yami said. What? The worst magic night order? Lin Hao frowned. Could it be that he guessed wrong from the very beginning? Yes, Yami said. The gate of this castle was blown up by other members. Lin Hao asked. That's right, these bastards will go to the house to expose the tiles if they don't fight every day. Yami put on a helpless expression. Lin Hao frowned. Originally, he only wanted to find a more normal night order, but now, he chose the most abnormal night order. Is it too late to regret now? Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if it is possible, do you think I will let you go? Yami patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Forget it, I picked it myself, and I have to finish it by crawling. Okay, let me take you to meet the other members of our group. Advertisement. Yami took Lin Hao and walked to the gate. At this moment, inside the castle, it was a mess. One of them was wearing glowing boots that looked like armor, and there were thunder and lightning flashing around him. He kept dodging the attack launched by the man below. Inside the castle, there were constant explosions, and the whole castle shook. As for the other members, a short woman was eating desperately there, as if she didn't see what happened around her. One turned on his grimoire, nosebleeds pouring into his mouth in front of the mirror. A sexy girl in a bikini was lying on the sofa, and a fat man was standing by the wall, constantly puffing out smoke. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao's face became stiff. Is this really a member of the Knights? It is simply a high-end version of Erha. The kung fu of dismantling the house is first rate. Oh, it's fighting again. Finral said helplessly. Yami frowned, and a purple light glowed from his arm. You bastards. Don't break things. After all, he hit the backhand with a hammer. With a bang, a wall collapsed directly. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao frowned even more. Just now he could kill a mosquito, but now he can kill a fly. This whole group is abnormal. Lin Hao felt like crying. After hearing this sound, the other members looked back one after another. Captain. Immediately afterwards, a group of people rushed towards Yami as if they were crazy. Work hard, Captain Yami. Head, this is delicious, how about giving you half and half? Commander, welcome back, Captain Yami. In today's examination room, did you encounter a wild boy who knows nothing about his heights and depths? If so, I will kill him. Captain, come and fight with me today. Advertisement. Yami's face darkened, and he said, you guys are noisy. As soon as Yami's words came out, everyone immediately knelt down. With one voice. Sorry, I brought the newcomer here, this handsome guy is another new member. What's your name? Yami asked. Lin Hao. Lin Hao replied. Finral, introduce the team members. Yes, then let me introduce you formally. Finral replied. Then, he pointed to a tall man and said, his name is Gordon Agrippa. Although he looks gloomy and doesn't know what he's thinking, he's a nice guy. Then, yes, he pointed at the woman in the bikini, and continued, Vanessa Enoteka. Although she finds faults everywhere when she's drunk, she's a nice person. As for the introduction of other members, I will open a leaflet and put it in the work. Otherwise, everyone will not be able to read it smoothly. After Finral introduced all the members present, Yami added, there are still a few members who are either on missions or on vacation, or are just lazy. Let's get along well with everyone. Lin Hao nodded. In the days to come, I will teach you a lot. Okay, that's it, let's adjust it casually, don't kill me. Yami ordered. Swipe. Magna immediately stood up from her kneeling position. Magna is a little lower than Lin Hao, with purple hair with black hair sandwiched in the middle, and the hairstyle is a bit ridiculous upside down. The style of doing things is more passionate, and the tone of voice is a little bit sloppy. Facing this, Lin Hao said, did you hear? Captain Yami said let's adjust and adjust. Of course, I will do it. Oh, Magna forgot to mention, and I have to tell you, this guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Yami smoked a cigarette and walked towards the sofa. 017 New Magic, 4 more. Listening to Yami's words, Magna was stunned for a moment, and muttered, isn't it a fuel-efficient lamp? It seems very interesting. Magna's tone of voice was similar to that of those street gangsters, with a look of ecstasy. He reached out and grabbed the cloak on his shoulders, and said to Lin Hao, do you want the cloak of the Black Bulls? Lin Hao hesitated for a while, then chuckled lightly. Actually, I don't think it doesn't matter if I want it or not, anyway, as long as you know that I am a member of the Black Burst Cattle Knights. After hearing what Lin Hao said, Magna looked gloomy. What is this guy's background? He doesn't follow the rules at all. You can't be regarded as a real member of the Black Burst Knights before I, Magna, recognize you. Magna said. This is the baptism of the Black Bulls. Finral added on the side. Lin Hao's face was a little gloomy, but he had no choice but to allow him to admit that it was a group baptism. However, if it wasn't for the baptism of joining the group, Lin Hao wouldn't bother to talk to him, even if he didn't approve. It didn't matter if he couldn't be regarded as a real member. Anyway, he was a member of the Black Burst group in name. Then tell me, what do you want? Lin Hao asked. Magna sneered, and said to Lin Hao, whether it's magic or what, you can use any means, you have to defend or avoid my attacking magic. If you do it, you will officially become a member of our Black Bull squad. Then can we fight back? Lin Hao asked. Magna smiled disdainfully and said, of course. Understood. Lin Hao nodded. After a while, Lin Hao followed Magna into the yard, while the other members of the Black Pop Bulls watched the show. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Magna laughed. Come on. Lin Hao said calmly, and Grimmoire floated in front of him. Caw caw caw. Advertisement. Magna's Grimmoire turned a few pages, and then, in his palm, a fireball about the size of a baseball condensed. Immediately afterwards, he pulled out a baseball bat from the Grimmoire, but this one was different from ordinary baseball bats. His root is burning with raging fire. Seeing Magna's actions, Lin Hao suddenly realized. Although he doesn't want to use the ability of freezing fruit openly now, he can make some ice weapons to use. Of course, if it is made out of thin air in the hands, it will of course be suspected. But if, like the Magna, it was taken out of the Grimmoire, who could doubt it? Even if it sounds ridiculous, plant-based magic and ice weapons are taken out, but it makes sense to take it out of Grimmoire. As he spoke, Lin Hao also put his hand into the Grimmoire pretendingly. With a sound of shua, he drew out a long sword made of ice. The Black Blasting Cow group watching the show was startled for a moment. Wow, what kind of sword is this? So cool. Isn't this guy's magic attribute plant-based? How did you pull out such a weapon? Did Grimmoire exist in the first place? Yami froze for a moment, muttering. However, things are somewhat beyond Lin Hao's expectations, because they don't care what weapon you take out in Grimmoire at all. I don't know if they are recognized for what they put out in Grimmoire, or for some other reason. It started, Magna said, and the fireball in his hand flew to his side. He clenched the firestick with both hands and hit the fireball hard. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, countless small fireballs flew towards Lin Hao. Shish. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. Lin Hao swung the ice sword 2 or 3 times and knocked the oncoming fireball away. Magna's small fireball can't damage Lin Hao's ice sword a little bit. Oh, it's pretty good. Magna smiled slightly, and continued. But, the next step is the main event. After all, the fire stick in his hand had already floated in midair and the small fireball disappeared. The next moment, his Grimmoire flipped. Immediately afterwards, a fireball condensed on the palm, but this fireball was many times larger than before. Immediately, a gust of air disperses, and the surrounding temperature also begins to rise gradually. Lin Hao frowned, looking at the fireball in his hand. It seemed very powerful. It may be a bit difficult to use the ice sword in your hand. Flame magic, explosive killing and booming flame ball. Magna made a posture of throwing a baseball, and immediately threw the fireball towards Lin Hao. The ice sword in Lin Hao's hand suddenly turned into gas and disappeared from everyone's sight. He watched the fireball approaching him step by step. Just when he was not going to take the blow, Lin Hao's Grimoire turned a few pages automatically, but when Grimoire stopped his hand, it was a blank page. However, in the next moment, fonts appeared on the blank page. This is new magic. Lin Hao was startled and muttered. 018 The baptism of joining the group is completed. 1 update book for support. I have to say that at this moment Lin Hao was quite dazed. In a hurry, he awakened a new magic unexpectedly. Lin Hao looked at Grimmoire in front of him, and the next moment, he said, wood creation magic, tree net. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, in front of him, a wooden net that looked like a fishing net appeared in front of Lin Hao out of thin air. Although it is said to be wood, its softness is no worse than those of silk. The huge fireball hit the tree net directly like this, but it was a bit strong due to the impact. The fireball directly pushed the diameter of the tree net towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao originally thought that the tree net would be pierced, so he immediately jumped to the side. Only after he landed smoothly did he realize that the fireball hadn't penetrated the tree net. I saw the fireball continuously rotating in the center of the tree net. At the center, a puff of green smoke came out, and there was a burning smell. Zzz. After spinning for a while, the fireball gradually became smaller and finally disappeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Lin Hao also took back the tree net. The new kid seems so strong. I really want to fight with him. Luck looked at Lin Hao with twinkling eyes. It's really strong. Captain, it seems that you have found a treasure. Huh. Yami exhaled a puff of smoke ring, said, of course, this kid is very sought after, and at the same time, the 9 knight leaders raised their hands to ask for him. 9. Everyone looked at Yami in surprise. Advertisement. Yami nodded and continued. Of course, but I just don't know why. He came to our worst knight order. Of course, if Lin Hao heard this, Lin Hao might spit out a mouthful of blood. At the beginning, when there were some choices, Lin Hao saw that Yami was the most normal, so he chose him. But what he never expected was that this seemingly normal night order was the most abnormal. If he could do it all over again, Linhao would never choose the Black Burst Knights. Magna was also a little shocked when Linhao took this move, thinking that he would definitely dodge it. But I didn't expect it, but I took it steadily. He walked to Linhao's side, patted Linhao's shoulder, and said with a smile, "That's right, you're quite capable, you're definitely the one that Captain Yami likes." Linhao smiled slightly and didn't say anything. In fact, he had nothing to say. He really wanted to dodge earlier, but in a hurry, he awakened a new magic. The next moment, the other members of the Black Bull blasting group rushed towards Linhao. "He's a newcomer, he's amazing. Yes, you are very interesting. I'll give you half and half of the pastry. Do you want to eat it? If you don't eat it, I will eat it myself." Without waiting for Linhao to answer, she put the pastry into her mouth in one gulp. Immediately afterwards, a happy expression leaked out, saying, "Well, it's delicious." Luck ran up to Linhao and said with an excited expression, "Then, let's start the second christening ceremony." "What? The second baptism?" Linhao frowned. Luck said while waving his fists and continued, "The second baptism is to fight with me." Advertisement. "Okay, Luck, you don't make trouble, everyone has business to do," Finneral said, standing aside. Magna handed Linhao the cape of the Black Pop Bull group, and said, "Here you are. This is yours from now on, Linhao." Linhao nodded and took it. "However, Linhao, after all, is your full name Linhao?" Magna asked curiously. After all, Linhao only said 2 words when he was introduced just now. Linhao shook his head and said, "No, Linhao is just my first name. My full name is Xie Linhao. You can call me Linhao, and you don't need to call me by my last name." Linhao has always been a Huxia, so he has always disliked being called Hil Linhao, and it is more natural to call him Linhao. "Okay, let's put it on and have a look." Linhao nodded. He was about to put it on, but Vanessa used magic to make the Black Bull riding the group's cloak fly. "Then, put it on yourself. I have to say that Linhao is quite handsome after wearing it." Of course, Linhao's appearance is not bad. He is 1.8 meters tall, with black hair and fair skin. Very handsome, Linhao. Vanessa smiled slightly. Linhao looked at Vanessa and frowned involuntarily. "I have to say that this girl is really open, except she is wearing a black cape. Only the bikini is left, and her hot body is fully displayed on her body. Moreover, probably because of drinking a lot of wine, her face is now flushed." 019 new members, 2 more. "It seems that the cape of the Black Bulldog suits you very well," Yami said calmly. Linhao looked at Yami and smiled wryly. If he was serious, looking at Yami would be more normal than anyone else. That is, his normal appearance deceived Linhao's eyes. "In this way, you are a member of the Magic Knights Black Bull. Be good and don't discredit Captain Yami and the Black Bull," Magna said slowly. Meanwhile, the kingdom of 4-leaf clover. Inside the capital. In the gorgeous hall, the current Magic Emperor is sitting on a chair, watching Grimmoire quietly. Tap tat tat. At this moment, a man with mushroom hair slowly walked into the hall. And he is Magic Emperor's confidant, Marx Francovo. After hearing the sound of footsteps, the Magic Emperor slowly raised his head and closed the grimoire in his hand. "Oh, Marx is here, have you figured out the outside affairs?" Magic Emperor asked with a slight smile. The current Magic Emperor has a very easygoing personality, unlike other kings who have their own majesty, which makes people feel scared when they see it. Marx nodded and replied. "Well, yes, Magic Emperor, the commotion in the market today was accidentally caused by a candidate for the Night Order exam." "Oh." The Magic Emperor's eyes flickered with interest, and he continued. "I thought it was the head of the knights, what happened?" "No," Marx repeated. "Can you turn the entire roasted city into ruins? It seems that the examinee is not easy. Do you know his name?" Magic Emperor stood up slowly and asked. "Hil Linhao," Marx said. "Hil Linhao, is it from a nobleman?" Marx shook his head and said, "No, it's from Haji village on the border." Haji village. It's rare that someone from such a remote area dares to come to take the exam for the Magic Knights. A smile appeared on Magic Emperor's face. "Magic Emperor," Marx said again. "Okay, advertisement." The Magic Emperor looked at Marx curiously. He used to be straightforward, but now he is really hesitant. For a while, the Magic Emperor was not used to it. Among today's candidates, there is one lucky candidate who was selected by 4-leaf clover grimoire. Marx said slowly. 4-leaf clover grimoire. Magic Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed with interest. "Yes. Oh, it seems that this year's candidates are quite good. Are they from any royal family or nobles?" Magic Emperor asked. Marx shook his head and said, "No, they are also from Haji village." After hearing Marx's words, the Magic Emperor had a rich expression, and then smiled strangely. "It seems that Haji village is a good place." "Magic Emperor," Marx said calmly. The Magic Emperor looked at Marx curiously, and asked in confusion. "Marx, what's wrong with you today? You've been hesitating all the time, it makes me feel uncomfortable, do you know?" "I'm sorry, Magic Emperor, among today's candidates, there is another candidate who has no magic power." "What's wrong? Isn't this normal? Don't tell me this kind of thing. I'm very busy." Magic Emperor yawned. "Magic Emperor, listen to me first. Although that candidate has no magic power, in his grimoire, he has a weapon that repels all magic," Marx said. The Magic Emperor was slightly taken aback, and said in a deep voice, "Are there so many good seedlings this year?" As he said that, the Magic Emperor looked at Marx, and was about to ask him if he was a nobleman, when he suddenly thought of something and said, "He doesn't come from Haji village on the border, does he?" Marx was taken aback for a moment, and said, "How do you know Magic Emperor?" Magic Emperor's face was a little gloomy. Since 3 of the candidates with the highest topic this year were from Haji village on the border. "Is there any great mage in this place near Haji village?" Magic Emperor asked. Marx shook his head and said, "That, I don't know. Exactly, I have a task in hand, and I need 3 of them to complete it. In addition, each of their regiments needs an old member to follow. Marx, you should inform them tomorrow." Magic Emperor said. Marx nodded, turned around and left slowly. For the new members, the task was issued immediately, and it was designated. It was the first time that Marx had been with the Magic Emperor for so long. Advertisement. Early the next morning. When Lin Hao dimly opened his eyes and walked out of the room, he found that the structure of the castle was different from what he saw last night. An illusion. Lin Hao just wanted to touch it. Just then, behind him, a voice came. "Don't worry, it's not an illusion. Our stronghold often changes its shape and layout," Magna said. "Is there such a thing?" Lin Hao smiled wryly. "Of course, you'll be fine if you get used to it. By the way, Lin Hao, Captain Yami asked you to meet the new members. They came in at the same time as you." Magna laughed. Of course, the real situation is that Yami asked Magna to take Lin Hao to meet another new member. "Where to meet?" Lin Hao asked without thinking too much. "Do you still remember the yard last night? Just walk a little further," Magna said with a smile. "But, I haven't seen him." It's okay, as long as you walk towards the Black Burst Cow group, you will be our new member," Magna explained. Lin Hao nodded, then turned around and walked towards the courtyard. After arriving at the courtyard, Lin Hao continued to walk for a certain distance, leaning against the big tree, and waited quietly. Soon after, a vague figure gradually became clear. When getting closer, Lin Hao was surprised to find that the woman in front of him was the woman he saw in the examination room yesterday, Noelle. And Noelle recognized Lin Hao immediately when she saw Lin Hao. "It's you," Noelle said with a slightly stiff face. Lin Hao didn't answer Noelle's question, but just said, "You are the new member that the Yami team talked about." Noelle nodded. 020 Assigned tasks 3 revisions. "I joined the Black Burst team at the same time as you, and Captain Yami asked me to come and meet you," Lin Hao said slowly. "Oh," Noelle nodded, holding a word in her mouth, unable to speak. Lin Hao didn't say much, turned around, and continued to move towards the stronghold of the Black Bull Blast group. Noelle walked up slowly. At this moment, she was very conflicted, because, from the moment she saw Lin Hao, she wanted to say something to Lin Hao, but she didn't have the courage. The two continued to walk like this for a while, when they were about to reach the castle. Noelle finally summoned up her courage, quickened her pace, and walked in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao was a little puzzled by Noelle's actions, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Noelle frowned, her face was a little stiff, and she said to Lin Hao in a very low voice, "Yesterday, when you were in the examination room, what did you hear?" Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, and the conversation between Noelle and her brother yesterday flashed through his mind. "You mean the conversation you had with the head of the Night Order?" Lin Hao said calmly. When Noelle heard Lin Hao's words, she immediately lowered her head and said in a low voice, "As expected, you heard everything." Lin Hao looked at her speechlessly, and was about to say something when she preempted her. "Can you not say it?" "No. Are you referring to what the regimental leader said satirizing you?" Lin Hao asked. Noelle nodded. "But it is true that being ridiculed and abused by one's own big brother makes anyone feel uncomfortable." "Okay, but I'm curious, I heard you call him Brother Wang, but he didn't treat you as Sister Wang at all?" Lin Hao asked. Noelle lowered her head, and said falteringly, because, my ability to control magic is very poor." Noelle thought that when she said this, Lin Hao couldn't help laughing at herself. Just when she was ready to accept being laughed at. But Lin Hao said, "Well, your royal family is really confusing." Noelle immediately raised her head to look at Lin Hao, and said, "That's all. Otherwise, what do you want me to tell you? Say that you are such a poor child, who is abused every day. What a miserable life. Or, do you need my comfort? Die." Noelle cursed, then turned around and walked towards the gate of the castle. Advertisement. Although he told Lin Hao to die, he was very relieved to thank Lin Hao for not laughing at himself. Lin Hao looked at Noelle's back, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Oh, so what about the royal family? They are not as good as ordinary people. I have to say that their royal family is really strange, because a younger sister has poor control over magic, so she treats it like this. It's a bit like Lin Hao's patriarchal patriarchy in ancient Daxia, no, or maybe even worse." When Lin Hao returned to the castle, at this moment, all the members of the Black Bursts were present in the living room. Sitting on the other side of the sofa is Marx. "Oh, Lin Hao, are you back?" Yami subconsciously called out when he saw Lin Hao. "Captain Yami, what do you need from me?" Lin Hao walked over slowly. "It's not that I have something to do with you, but this mushroom head has something to do with you," Yami said calmly. "Mushroom head." Lin Hao subconsciously looked at Marx sitting on the sofa. Marquez stood up and said to Yami, "Chief Yami, don't say such impolite words." As he spoke, he turned his attention to Lin Hao and introduced, "My name is Marx, a confidant of the Magic Emperor." Magic Emperor. Lin Hao was taken aback, and then continued, "Is there anything you want from me?" Yes. Marx nodded. "That's right, the Magic Emperor has a task at hand, and Mr. Xie Linhao is designated to complete it. Of course, for your safety, I will call it in your Black Pop Cow group. An old member goes with you." Mission. And the designated person. What does Magic Emperor want to do? Lin Hao thought to himself. Appointed person to complete the task. Yami began to think, as the most trusted person of the Magic Emperor, to be honest, he couldn't figure out what the Magic Emperor wanted to do. Marx went on to say, "Of course, there are also 2 other designated new members of the Night Order." "I see," Lin Hao replied. "Well, let Captain Yami arrange someone for you. After an hour, gather at the gate of the royal capital. If it's okay, I'll leave first." After Marx finished speaking, he turned and left. Advertisement. Call. Yami exhaled a puff of smoke ring, and then said, "Who of you would like to go with Lin Hao to complete the task at hand of the Magic Emperor? What is the content of the mission? Is it a fight?" Luck walked up to Yami excitedly, waved his fist, and asked. "I don't know, that mushroom head didn't say anything either. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get someone to complete the task with Lin Hao." Yami said impatiently. "I'll go with Lin Hao," Magna said suddenly. "Okay." Yami didn't even think about it, and then said, "It's over, what should I do, why go?" After a while, Lin Hao and Magna walked towards the gate of the capital. When Lin Hao arrived, he found that there were several people standing at the gate, namely Yuno, Marx, Asta, and one Lin Hao had never seen before. A head of golden hair, exquisite facial features is portrayed, and a charming smile. Over her shoulders, the wearer wears the same cape as Yuno. Apparently, she's also a member of the Golden Dawn. However, Lin Hao was a little curious, what about the members of Asta? After a while, Lin Hao came to them. When Asta saw Magna, he complained, "You all have teammates, but I don't." "Asta, don't worry, you and their safety can all be left to Magna," Marx said slowly. Magna was not happy when she heard it, and said quickly, "Are you kidding? I want to take this group of newcomers alone. The Night Order that Asta belongs to is too busy, and all members are on task." "Don't worry, the task is not difficult," Marx said slowly. Magna frowned, outraged. "That's up to you, everyone," Marx said. "It's on us," Asta shouted excitedly. "The Roaring Emperor really deserves his reputation." 021 intelligence error. 4 more. Okay, now it's time to tell you what the mission is this time. Marx summed up his words, and then continued. The Mocha village was invaded by bandits 3 times in just 1 week. The villagers there had no choice but to come to the 4-leaf clover kingdom for help. According to the villagers' reports, there are 2 mages, both of which are at the 1st level, and the rest are mobs. So just in case, the Magic Emperor will send you old members to follow. Okay, that's all for the information. In addition, I'm a little anxious. I hope the knights can solve it as soon as possible. After all, another villager came to ask for help this morning. Okay, we will definitely complete the task. Asta shouted excitedly. Unexpectedly, there was a task just after joining the group, and he was very excited. 2 first-class low-level wizards, Lin Hao muttered. If it is true that there are only 2 wizards as the villagers said, Lin Hao and Yuno alone can solve the problem. Because the strength of Lin Hao and Yuno has already reached the strength of a first-class low-level wizard. Okay, let's go, Magna yelled. Everyone nodded. Since Asta can't use magic, he can only sit on Yuno's magic broom. Others are magic broomsticks that drive themselves. After flying into the sky, Magna, who had been silent just now, finally spoke. This mushroom head is really too much, let me lead 4 newcomers alone. As that newcomer too? Lin Hao asked. The one Lin Hao was referring to was the blonde beauty in the Golden Dawn regiment. Magna said dissatisfiedly. Nonsense, don't I know how many members of the Golden Dawn regiment are there? Of course the new faces are newcomers. Then why didn't you see her during the night's exam? Lin Hao asked suspiciously. Then she should be of the royal family. Magna said in a deep voice. In this black 4-leaf clover world, the royal family does not need to take the Night Order exam with ordinary people. It was the blonde beauty flying on a magic broom beside Magna, so she naturally heard what Magna said. Advertisement. Sorry to trouble you, senior. The blonde beauty said calmly. He didn't look down on Lin Hao and the others just because he was a royal family. Her name is Mimosa Viamilio, she is the same age as Noelle, and she was born in another royal family of the royal family. Her magic attributes are somewhat similar to those of Lin Hao, both of which are plants. However, what she is good at is healing and exploration, so Magic Emperor will temporarily add a member. After flying for almost 2 hours, Lin Hao and the others finally arrived at their destination, Mocha Village. Lin Hao and his party landed on the ground in front of Mocha Village. Then he walked slowly towards the village. The people on the street first looked at these outsiders, when they saw them wearing the cloaks of the knights. On their faces, they showed smiles. It's the knights who are here. Hurry up and notify the village chief. Wow, so handsome, I will also join the Night Order in the future. A child shouted bouncing around. After a while, the village chief and some middle-aged men hurried to Lin Hao and the others. The village chief's face was a little stiff, and he said to Magna in front of him angrily, I said that your knights are too slow in doing things. If you come late, this village will probably be ransacked by robbers again. After hearing the village chief's rudeness, the man behind said quickly, Village chief, other knights have come here from thousands of miles away, so stop making sarcastic remarks. Yes, village chief. Let's discuss how to deal with these robbers. Magna lost her temper when she heard what the village chief said. You old man, what are you talking about? It's too slow. Are you saying it again? The village chief originally wanted to lose his temper, so he didn't pay attention in front of him. When he saw that Magna's shoulders were covered with the black bullpup cape, he immediately frowned. Everyone knows the reputation of the Black Bull Squad. It is a rogue knights, and the members are all of bad character. Advertisement. Our village chief is just too worried about the village. He said this in a hurry. Don't take it too seriously. Let's discuss the robber issue quickly. A man smoothed things over. Forget it. Don't bother with you old man. Magna said dissatisfied. If the task this time was not sent by the Magic Emperor himself, he, Magna, would definitely have to make a fuss and was doing the task. Then, the village head began to explain the robbers. At present, their villagers have mastered the specific location of the robbers. The robbers' stronghold is not too far from here, on the other side of the village uphill. After getting the specific location, Magna didn't want to waste any more talk with the village chief. He just wanted to finish his work quickly and leave. Regarding the two first-level and lower-level wizards, he, Magna, did not need to discuss any countermeasures. The next moment, he turned to Lin Hao and said, let's go. Lin Hao and the others nodded, and set off according to the position they gave. Looking at the back of Lin Hao leaving, one of the men suddenly said, Village chief, according to your instructions, I said that the two mages are first-class inferiors, you can't make a mistake. Yeah, I think they are all a group of children, some of them are not very reliable. I think it's better to remind me now, after all, first-class low-level wizards are talking nonsense. Why panic? Who told you that I was talking nonsense? Those two leading robbers are first-class low-level mages, I can tell at a glance. The village chief said. The man standing next to the village chief was taken aback for a moment, and said, didn't you say that when I went to the four-leaf clover kingdom? Instructors are first-class inferiors. Don't forget, I was also a wizard of the knights. If I wasn't old, I could handle it by myself. Hearing what the village chief said, the man couldn't say anything more. Indeed, he was also a mage of the knights before. However, after only 1 year, he was kicked out for unknown reasons. Of course, the village head would not tell them that he was kicked out. Just saying, I don't want to be. 022 huge bandit group, one more. On the other side, Lin Hao and the others have almost reached the enemy's stronghold. On the mountainside, there is a row of houses, about 20 or so, and there is still the sound of dang dang. The scale of this house can be regarded as half a village of a small village. Not only that, this mountain is surrounded by rivers, if you want to go over, you have to cross the river. These robbers are really brave. Don't they want to be the king of the mountain? Magna was on the other side of the river, looking at the house halfway up the mountain, his veins erected. Also, isn't the scale too big? Is there really only 2 wizards? Lin Hao asked curiously. Here Lin Hao can see that there are quite a few people densely packed on the mountainside, moving around like ants. And the number of people must not be less than 200. To be honest, I don't believe it either. It's really weird that there are only 2 wizards in such a huge crowd. Is there a mistake in the information? Yuno on the side also felt something was wrong. If the village chief hadn't said that this was a bandit, I would have thought it was another village. Asta said. At this moment, Magna also became silent, and he agreed with these views. Damn it, that old man is not a good person at first glance, but he even reported false information in order to get the people of my Night Order to quickly support him. Magna said in a deep voice. Go to the four-leaf clover kingdom for help, and the knights will send members of different levels of the knights to deal with it according to the level of difficulty of the task. Now, let alone the 2 first-class low-level wizards, with the size of more than 200 people, no matter what, the Magic Emperor would never appoint Lin Hao and the others to complete this task. After all, Lin Hao and the others are just new members. In Magna's eyes, this task is simply impossible for him alone and 4 new members. There are too many enemies and their abilities are unknown. If we act recklessly, we are likely to bring ourselves to the brink of death. Lin Hao frowned. So what now? Asta asked. What else can I do? Messing around will only cost you your life, now you can only go to the four-leaf clover kingdom, report the situation and send someone to complete this task. Magna said with a stiff face. Advertisement. Suddenly, at this moment. Behind Lin Hao, there was the sound of tattling footsteps. After Lin Hao reacted, he was ready to turn back. A voice came over. A member of the knights. A rare guest. You are here, don't you give me a face, and go to my place to have a cup of tea before leaving. When Lin Hao turned his head, he found that there were 5 burly men standing in front of them. Moreover, except for the 2 men standing in front, they didn't hold anything. The other 3 were holding and carrying large and small bags. Obviously, they should have just returned from harvesting from another village. The 2 leading men are Moss and Yoja. Of course, they are also the bosses of this bandit group. Seeing this scene, Magna frowned suddenly, his face was very stiff. Damn it, it's something that the more I don't want to come, but it just came. But Lin Hao and Yuno quickly became alert. How can you say that? Of course we have to welcome guests when they come. Moss laughed. Lin Hao, take them away and hurry back to the four-leaf clover kingdom. Magna said in a deep voice. What about you, senior? Lin Hao asked. I'll buy some time. When you guys go far away, I can escape alone. Magna said with her brows furrowed. You're disrespecting Moss. Moss turned around and said to a man carrying a classmate on his shoulders. Send the signal. Let the brothers come out and say hello together. Understood, brother. Boom. The man carrying the thing immediately put the thing on his shoulders on the ground. Advertisement. Pulled out his own grimoire. Fire creation magic, the impact of fire. The voice fell. Immediately, a pillar of fire rose straight into the sky, and after reaching a certain height, it stopped. Just like this, a pillar of fire stood out of thin air. Go, Magna yelled. Lin Hao and the others just got on the magic broom, and suddenly, two men riding the magic broom stood in front of them. Of course, there is one of the leaders here, Chao Zi. Is this, really only two mages? Asta asked doubtfully. After all, from meeting to now, he discovered that these 5 people can use magic. Seeing that Lin Hao and the others were also blocked, Magna's face became even more rigid. This damn old man. Moss couldn't help smiling when he saw Magna's expression. Immediately afterwards, a copy of Grimmoire appeared in front of him. Strengthen creation magic. Bear's wrath. As soon as Moss finished speaking, his grimoire burst into dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, there was a sudden change in his body. He was already very burly before, but after using strengthening magic, his whole body was twice as big as before. 023 The road to the ice god sets sail 2 more. Facing Moss's growing size, Magna couldn't help sweating on his face when he showed the aura of his body at that time. This guy is definitely not a first-class low-level wizard. Magna's heart is broken now, and she has completely suffered for that old man. Then, Mr. Knights, let me, Moss, show you your strength. Moss moved his bones, let out a drink, and flew towards Magna. Bang bang bang. When Moss ran, his body weight was obviously beyond the proper weight range for his size. Magna hastened to cast her magic. Flame magic, explosive killing and booming flame ball. With a bang, Magna directly threw a huge fireball. Facing the fireball that flew suddenly, Moston stopped immediately, opened his hands, and directly held down the flying fireball. There was a sound like water being poured into a fire, and along with a puff of black smoke, Magna's fireball was directly suppressed by Moss and disappeared. This thing is quite hot. Moss looked at his scorched palm and didn't pay much attention to it. The next moment, he rushed towards Magna again. Behind Magna, Lin Hao's battle also started. With a bandit leader like Moss, Yoja's strength is not at all a first-class low-level mage. But a first-class intermediate wizard. This is bound to be a tough battle. But fortunately, it is indeed the protagonist Asta of the original book. His sword can cut magic. This has brought great benefits to Lin Hao and the others. Again, Asta, Yuno yelled. Advertisement. Look at me. Asta jumped up directly, swung the long sword in his hand, and slashed down at the water polo coming from the dark side. The water polo was cut open like tofu, and immediately fell to the ground. Damn it, what's the matter with this kid? So many consecutive attacks were wiped out by this kid. Chao Zi frowned involuntarily, and suddenly realized the next moment. Could it be that his sword can nullify magic? While muttering, a smile appeared on his face and continued, that's really amazing. Wood creation magic entangling. Wind magic, tower of violent mist. Lin Hao and Yuno activated the magic at the same time. Suddenly several huge vines sprang out from the ground. Chao Zi, who was distracted for a while, was immediately caught up, and then, Yuno's magic formed a super large tornado. Fly towards Yoja. Seeing the approaching tornado step by step, Chao Zi didn't panic at all. I saw his magic book flipping. Water creation magic, water dragon. As soon as Chao Zi finished speaking, a water dragon with a hooked nose and thorns all over appeared out of nowhere in front of him. He entangled towards the tornado created by Yuno, and in the blink of an eye, the tornado and the water dragon disappeared from everyone's sight. Asta, it's now, Yuno yelled. Holding the long sword in his hand, Asta descended from the sky and slashed directly at Yoja. You're still too young. Yoja smiled slightly. Behind Asta, suddenly, an arm formed of water grabbed his feet directly. Immediately afterwards, he fell heavily to the ground. After the battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, all the robbers in the stronghold rushed here. Advertisement. For Lin Hao and the others, this is simply worse. It directly reduces the winning rate by half. Later, Lin Hao was in charge of fighting the bandit members, while Yuno and Asta dealt with Chao Zi. As for Mimosa, she's all about making soy sauce. 1 hour down. Great changes have taken place in the surroundings, vines stretching across 7 and 8, and corpses overlap. The blood directly stained the other side of the river red, and even the water in the river was not spared, adding a red color. Yuno and Asta exerted all their strength and knocked Yoja down to the ground. But the two of them paid a heavier price. Asta lost consciousness directly, and Yuno was seriously injured, lying on the ground, dying. If Mimosa hadn't been there at this time, Yuno would have ascended to heaven. The situation of Magna on the other side is also very miserable, being beaten with blood all over by Moss's perverted magic. Lin Hao's magic power was also exhausted. Now the entire battlefield, only Mimosa, Lin Hao, and Moss are left. And Moss still looks intact. Lin Hao frowned. At this moment, he has no choice. Can only use the ability of the frozen fruit on his body. Damn knights, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Moss grabbed Magna's head and threw him away. Maybe I was wrong at the beginning. If you have abilities in your body and don't use them, it's no different from being useless. Lin Hao said in a deep voice. White gas began to emerge from his body. 024 freezing moment, 3 more. Zzz. Magna lay on the ground, raised his head with difficulty, now his nose was bruised and his face was covered with blood. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Hao. Quick, run away. I don't want to let new members die in my eyes when I bring new members for the first time. After hearing the voice, Moss turned his head and said with a sneer, oh. You can still talk, but your knights think too much of me, don't you? You even sent new members to arrest me. You don't want to watch the new member die in your eyes, so I want you to watch him get killed by me. Moss sneered. He looked around and finally settled on Mimosa. Oh, is there a healing magic here? Moss said in a deep voice, and ran towards Mimosa directly. Watch out, Lin Hao shouted. Mimosa turned her head immediately, but it was too late to dodge. With a sound of bang, Mimosa was directly punched by Moss and flew into the river. Lin Hao jumped and landed on the water. Zzz. The river under his feet suddenly froze. The next moment, Lin Hao caught Mimosa, and then he lowered Mimosa towards the lake. Seeing this, Mimosa gasped and closed her eyes. He thought Lin Hao was going to throw himself into the river. As she felt the chill on her back, she quickly opened her eyes. Subconsciously looking at the river surface has been frozen at this time. What's going on here? Mimosa asked Lin Hao curiously. And Lin Hao didn't answer her question, but asked instead, are you okay? No. It's okay, Mimosa said. Advertisement. It's fine, Lin Hao said, and walked towards the shore with strides. When he walked to the river that was not frozen by himself, the river was quickly frozen again until it reached the shore. Magna was stupefied when he saw this scene, and said, what happened? What's the matter? This kid seems to be a little bit bad. Moss also noticed that something was wrong. But he didn't think too much, and quickly ran towards Lin Hao with his fist clenched. Drink. He waved his fist and punched Lin Hao's face heavily, but with the clang, Lin Hao directly turned into a ball of ice slag. That's right, this is the elementalization of the natural frozen fruit, which can be immune to all physical attacks. Although it is true that Lin Hao's current magic power cannot beat Moss, Lin Hao still has the ability to freeze fruits. But Moss magic is to strengthen the body, and it is completely restrained by the ability of frozen fruit. When Moss saw this scene, his pupils shrank violently. What's going on here? Zzz. On the ground, a pile of ice slags piled up, and gradually turned into a human form again. Now you can't even touch my body, Lin Hao said coldly. Arrogance. Moss roared angrily, and hit Lin Hao with another fist. There was a bang. The situation was the same as last time, Lin Hao became elemental again. Zzz. Lin Hao's body recovered slowly, and said, I said, now you can't even touch my body. Shut up. Moss wanted to punch again. However, the next moment, his fist was directly frozen. Advertisement. There was a snap. Lin Hao kicked it directly. But because of Moss's weight, he just took a few steps back. It seems that after going back, I still have to practice physical skills well. This body is too bad, Lin Hao muttered. Moss, who stabilized his footsteps, looked at Lin Hao and became silent. He hasn't recovered from just now. He didn't understand how Lin Hao did it. He disappeared for a while and reappeared for a while. Is it magic? No, it's impossible. I watched him take Grimmoire in the battle just now. Now, Grimmoire doesn't even move. How did he do it? Also, just now this kid obviously used plant-type magic. Could it be that he has two kinds of magic? No, even if he has two kinds of magic, he still needs to use Grimmoire. Otherwise, how could my fist not hit him? Quote. Damn, what kind of mysterious force is this? Moss stood there, answering for a few seconds, followed by looking at the frozen arm in his hand, but he couldn't get rid of the ice in his hand. It's a last resort. Moss frowned, and his Grimmoire flipped. Enhanced Magic Titan Bear. As soon as the words fell, immediately, his body began to grow again, and finally turned into a Titan. Looking at the Titan in front of him, Lin Hao sneered and said, do you think you can beat my real body when you get bigger? Tell you, in this lifetime, you will never be able to. After all, Lin Hao quickly released a powerful cold air. Frozen moment. 025 elementalization, 4 more. Zzz. On the ground, it is freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side of the river, it has now become a world of ice and snow, although the scale is not very large. However, it also shocked Moss. If he hadn't jumped so fast just now, he would have turned into an ice titan now. Of course, the range of freezing Lin Hao can be controlled, so the place where Magna, Yuno, and Asta are lying is not frozen. The other robbers were not so lucky, and now they all turned into ice sculptures. What's wrong with Lin Hao? Why does he seem to be a different person? Magna was shocked when he saw the scene around him. He is very suspicious now. Is the Linhao standing in front of him the Linhao he knows? During the baptism of the knights, Magna felt that Linhao was just an ordinary new member, but he did not expect that his real strength was so terrifying. Mimosa standing on the glacier was also terrified by the scene in front of her. Yeah, that's awesome, and without Grimmoire. Mimosa thought that the ability Lin Hao was using now was just his magic. Even now Moss is considering whether to continue fighting with Lin Hao. Call. Lin Hao couldn't help but emit white gas. After hesitating for a while, Moss quickly pulled out the ice cube on the side, followed by throwing it directly towards Lin Hao. Go to hell. Facing the oncoming big ice, Lin Hao didn't need to dodge at all, just stood there. Boom. The ice cubes fell on Lin Hao's body. Did it work? As soon as Moss finished speaking, a pile of ice cubes gradually rose up in front of the ice cubes, and finally turned into a human form. It's useless, Lin Hao said in a deep voice. Advertisement. He raised his hand and aimed at Moss. Zzz. Immediately, Lin Hao's entire arm turned into a stick of ice, and in the blink of an eye, the stick of ice turned into a handful of ice spikes. With a sound of, "Hoo," the ice spike flew directly towards Moss. For this kind of thing, Moss didn't dare to fight hard with his fists. He could only obediently dodge to the side. Immediately afterwards, they attacked Lin Hao. Because Moss is so big, the ground will vibrate slightly when he walks. Go to hell. UB***************. D. Moss waved his fist and hit Lin Hao directly. Boom, sounded. The speed of the ground directly shattered, smashing out a big hole. Just when Moss wanted to raise his hand to see if it worked. Zzz. The ice was slowly freezing his fist, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly raised his hand. If he raised it slower, his entire arm would be frozen. In the pit, Lin Hao turned into a human again. I have to say that elementalization of this frozen fruit is too convenient. No matter how strong your body is, if you can touch it, I will be considered a loser. Lin Hao thought to himself. Moss's magic is to strengthen the body, and now Lin Hao's single elementalization has already crushed him to death. There is no doubt that Moss will definitely lose this battle. Moss shook his frozen fist, trying to break the ice away. However, it couldn't be opened. Drink. He yelled and hit his fist directly on the ground. Advertisement. Crack. The ice was broken, but his fist was gone too. Why is this happening? Moss was puzzled, his face a little stiff. This guy is really weird. If this continues, he will definitely kill him. Moss saw the timing, turned around and started running immediately. Do you think you can still run? Lin Hao blinked his eyes, then raised his hand the next moment. A shockwave of cold air projectiles shot towards the back of Moss. However, due to the huge size of Moss, Lin Hao originally aimed at the back, but unexpectedly hit his feet. Suddenly, his feet were frozen to the ground. Boom. He fell directly to the ground, looked back at his frozen feet, and frowned. Tap tat tat. Lin Hao walked towards him slowly. As long as you let me go, I'll give you whatever you want. Moss finally confessed at this moment. You asked for everything, you insisted on us staying for tea. Now, I just want your life. Lin Hao's tone was very cold. I have a lot of money, a lot of money. Moss continued. You don't need to tell me, I will take it later. When Lin Hao finished speaking, he had already come to Moss, and he raised his hand. It rested on the frozen leg of Moss. Frozen. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the ice, sizzled. Covered his whole body. In a few seconds, he turned into an ice sculpture. 026 After the Great War, one more. Call. Lin Hao let out a breath of cold air, his right hand was now covered with a thin layer of ice, and white gas was emitting from his body. It's finally over. Lin Hao sighed involuntarily as he looked at the ice sculpture in front of him. In fact, it is not that Moss is weak, on the contrary, he is very strong. His magic is to strengthen magic and strengthen the body. However, it was only this one magic that made him lose completely. The elementalization of frozen fruit, even if Moss's physical body is stronger, he still can't hit Lin Hao's entity. After a while, Lin Hao jumped up and punched Moss's ice sculpture hard. Crack, crack. The ice sculpture directly cracked, followed by a bang. A Titan ice sculpture was shattered and collapsed on the ground. At this time, Mimosa walked to Lin Hao's side from the glacier and said, Now, are we going back to the four-leaf clover kingdom or something? Lin Hao shook his head. During the battle just now, his mana had been exhausted, and now he had no mana to control the magic broom. In addition, there are still 3 injured people here, which is even more difficult. My magic power was exhausted in the battle just now, and I can't go back now. Lin Hao said truthfully. Immediately afterwards, he asked again, how is Yuno's injury? It's basically stabilized. Mimosa said. Well, go treat my senior now. Lin Hao said. Okay. Mimosa nodded. Advertisement. In Lin Hao's eyes, Magna is considered a qualified senior. In life and death, in order to save his teammates, Magna can give up his life. Lin Hao knew that it was impossible to go back tonight like this. He first ran to the stronghold and took all the valuables from the robber to the other side of the river. Immediately afterwards, I went to find some dry wood and lit a fire. I went to the river to catch a lot of fish. After cleaning them, I stuck them with tree branches and put them in the fire to roast. It took Lin Hao more than 2 hours to sit on these things. The sky gradually entered the night, but under the illumination of the firewood, the surroundings could barely be seen. Magna, Yuno and Asta are all saved by Mimosa. Lin Hao brought a grilled fish in front of Mimosa. Be tired, let's eat something first. Thanks. Mimosa nodded, took the fish from Lin Hao's hand, and stared at the fish in front of her for a while. Mimosa, as a royal family, used to put all kinds of delicious things in front of her eyes. Of course, she had never eaten such a dark thing in front of her. This is not the capital of the kingdom, so you can just settle for it. Lin Hao watched her staring at the fish for a while, and then said. No. That's not what I meant, I was thinking, fish can still be eaten like this. Mimosa said hastily. He put the fish in his mouth, which surprised Mimosa. This dark and scary looking thing tasted quite delicious. It's delicious, Mr. Lin Hao. Mimosa smiled slightly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, and said, how do you know my name? Advertisement. I heard seniors yelling like this. Mr. Lin Hao is not only gentle, but also delicious and powerful. He is really amazing. Mimosa cast an envious look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao just smiled and said, take a good rest, you are also very good today, if it weren't for you, Senior and the two of them would have died. And at this moment, Magna on the side slowly opened his eyes and sat up. The pain immediately spread to his brain nerves. It hurts, Magna said subconsciously. Senior, your injury is a bit serious, and you have treated 3 people in a row. My magic power is not enough. I just gave you some emergency treatment. If you move around like this, the wound will open. Mimosa said quickly from the side. Of course, these Magna didn't care at all, cast their eyes on Lin Hao, and said angrily, Lin Hao, you are not loyal enough, you hide your strength so well. I'm sorry, Senior, I never planned to use this power at first. When it comes to crisis, there is no other way. Lin Hao explained. Forgive you guy, but how powerful you are, how did you defeat him? Magna asked. Lin Hao smiled and said, that's because I'm stronger than him. When Magna heard this, he almost vomited blood in anger, which was no different from saying nothing. Don't want to talk about it. Lin Hao took the grilled fish aside to Magna's side, and said, eat it, gain some energy, and go back tomorrow. Magna quickly took the grilled fish, he was so hungry now, he ate it hungrily. But having said that, I remember that your magic is not plant-based. How can you use ice-based magic? Seeing that Lin Hao was silent, Magna continued, it's not convenient to say, you just need to know that, no matter what, you, Lin Hao, will always be a member of our Black Pop Cow group. 027 Angry Magic Emperor, 2 more. Lin Hao hesitated for a while, then said, of course it can be said, after all, this is not a secret that can't be told. In fact, I am a person with dual attribute magic. What? Magna and Mimosa looked at Lin Hao in shock. Double magic. The two of them said almost in unison. Lin Hao nodded. I can't believe it, there are people with dual attribute magic. Mr. Lin Hao, you are really amazing. The reason why Lin Hao said it was dual attribute magic was to make it easier for them to understand. If what he said was true, I am actually a person with a frozen fruit ability. Then the two of them will definitely look at Lin Hao in a daze and ask around. You're a monster, right? Since you have dual attribute magic. Magna exclaimed. It's too strong, you are the only magic in this world with dual attributes. Mimosa's face was full of envy. Lin Hao just smiled and didn't explain too much. Early the next morning, Mimosa got up early to treat Magna and the others. When Lin Hao got up, Magna and the 3 of them could stand up. Lin Hao, did you take these out from the robber's stronghold? Magna looked at the bags on the ground and asked Lin Hao. Yes, but, Senior, there is a saying, mine comes first, the money is mine, and no one can touch it. Lin Hao said firmly. Lin Hao, you be ********D, want to steal it for yourself. Give me some anyway. Immediately, Magna became unwilling, and immediately walked towards the bags of things. Advertisement. Yuno stood aside and asked curiously, shouldn't these things be returned to the villagers? Magna just walked to the bags, and stopped immediately after hearing this. Return. According to the normal procedure, it is indeed the case. But, the old man wants to let the knights use the fastest support. Reporting false information. We were almost killed by him. We will definitely report this matter to the Magic Emperor. Yuno fell silent and stopped talking. When Magna came to his senses, he wanted to get something in the bag. Only to find that everything has been taken away by Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I am your senior, this time the person who fought the worst. So what, I'm still the one who saved your life. After talking about the money, no one can touch it. It's mine, Lin Hao replied. After tossing for a while, Magna finally gave up. Then, he tidied up his face and walked towards the Mocha village. Just like yesterday, as soon as the people here heard that the knights had returned, many people immediately ran over to watch. After a while, the village chief also walked in front of Magna. How, those robbers have been caught by you? The village head asked. Magna frowned, grabbed the village chief by the collar, and said angrily, you damn old man, do you know that we were almost killed by you? What are you talking about? The village chief said with a stiff face. Who said that there were only 2 mages in that group of robbers, and they were of the first rank? Magna's anger gradually increased. Village head. This. Lin Hao, tie him up and bring him back to the 4-leaf clover kingdom. Magna let go of his hand. Lin Hao nodded, and opened the grimoire, wood creation magic entangling. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, several vines bound the village chief tightly. Although, Magna took the village head and headed towards the kingdom of 4-leaf clover. After a long time, the kingdom of 4-leaf clover. Marx walked into the hall in a hurry, and said to the Magic Emperor who was sitting above. Magic Emperor, Magna and the others are back. Magic Emperor smiled slightly, thought they could finish it in a single day. This time, they directly captured the village chief who was stuck in the village. Marx continued. Magic Emperor was taken aback. Why? According to Magna, the information given by their village is all fake. The real situation is that there are 40 to 50 mages, with a scale of more than 200 people, and the leader of the bandits has at least reached the first-class intermediate mage. I almost lost my life. Magic Emperor frowned. It seems that things have indeed exceeded my expectations. I thought that adding a few more people could prevent emergencies, but I didn't expect. It seems that they were negligent. Where are they now? At the gate of the capital. Marx replied. As soon as Marx finished speaking, the Magic Emperor walked outside. 028 The decision of the leader of the Emerald Mantis. For his own negligence this time, Magic Emperor is obviously very guilty. The 3 new members of the Knights who almost let him be optimistic almost lost their lives. Magic Emperor's speed was very fast, and he had already arrived at the gate of the king's capital in a short while. At this time, Lin Hao and the others were all present, and the one next to them was naturally the village chief who had been kidnapped from Mocha village. Magna was still cursing the village chief at the gate of the capital, but after a while, footsteps came. He subconsciously looked over, and suddenly his pupils shrank violently. Magic Emperor. The next moment, Magna knelt down on one knee. Magic Emperor. Lin Hao and the others took a look at it, and then followed Magna in saluting to the Magic Emperor. No, I didn't expect that it was you who came to greet me in person. Magna said in a deep voice. And Yuno's and Asta's eyes were shining brightly. This person is the current Magic Emperor. Yuno thought to himself. So domineering. Is this the Magic Emperor? Asta began to feel uneasy. As expected of a person who has become a Magic Emperor, the aura he exudes is different from anyone I have ever seen before. Lin Hao thought. I have a general understanding of your situation. This time, you have done a good job. Magic Emperor said blankly. Yes, Magna said in a low voice. Advertisement. Also, as for how to deal with it, leave it to me, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Magic Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, Magna replied. Thank you. When the Magic Emperor said this, a smile leaked out. That's what we do, Magna said. Okay, Magna, you go and call your captain, I have something important to tell him. Magic Emperor said to Magna. Yes, Magna stood up slowly, turned and left in a hurry. Okay, get up too, Magic Emperor said with a slight smile. The next moment, the 4 of them stood up. Although you almost lost your life this time, you still gained a lot. I heard from Marx that the biggest credit this time is Lin Hao, right? Magic Emperor glanced at the 3 men. Obviously, he doesn't know which man is Lin Hao now. No, everyone has contributed a lot this time, Lin Hao said. The Magic Emperor just smiled, and did not continue to pursue this question, but said, today's rookie king, you must be the one. Well, leave this person to me, and you can go back and rest. Yes, everyone said in unison. After the Magic Emperor dealt with the village chief, he returned to the hall again. At this time, Yami has been waiting there for a long time. I've been waiting for a long time. I have some things at hand. I just finished. Magic Emperor stepped in. Advertisement. Yami shook his head and said, no, I just arrived too. There is only one purpose for coming to you today, about the new members of the Knights. Magic Emperor walked to his seat and sat down. Say it, Yami said. During the night exam, there was a little guy with no magic power, you should know something about it. Yami nodded. Originally, the Emerald Mantis Knights took him into their own Knights. The head of the Emerald Mantis Knights thought that the kid was in the competition, but he just didn't use magic. After joining the regiment later, I realized that he didn't use magic, but that he didn't have magic. So, he came to me that night and told me that he wanted to cut this one. What I mean is, I want him to join your regiment, because no one is willing to accept him except you. Moreover, his value is very high, and it's just that it hasn't been discovered yet. Indeed, it's no wonder that the leader of the Green Mantis couldn't find out. If I hadn't grabbed his head during the examination room, I would have thought he just didn't use magic. Yami said slowly. Then I will trouble you. Go to the Emerald Mantis Knights and bring that guy back to your stronghold. Magic Emperor laughed. I see. Yami nodded, but did not leave directly, but continued. I heard from Magna that there was a big accident in this mission. The Magic Emperor was silent for a while, then nodded. Yes, although I calculated that there might be an accident and gave defenses in advance, I didn't expect such a big accident to happen. No matter how big the accident is, they still came back alive. Indeed. The Magic Emperor smiled. These 3 little guys from the border village are really interesting. 029 The arrival of Asta, 2 more. Soon after, Lin Hao and Magna returned to the stronghold of the Black Bursts. At this time, inside the castle, it was still the same. Those who are drunk, those who are eating, those who have a nosebleed looking at the photo of their sister, those who are punching all by themselves, and so on. Kaz. The door was pushed open. Everyone came back to their senses and fixed their eyes on the gate. Oh, Magna and Lin Hao are back. The next moment, they rushed towards Lin Hao and the others. Lin Hao, I heard that you guys encountered a big accident during your mission this time. You almost lost your life. It's true. Before Lin Hao could answer, Magna yelled. Of course it's true, that old guy in Mocha village, in order to let the knights go to support quickly, he misreported information, saying that there were only 2 wizards, and you guessed it, how many wizards are there? 5. One of them replied. 10. Replied another. Magna shook his head, stretched out a palm, and said, add a 0 after this. Everyone's pupils widened, and they said in disbelief, 50 people. The most outrageous thing is not this, it is that an old member of me was asked to carry out this task with 4 new members, and almost all of them lost their lives. Magna said angrily. The village chief of that Mocha village is good or bad? You just come back like this, don't talk to the village chief. Of course we're looking for him. Just tie him back and hand him over to the Magic Emperor. Magna sneered. Thanks for your hard work. Fortunately, there was no danger. Vanessa took the wine in her hand and handed it to Magna and Lin Hao. He smiled and said, come on, let's have a drink to celebrate your return. I'll give you half of my pastry too, no, it's a quarter. Charmy divided the pastry into quarters, and handed one to Lin Hao and one to Magna. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice came over. What are you doing blocking the door? Advertisement. Lin Hao and Magna turned around. A huge body stood in front of them. Captain Yami, you're back so soon, Magna said with a smile on his face. Yeah, Yami responded, and then continued. I also brought back a good thing. Nice one. Everyone looked at Yami suspiciously, but they didn't see anything in his hand. Where? Why didn't I see it? Magna asked curiously. Newcomer, come out, Yami said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, Asta walked away from Yami's side. I'm Asta from Haji village. Please give me your advice. Haji village. Everyone froze for a moment. Haji, really? Isn't that a super remote village? Actually, I'm also from Haji village. Lin Hao said. What? Everyone looked at Lin Hao in surprise, and then at Asta. Do you know each other? It's not really acquaintance. It's just that I've met him a few times, because I'm in his next village. Lin Hao explained. Okay, let's introduce the team members. Yami said calmly. Okay. Finral responded, pointed at Lin Hao and said to Noel, these 2 are newcomers just like you, and then he is. After the Finral introduction. Advertisement. Yami said. Okay, this time the task assigned by the Magic Emperor, you have done a great job, hard work, brats. Then, there is another piece of good news. Good news. Everyone looked at Yami again. Well, your outstanding performance. It was recognized by the Magic Emperor. He rewarded us with 3 stars. Yami smiled slightly. Except for Lin Hao and Asta who don't know what the stars are for, the other members are all excited. Seeing them excited, Asta also shouted. Really? That would be great. However, what is that star? Asta asked curiously. Huh, you don't know, why are you so happy? Magna said. Asta smiled and said. I just saw that you are very excited, although I don't know what it is. But it feels very powerful. Vanessa smiled, and then explained. Based on the performance of the knights, the Magic Emperor will award stars, which can be regarded as an honor. Honor. Hearing these 2 words, Asta's eyes sparkled, and he forgot that he was cut off by the leader of the Emerald Mantis. Well, the Magic Knights will compete with each other for the number of stars. The more stars, the better the performance of the knights. Vanessa continued to explain. By the way, the Knights of the Golden Dawn have the most. 70. Where's our black popcorn group? Lin Hao asked curiously. What about us? Yami let out a smirk, then turned around, and the stars of the 3 subjects floated up and stuck to the wall. Suddenly, 3 star holes on the wall disappeared. Now, it's exactly 28. Yami said gloriously. Negative, negative. As expected, it belongs to the Rogue Knights. Lin Hao sighed. 0301 shot 3 more. The next day, it was just dawn. Bang bang bang. After Lin Hao heard the movement, he dimly opened his eyes. Lin Hao, get up. Captain Yami has something important to say. Magna shouted while knocking on the door. Lin Hao froze for a moment. I see, I'll be right here. After Lin Hao replied, he quickly got up. When Lin Hao went out to the hall, almost everyone had gathered and sat on the sofa. Lin Hao also sat down on the sofa slowly. Okay, everyone is screwed. Yami exhaled a puff of smoke ring, and said in a low tone. Yes, Captain Yami, everyone replied. Okay, let's start now. According to the news I just got, the whole village of Suoxi village was massacred yesterday, and all the villages were reduced to ashes in one night. Yami said, frowning involuntarily. What? After everyone heard this, their eyes widened. The whole village was massacred. The village was reduced to ashes overnight. Captain Yami, who did this? It's too crazy. Advertisement. It's crazy, it can be described as a twisted and perverted heart. Lin Hao said with a stiff face. The whole village was massacred, and the village was reduced to ashes overnight. If there was no deep hatred, the person who did this must be a perverted lunatic. Even if there is really a deep hatred and a debt, why should the whole village be buried together? The most important thing is that there are many children. Yami shook his head and said, I don't know, I just found out about it, so I immediately called you over to discuss it. As he said that, he cast his gaze on the 3 new members, and said, Lin Hao, Asta, you 2 have just returned from a mission, and I'm asking you to go there again. Just the 2 of them? Vanessa asked. Of course not, plus a Noel. Yami replied. Captain Yami, I'm afraid this is not good. The three of them are newcomers and have little practical experience. It may be too abrupt to let them go. After all, Lin Hao and the others just had an accident yesterday. Vanessa worried said. I feel the same way. The whole village was massacred and the village was reduced to ashes overnight. Thinking about it, it is a ruthless character. The most important thing is that we have no information at all. Luck added. Originally, I thought I could use Finral's space magic, so the three of them wouldn't be needed, but Finral hadn't been to Suoxi village, so I had to let the three of them go. Lin Hao, the three of you, can you? Yami asked towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao hesitated for a while, then nodded, and said, you can try it. Little guy, don't be brave, this kind of thing is not something you can joke about. Vanessa said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Lin Hao is very powerful, so we don't need to worry at all. Magna added on the side. Thinking of the last mission, the person he couldn't beat with all his strength, and Lin Hao really defeated him with ease. People like this need to worry. That simply does not exist. Of course, the reason why Yami let the three of them go was because Magna told him what happened that day. Although I really want an old member to follow, but the conditions are not allowed now, because there are other tasks that need them to complete today, so I can only let you few new members handle it. Of course, the enemy should have already evacuated. Your purpose in the past was to take a look, and you can report detailed information to me when you come back. Yami said slowly. Understood, Captain Yami, Lin Hao said calmly. Advertisement. And Vanessa and the others still wanted to say something, but hearing Yami's tone, she knew it was useless to say more. Be careful, little ones, Vanessa ordered. I'm so excited just thinking about it. I received a second mission within a few days of coming to the Knights. Asta's eyes were shining brightly. Okay, let's go. Don't waste any more time. Yami said in a deep voice. Okay, Captain Yami, Asta roared loudly. Well, do you two know how to get to Suoxi village? Lin Hao asked. Asta suddenly petrified, shook his head, and said, no. I don't know. What about you? Lin Hao continued to talk to Noel. I know, but I can't control my magic power, can I really go? Noel said shyly. Didn't Captain Yami say that he was just going to collect detailed information? The enemy should have already evacuated. Okay, Noel nodded. Then, Lin Hao and the others walked out of the castle, and the three of them came to the courtyard. Lin Hao took out his magic broom, and immediately rode on it. I don't know how to fly with a broom. Noel said softly. Me too, Lin Hao. 031 Shocking scene, 4 more. Seeing Lin Hao's expression, Noel lowered her head and said softly, well, I told you just now, I can't control my magic power. Oh, Lin Hao sighed deeply, and then continued, forget it, let's stand 3 people on a magic broom. As he spoke, Lin Hao began to control the magic broom, and slowly floated in front of him. The next moment, Lin Hao raised his feet and stood up. Come up, say yes first, I won't guarantee your safety when flying. Lin Hao ordered. Although the two of them were a little scared, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and stand on Lin Hao's magic broom. And at this moment, Suoxi village. Hill. 4 men are standing, 3 of them are wearing blue capes and hats. The other has gray hair, a long scar on his face, a sallow complexion, and dull eyes, and his name is Sith. They quietly looked at Suoxi village, which had been reduced to ashes. Damn it, where is the magic stone? Sith frowned. They have turned the village upside down, but they just haven't found the whereabouts of the magic stone. Could it be that the magic stone isn't here at all? Said one of the cloaked men. That's right, we've turned this village upside down, and we haven't found the whereabouts of the magic stone yet. Another man in the cloak said. Sith didn't speak, just stared at the stopwatch in his hand. After a long time, above the sky, there was a loud noise. Don't move around, you two bastards. Lin Hao grabbed the front end of the broom with both hands and cursed. Advertisement. I don't want to either. But you broom, go around in circles. Asta's face was livid. Ah, Noelle felt like her soul was about to come out. If you didn't move around, my broom would spin in circles. Lin Hao complained. Originally, at the beginning, it was flying well, but who knew that the 2 things behind moved a bit and fell down. If they fell, Lin Hao wasn't so angry yet, but who knew, they had too much desire to survive, so they grabbed Lin Hao's legs directly. Then, I panicked, the magic broom lost control, and everyone grabbed the broom and turned around. No, I'm going to vomit. Noelle said in a deep voice. I can't hold on anymore. Asta now felt that his whole body was dehydrated. Boom. The magic broom hit a tree and all 3 fell to the ground. Lin Hao stood up and frowned. You 2 bloody bastards. Nuo and Asta vomited aside. Crack. Asta lay directly on the ground, panting heavily. This time, it is estimated that Noelle and Asta have grown up and encountered the most exciting things. Where is this? Lin Hao looked around and couldn't help asking. Let me go first. Noelle spat out after finishing speaking. After a while, the 2 of them came to their senses. After Noelle glanced around, her expression changed. Where is this? With the 2 of them, Lin Hao felt that he was going crazy, and it was more tiring than a fight. Are we lost? Asta said from the side. Advertisement. Take me to a high place to see. You can see far from a high place. Noelle said softly. After an unknown period of time, Lin Hao turned dizzy and finally arrived at Suoxi village. But at this time, Suoxi village had turned into a pitch-black ruin, which was shocking at first glance. Is this really Suoxi village? Noelle's face became more and more ugly. Who the hell is this twisted heart? Asta said with a stiff face. Lin Hao frowned and continued walking forward. After walking for a while, Lin Hao saw the scene in front of him, his pupils shrank violently, and his head was cold from head to toe. Because in front of him, there was a pile of white bones, and there were still some unburned, black things stuck to the bones. Huh, Lin Hao couldn't help but gasped. It's so cruel. Noelle didn't dare to look at it. How much hatred does it have to be able to do this? Lin Hao said in a deep voice. It's simply not made by humans. Seeing this pile of bones, Asta's heart immediately collapsed. Suddenly, at this moment, behind Lin Hao and the others, a silver halo appeared, followed by Sith walking out with 3 men in cloaks. After hearing the movement, Lin Hao turned around immediately. A member of the Black Burst Cattle Knights. Sith glanced at Lin Hao and the 3 of them, and said calmly. You did it. Lin Hao asked. A group of useless people, why keep them? Sith said expressionlessly. 032 Ice magic versus frozen fruit. Why did you do such a distorted thing? Who are you guys? After Asta heard his words, his veins became erect immediately, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. He trembled not because he was afraid, but because his actions were too cruel. Slaughter the whole village and burn it to such a state, you are simply inhuman. Noelle stared at Sith, as if she wanted to bring him to justice immediately. But for Asta's verbal attacks, Sith didn't take it seriously at all, and still looked at the 3 of them with a blank expression. Immediately afterwards, he cast his eyes on his stopwatch, and said in a deep voice, the Black Burst Cattle Knights, among the Magic Knights, are also extremely conspicuous, vulgar, evil heretics. It's a waste of time to use you as opponents. Within 5 minutes, I will let you be buried with these ignorant and useless villagers. Yes, the cloaked man next to him nodded. But Lin Hao and the others, after hearing this, quickly prepared for the battle, and Grimmoire floated in front of them. And at this moment, Sith's Grimmoire, glowing blue, also floated in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he slowly raised his hand, and dozens of ice thorns suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Just then, one of the cloaked men, Grimmoire, started flipping a few pages. A huge layer of fog formed a vortex, surrounding Lin Hao and the others. Ice-fog combination magic, infinite ice particle cage. Sith said in a deep voice. In the thick white mist, shua shua shua. Ice spikes appeared. Whoosh! The next moment, these ice thorns pierced towards the 3 of them. What? Asta roared angrily, drew out his big knife, and made several bang bang bangs. Then these ice thorns were blown away. Ziston was stunned for a moment, and said softly, this guy, not only can he cut and slash, but he can also reflect magic. But you can't beat me with this alone. I can make ice blades continuously, and see how far you can last. When? After all, Sith stretched out his hand again, and immediately after, in midair, countless ice thorns appeared again. Advertisement. Shish. The next moment, it shot down like a sharp arrow. Yeah, Asta kept waving the long sword in his hand to block the ice thorns. At this time, Lin Hao also activated the ability of freezing fruit to create ice thorns, and collided with Sith's ice thorns. Dang dang dang. The icicles collided with the icicles, and immediately became slag. Oh, is there someone here who uses ice magic like me? Sith raised his mouth slightly, as if he had a lot of interest. Asta, Noelle, I will leave the last 3 to you, and let me do the leading one. Lin Hao said calmly. Be careful yourself, Noelle instructed. Understood. Lin Hao nodded. The next moment, a layer of ice quickly froze the surrounding area on the ground. Seeing the ice on the ground, Sith quickly moved towards him and subconsciously avoided it. And a cloaked man in the back was frozen without paying attention. In the blink of an eye, the originally pitch-black ruins were suddenly covered with a layer of ice. Damn it, it's frozen. The cloaked man looked at his teammates and frowned. The next moment, he wanted to smash the ice and rescue his teammates. But at the moment he dropped it. Dangling. Dangling. The Iceman directly turned into a pile of ice slag. What's going on here? It's like the moves of Master Sith. Advertisement. This kid doesn't look simple. Sith frowned, and then said to his subordinates, leave this to me, and the remaining 2, you take care of it. Yes, Lord Sith. As soon as the remaining 2 cloaked men finished speaking, they rushed towards Asta and Noelle. Everyone is also ice magic. I want to see if yours is stronger or mine. As soon as Sith finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Grimmoire flipped. Immediately afterwards, in front of him, a huge ice cube appeared out of thin air. Shua. It hit Lin Hao directly. Lin Hao elementalized ahead of time, and the ice cube crashed on a pile of ruins with a bang, and countless ice slags splashed up. Then it fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Caw caw caw. A pile of ice cubes followed and slowly turned into a human form. Seeing this scene, Sith raised his eyebrows slightly, and behind Lin Hao, a few pieces of ice slowly floated. The next moment, he directly clung to Lin Hao's body with the fastest speed. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao was frozen. Although your ice magic may be very powerful, you are still too careless. Sith shook his head slightly disappointed. What's too careless? Lin Hao walked out of the freezing. It seemed that what was frozen on his body was not ice at all, but air. Seeing this scene, Sith was taken aback immediately. What's going on? Aren't you frozen? Frozen? How naive are you? Everyone uses ice. If you are frozen, where will you put your face? Lin Hao raised his mouth slightly. 033 Ice Burial, new book asks for flowers. Everyone please vote for the author. After all, the unpopular show is rarely watched. Close black lens bracket. Even if you can't be frozen, it's too early for you to be happy, because winning or losing hasn't been decided yet. Sith said coldly. The next moment, his grimoire flipped again, followed by the sound of clicking. A bunch of huge ice thorns appeared out of thin air in front of Sith. Immediately afterwards, the ice thorns quickly spread towards Lin Hao. For this kind of attack, Lin Hao didn't dodge either. No, it should be said that there was no need to dodge. I saw Lin Hao raised his right arm in the direction of Sith, white gas came out of his body, followed closely. Swipe. In front of Lin Hao, a bunch of huge icicles also appeared, and quickly charged towards Sith's icicles. There was a boom. Two piles of huge ice thorns collided, and the ground began to shake. Immediately afterwards, large and small ice slags flew everywhere. Boom, boom. After hearing this movement, Asta couldn't help but stop the fighting in the hands of the two cloaked men. This is Lord Sith's move. Unexpectedly, since that guy can compete with Lord Sith. Of course, Lin Hao is very powerful. Your shitty Sith will never be his opponent. Just accept the trial, you perverted scum. Asta roared. As this Lin Hao's strength. Damn it, he clearly realizes that he doesn't have such powerful magic power, yet he can release such powerful moves. Noel thought secretly. This guy obviously doesn't have any strong magic power from him, but he can release such a powerful move even with Grimmoire. Sith was confused in his mind at the moment. Advertisement. With his rich combat experience, he couldn't figure out what was going on at this moment. That's right, you're very good at it, Sith said, casting his eyes on the two cloaked men. Immediately, his face became stiff. Because, the one that was frozen by Lin Hao just now used space magic. That's the one that sent the Sith here. Now, even if he wants to leave, he can only fly away with a magic broom. Lin Hao sneered and said, that's the way to go. The previous ones are just warm-ups before the battle. Warm-up. Sith was a little dubious, because from the very beginning, he didn't see Lin Hao using Grimmoire, so there was a great possibility that he was really warming up earlier. Lin Hao didn't answer. At this moment, more white gas came out of his body. Half of his body was already covered with a layer of ice shavings. Immediately afterwards, he let out a breath of cold air and said, ice burial. The voice just fell. A powerful airflow rushed towards Sith, and wherever the airflow passed, it must be frozen. The ground that was already frozen was added another layer at this moment. Moreover, the speed of the airflow is too fast. Sith didn't have time to make moves at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already become an Iceman, with a clang. His grimoire fell directly on the ice. Obviously, his grimoire was frozen. The scale of this move was huge. In front of Lin Hao, everything within a kilometer was frozen. 1 kilometer is now the limit of Lin Hao. Call. From Lin Hao's mouth and nose, he spewed cold air continuously. Advertisement. As expected, the limit is like this. Lin Hao muttered, and then walked towards the Iceman of the Sith. You probably never thought that you would die of freezing one day. Lin Hao sneered and patted Sith on the shoulder. Crack. The entire shoulder fell off directly. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice came over. Master Sith, Sith Lord, since he has been defeated. Undoubtedly, it was the two cloaked men who spoke. When Asta and Noel saw that everything behind Sith had turned into ice, both of them couldn't help being touched. Is this what Lin Hao did? Noel's face was very stiff. It's so scary. Asta inexplicably felt a chill from his head to his feet. Let's retreat. People who can't even beat Lord Sith, we can only die if we stay. The other man nodded. But just when they were about to evacuate, Asta struck down with a sword. PFF'd. One of the cloaked men immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground with a bang. Damn it. Another cloaked man flipped open the grimoire, ready to attack Asta. But at this moment, with a shua, it was frozen directly. The sudden freezing startled Asta on the side. 034 Magic Stone, seeking flowers. Subconsciously took a few steps back, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene in front of him clearly. Have you solved everything over there? Lin Hao asked curiously as he walked towards him. With a bang, Asta stuck the pitch-black long sword on the ground, and said, N. When Lin Hao walked to Asta's side, Noel couldn't help asking. Lin Hao, did you do all of these? What Noel was referring to was naturally the icy and snowy scene in front of her. After all, the scale is a bit big, so it is inevitable that Noel will be shocked. Lin Hao nodded, glanced at the dying man in the cloak on the ground, and said, Who are you? The man in the cloak had blood on his lips, and after hearing what Lin Hao said, he laughed. Want to know? Dream. Lin Hao's expression changed for the man in the cloak, and he followed closely, squatting down slowly. He stretched out a finger and touched his body. Zzz. A layer of ice immediately covered half of Lin Hao's body. You still have a chance to reorganize the language, Lin Hao said coldly. The extreme cold made the man in the cloak feel pain, and this pain gradually spread throughout his body. Do you think I look like the kind of person who would betray his teammates? The corners of the cloaked man's mouth trembled. That's fine. I'll send you to meet your teammates right away. Lin Hao didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and let out a breath of cold air from his mouth. Immediately, he was directly frozen. Is he dead? Asta asked from the side. Yeah, Lin Hao nodded. Ah, why did you kill him and bring him back to the four-leaf clover kingdom? Asta asked. Huh, you tell me how to take it back. How you go back yourself is still a mystery. Lin Hao said slowly. Advertisement. In Asta's mind, the scene of his coming suddenly appeared. Involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Lin Hao, you don't want us to find a way to go back, do you? Noelle on the side also panicked. After all, she is very poor at controlling magic power, and it is impossible to control a magic broom. I don't want to experience the feeling when I came here once. Lin Hao spread his hands with a helpless expression. Indeed, let alone throwing up in circles, if Lin Hao hadn't suppressed it with magic, he would have been throwing up just like Noelle and the others. I don't care about you, you brought me here, so you have to take me there. HMPH. Noelle folded her hands on her chest, with a natural expression. However, there is one fact that Noelle has to admit. Although Lin Hao is a commoner and doesn't like to get in touch with others, he is a very powerful guy. At this moment, Asta suddenly jumped up. The eyes of Lin Hao and Noelle immediately cast their gazes on him. What happened? Seeing him bouncing around, Lin Hao couldn't help becoming vigilant. There's something behind me that's coming out, Asta yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, a bird came out from behind his clothes. This kind of bird is exactly the kind of repellent bird that Lin Hao took during the exam. After getting out, the repelling bird flew into the sky, and after a while, it landed on a dark building. While yelling, clack clack, he pecked at the building on his feet. After Lin Hao hesitated for a while, he said in a deep voice, is this bird trying to tell us something? The other two froze for a moment and shook their heads. Go and have a look, Asta said, then stepped towards the repelling bird, and Lin Hao and the others followed. When Asta approached, the repelling bird flew up and landed on Asta's head. Squat down. Asta, move away to see if there is anything inside. Lin Hao stopped and shouted. Asta nodded, holding the long sword in his hand, tilted the building up, and followed closely. Only the ground came into view, and there was nothing at all. Advertisement. Nothing. Asta stood up and said softly. Lin Hao was taken aback. Could it be that we made a mistake? Where is the bird? Is it purely a coincidence? Thinking about it, Lin Hao walked to Asta's side. Looking at the ground he just pried open. Sure enough, there was really nothing but the floor. Cackling, the repelling bird kept pecking at Asta's head. Asta suddenly became irritable, reaching out to grab the repelling bird. Clap clap, the repelling bird flapped its wings, flew up, and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he pecked the ground again, as if he wanted to tell Lin Hao what they were doing. Asta, break the ground with your sword, Lin Hao said calmly. Asta nodded, raised the sword in his hand, and slashed down with one blow. There was a bang. A tile on the ground collapsed directly. Empty. The three were slightly taken aback, and poked their heads over. There seems to be something very valuable inside, Asta said. Lin Hao squatted down, stretched out his hand to remove the crumbs of forehead porcelain that fell on it, and then picked up the glowing thing. It was a pink stone with a faint glow. What is this? Noelle asked from the side. It looks like it's worth a lot, Asta said softly. Lin Hao shook his head slightly, he didn't know what it was. Take it back, and ask the team leader. 035 Lin Hao's luck asking for flowers. Holding this strange stone, Lin Hao manipulated the magic broom and headed back towards the four-leaf clover kingdom. Of course, this time, it was different from when we came here. Lin Hao made a tree net with magic and tied it to the broom, and then Asta and Noelle sat on the tree net. Let them continue to stand on the magic broom. Lin Hao doesn't have the guts anymore, he has already suffered a lot when he came here, and he doesn't want to suffer again. After Lin Hao left for a long time, on the edge of Suoxi village, a silver halo suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious man walked out from inside, but on his shoulders was the cloak of the Knights of the Golden Dawn. At this time, he was wearing a hat, looking at the ice and snow in front of him. As this Sith's magic, the mysterious man froze for a moment, but the next moment, he vetoed his words. No, that Sith guy's magic isn't that powerful. Could it be someone from another Knight Order? The mysterious man hesitated for a moment, and then said again, to be able to freeze on such a large scale, the magic level is definitely the strength of the deputy leader. But the deputy leader of the Knight Order is ice magic. At this point, the mysterious man couldn't figure it out. Black Bull Stronghold. A burst of laughter suddenly came from inside the castle. You guys are really in a mess. After Yami finished speaking, he couldn't stop laughing. No way, one of them has no magic power, and although the other has it, it's almost as good as none. Lin Hao said helplessly. Noelle curled her lips and said, I said earlier that I can't control my magic power, and you said it's okay. Lin Hao's face was stiff, and he said, who knew you couldn't even control the magic broom? Advertisement. Before, Lin Hao purely thought that Noelle's magic power was not well controlled during the battle. Who knew, even the most basic magic broom could not be controlled well. Seeing Lin Hao arguing with Noelle, Yami couldn't help laughing again. By the way, Yami, leader, in Suoxi village, we also found a strange stone. Lin Hao stopped arguing and got to the point. Strange stone. Yami hesitated for a while, then continued, where is it? What about here? Asta took out the weird stone and handed it to Yami. After Yami took it, he looked it over carefully, and then frowned. This is the magic stone. Magic stone. Everyone was startled and looked at Yami. Yami nodded and said, yes, now, I finally know what their motives are. The enemy should be trying to get this magic stone, but the villagers didn't reveal it. Later, the enemy slaughtered all the villagers. Where did you find this quick rock? It's hidden under a floor tile. If it weren't for the repelling bird on Asta's head, we probably wouldn't have found it. Lin Hao told Yami what happened. Well done, you bastards. Yami let out a satisfied smile. Yes, Captain Yami, the three of Asta said in unison. After that, Yami took out 3 bags of money from his waist and handed them to Lin Hao and the 3 of them. Asta quickly opened it, and suddenly, his eyes burst into light, and exclaimed, wow. There are 200,000 yules. Thank you, leader. Okay, tomorrow is a day off, you guys have a good rest. The rest of the time, you don't need to interfere, and someone will take care of it. Yami stood up, left after leaving a word. Of course, for this day, Lin Hao did not intend to rest, but to practice. Advertisement. After all, Lin Hao felt that his frozen fruit and magic had reached a satisfactory stage. And this body of his own is indeed a bit too far-fetched. The next day, almost all of them were out. Lin Hao, aren't you going shopping? Luck, who was sitting on the sofa, asked. Luck, whose full name is Luck Voltia, has been growing stronger since he was a child to please his mother. He has a fighting power that is not inferior to that of nobles and a super, magic, sensory ability. He also has a name, Smiling Battle Maniac. No, I'm not very interested in that kind of thing. Lin Hao said slowly. Lin Hao, I heard from Magna that you are very good. Hey, how about fighting with me? Luck said, walked to Lin Hao's side, and waved his fist. Luck is not tall, about as tall as Asta. Lin Hao frowned, as if he had heard Luck say the most. Let's have a fight. Do you like fighting? Let's fight with me, and so on. Okay, Lin Hao. Luck looked at Lin Hao expectantly. Lin Hao sighed and said, all right. 036 Runaway Luck asking for flowers. Behind the castle is the stronghold of the Black Burst Knights. There is a vast and flat land. According to Yami, he once wanted to build a castle there. But after the number of members decreases, it will not be built. It is the most suitable place to use it for fighting. At this time, both Luck and Lin Hao walked to that piece of land. Finally, I can fight you. Luck's face was full of excitement. The next moment, he saw his grimoire emit a silver light, followed by it, and automatically floated in front of him. Thor's boots. Luck flipped the grimoire, and the next moment, a pair of silver boots slipped on under his feet. Around the boots, lightning flashed. And Lin Hao, also at this time, opened grimoire. In the final analysis, there are 2 types of his magic, one is wood creation magic, and the other is plant magic. Wood creation magic is relatively weak, and how strong it is when it is awakened will be how strong it will be in the future. The plant magic is different, he can follow the master's magic power to increase, and then increase accordingly. Are you ready? I'm going to FK. Luck couldn't wait. Lin Hao nodded, and with a wave of his hand, grimoire stuck and flipped. Plant magic, thousands of vines. Boom boom boom. The ground began to shake, and Luck's face was full of excitement, and he floated into the air. Bang bang bang. Under the ground, hundreds of huge vines suddenly rose. It is more than 10 meters high and stands precariously. Seeing the surrounding vines and the expression on Luck's face, he became even more excited. Drink. Lin Hao manipulated the vine and launched a bombardment towards Luck. Hundreds of vines were thrown towards Luck in an orderly manner. Luck, on the other hand, tried his best to dodge, kicking the vines away with his feet if he couldn't dodge. Advertisement. Luck relied on the pair of Thor's boots, and his speed became extremely fast, if it weren't for the large number of vines. It's just ugly to hit him. Lin Hao watched Luck's every move with his eyes, and after a while, a smile appeared on his face. The magic of close combat. It really is God's help, and it can be used to practice my own physical skills. Lin Hao muttered to himself. Say it. With a wave of Lin Hao's hands, hundreds of vines directly turned into green light spots and disappeared from Luck's sight. Luck was taken aback for a moment, facing Lin Hao and said, go on. Don't stop. No, I've changed my mind now. Wouldn't it be very boring if a melee magic fights a long-range magic? Lin Hao said with a smile on his face. Luck, on the other hand, didn't understand it very well, and looked at Lin Hao with a puzzled expression. The general meaning is that you can attack my body. Lin Hao added. Is this really okay? Luck asked with a smirk. Lin Hao nodded. Then I'm coming. Luck immediately rushed towards Lin Hao as soon as he finished speaking. It's so fast. Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Luck had already come to Lin Hao's side, raised his foot, and kicked towards Lin Hao. When Luck kicked on an ice wall with one kick, and he was startled for a moment. Senior, don't let the water go, you didn't use all your strength to kick this kick. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Luck really didn't use all his strength for this kick, because he didn't know how strong Lin Hao was. If Lin Hao couldn't catch it with all his strength, it would be troublesome, and he would leave if he couldn't bear it. Hey, Lin Hao, you are so amazing. Do you have 2 kinds of magic? The expression on Luck's face became even more excited. Actually, this is not what Luck cares about, he just wants to fight, and he doesn't care at all about how many kinds of magic Lin Hao possesses. This is what he needs to get him pleasure in the battle. Lin Hao just smiled, didn't say anything, and kicked Luck with a flip. Snapped. Luck immediately took a few steps back to the side. Advertisement. The next moment, he quickly launched an attack on Lin Hao, and the speed was even faster than the last time. Obviously, this time, he brought his speed to the limit. Lin Hao exhaled cold air immediately, and made a huge ice blade, because if he was kicked by Thor's boots on his feet. That's no joke. When Luck's foot directly hit Lin Hao's ice blade. The impact made Lin Hao take a few steps back. That guy Magna really didn't lie to me, Lin Hao is very powerful. The expression on Luck's face became more and more excited. The speed of his feet is also getting faster and faster. Bang bang bang. The ice blade kept fighting with Luck's Thor's boots. In this way, the battle continued for several hours. The speed of both sides dropped significantly. And Lin Hao is ready to end this battle. Okay, senior, is it over? Lin Hao said, and a white gas suddenly rose from his body. Luck stood on the ground and was about to say something when the ice froze his feet. Absolutely, senior, I won. Lin Hao said with a slight smile. No, I haven't lost yet, Luck explained. In the situation just now, I can completely freeze your whole body, so what? I won, Lin Hao said, melting the ice that was frozen on Luck's feet. Turning around, he walked towards the castle, and dropped a sentence by the way. Okay, go back and rest for a while, I need to practice. What Lin Hao never expected was that at this time, Luck's whole body was flashing with lightning. To win. 037 Luck's demon, seeking flowers. While Luck muttered these 2 words, the thunder and lightning flashed on his body, his eyes were wide open, and he also revealed a scary smile. If Lin Hao saw it at this time, he would definitely be shocked by his smile. A voice kept flickering in Luck's mind. To win, Luck, you have to keep winning. Luck suddenly opened his mouth and said to Lin Hao's back, wait a minute. It's getting more and more interesting, Lin Hao. Okay. Lin Hao turned around subconsciously, seeing Luck's expression, he always felt something was wrong. While speaking, Luck Thor's boots changed, with a few, dang, Thor's boots grew claws like eagle claws. On his hands, he also wore silver gloves that were similar to his feet. Lightning flashes all around. Come again, keep fighting. Luck said to Lin Hao with a weird smile. The current Luck gives Lin Hao a feeling that it is like watching a ghost movie, which makes people's scalp tingle. Senior. Lin Hao tried to call out the knocking sound. However, no matter what Lin Hao said, Luck kept repeating the word, to win. Damn, no way, I'm crazy. Lin Hao's face stiffened involuntarily. Suddenly, at this moment, Luck rushed towards Lin Hao directly. Lin Hao's subconscious elements melted, turning into a pile of ice slag and falling to the ground. Luck went straight to the air. The current him, whether it is speed or strength, is on a higher level than before. Where's the person? Luck was taken aback for a moment, standing where he was and looking around. Senior, you look scary like this. Advertisement. With the sound of a voice, the ice slag gradually turned into a human form. Because the human figure rose up beside Luck, Luck subconsciously took a few steps back. Immediately afterwards, that scary smile appeared on his face again. Come on, keep going, fight me down. Luck waved his hands, and the next moment, he rushed towards Lin Hao again. Thunder and lightning flashed non-stop on his body. What a headache. Lin Hao stroked his forehead. If Lin Hao knew that Luck had demons before, he would not have fought him anyway. After all, Lin Hao is no longer being polite, otherwise, he will be the one who gets hurt. Ice Storm Pheasant Beak. Lin Hao gathered the cold air on his right arm, and the right arm began to change, and suddenly a giant ice bird flew towards Luck. This move is a move from One Piece Aokiji Kuzan. It has a powerful impact and will freeze wherever it goes. Luck, who was troubled by the inner demon, waved his fist and hit the giant ice bird no matter how strong the impact was. In midair, there was a loud noise. The thick white mist swept across the earth in an instant. When the density of the white mist weakened, Luck was standing on the ground, panting heavily. I can't lose, I have to win, I have to keep winning, otherwise, if my mother doesn't approve of my words, I will be alone. Luck muttered with a scary smile on his face. I have no way to deal with this matter, wait for Captain Yami to come back. Lin Hao said in a deep voice. Now if you attack him clearly, you will definitely be dodged by him. So, Lin Hao has to come up with a good solution now. Dang. Luck walked towards Lin Hao again, his pair of eagle claw-like boots left 3 scratch marks where they passed. After walking a few steps, Luck suddenly started running. Zzz. Lin Hao began to release cold air, and the surrounding ground was quickly frozen with ice. Advertisement. Then, he stood on the spot, while Luck fell from him, and his fist was about to hit Lin Hao. Swish. Lin Hao suddenly turned into an element, and just after Luck turned around, Lin Hao had turned into an entity again. Frozen moment. Lin Hao stretched out his hand behind him, and the cold air was released from his hand immediately. Zzz. The freezing speed was not too fast, and it seemed that Luck's fist was about to drive into Lin Hao's head again. At this time, Luck's whole body was covered with ice. Call. Lin Hao breathed out a breath of cold air, and said, finally, seniors have solved this problem. Later, in order to prevent others from breaking it, Lin Hao moved the Iceman back to the castle. Waiting for Yami's return. Noon time. The man who was shopping with a fist led a lot of things and rushed into the castle. Finally back. I'm exhausted. Yeah, it's almost at my feet. It was Vanessa and Noelle who came back. Lin Hao hurried over and said to Vanessa, Sister Vanessa, Senior Luck's inner demon has committed a crime, what should I do? After hearing Lin Hao's words, Vanessa was slightly taken aback, and said, what demon? Looking at her expression, it's obvious that she doesn't know about Luck's demon. Dare not coincidentally, Yami also came back at this time. 038 The magic of dual attributes, seeking support. What are you guys doing here again? Yami took the cigarette out of his mouth, and subconsciously glanced at the situation inside the castle. Finally, his eyes fell on an ice man placed in the corner, and he pointed at him, whose thing is that? That. Vanessa and Noelle looked curiously at Yami's hand. When they just came back, the two of them didn't pay attention to it. It wasn't until now that he saw clearly that there was an extra Iceman inside. Ice sculpture? Noelle asked curiously. After Vanessa looked at it carefully for a while, a smile appeared on her face and said, is this sculpture very similar to Luck? Huh. Yami was taken aback for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, you really look like that brat Luck. But as soon as the words fell, Yami suddenly remembered something, and his face changed. No. I'm asking you who owns this thing. Noelle and Vanessa shook their heads, expressing their ignorance. At this time, Lin Hao's face was a little gloomy, and he walked slowly to Yami's side, and said, that ice sculpture is not carved like Luck, but Senior Luck. What? The three of them froze for a moment. How did Luck turn into an ice sculpture? Lin Hao, you brat didn't do it, did you? Lin Hao smiled wryly, and explained. Listen to me first, Senior Luck said today that he wanted to compete with me, but in the end, he was controlled by the demon. Demon. Yami's face suddenly became serious. Looking at Yami's behavior, Lin Hao is already sure that Yami definitely knows something. Yes, but then I have no choice but to freeze him. Listening to Captain Yami's tone, do you know of any way to wake him up? Lin Hao said slowly. Advertisement. Yami took a deep breath of the cigarette, then let it out slowly, and said, that kid Luck does have a demon that he can't get rid of. And this inner demon comes from his mother. He has been growing stronger to please his mother. He has been instilled by his mother with the will not to lose. If he does something wrong, his mother will scold him. Over time, this inner demon was born. To be honest, I don't know how to wake it up. After all, Yami couldn't help but sighed. After listening to Yami's words, Lin Hao's face became even more gloomy. Indeed, after freezing Luck for too long, Lin Hao is not sure if he will be fine. Will it be okay if you freeze Luck like this? Noelle asked. I'm not sure if it's frozen for too long, but if it's frozen for a short while, it's fine to thaw it slowly with warm water. Lin Hao explained slowly. Huh. Yami exhaled a puff of smoke ring, and then said softly, anyway, for safety's sake, let's thaw that brat first. Everyone nodded in agreement with Yami's approach. After several hours of thawing, the ice on Luck's body gradually melted. However, he fell into a coma. Up the hall, suddenly, a cry of exclamation lingered in the entire hall. What? Lin Hao's magic has two attributes. Vanessa stood up from the sofa excitedly. As for Noelle, who was sitting by the side, she was a little confused. Although she was a royal, there were still many things she didn't know. After all, in this world of black four-leaf clover, no one is a mage with double magic attributes. Dual attributes. Noelle rolled her eyes, and then continued. The literal meaning is that Lin Hao can release magic with two different attributes, right? Am I right? Advertisement. Yeah, Yami and Vanessa nodded almost simultaneously. Really, this is the first time I've heard of it. Noelle looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Lin Hao just nodded and didn't explain much. You guys have mutated, Noelle said enviously. After all, having dual attribute magic is a great thing, and anyone can't help being envious. Captain Yami, we have really picked up treasures this year. The three new members each have their own strengths. One has the ability to cut off magic, the other has huge magic power, and the last one is even more outrageous, with dual attributes, magic. Vanessa said to Yami with a big smile on her face. You were right, but I have to thank the guy from the Emerald Mantis Knights for giving me such a good material. Yami said slowly. After chatting for a while, Yami suddenly stood up. The others looked at Yami suspiciously. What's the matter, Captain Yami? Are you okay? Yami gave Lin Hao and the others a blank look, and then said, you bastards, I almost forgot to tell you about the business. Business. Well, I want to inform everyone that a new magic palace has been discovered recently. Yami said calmly. Magic palace. What is that? Lin Hao asked with some confusion. The so-called magic palace is an ancient tomb where the relics of the ancients are buried. There are powerful methods of using ancient magic, or precious magic tools. Yami explained. 39 The arrival of new tasks seeking support. How to use ancient magic. And precious magic tools. Lin Hao muttered subconsciously. Yes. However, in order to prevent things from being misused by outsiders, people at that time designed very powerful trap magic. The Demon Palace is a super dangerous place, Yami said calmly. The Magic Palace is similar to the tomb in the Washa world where Linhao used to be. There may be many treasures hidden in it, but danger comes with treasure. For this mission, our Black Burst Cow squad is in charge of investigating the newly discovered Demon Palace, but this time, you not only need to pay attention to the traps, you also need to pay attention to it. People from the Diamond Kingdom, because the Demon Palace is right next to the border where the enemy countries meet. In order not to be taken away by those guys from the Diamond Kingdom, you must complete this task quickly and reliably. Yami explained to Lin Hao and the others slowly. Understood, Captain Yami. Vanessa replied calmly. Captain, who will go this time? Noelle asked from the side. Yami was silent for a while, and then said again. I originally planned to let that brat Luck lead the team, but that brat is still in a coma, let Vanessa lead the team. The member is Lin Hao and Asta. What about me? Noelle asked. Since the mission this time is more dangerous, Noelle, you are not very good at controlling magic power, so let them go this time. Yami replied. Noelle hesitated for a while, and said, but that guy Asta doesn't even have magic power, so I'm afraid it won't work. It's not wrong to say that, but that brat Asta has a sword that can cut off other people's magic. This will be of great help to this mission. Noelle was speechless to refute, and could only say, I see, Captain Yami. Yami nodded, then cast his eyes on Lin Hao, and said, by the way, someone once found a magic tool in the Magic Palace that can change the level of civilization. A magic item that can change the level of civilization. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Yami in surprise. I saw Yami nodded. In the world of Black Four-Leaf Clover, it is different from the Huxia world where Lin Hao used to be. In this world, the older the magic, the more powerful it is. So, please. Understood, Captain Yami. Lin Hao replied. Well, you guys get ready first, I'll bring that boy Asta back. Yami said, then stood up and walked towards the gate of the castle. Not long after, a silver halo suddenly appeared inside the castle, followed by Yami, Asta, and Finral walking out from inside. I'm so excited to be on another mission so soon. Asta roared, his voice resounding throughout the castle. Okay, the staff is here, Vanessa, you have to take good care of these two newcomers. Yami instructed. I see, Captain Yami, don't worry. Vanessa chuckled lightly. As soon as Vanessa's voice fell, Finral opened the grimoire, and immediately after, the silver halo appeared in everyone's sight again. Speed up, I'm tired of maintaining this size of aperture. Fendel yelled from the side. Then, Captain Yami, we're off. Vanessa said, walking into the aperture. Lin Hao and Asta followed slowly behind. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, when Lin Hao came out, what came into view was a meadow with a beautiful scenery. Okay, follow my steps. Vanessa said something to Lin Hao and Asta, and then walked forward. How far is it from the Magic Palace? Lin Hao asked curiously. It shouldn't be far. After all, I can see many old buildings underground. Vanessa said slowly. Indeed, at their feet stood tiles from many years ago. It's just that due to too long time, a layer of soil was covered on the tiles, and a lot of weeds grew. It's not so obvious under the feet, but the surrounding area is much more conspicuous. Some of the stronger walls haven't collapsed until now. There is moss growing all around, and there are traces of leaving. After walking for a while, Lin Hao saw a collapsed palace, which was very large in scale. But in front of this palace, there is an entrance about 1 meter away. The cave was very dark, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. 040 Are you courting death? Ask for support. Is this the Magic Palace? Lin Hao asked Vanessa who was on the side. Vanessa shook her head, because she didn't dare to be too sure whether this is the Magic Palace that Captain Yami mentioned. Let's go and have a look first. Asta said. The two nodded, and then walked to the entrance of the cave. From a distance, the entrance of the cave is pitch black, but when you walk in, you can barely see the road clearly. Inside the cave, there is some damp, moss, and vines. And there are still many stone bricks that have been cracked. At any moment, the hole might collapse. It looks scary. Asta swallowed forcefully. Yeah. Lin Hao nodded and continued, there's an eerie feeling. Vanessa on the side seemed a little calm, and said with a slight smile, okay, let's go in and take a look first. After saying that, Vanessa stepped into the cave. Lin Hao and the others followed quickly. It became darker and darker as they walked, and finally they could not see the road at all. I remember that Captain Yami said that there are many traps in the Magic Palace. Now we can't see the way ahead. If we continue walking, we may fall into the traps. Lin Hao said slowly. What Lin Hao said makes sense. Vanessa pondered for a while, then continued. However, even if this is the case, there is no other way. We must complete the task quickly and leave here. So, grope forward. Lin Hao and Asta didn't say anything, they nodded and moved on. After walking for a while, Vanessa spotted a tile that was glowing from cracks. What is this? An institution? Lin Hao asked softly. Advertisement. I don't know, but I think it should be a mechanism or something. Stand back a bit, and I'll try it out. Vanessa said calmly. Asta and Lin Hao hummed, and retreated dozens of steps along the road they came from. Finally, Vanessa pressed her hand directly to the cracked and glowing tile. Kakaka. After the tile was pressed in, suddenly, a beam of light flickered. After pressing the tile, Vanessa quickly backed away to avoid any traps. After the light flickered, the tunnel in front suddenly collapsed. Immediately afterwards, a new world appeared in the sight of the three of them. What caught their eyes was a huge hall. However, the structure of the main hall is very mixed, and there are still white water flows around it. Fist-sized spots of light fluttered in the wind in midair. Tap tat tat. The three of Lin Hao came out of the tunnel. Looking at the scene in front of them, the three of them were inevitably a little surprised. The sun's rays are not shining in here, nor are there any lights, but the surrounding things can be seen clearly. Okay. That's amazing. What's going on? Asta's eyes kept flickering with light. What are these things? Lin Hao couldn't help asking. After Vanessa looked around, she said in a deep voice, "Here, it seems that magic has distorted the space." Magic distorts the space, Lin Hao and Asta said in unison. Vanessa nodded, and continued. Besides, the magic power here is much stronger than outside. Maybe there really is magic that can change the level of civilization. Lin Hao said. Everyone, don't move, Vanessa said suddenly. Advertisement. As soon as Vanessa finished speaking, Lin Hao and Asta stood there blankly, looking at Vanessa. See the strange stripes in the middle of some tiles? Vanessa said with a slightly solemn face. Lin Hao nodded to Asta. If I'm not mistaken, as soon as I touch it, the trap will activate. I know a little bit about this kind of trap magic. Vanessa said slowly. Is it a trap? Lin Hao glanced at the surrounding floor tiles. Sure enough, there were many tiles with strange patterns in the middle. You two wait here for a while, I'll go ahead to explore the way, make sure, and I will call you over. After Vanessa finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lin Hao and the others to speak, and walked forward quickly alone. After inquiring about it, she jumped up and jumped into another hole. And Lin Hao and Asta stood in place and waited. After a while, at another cave entrance, three figures suddenly flew out. And they are members of the Knights of the Golden Dawn. Two of them are new members Yuno and Mocha, and one is old member Klaus Reunet. Klaus Reunet, born in a noble family, looks down on common people very much, and is also narrow-minded. Mr. Lin Hao, you are indeed among the three sent by the Black Bull Squad. Mimosa said with a slight smile. Lin Hao, Asta, we meet again, Yuno said softly. Lin Hao just smiled, and said, well, I thought it was only our Black Bull Squad that would carry out this task, but I didn't expect you Golden Dawn Squad to be among them. Klaus pushed his eyes, and interjected disdainfully, Yuno, this is your friend. It looks shabby, and the civilians are indeed civilians. Even if you put on the cloak of the knights, you can recognize him at a glance. Out. 041 teach you to be a human, one more. Also, we are not here to reminisce, but to investigate this magic palace, that is, we must reach the treasure hall deep in the magic palace as soon as possible. We don't have time to entangle these civilians. Klaus looked aloof and added, his expression was full of disdain. Moreover, he didn't even look at Lin Hao and Asta. After hearing what Klaus said, Asta immediately became unhappy, and stepped forward and said, hey, who is this impolite four-eyed man? The voice fell. Klaus frowned, grabbed Asta's collar excitedly, and said, you actually called me a four-eyed man, you were the one who was rude. No. How did you talk to me as a nobleman? Quote. Noble. Lin Hao couldn't help laughing after reading these two words. Swish. Klaus loosened Asta's collar and cast his gaze on Lin Hao. What are you laughing at? You're so rude in front of nobles. That's right, you're a pariah, and it's normal to be polite. Klaus sneered. I don't know what you're so proud of. You're also the same person with the same head, hands, and legs. Lin Hao retorted. That's right, so what about nobles? They are not just individuals. UB*************** D. Before Klaus finished speaking, Lin Hao intervened again, saying, go, Asta, talking to this kind of person is simply lowering our status as civilians. However, Klaus didn't finish his sentence, and Asta answered him directly. Lin Hao is right, then, let's go first. Klaus frowned even more, and was so angry by Lin Hao and Asta that his whole body trembled. Advertisement. Growing up so big, it was the first time for Klaus to be humiliated by a commoner, so how could he bear it? You two goddamn pariahs, it looks like I'm going to have to teach you a lesson, Klaus said, with Grimmoire floating in front of him. Senior. Seeing this scene, Yuno and Mimosa immediately felt something was wrong, and tried to dissuade them. But it's too late. Caw. Klaus. Grimmoire flipped. Swirling sharp gun. Klaus said in a deep voice, and suddenly, shwashwashua, it was in the air. Dozens of black top-like objects shot towards Lin Hao and the others. Just when the black spinning top was about to hit Lin Hao and Asta, behind Lin Hao, suddenly, there were several clicking sounds. An ice wall rises directly. Bang bang bang. The black spinning top hit the ice wall directly. At this time, Lin Hao and Asta all turned around. To tell you the truth, I haven't liked you since just now, and I can't find a reason to do it, but now. Lin Hao said, with a weird smile on his face. Lin Hao, I'm afraid this is not very good. The members of the Knights fight without authorization. If Captain Yami finds out, they will inevitably be beaten. Asta explained from the side. What does that matter? Let alone the four-eyed man who made the first move, I'll take it as teaching him how to behave. Lin Hao said slowly. When Klaus heard the words, four-eyed man, and, teach him to be a man, his veins suddenly became erect. Arrogance, it's so arrogant, a pariah actually said that he wanted to teach the nobles a lesson. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Klaus sneered. Senior Klaus, Mr. Lin Hao, calm down, we are here to investigate, so stop fighting. Mimosa persuaded. Advertisement. Mimosa, this is none of your business, I must teach this pariah a lesson. Klaus made up his mind. Senior, it's better not to fight, so as not to get hurt. Yuno also persuaded him from the side. HMPH. Klaus gave Yuno a disdainful look, and continued, I'm worried about your untouchable friend now, but it's too late. Senior, don't get me wrong, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Yuno said still expressionlessly. To be honest, from the moment he joined the group, Yuno has been ridiculed by Klaus all the time. If everyone is not in the Golden Dawn group, Yuno would have started fighting. Now, Lin Hao came forward and poked Klaus's spirit, and Yuno still felt pretty good. Yuno, UB***********D. I was born in a noble family. Klaus was about to vomit blood from anger now. If I remember correctly, the woman next to you isn't from the royal family, and I didn't see her swearing. Lin Hao said slowly. Shut up. Klaus blushed angrily, turned around and flipped the grimoire directly. Before he had time to recite the moves, his eyes suddenly went dark. With a snap, he was immediately sent flying by something. Boom. Finally, he fell into the white puddle. Lin Hao held a huge popsicle in his hand, looked at Klaus who fell into the puddle, and shook his head involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao walked slowly towards Klaus. Klaus climbed up from the puddle in embarrassment, his face was very stiff, and he wished that Lin Hao would be torn to pieces at this moment. 042 The arrival of Lotus 2 more. You damn pariah, I can't spare you, Klaus yelled at Lin Hao angrily. Then with a wave of his hand, he opened his own grimoire. However, at this moment, Lin Hao let out a breath of cold air. Zzz. The surrounding ground was quickly covered by a layer of ice, and even the water in the puddle was frozen. Because the speed was too fast, Klauskin didn't react at all, and his feet were frozen with the ground. Damn it. Klaus's pupils shrank violently, just about to flip the grimoire. A voice came again. I advise you not to move around, it's not just your feet that are frozen. Lin Hao said in a deep voice. Klaus is just a third-class mid-level wizard, while Lin Hao can kill even a first-class mid-level wizard. Not to mention a third-class intermediate wizard. Klaus was full of anger in his heart, he never thought that since a newcomer has such a strong power. Untie it for me, I don't want to bother with you bastards. Klaus put away his grimoire, crossed his hands on his chest, and continued to put it on. Lin Hao smiled wryly, and continued, did you misunderstand something? After all, Lin Hao has already walked in front of Klaus with a huge popsicle in his hand. What do you want? Klaus said disdainfully. Of course it teaches you how to be a human being. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, he slapped a popsicle stick. The ice in his feet broke suddenly, and immediately after, the whole person flew upside down again. Immediately afterwards, it hit the wall heavily. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spit out directly from his mouth. Advertisement. At this moment, Klaus is confused. He stood up slowly leaning against the wall, gritted his teeth and roared, "You D, I'm a nobleman." Lin Hao slowly walked in front of him again, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. He said blankly, so what about the nobles, it can't change the fact that you are a waste. After all, he threw him in the corner again, without even looking at him, and walked towards Asta. Lin Hao, I'm afraid this has gone too far. If we are investigated, we will be punished. Asta said to Lin Hao. Who moved first? Four-eyed man. That's right. It seems to be yes. Soon after, Mimosa went to treat Klaus, while Lin Hao and Asta headed towards the hole that Vanessa entered. At this time, the four-leaf clover kingdom, the capital. Tap tat tat. A mysterious man stepped into the hall. Immediately, he knelt down on one knee and said to the Magic Emperor on top. Magic Emperor, I would like to report to you that in the Demon Palace, the Golden Dawn Regiment and the Black Buffalo Regiment have launched an investigation. In addition, we have also found signs of an invasion by the Diamond Kingdom's Magister Legion. The man's voice fell. The important representatives of the four-leaf clover kingdom sitting next to the Magic Emperor began to talk about it. Diamond Kingdom. They have been actively expanding their territory recently. That's not expanding the size of one's own country, but invading other countries. The meaning is almost the same. Advertisement. But if there is ancient magic in the Magic Palace, if they take it, it will be tricky. After the Magic Emperor pondered for a while, he asked the man, who is the leading general on the side of the diamond. The general leading the enemy army is the Lotus of Naraku. The man said in a deep voice. Lotus. The Magic Emperor smiled slightly, and continued, I once fought against him on the battlefield, he is very strong. The magic he uses is also unprecedented and interesting. Although it is good to be strong, our side is not weak. As for Lin Hao and Asta, they encountered a big problem. It can be said that they lost their way completely, and they walked along the tunnel all the way, and they came to a hall that was very similar to before. Where do we go next? Asta asked. Lin Hao caressed his head and said, don't ask me, I don't know either. After wandering in the hall for a while, suddenly, there was a sound of light footsteps. Lin Hao and Asta immediately looked towards the hole where the sound came out. Is Vanessa back? Asta asked. Lin Hao shook his head, and said with a serious face, no, No, there is more than one person listening to the footsteps, and the magic power of the one in front is still very strong. Enemy. Captain Yami said that the Demon Palace is the frontier, and it is very likely that they are people from the Diamond Kingdom. Asta said calmly. Just as Asta finished speaking, several figures suddenly flew out of the cave. The moment they jumped out, they also noticed Linhao and Asta. The people who found the two four-leaf Clover Kingdom Knights, should they solve it or move forward quickly? One of the men asked an uncle who was about 30 years old. And he is Lotus.043, the shocked Lotus. 3 more. Lotus landed on the ground, walked to the stairs, sat down, glanced at Linhao and Asta lazily. A member of the Black Burst Bulls. It's a bit difficult. Lotus had a slight smile on his mouth. Linhao looked at the Lotus on the stairs not far away, and the figure of the yellow ape flashed in his mind. Indeed, apart from the appearance, the way of speaking, and the expression are too similar. It's really bad luck. I just met a self-righteous nobleman, and now I have an enemy. Linhao sighed. Shua. From inside the grimoire, Asta drew his pitch-black longsword. Are we going to flee or fight? Asta greeted Linhao. Under the current situation, it seems that there is no escape. The man sitting on the top of the stairs is very powerful, so leave it to me. Linhao said calmly. Understood, Linhao, Asta replied while waving the long sword in his hand and pointing at the people of Diamond Kingdom. Up. After Linhao finished speaking, he breathed out a breath of cold air, turned into a huge ice blade, held it in his hand, and ran towards Lotus quickly. What an energetic young man, really scary. Lotus stood up lazily. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground was quickly covered by a layer of ice. Lotus quickly jumped up. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. And Linhao, already at this moment, approached Lotus, slashing towards him with an ice blade in his hand. Lotus quickly dodges. Swish. The ground was cut directly by Linhao's ice blade. Even Lotus swallowed forcefully when he saw this scene. Advertisement. It's really dangerous. If I hadn't been faster, I would have been split in half by you. Lotus chuckled lightly, and he didn't feel panic at all. While speaking, black mist gradually filled the surroundings. Surround Linhao. Smoke magic. Linhao was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, at this moment, a cloud of black mist spread directly towards Linhao. Linhao jumped up quickly, jumped into the air, his eyeballs rolled quickly, and finally found where the Lotus was. Then waved the ice blade in his hand and rushed over. Swish. The ground was once again split by Linhao, but the Lotus turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared around Linhao. Hoo. The thick black fog once again lost Linhao's direction. Linhao pondered for a few seconds, and quickly took out the grimoire from his waist. Caw. Grimoire flipped. Wood creation magic tree net. In between, Linhao's grimoire burst into green light. Immediately afterwards, above the midair, a huge tree net descended from the sky. A cloud of black smoke descends. When the tree net touched the Lotus, Linhao immediately found out where he was. Immediately afterwards, he held the ice blade in his hand and threw it directly. There was a sound of whoosh. The surrounding black mist disappeared in an instant, and the tree net appeared in Linhao's sight, while the abdomen of Lotus was scratched by Linhao's ice blade. Blood was mixed with his clothes. Advertisement. Seeing the ice blade that pierced his clothes on the ground, and looking at his body trapped by the tree net, Lotus' face became slightly stiff. To be honest, I was frightened by you. At first, I thought you were an ice mage, but after seeing you use this tree net, I think I was wrong. Thinking about it now, you are so interesting. You actually have magic with 2 attributes. No, I don't think it's right to describe you with 2 attributes of magic. The tree net should be your magic, which is reasonable. After all, the magic power I feel from you is not very strong. If the ice element is also your magic power will definitely be stronger. Alas, what am I talking about? Lotus muttered to himself, he who had some train of thought, was suddenly at a loss as he spoke. In fact, Lotus's judgment is still somewhat reasonable, if the ability to freeze fruit is activated with magic power. Linhao will definitely not be able to use his current strength. That's why Lotus confuses itself while talking. Hoo. Suddenly at this moment, black smoke appeared around Lotus again. Immediately afterwards, he broke free from the control of the tree net, and pulled his clothes off the ice blade. Oh my god, you're confusing me, uncle, I'm going to have to give you some time to figure it out. Lotus. Voice fell. Asta's voice came over. Linhao, what's going on with you? I've already taken care of it. Asta carried the black long sword on his shoulder. After Lotus heard Asta's words, he glanced at his subordinates, followed by moving his tibia, and the next moment, he took a step forward and ran wildly. While smiling, he turned around and counted. By the way, it doesn't matter if we don't fight, let's abandon violence and compete peacefully. Goodbye. Seeing Lotus, back gradually disappearing from his sight, Linhao and Asta were completely stunned. Linhao, Asta, 044 Ice Cube Storm Pheasant Mouth. After a while, Asta suddenly said, no, he ran away, should we catch up? Don't forget, the purpose of our coming here is not to kill people from the Diamond Kingdom, but to find the treasures in the Demon Palace. Linhao shook his head slightly. Indeed, the most important thing is not knowing the strength of Lotus. Since he has no hostility to kill, there is absolutely no need to take this risk now. Asta was slightly taken aback, and said, That's right, but the people from the Diamond Kingdom seem to have come to look for the treasures of the Demon Palace as well. It seems that the purpose of the wizards of the Diamond Kingdom is the same as ours. They all came for the treasures of the Demon Palace, so we have to find the treasures of the Demon Palace before them. Lin Hao said slowly. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, there was a bang. The place where Lin Hao was standing began to vibrate. What happened? Both of them began to look at the surrounding situation, but they didn't find anything wrong. The shock seems to be coming from the other side of the magic palace. Asta reasoned. Lin Hao didn't answer right away, but approached the wall and stroked it. Sure enough, at this moment, the walls were still shaking slightly. It should be this way. Lin Hao pointed to the wall and said. Are we going there? Asta asked. Lin Hao nodded and said, of course, it's possible that Vanessa has also encountered an enemy, and we have to go to support her. Asta nodded, followed closely, and the two of them quickly rushed into the hole next to them. As it got deeper, the vibration in the cave became stronger, and Lin Hao was a little worried whether the tunnel would collapse. There should be an exit ahead. Asta, hurry up. Lin Hao looked at the white light at the entrance of the cave and shouted. Okay. Swish swish swish. Advertisement. Lin Hao and Asta jumped out of the cave almost at the same time. When they went out, they couldn't help being frightened by the scene in front of them. As Lin Hao guessed, Vanessa was fighting the enemy at this time. Moreover, Vanessa was not the only one present, the 3 members of the Golden Dawn Regiment had also arrived here at some point. Looking at them, they looked a little embarrassed. Vanessa and the members of the Golden Dawn Regiment were all injured. And there was only one enemy, wearing armor made of ore, with all his hair standing up, and ore on his forehead. The grimoire in front of him was in tatters, many of which were connected with lines. Obviously, he is Diamond Kingdom's whole card this time, Mars. Mars is an experimental product of Diamond Kingdom. His childhood was dark. He was selected as an experimental product since he was a child, and he was the last one who survived the cannibalism with the same batch of children who were cultivated. Therefore, his strength is undeniably powerful. Now, above his head, there is a huge sword made of ore floating. And he is controlling this huge sword, attacking Vanessa and Yuno them. Vanessa, Lin Hao and Asta said in unison, followed closely, and quickly ran in front of Vanessa. Why are you here? Vanessa wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and the expression on her face became more serious. Because Yami had told Vanessa to take care of the 2 newcomers when they set off. Now, the enemy is so powerful that even Vanessa doesn't know if she can escape safely from him. Now that Lin Hao and Asta are here, the burden on Vanessa's shoulders is even heavier. We rushed over here when we heard there was movement here, but we didn't expect you to be here. Lin Hao said calmly. The voice fell. Suddenly, just then, there was a snap. Advertisement. Klaus was directly slapped away by Mars' huge sword, and ran towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao and others quickly dodged, and with a bang, he hit the wall directly, looking very embarrassed. This person is definitely not inferior to that uncle just now. Lin Hao frowned as he stared at Mars. At this moment, Mars' great sword slashed towards Lin Hao. Here comes Lin Hao. Asta roared, and directly pulled out the black long sword from his grimoire. He slashed towards the big sword that fell from the sky. Dang! Sound. The big sword was cut off directly by Asta's long sword, and with a bang, the heavy sword body fell to the ground. The ground was smashed to pieces. Mars was startled for a moment, feeling a little unbelievable. Asta, it seems that your sword is very useful. Lin Hao smiled, and then white gas bloomed from his body. Ice cube storm pheasant mouth. Lin Hao let out a soft drink, gathering the cold air on his right arm, which immediately turned into ice. Han Bing gradually turned into a giant ice bird, followed by it, and quickly flew out. Ah! The giant ice bird roared in midair and flew towards Mars. The ground where the ice bird passed was directly frozen. 045 The treasure of the Demon Palace asked for flowers. Facing the giant ice bird approaching step by step, Mars showed no panic on his face. Caw caw caw. The top of his arm was suddenly composed of ore, which turned into a huge arm. Trying to catch this giant ice bird. The giant ice bird collided with his arm with a bang. The ore on Mars' arm suddenly shattered, and immediately after, he flew upside down. There was another bang. He hit the wall hard. Smoke and dust filled him in an instant. Darla. Beside the broken wall, stones kept falling to the ground. PFF'd. Mars spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire arm has been badly sprained. His face was very stiff. He leaned on the wall with his other uninjured arm and stood up slowly. Damn it. That guy did the same thing just now. He cut off my great sword with a single blow. Now this guy is doing the same. I clearly feel that the ice bird has no magical power, so it should be easy to follow. But why is this happening? Mars' pupils were dilated, and his eyes were bloodshot. Such a simple question, but now, he couldn't figure it out. But it was also true that 2 strange people appeared one after another, each one surpassing his cognition. Confusion is also a normal thing. Mars wiped the blood from his mouth. Yuya of flame recovery magic, Phoenix. As soon as the words fell, Mars' body was on fire. Immediately afterwards, his arm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the injuries on his body have basically recovered. Caw caw caw. His grimoire flipped over. Advertisement. Ore creation magic tower Ross's doll. As soon as Mars finished speaking, 5 or 6 puppets made of ore suddenly appeared beside him. Immediately afterwards, he quickly ran towards Lin Hao and the others. Lin Hao breathed out a breath of cold air, turned into an ice blade, and held it in his hand. Quickly slashed towards the oncoming puppet. Bang bang bang. Within 10 seconds or so, these puppets were all dealt with by Lin Hao and the others. Now only Lin Hao and Asta are able to fight, and the rest are seriously injured. Mimosa on the side is treating them. Mars looked at Lin Hao and Asta coldly. The strong survive, the weak perish. The voice fell. Click, click. Around Lin Hao, the ore keeps rising, pressing on Lin Hao and Asta. Ah! Asta roared, waving the long sword in his hand and chopping it into pieces. One side quickly approached Mars. With a leap, Mars jumped into the air, continuously releasing ore to block Asta's footsteps. However, Asta is too vigorous, and Mars blocking will not have much effect at all. In the blink of an eye, Asta escaped from the difficulty, danced the sword in his hand, and jumped up. Directly hit Mars above midair with a snap. Shua. Mars fell directly into the deep pit. As soon as Asta landed, Lin Hao roared at him. Asta, get out of the way. When Asta dodged, white gas rose from Lin Hao's whole body. Ice burial. As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, a gust of cold air flew directly towards the deep pit, and everything it passed was frozen. Advertisement. Who? In front of Lin Hao, everything was covered by a thick layer of ice. At this moment, the temperature of the entire hall dropped rapidly. Hoo. Lin Hao panted, exhaling white gas from his mouth and nose. Header Yami is really serious, and told me to take care of these two newcomers. It's not bad to ask them to take care of me. Vanessa's mouth could not help but smile. Mimosa, who was treating him at the side, couldn't help but smiled slightly after hearing this. It feels like Mr. Linhao is even stronger than last time. Do you know each other? Vanessa asked curiously. Mimosa nodded. Well, I was also rescued by Mr. Linhao during the last mission. Vanessa didn't answer Mimosa's words, but cast her eyes on Linhao, revealing a satisfied smile. Why are these two untouchables so powerful? Aren't they new members? Klaus on the side couldn't help gritting his teeth. It's my opponent. It seems that I also need to work hard. Yuno looked at the backs of Linhao and Asta, revealing a satisfied smile. After a while, Linhao and Asta came to Vanessa's side. Are you okay? Linhao asked softly. Vanessa nodded and said with a smile. I was still worried about you before, it seems that my thoughts are superfluous. This is the end of the magic palace. If there is any treasure, it should be behind this door. Mimosa said calmly. Linhao walked to the front of that door and stroked it. A door made of magic. Muttered, Linhao turned back to Asta and said, Asta, use your long sword to split him open. Okay. Asta took the long sword in his hand and slashed towards the door. Crack. The magic-made door suddenly turned into a spot of light and disappeared from their sight. The scene inside shocked everyone. 046 ancient mantra asking for flowers. The gold piled up inside is shining, all kinds of crystals, swords, vases, gold bars, magic cloaks, etc. There are countless. That's amazing. Linhao said subconsciously. It was the first time for Linhao to see such a huge gold and silver treasure since he was a child. It was simply beyond his imagination. Okay. Good cow. Asta stepped in with his eyes shining brightly, grabbing the gold on the ground with one hand. After a few kisses, she finally lay down directly in the pile of gold. The wounds of Vanessa and the Golden Dawn have already healed, and they also stepped in, the scene in front of them. Even if they are nobles or royal families, they are also shocked. Because the pile of treasures in front of me is really too huge. Yuno looked at the gold and silver treasures around him, and suddenly, a green spot of light flew past Yuno. He was slightly taken aback, looked at the direction where the light spot was flying, and stepped forward to catch up. After walking for a while, he saw a scroll on a small table not far away. And around the scroll, there is still this slight wind. Yuno didn't think too much, walked over, picked up the scroll, and opened it. Suddenly there appeared some words that Yuno couldn't understand. At this moment, what Yuno didn't know was that the grimoire on his waist suddenly glowed green. Immediately afterwards, the scroll also emitted a green light. The next second, the light disappeared directly, but the text in the scroll also disappeared. The green light was too dazzling, directly flickering the entire mountainous hall. All eyes could not help but turn to Yuno. Yuno, don't move around. Klaus and Mimosa quickened their pace, walked to Yuno's side, and reprimanded. Yuno didn't speak either, he slowly rolled up the scroll and put him back into the distance. Of course here now, Klaus can only blame Yuno. As for Lin Hao and Asta, he didn't dare to provoke them anymore, he was afraid that Lin Hao would beat him to death. After Lin Hao saw that ray of light, he suddenly remembered something. Advertisement. Then he set foot on the pile of gold and rummaged for things. Lin Hao didn't expect to find magical props or magic that could change the level of civilization. As long as he finds a more powerful magic, he will be satisfied. Seeing Lin Hao's actions, Klaus frowned, couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted loudly. You black bull buffs are being tampered with casually. Maybe this is a national treasure level magic tool. Lin Hao glanced at him over his head, and said in a deep voice, what? Let's move, you have an objection. Klaus suddenly let out a smile, and said, I have no objection, I just want to tell you to be careful, maybe this place is full of national treasure level magic tools. Lin Hao ignored it and continued to look for his own things. Suddenly at this moment, that repelling bird appeared out of nowhere, grabbed a hair of Asta and pulled it in. And Asta yelled from the side. Stop it, my hair will be pulled off. The repelling bird let go and flew forward, while Asta followed slowly behind. After walking a few steps, he came to a wall made of gold that looked like a valve. What is this? Asta asked curiously. After the repelling bird called a few times, it directly pecked his head a few times. Asta dodged desperately, while yelling, You're pecking me, I'll go back and stew you. The repelling bird stopped, flew to the wall, and pecked at the wall. Asta froze for a moment, and said, Are you asking me to break through this wall? Coo coo coo. The repelling bird coo a few times, responding to Asta. Okay. Asta nodded, pulled out his long sword from the grimoire, and swung it towards the wall. There was a bang. The whole wall collapsed directly. Klaus on the side shouted directly at Asta again, What are you doing? Of course, Asta simply ignored him. Just exclaimed. Wow, there's also a hidden basement here. Advertisement. Cuckoo. The repelling bird flew in after calling a few times. It landed on a comparative sword hilt, and this sword was somewhat similar to Asta's previous sword. It's just that it's much smaller, and this sword is the sword of sumo. Don't look at them as if they are the same, but they are actually very different. The sword of breaking demons, the tip of the sword can nullify magic, and the blade can reflect magic. The sword of demons can absorb other people's demons into the sword, and slash with attributes. Asta froze for a moment, walked over, glanced at the sword, then reached out and pulled it out. With a sound of shua, the sword was easily pulled out. So light. This was Asta's first reaction. Immediately afterwards, his grimoire burst into black and red light, and the next moment, it flew directly in front of Asta. Caw caw caw. Grimoire automatically flipped the blank page, and then, the sumo automatically flew in, and fonts suddenly appeared on the blank page. Huh. Aston was stunned for a moment, but still hadn't reacted. Fly into my grimoire. Asta's pupils widened suddenly, startled. What's this? Vanessa opened a treasure chest and asked subconsciously when she saw what was inside. Lin Hao walked forward slowly, and saw a piece of yellowed paper inside the treasure chest held by Vanessa. The paper is full of characters, it should be correct to say that it is a spell. Is this magic? Lin Hao reached out and picked up the paper in the treasure chest, and asked. Vanessa shook her head and said, I don't know, I've never seen this kind of writing before. 047 Mars shock, seeking flowers. Hearing what Vanessa said, Lin Hao nodded subconsciously. This may be the way of using ancient magic. Lin Hao looked at the paper in his hand and said. Vanessa smiled faintly, and replied. I don't think it's possible, because if it's ancient magic, I can more or less understand it, and this kind of writing, no, it should be some kind of spell, which I never none of them have been seen. As that's so, Lin Hao held the paper in his hand and thought for a few seconds. Although Lin Hao doesn't know what it is now, but in the depths of the magic palace, together with these treasures, there must be a use for him. Lin Hao, look, there are words on the back. Vanessa said suddenly. Lin Hao subconsciously turned the paper over and scanned the font on the other side. Although the font on the other side was not spells, Lin Hao still couldn't understand a single word. Show me. Yeah, Lin Hao nodded and handed the paper to Vanessa. After Vanessa stared at the content on the other side of the paper for a while, she suddenly laughed out loud. What's wrong? Lin Hao couldn't help asking. I can understand the font on the back. Vanessa handed the paper back to Lin Hao. Is it magic? Lin Hao asked. Vanessa shook her head and said with a smile. Of course not, the content on the other side is only about the quantity and variety of treasures inside. Lin Hao looked at these words, obviously, they were added later, and the secrets contained in them should be these mantras. Lin Hao was about to ask something else, but at this time, Vanessa had already looked elsewhere. Lin Hao picked up the treasure box containing this piece of paper, and wanted to see if there were any other explanations or other things in the treasure box. However, it turned out that there was nothing inside the treasure chest except this yellowed piece of paper. Afterwards, Lin Hao took out his own grimoire and sandwiched this piece of paper inside his grimoire. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice came. Lin Hao, Lin Hao. Advertisement. Shouting, Asta quickly walked to Lin Hao's side. Huh. Lin Hao looked at him curiously. Look, Asta said. He opened his grimoire and drew the sumo sword from it. He said triumphantly. Look, I got this weapon from inside, and it got into my grimoire for no reason. Really? Then I really want to congratulate you. Lin Hao said with a faint smile. Next moment, the ground suddenly shook, and the surrounding buildings were crumbling. The debris of the tiles kept shaking off the top. What's going on? Asta said with a puzzled look, holding the sumo sword in his hand. What a powerful magic power. It came from outside. Lin Hao's face stiffened involuntarily at this moment. Shua. Immediately afterwards, the Golden Dawn group and Vanessa also quickly came to Lin Hao's side, their faces very serious. What's going on? This magic power is so powerful. Vanessa said in a deep voice. Boom. The original gate collapsed immediately, and thick smoke and dust rushed towards Lin Hao and the others in an instant. When the smoke became thinner, a titan made of ore appeared in their sight. And standing on the top of the ore titan, it was Mars, and now his, panting heavily, if it wasn't for Yuya who has the magic of fire and the phoenix. It is estimated that he will not be able to get out of the ice burial at all. I really underestimated him. I didn't expect to be able to walk out of the ice burial. Lin Hao said calmly. Suddenly, under everyone's feet, the ore rose instantly, blocking their actions. And Lin Hao was directly elementalized the moment the ore appeared. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, from the top of the mine, he gradually turned into a human form. This guy, what's going on? Mars looked at Lin Hao and couldn't help frowning. What? Asta directly waved the sumo sword in his hand, chopped up the ore in his feet, and walked out. Take care of these two weird boys first. Mars muttered, and then directly controlled the ore titan to punch Lin Hao fiercely. Lin Hao quickly dodged and opened the grimoire, and the yellowed paper that was in his grimoire before fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Hao flipped the grimoire without thinking too much. Wood creation magic entangling. The voice fell. Bang bang bang. Under the ore titan's feet, thigh-sized vines strung together directly. Firmly pull the ore titan. Mars' pupils contracted violently, and he said in disbelief, wooden creation magic. This guy, isn't ice magic. Why? Made another wooden creation. Could it be, he's the same as me? Mew. Wood creation magic. How? It's impossible, a person should only have one magic attribute. But, why? Why do such civilians have two attributes? It's incredible. Klaus' face was very ugly, he had never seen the scene before him. If he hadn't been knocked out by Mars before, he probably would have seen that Mars used flame magic. In this way, both of them have two kinds of magic, which will definitely make him doubt life. Don't be too surprised, Lin Hao is the first person with dual attribute magic. Vanessa explained from the side. Double attribute magic. This commoner is really lucky. Klaus gritted his teeth, full of unwillingness in his heart. Because he thinks why this kind of good thing should happen to the nobles or the royal family, instead of letting these commoners get it. 048 Ancient Forbidden Magic, seeking support. Vanessa just smiled and didn't continue to reply to Klaus. Mars manipulated the ore titan struggled constantly. Papa. Dozens of huge vines wrapped around the body of the ore titan were suddenly pulled off. Afterwards, Mars flipped his grimoire and said in a deep voice, ore creation magic scimitar. Shua, shua, shua. In front of the ore titan, dozens of scimitars appeared out of thin air. Let you taste the magic that is faster than the sword. As soon as Mars finished speaking, dozens of scimitars spun softly, followed by flying towards Linhao and Asta. If Asta is using the demon-severing sword, it may be a bit difficult to receive this blow. However, now that he has obtained the sumo sword, it is still easy for him to take down these dozens of scimitars. Let me. Asta jumped out, waving the sumo sword in his hand, and with a few clicks of bang bang bang, he chopped off all the scimitars. Seeing this scene, Mars frowned, and then ran towards Asta while manipulating the ore titan. Get lost, you annoying guy, Mars yelled angrily. The ore titan waved his huge fist, and punched Asta directly. Asta quickly blocks with a direct sumo sword. Bang. Asta flew upside down. Lin Hao stretched out his hand and pushed Asta's back, which made him stop. This guy is a little hard to beat. Asta stood firm and frowned. Lin Hao smiled slightly and said, okay, you can rest for a while. Don't underestimate the enemy, this guy is not as easy to deal with as you imagined. Asta instructed. I know, now go and use your knife to cut off the ore under their feet. Lin Hao said slowly. Asta nodded. In fact, Lin Hao can easily subdue Mars' ore titan just by using the elementalization in the frozen fruit. Bang bang bang. Mars controlled the ore titan and ran towards Lin Hao quickly. Advertisement. But Lin Hao stood where he was, but didn't move a muscle. Lin Hao, be careful. Vanessa yelled when she saw this scene. Shua. The ore titan waved its huge fist, and directly smashed it down. With a bang, the ground was directly punched by the ore titan, and a big hole was smashed out. Rocks, big and small, flew around. When the others saw this scene, they immediately held their breath, and their pupils shrank violently. Vanessa. Lin Hao. Mimosa. Mr. Lin Hao. Fixed. Mars muttered. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. It's not as easy as you think. The voice fell. Zzz. The ore titan's fist was suddenly frozen by ice. What? Mars was taken aback for a moment, and continued in disbelief. Impossible, I hit him obviously, why is there nothing wrong with it? In the blink of an eye, the ore titan's arm was frozen together with the ground. And above his fist, a pile of ice slag slowly piled up, gradually turning into a human form. Lin Hao squatted down, stretched out his hand to touch his fist, and said in a deep voice, frozen moment. A layer of ice quickly covered the titan. Mars realized something was wrong, and quickly broke away from the titan. Dara. Sounded. Mars landed on the ground smoothly, his face slightly distorted. No. Absolutely not, how could I lose to you? As soon as Mars finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. His grimoire flipped quickly. Ore creation magic titan's heavy armor Mars shouted. Shua, 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 several times. Then a giant ore titan appeared. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, he flipped the grimoire again, and continued, ore creation magic sword of victory. In the hand of the ore titan, suddenly, a huge long sword appeared out of thin air. Standing on the frozen ore titan, Lin Hao said with a sneer smile, to tell you the truth, everything you've done now is in vain. You can't kill me. Mars suddenly had veins on his forehead, and he controlled the ore titan to run towards Lin Hao. Wielding that gigantic victory sword, he slashed straight at Lin Hao. For this kind of attack, Lin Hao doesn't need to dodge at all, he just needs to elementalize his body to be immune to all damage. There was a boom. The huge long sword swung down directly, and the sword of victory shattered directly. It is conceivable how much effort this Ore Titan took. Call. A powerful airflow spread directly, impacting everything around. Lin Hao, he should be fine. Seeing this scene, Vanessa couldn't help saying. Asta shook his head, saying that he didn't know either. If he can't take this blow, he will definitely be smashed to pieces. Klaus said in a deep voice. Mr. Lin Hao is stronger than we thought, and he should be fine, Mimosa said. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a voice sounded slowly. I said, everything you did was in vain. After Mars heard the voice, his face twisted again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have already been hit by me, why nothing happened? Mars' words almost came out in a roar. Lin Hao sneered, and didn't answer his words, just about to attack. However, his grimoire flew in front of him involuntarily. Lin Hao was startled for a moment. What's going on? I didn't use magic at all. While speaking, Grimmoire turned the page by himself, when he turned to the page with the font. Lin Hao was completely dumbfounded, because the font that appeared on this page was exactly the incantation on the previous yellowed paper. 049 Ancient Tree Spirit Seeking Flowers. What the hell is going on here? Why is the spell on that piece of paper now engraved on my grimoire? Lin Hao now has a very rich expression on his face, he doesn't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. He glanced around subconsciously, and found the yellowed paper that was blown in the corner of the wall. But at this moment on the paper, the incantation on the front has disappeared. As for why it disappeared, Lin Hao can roughly guess it. Grimoire in front of Lin Hao suddenly burst into a shining green light. Everyone subconsciously stretched out their hands to block their eyes to block the light. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Hao's face was very solemn, and he stared at his grimoire. What's going on here? The demon. Grimoire is absorbing my magic power. Lin Hao secretly thought that he wanted to stop, but he couldn't. After absorbing about half of it, suddenly, Grimoire's magic power rushed back into Lin Hao's body. For a moment, Lin Hao felt that his body was going to be blasted by this magic power. What? Lin Hao yelled loudly, and suddenly, with him as the center, a gust of air spread directly. The entire hall shook. What's going on here? Well, what a powerful magic power. Klaus said in shock. Lin Hao's magic power suddenly increased a lot, what happened just now? Vanessa asked with a puzzled look. As Mr. Lin Hao okay. Mimosa began to feel a little worried. Everyone wanted to help, but they really didn't know how to help. Don't say they were puzzled, the same, now Lin Hao also looks confused. Damn, what's going on here? Lin Hao frowned, feeling very complicated inside. He now feels that his body is about to explode at any time, which is very uncomfortable. Advertisement. Of course, this is a huge opportunity for Mars. Bang bang bang. Mars controlled the Ore Titan and dashed away, then jumped up and punched Lin Hao with his fists. When the fist approached step by step, in front of Lin Hao, suddenly, a powerful light flashed once again. Crack. The Ore Titan was suddenly shattered, and Mars flew upside down, hitting the wall heavily. PFF'd. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground and passed out. And at this moment, standing in front of Lin Hao is a titan as huge as an Ore Titan. Most of its body structure is composed of green tree roots, which looks a little scary. What is this titan? Vanessa, Asta, and the people around the Golden Dawn group all frowned when they saw this titan. Very scary. Almost everyone couldn't help trembling, only Asta's eyes were shining, said. Okay. So cool, is this Lin Hao's magic? It's really domineering. At this moment, the titan turned his head suddenly, glanced at Lin Hao who was underground, followed closely, and directly turned into a spot of light. Disappeared in the sight of the crowd. Watching the disappearance of the titan, the magical impact on Lin Hao also disappeared. Just now, which one is this spell? Lin Hao held the grimoire in his hand, unable to recover for a long time. Let's not talk about whether this magic is powerful, or whether it is ancient magic. Lin Hao felt that it was not very important. The important thing is, if you have to experience these pains every time you use it, Lin Hao would rather not have this magic. Advertisement. Tap tat tat. At this moment, Asta and the others quickly walked to Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao, are you okay? Vanessa asked worriedly. Lin Hao shook his head. Is that titan just now your magic? Yuno asked from the side. Lin Hao hesitated for a while, then said softly, I think, it should be. It's too powerful. He defeated him with one blow. Mr. Lin Hao is really powerful. Mimosa said with a slight smile. On the other hand, Klaus had a very bad expression on his face. Although he hated Lin Hao in his heart, Lin Hao's strength was undeniable. That guy, he shouldn't suddenly get up again. Asta said, looking at Mars who fell on the ground in the distance. I don't know, I think, this time, he should have no strength to stand up. Lin Hao said slowly. Bring him back to the four-leaf clover kingdom and hand it over to the Magic Emperor. Klaus said expressionlessly. Immediately afterwards, he walked in the direction of Mars in a diameter. Suddenly, the hall shook violently. Bang, bang, the top of the hall began to collapse continuously. What's going on? Yuno asked in surprise. It seems that the Magic Palace has been attacked by someone. Lin Hao replied. Let's get out of here first, Vanessa said anxiously. Everyone nodded, and even Klaus, who wanted to catch Mars, couldn't help rushing back. Yuno quickly opened his grimoire and shouted, "Wind creation magic. Tianjin wind arc." Hoo. As soon as Yuno's voice fell, a tornado-shaped object appeared out of thin air. Yuno stood on it and shouted loudly, "Everyone come up." 050 ability to specialize Asta, ask for a monthly pass. Everyone nodded and quickly walked up to the arc made by Yuno. Boom. The speed of the collapse of the main hall became even faster, and even the entire ceiling fell down directly. It's over, there's not enough time. There's no way out. Yuno frowned while controlling the arc. Damn it, didn't we get killed by that person? We were going to be buried directly. Klaus continued to release the magic, hitting the fallen building. In this case, we can only take one step at a time. Vanessa looked around vigilantly, with the same ugly expression on her face. Indeed, the look on anyone's face would have been about the same if they had been in that situation. Mimosa, where should I go? Yuno asked anxiously. Turn right ahead and enter the tunnel, Mimosa said calmly, looking at the signpost of her magic flower. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the speed of the collapse of the magic palace became faster and faster. Almost, the rock on the top collapsed at the same time. Seeing the distance ahead gradually disappear, almost everyone's eyes revealed the despair. Suddenly, Lin Hao asked Mimosa, "What do you think of this road sign?" Although Mimosa didn't know why Lin Hao asked this question, she immediately pointed to the road signs and explained to Lin Hao truthfully. It seems like a long time, but it is actually only a few seconds. However, in just a few seconds, the road ahead is gone. What to do? The arc controlled by Yuno stopped. Let's let, Lin Hao said, walking from the middle to the front. Is there anything you can do? Vanessa asked. Lin Hao nodded, then shouted loudly, "Ice tunnel." Advertisement. The voice fell. Immediately, Lin Hao released a strong cold air, and according to the road sign pointed by Mimosa, an ice jump tunnel was quickly formed in front of him. Call. After releasing, Lin Hao's body was covered with a thin layer of ice. From his mouth and nose, he kept exhaling cold air. If it is just to create an ice tunnel, Lin Hao doesn't need to spend so much effort at all. However, since the road ahead has already collapsed, to create an ice tunnel, it is necessary to push out the obstacles ahead. In this way, it will be laborious. Wow, this ice tunnel is really cool, Asta said excitedly. How powerful magic power is needed to create such an ice tunnel? Klaus looked at Lin Hao standing in front of him with an unbelievable expression. Lin Hao, how on earth did you do it? It's too weird. With your current magic power, horror can't be created, Vanessa said. What she asked was exactly the doubt in the hearts of everyone present. Everyone looked at Lin Hao with puzzled eyes, hoping that Lin Hao could solve this doubt for them. Lin Hao turned his head and said with a faint smile, "Well, I'm not too sure, my magic has dual attributes. However, it's just that plant magic needs mana to activate, while ice magic consumes stamina." What? Everyone looked at Lin Hao in surprise. No. Magic that doesn't need magic power. The world is so big, there are so many wonders. Klaus said in a deep voice. No wonder, when you released the ice magic, you didn't feel any magic power even though it was on such a large scale. Vanessa suddenly realized. Mr. Lin Hao is a man favored by God. It's amazing. It's the first time I've heard of magic that doesn't require magic power. Mimosa praised. Caw. All of a sudden, Asta's grimoire floated in front of him, and right after, Asta directly pulled out the demon severing sword from the grimoire. Asta, what are you doing? Yuno was startled and asked curiously. Advertisement. While speaking, Asta directly waved the demon severing sword in his hand. He slashed towards the ice tunnel. Everyone took a deep breath. With a sound of, dang, a knife mark was cut on the ice tunnel, and ice slag splashed towards the sides. Asta, you're crazy, don't you know that your sword repels magic? What if the whole ice tunnel collapsed? Yuno was cold from head to toe. A sword that repels magic. Klaus was taken aback for a moment, looking at the small opening where the knife mark was cut. Immediately, he felt that his head froze, because there were too many things that happened today that he couldn't understand. Sure enough, magic that doesn't require magic power to activate, my sword that repels magic, has no effect. Asta said seriously. Indeed, during the last mission, Asta's demon severing sword was on the ice ground released by Lin Hao. At that time, only a cut was made, but since he was fighting at that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. Until just now, after Lin Hao told it, Asta didn't know why, so he couldn't help but stabbed him. Boom. Yuno punched Asta on the head directly, cursing, "If you want to try, you wait until we go out and try it. If it collapses, we will all die in your hands." Asta touched his head and said quickly, sorry, but I know it because I tried it last time." Everyone gave Asta a blank look. However, Lin Hao, your magic is really designed to defeat Asta. Vanessa smiled from the side. Lin Hao just smiled and didn't talk about these useless topics with them. Yuno, let's get out of here and talk. Yuno nodded, and steered the arc to leave here. What Lin Hao didn't know was that in the back, Lotus used his secret trick, the Hermit's Smoke, to follow behind Yuno. 051 The Magic Emperor's speech asked for monthly pass. It was already night when Lin Hao and the others returned to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. That night, a dinner party was held at the stronghold of the Black Burst Bull group. The next day, Lin Hao slept almost until noon. Bed. Lin Hao turned over his grimoire, looked at the page of the incantation, and fell into deep thought. He is still impressed now, the way the tree spirit looked back at him. Bang bang bang. Suddenly at this moment, there was a knocking sound outside the room. Lin Hao, Magic Emperor asked us to report to the mission. Asta shouted loudly. I see. Lin Hao closed his grimoire, tidied his clothes, and got out of bed. Up the hall, there were a few members of the Black Burst Bull squad sitting here and there, and among them, Luck had also woken up. Seeing Lin Hao coming down the stairs, Luck immediately walked up to him, and said with a smile on his face, Hey, Lin Hao, are you playing with me? Lin Hao frowned, and immediately recalled the expression on Luck's heart demon invasion that day, quickly waved his hands, and said, No, senior, I've been very busy recently. Oh, that's it, that's such a pity. Luck said with some frustration. Let's go, Lin Hao. Asta called from the door. Where's Vanessa? Lin Hao asked subconsciously when he saw that Asta was the only one outside the door. Asta was stunned for a while, then said, I heard from Captain Yami that she went to perform another mission early in the morning, so, only the two of us went to report to the Magic Emperor. Lin Hao nodded. 4-Leaf Clover Kingdom, King Capital. Advertisement. When Lin Hao and Asta walked into the Magic Emperor Hall, the members of the Golden Dawn had already been waiting there. At this point, the Magic Emperor is watching Yuno's grimoire. You took a good thing. This magic is probably the most important relic in that magic palace. The Magic Emperor smiled slightly. Yuno heard the words of Magic Emperor, and said with some excitement in his heart, Can you understand? Magic Emperor nodded and said with a smile, Probably. The most important relic, so handsome. Asta hurried to Yuno's side and exclaimed, Oh, you're here too. Magic Emperor smiled slightly at Lin Hao and Asta. Lin Hao and Asta subconsciously gave Magic Emperor a courtesy. You guys did a great job on this task. Magic Emperor said calmly, and continued to look at Yuno's grimoire. Suddenly, his expression changed, he approached Yuno, and said, Well, can you use this magic once for me to see? Sorry, I haven't successfully activated this spell since it got into my grimoire. Yuno replied truthfully. As that's so, what a pity. Magic Emperor said slightly disappointed. In the world of Black 4-Leaf Clover, there are 4 major magical attributes, namely, fire, wind, water, and earth. And the others are other magical powers derived from these 4 elements. And the magic that Yuno got is exactly the Wind Elf, Sylph, among the 4 magic attributes. The Magic Emperor looked at Yuno and secretly thought, did she choose him in this era? Single quote. What I can tell you now is that this magic will grow together with you, and one day, it will become a powerful force. You must cherish it. Saying so, the Magic Emperor returned the grimoire in his hand to Yuno. Click. At this moment, Asta also opened his own grimoire and handed it to the Magic Emperor. He yelled, Magic Emperor, please help me to see, there are also strange articles on my grimoire. Hey, you are too rude, Klaus ordered from the side. The Magic Emperor waved his hand to show that he didn't care, and as he said that, he glanced at Asta's grimoire. Advertisement. As this, completely incomprehensible. Magic Emperor was taken aback, and continued, even in historical documents, I haven't seen it before. Asta was slightly disappointed, and directly pulled out the sumo sword from grimoire, said. Magic Emperor, look, he'll show up with this. Look. Saying that, Asta handed the sword of Suma to the Magic Emperor. The Magic Emperor subconsciously reached out to catch it, and his face suddenly changed. It's so heavy. Thank you that you can swing such a heavy sword. While speaking, Magic Emperor's face became a little stiff. It is absorbing my magic power. A thought suddenly flashed in the Magic Emperor's mind. However, he immediately withdrew his stiff face, and said to Asta with a chuckle. Well, I'll give it back to you. This thing is beyond my control. Only you who don't have magic power can get it. Ha 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 ha. Magic Emperor. Lin Hao said suddenly. Huh. The Magic Emperor set his sights on Lin Hao. Since you helped Yuno and Asta read it, why not help me too? Lin Hao said calmly. Oh, you also obtained magic in the Magic Palace. The Magic Emperor said excitedly. Lin Hao nodded and said, Yes. As he spoke, Lin Hao opened the grimoire, turned to the page of spells, and handed it to the Magic Emperor. After the Magic Emperor took it, his pupils shrank violently when he saw that it was not a font but a spell. What's the matter, Magic Emperor? Seeing Magic Emperor's expression, Lin Hao couldn't help asking. The Magic Emperor didn't answer Lin Hao's words on the spot, but said to Yuno and the others, Go out and wait for me first, I have something to say to Lin Hao. Yes. Yuno and the others nodded, then turned around and walked outside. 052 Hospitality asked for monthly ticket. After Yuno and the others went out, Lin Hao spoke to Magic Emperor. Magic Emperor, is there any problem with this magic? After hesitating for a while, the Magic Emperor replied, I have seen similar incantations in historical documents. This should be considered a rather special kind. Is it a special magic? Lin Hao continued to ask. Lin Hao, you have to be mentally prepared for what I'm going to say next. The Magic Emperor looked at Lin Hao expressionlessly. Lin Hao vaguely felt that things seemed to be very pessimistic. Say it, Lin Hao said in a low voice, and now he is mentally prepared to accept it. According to historical records, this is an ancient incantation, which belongs to forbidden magic. Forbidden magic. Does it mean forbidden to use it? Lin Hao was taken aback and asked. Well, that's what it means, because this kind of incantation magic is too dangerous. It was listed as forbidden magic in ancient times. This type of magic disappeared a long time ago. I really didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the ruins of the magic palace. Besides, the incantation is printed inside your grimoire. It must be that this magic has identified you. Listening to what the magic emperor said slowly, it didn't matter to Lin Hao whether it was forbidden magic or not. Most importantly, Lin Hao wouldn't be too happy if it was so painful every time he used it, even if it wasn't forbidden magic. Have you ever used this magic? The magic emperor continued to ask. Lin Hao pondered for a few seconds, then said, strictly speaking, it ran out by itself. Listening to Lin Hao's words, magic emperor was a little confused. I didn't know what happened at the time, but grimoire opened by itself, and then a titan mostly made of tree roots appeared. Lin Hao answered truthfully. After hearing Lin Hao's words, the magic emperor became silent, because he didn't know much about ancient magic. Advertisement. Therefore, he didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for Lin Hao to acquire this ancient magic. If it wasn't for this type of incantation recorded in historical documents, I'm afraid he wasn't an ancient incantation either. Lin Hao, I don't know much, so I can't tell you much. It is recorded in history that this kind of magic is very dangerous, so my suggestion is, try not to use it until you find out. Magic Emperor said in a deep voice said. Lin Hao nodded and said, I understand. After the Magic Emperor finished talking to Lin Hao, Asta and the others walked into the hall again. All in all, you performed wonderfully in the task of exploring the Magic Palace, thank you for your hard work. Magic Emperor laughed a few times, followed closely, and continued. Actually, the members of the knights who have won many stars are gathered today, and we will hold a military merit awarding ceremony. Military exploits. Awards. Everyone was startled and looked at Magic Emperor curiously. The Magic Emperor nodded. Yes. It's a commendation ceremony to award medals to those who have made great contributions. Come and participate together. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Then, under the guidance of the Magic Emperor, Lin Hao went into a huge castle. As the Magic Emperor pushed the door open, some members of several knight groups and their leaders appeared in Lin Hao's sight. Immediately afterwards, the people inside cast contemptuous glances at Lin Hao and the others, and laughed disdainfully. Then, the following process is that the Magic Emperor awarded them medals, and there is no such thing as Lin Hao and the others. Lin Hao and the others stood in front of the door, watching them quietly. After the presentation, the Magic Emperor said, thank you for your hard work. Next, we have prepared a little tea and light food for you. Please enjoy it to your heart's content. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention it. Today I also called some special guests. Advertisement. As soon as the Magic Emperor's words fell, those members all turned their heads and glanced at Lin Hao and the others, and some couldn't help but sneer. Now Lin Hao has been distracted almost from the moment he came in, he has been thinking about the matter of the ancient ban on magic. Lin Hao doesn't care at all about how many stars they have been authorized by the Magic Emperor and how to commend them. Later, the Magic Emperor said that he had to deal with some matters, so he left first, leaving only Lin Hao and the other members of the knights to the dining place. As a result, it was obvious that in the restaurant, almost everyone looked at Lin Hao and others with cold eyes. Why does the Magic Emperor give us such treatment, and the Magic Emperor who was the focus has indeed left at this time? Klaus said softly to Yuno who was on the side. Indeed, Lin Hao and his special guests, staying here, seemed out of place with them. From the moment they entered that gate, their contempt, white eyes, and ridicule never stopped. Among these special guests, the three members of the Golden Dawn group had serious faces, while Asta didn't care about the surrounding situation at all, and ate voraciously. Although Lin Hao also noticed the unfriendly eyes around him, he didn't bother to pay attention. Lin Hao has already understood the virtues of aristocrats and royal families. They basically look like Lao Su is the best in the world, thinking how noble he is, and so on. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Vulgar pariah. Why does the Magic Emperor entertain such a shameless person? One of the men with military exploits in the Golden Dawn regiment said disdainfully. And one of them I can't feel his magical power at all. It seems that I was lucky enough to complete the task of investigating the Devil's Palace. A silver-winged vulture woman sarcastically said disdainfully. As soon as her words fell, the entire silver-winged eagle couldn't help laughing. That laughter, not to mention how disgusting it is. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Hao felt that the people in the Black Bull blasting group were actually normal people. As for the other groups, Lin Hao guessed that their heads were probably caught by the door. 053 Lost Face monthly pass required. Suddenly at this moment, a man from the Knights of the Red Lotus Lion King walked up to the members of the Knights of the Golden Dawn. If you want to talk about untouchables, don't you also have them in your regiment? With the four-leaf clover grimoire, the people around you boasted to the sky. They are untouchables who forgot who they are. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding eyes couldn't help but cast on Yuno. The man from the Knights of the Red Lotus Lion King, holding the wine glass, continued, the previous task of investigating the Magic Palace will be completed better if I give it to me. While speaking, he glanced at the members of the Golden Dawn regiment next to him. You're really full of confidence, Gurren's brat. But, you're right, we don't have any expectations of that kind of pariah. It is us who can realize the ideals of Master Vengeance and the Golden Dawn. The man of the Golden Dawn said calmly. As he said that, Yuno might not have made him feel better, so he turned his finger on Klaus again. And you, Klaus, don't you feel ashamed to stand here at your level? Although Klaus was very unhappy in his heart, he still gritted his teeth and said, yes. He. There was another ironic scream from above the main hall. No. The ones who can't get on the stage the most are probably not your Golden Dawn group, but these two ignorant untouchables from the Black Burst Cow group. A member of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights, holding the wine glass, slowly stood up, eyes full of disdain. Brother Wong is right, look at the two of them, one eats like a dog, and the other just met the Magic Emperor twice and was dragged to heaven. A woman from the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights said. Members sarcastically. Shua. Suddenly at this moment, Lin Hao stood up, holding a wine glass in his hand, took a sip, and sneered. No, you guys ate shit on your mouth. What you say is so stinky. Yes, you royal family, the magic power of noble birth is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary people. Advertisement. But, in my opinion, it's useless for birds. Especially you, Lin Hao said, pointing to the female member of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights and continued. You said that I looked like I was being dragged to the sky, may I ask which dog's eyes saw it? Everyone present was angered by Lin Hao's words. Look at your current appearance, don't you look like you were being dragged to the sky? He. The male member of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights immediately replied. Lin Hao sneered and said, oh, that's really embarrassing, it seems that she really saw me being dragged to the sky with both dog eyes. The Knights of the Silver-Winged Vulture frowned suddenly, realizing that they had been tricked by Lin Hao's words. You be asterisk 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 D, I think you are tired of work, the female member of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights trembled angrily. For this kind of arrogant person, you have to suffer a little to get a good memory. The man of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights sneered. Immediately afterwards, his grimoire suddenly floated in front of him. Caw. I saw Grimmoire flipping. Holy water bullet. As soon as the words fell, in front of him, a water polo in the shape of a missile appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, with a sound of shoo, the water polo suddenly popped out and shot towards Lin Hao quickly. And Lin Hao stood where he was, watching the water polo approaching step by step, motionless. At this moment, Asta was about to pull out the demon-breaking sword in Grimmoire, but was stopped by Lin Hao. Then, when the water polo was more than 1 meter away from Lin Hao suddenly released a strong cold air. Shua. Advertisement. The passive ice of the water polo and the entire hall froze. Clang. The frozen water polo fell directly to the ground and broke into ice slag. What? Everyone present was shocked by Lin Hao's scene. Without Grimmoire, the royal family's attack was directly followed. The royal family present couldn't understand what kind of concept this is. How come? What's going on with this guy? It seems quite interesting. In an instant, it not only froze the water polo of Silver-Winged Eagle, but also froze the entire ground of the hall. And Mimosa, Klaus, and Yuno were quite relieved to see this scene. Fortunately, it's Mr. Lin Hao, it's really amazing. Mimosa thought secretly. Good job, although I don't recognize you very much, but now you have done something I dare not do. Klaus thought to himself. At this moment, the man from the Silver-Winged Eagle Knights was struggling, and Lin Hao took the blow just now without Grimmoire. It has already made his royal family lose face. Unforgivable. The men of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights shouted loudly. 054 Eat Karma's Silver-Winged Vulture Knights. His face is very distorted, if this moment is not in this place where only heroes can enjoy meals. He will definitely tear Lin Hao into pieces. Caw. His grimoire flipped again, just about to cast a spell. Suddenly, behind him, a powerful coercion swept the entire hall. The faces of the people who were with Lin Hao were densely covered with sweat. Lin Hao raised his head slightly, and behind the man from the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights was the head of the Silver-Winged Vultures. I saw him walking towards the man step by step. Similarly, his face was covered with sweat. On the contrary, this coercion did not have much influence on Lin Hao. It is true that Lin Hao's magic power is not as good as his now, but he may not be able to take advantage of the ability to use frozen fruits. The man was so frightened by his regiment leader that his whole body trembled, and he said falteringly, Nozzle. Brother Nozzle. The head of the Silver-Winged Vulture stopped in his tracks, and said expressionlessly, Solid, don't do anything to the untouchables. But this pariah insulted our royal family. Solid said in horror. Shut up, do you want to shame my Silva family? Said the head of the Silver-Winged Vulture group coldly. After hearing this, Solid didn't dare to speak anymore. Immediately afterwards, the head of the Silver-Winged Eagle group said in a deep voice to Lin Hao. What kind of crime should a pariah dare to insult and disobey the royal family? Lin Hao slowly put the wine glass in his hand to his mouth, and after tasting the fine wine, he said, then what do you think should be blamed? Advertisement. The head of the Silver-Winged Vulture frowned, secretly thinking, under my coercion, he can still be so comfortable. This guy is really not an ordinary pariah. Suddenly, just as he was about to make a move, a voice sounded. Let's stop here. Don't you feel ashamed to do this to a teenager? The Silva family. The one who said this was the head of the Red Lotus Lion King of the Nine Knights. The head of the Silver-Winged Vultures replied with a sneer. It's really shameful for a young man to do this, but it's even more shameful not to teach him a lesson for insulting our Silva family. Boy, please apologize to the Silva family. The head of the Red Lotus Lion King said to Lin Hao. Apologize. Upon hearing these two words, Lin Hao couldn't help laughing. Why should he apologize? It was the Silva family who made the trouble, but it was myself who apologized. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible, not to mention, if they do it hard, the head of the silver-winged vulture may not be able to take advantage of it. Have you seen that? It's not that my Silva family is narrow-minded, but that this pariah doesn't know what to do. The head of the silver-winged vulture group sneered. After hearing this, the head of the Red Lotus Lion King troop did not speak out. Originally, he couldn't understand the Silva family's behavior, so he stepped in to reconcile. But Lin Hao didn't appreciate it, and there was nothing he could do about it. The apology should belong to the Silva family. There is nothing wrong with us. At this time, Asta also stood up and shouted at the head of the silver-winged vulture group. Shut up, damned untouchable, it's not for your sake to speak here. The head of the silver-winged vulture was furious, and the coercion was released again. Moreover, this time, it is even stronger than the last time. Asta's breathing became short of breath. At this suffocating moment, a familiar voice came over. Advertisement. Oh, what a powerful coercion, what are you playing here? The head of the silver-winged vulture immediately turned his head, and when he saw that it was the Magic Emperor, he quickly put away the coercion he had issued. The Magic Emperor just smiled at the head of the silver-winged vultures, but didn't say anything. The next moment, he walked to Lin Hao's side and said with a smile on his face, "These things are still to your liking." Lin Hao nodded and replied, "Thank you, Magic Emperor, for your hospitality. The food is delicious, and the seniors are also very interesting." Hearing this, the head of the silver-winged vulture group frowned even more. However, it is impossible for him to be rude in front of the Magic Emperor. "Oh, that's good," Magic Emperor said slowly. After finishing speaking, the Magic Emperor took a few steps back and continued, "The king organized a group arena, and anyone in the whole country can participate. In order to strengthen the reputation of this group arena. Therefore, members of the 9 Knights participate, of course, except for missions. Group arena, everyone was taken aback, and the members of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights let out meaningful smiles. "Master Magic Emperor, this group of special guests will all participate?" asked the member of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights. The Magic Emperor nodded with a chuckle, and said, "Well, of course." After hearing about the Magic Emperor, the members of the Silver-Winged Eagle Knight cast their eyes on Linhao and grinned. 055 plan, seeking support. Apparently, their Silver-Winged Eagle Knights started to target Lin Hao. With the Magic Emperor around, they dare not teach the lesson clearly. However, if it was a group arena held by the king, it would be different, and it could be justified. Later, due to the emergence of the Magic Emperor, these members of the royal family became much more well-behaved, and they never talked about untouchables from the beginning to the end. However, occasionally, Lin Hao, as well as Asta, are contemptuous. The time for the group arena is a week later. After party time. A certain palace. The head of the Silver-Winged Vulture was sitting on a huge chair, and around him were members of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights. "Brother Nozzle, if you don't let that kid suffer, our Silva family will lose face," one of the members said. After hearing what he said, the head of the Silver-Winged Eagle group cast his eyes on the man and said in a deep voice. "Don't I know what you're talking about? The Silva family can't be provoked by mere pariahs. Brother Nozzle, do we need to give that pariah some color now?" A female member said. The head of the Silver-Winged Eagle group frowned, and said coldly, "You mean, go to the Black Bull group to teach him a lesson now?" She seemed to think of something and said falteringly, Our Silva family has lost enough face today, don't you want the family to be humiliated?" said the head of the Silver-Winged Vultures expressionlessly. "Sorry, Brother Nozzle, I didn't think about this issue." The female member lowered her head and said softly. "Shua, advertisement." The head of the Silver-Winged Vulture stood up from his chair, his eyes full of anger. Although there is no chance to teach him a lesson right now, God still favors our Silva family. In the group arena a week later, I will show him the consequences of provoking our Silva family. Night. In the stronghold of the Black Buffalo group, Yami said that he wanted to announce something important, and gathered all the members of the Black Buffalo group in the lobby. After scanning the people in the hall, Yami said, "Okay, everyone is here, right? Before announcing important things, let's talk about something else." Then, Yami cast his eyes on Linhao and Asta, and said, "Linhao, Asta, I heard that you two had a conflict with the Silver-Winged Eagle Knights, right?" Noelle reacted the most when she heard Yami's words, because she was also from the Silva family. She cast her eyes on Lin Hao, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes, because Noelle knew the Silva family members best. Lin Hao and Asta were startled, glanced at each other, hesitated for a while, then nodded. "Shua." Yami lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth, took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly. Then, his complexion suddenly changed, and he laughed loudly. "Okay, good job. It's not discrediting my Black Blasting Cow group." What Yami said slightly surprised Lin Hao and Asta. "Captain Yami, don't you ask why we have conflicts?" Lin Hao asked curiously. Yami was silent for a second, and replied, "Lin Hao, you know, I know more about the Knights of the Silver-Winged Vulture than you do. Therefore, it is definitely the Knights of the Silver-Winged Eagle who made this happen." Advertisement. With such trust in his members, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your understanding, leader," Lin Hao said calmly. Yeah, Yami nodded, and then continued. Okay, it's time to get to the point. Wait, Captain Yami, Noelle suddenly said, and everyone turned their eyes to her curiously. And she cast her eyes on Linhao and Asta, and said, has the conflict been resolved? No, the Magic Emperor appeared later. Asta replied, while Linhao nodded aside. Noelle. No wonder you came back safe and sound. Okay, Noelle, let's talk about your topic after I announce the main topic. Yami added a sentence. Then he continued talking to all the members. A week later, the king decided to hold a group arena in the capital of the Four-Leaf Clover. Members of the 9 Knights must participate. If there is a mission on a certain day, no one is required. Group arena, Captain Yami, I want to participate. Luck said excitedly. It seems very interesting, let me join in. Magna said. But Yami directly ignored the two of them, and said to Linhao, on the day of the group arena, the Knights of the Silver-Winged Vulture are destined to trouble you. So, you don't want to participate that day. Captain Yami is right, Brother Nozzle, he won't let you off so easily. Noelle added. Yami exhaled a smoke ring, and continued. Well, what Noelle said is correct, even her own sister can be excluded like this, let alone a commoner. 056 The last day, monthly pass required. Regarding their persuasion, Lin Hao pondered for a few seconds, and said calmly, no. Leader, let me participate, they may not be able to take advantage of me. Looking at Lin Hao's firm eyes, Yami also pondered, and said, it's up to you, you can decide for yourself whether you want to participate or not. If Lin Hao only had magic, he should listen to Yami's dissuasion. However, he possesses both magic and frozen fruit, so he must participate in this group arena. What's more, during this period of time, Lin Hao discovered that the growth rate of the frozen fruit's ability was beyond his expectation. There is still 1 week before the group arena, and during this time, Lin Hao has already made plans. Don't do tasks, concentrate on cultivating the ability to freeze fruits, and researching the ancient forbidden magic. On the second day, the news of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom group arena had almost spread throughout the entire country. And at this moment, on a hilltop far away from the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, stood several strangely dressed men. Hey, interesting, a group arena where everyone can participate. One of the men suddenly laughed. Is that plan changing? Another man asked. Of course, the plans will of course change. But, the higher-ups are not so easy to talk to. Another man asked. Don't worry, as for the above, I will tell you. This group arena is a good opportunity for us. The 9 Knights, the Magic Emperor, and the King will all be present. Yes, my lord, I understand. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 6th day. Advertisement. At dusk, the surrounding area of the Black Burst Bull Group stronghold was covered by a super thick layer of ice. Suddenly, a silver halo appeared in the backyard of the Black Burst Group's stronghold. Mimosa ran out quickly, and said to Finral who was at the side, is it the same today? Yeah, Finral nodded. Mr. Lin Hao is working hard enough, I'm afraid something happens to him. Mimosa said worriedly. Don't worry, our Captain Yami is reasonable. Finral smiled lightly. Does your captain give you training in his free time? Mimosa continued to ask. Finral shook his head and said. No, the reason why Captain Yami was able to train with Lin Hao today is because last night, Lin Hao won more than 10 games in a row against Captain Yami. Gambling. Mimosa was slightly taken aback. Well, that kid Lin Hao's skills are really amazing, and he won the head of Yami's head. Finral almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he thought of Yami's face when he lost yesterday. Boom. In front of Mimosa, an object fell straight down and hit the ground. Ice slag mixed with mud flew towards them. Mimosa subconsciously reached out to block it. Tap tat tat. In the thick smoke and dust, footsteps came. Immediately afterwards, a voice sounded. Okay, Lin Hao, that's enough. I'm really tired from the beating. I'm going back to take a good bath and eat a meal. Yami said calmly, then took out a cigarette and put it into the mouth lit up. And Mimosa quickly walked towards the big pit. Advertisement. Swish. Lin Hao stood up straight away, and when he saw Mimosa, he smiled slightly and said, Mimosa is here, you don't need to treat me today. Mimosa looked at Lin Hao's whole body, and was taken aback for a moment. Because there is no wound on Lin Hao's body today. You know, the first 5 days were full of scars. I've troubled you for the past few days. Lin Hao thanked Mimosa. No. You're welcome, I don't have a task anyway. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Mimosa blushed involuntarily. 1 yard is worth 1 yard, so I, Lin Hao, owe you a favor. Lin Hao said calmly. No. No need, Mr. Lin Hao, you saved me once, so it's right to do this for you. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Mimosa said hastily, and then turned around and started running. Looking at her back, Lin Hao almost laughed. The reason why he didn't get injured in training today is because he used elementalization. And in the first 5 days, he didn't use elementalization, and when he released the frozen fruit ability, he didn't aim at people either. Or does Captain Yami know how to take care of the members? Finral followed behind Yami and said with a smile. Huh, what do you mean? Yami asked curiously. A few days ago, that kid Lin Hao was full of scars. He fought against the leader today, but he was not injured. What does that mean? The leader let go of the water. Finral said slowly. No, I didn't release the water. That kid is very weird. I didn't notice anything before, but when I played against him today, I found out. Yami said in a low voice. 057 The opening of the ring competition, monthly ticket required. Okay, Captain Yami, don't be modest. Linhao does have potential, but he can't boast like that. Finral quickly followed Yami. Yami's face suddenly became gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "What? Are you suspecting that I, the head of the regiment, have been dishonest?" Finral was stunned for a moment, his face was a little stiff, and he quickly explained, No, I'm just kidding with you." Yami gave him a blank look, and then ignored him. Now, he just wants to take a good bath and have a meal. On the second day, the group arena finally ushered in. On this day, the streets were jam-packed, some were watching the excitement, and some came all the way to participate in the competition. Bang bang bang, colorful fireworks bloom on the four-leaf clover royal capital. This time participating in the group arena, not counting the members of the 9 knights, there are more than 1,000. I heard that as long as you finish the top 10 in the group arena this time, you can get magic items from the king and the magic emperor. A man walking on the street said. Yes, why haven't I heard of it? Another man said curiously. Of course you don't know. My cousin went to find out. He told me that the king only passed on the news of the group arena. As for the rewards, you usually only know about them when you go to the king's capital. Do you think your cousin has hope? After all, he participated in the knights for 4 consecutive years and was not selected. You don't need to underestimate my cousin. After losing the election last time, he has awakened 2 new magics. The other man frowned, and continued. But, I heard that some members of the knights will also participate, so there is no hope at all. Ha ha ha, I knew you didn't know the inside story. People from the knights came to help out, and the members of their knights will compete first to start the show. The other man suddenly realized, and smiled awkwardly. Advertisement. And at this time, from their side, there were dozens of strong magic passing by one after another. 4-leaf clover capital, ring arena. This arena covers a large area, surrounded by spectators, and is at the forefront of these spectators. It is a member of the knights, and their responsibility is to prevent the magic in the arena from affecting these audiences. And in the middle of the east side of these audiences, there is a balcony, and the king of 4-leaf clover is sitting on the balcony. Sitting next to the king is the current magic emperor, while the 9 knight leaders are standing behind the king and the magic emperor. Tap tat tat. At this time, the king's confidant walked up to him and said, "King, the time is up." The king nodded and said calmly, "Then let's begin." Yes. Not long after following the man down, countless fireworks bloomed in midair. The king's confidant returned to the balcony, walked to the front, and shouted, "Welcome to the 4-leaf clover capital. As long as you enter the top 10 in this group arena, you can get the king and the magic. A magic item granted by the emperor. As for the rules, there are not too many. First, you can't hurt your life. The second is that the opponent loses combat power and wins, or falls to the ground. Originally, the king's plan was to let the knights bring the opening ceremony, but due to the large number of participants, it has almost occupied the entire arena, so only a temporary change of plan. There are a total of 1,080 people participating in the group arena this time, and the first match is a chaotic battle. Advertisement. The last 50 people can pass the next round. The king's confidant said slowly. After the contestants heard this, they immediately frowned. Out of 1,080 people, only 50 will make it to the next round. It's crazy. Yeah, I have to find a way to get up, and I can't fight hard with them. Me too. After the end, they should not have much physical strength left. When the time comes, it's our chance to make a move. After a while, the king's confidant suddenly shouted. Then, the game begins. As soon as his words fell, the arena immediately exploded, and all kinds of magic flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the arena was already in dilapidated condition. Tap tat tat. On the path in the middle of the auditorium, one of the members of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights came to the front. Have you changed your plan temporarily? Another member of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights turned their heads, then nodded and said, Yes, the original opening was changed to these untouchables first. And we waited for them to finish the game, and during the 2 hours of rest, we were playing the Knights game. Also, Brother Nozzle said, today is just to make that pariah suffer a little bit, after all, the Magic Emperor and the King are here. 058 I don't like the royal family, ask for a monthly ticket. Cut. The member of the Silver-Winged Vulture Knights was full of unwillingness. Last time, Lin Hao made him lose face at the banquet, and now he just wants to tear Lin Hao into pieces. Okay, Brother Solid, I don't understand how you feel, but I really don't have a chance today. Solid closed his eyes in thought, his face distorted. A few seconds later, he continued to speak. Damn pariah, I'll let him understand the difference between the royal family and the pariah. Brother Solid, don't worry, I won't act recklessly, I just let him understand the distinction between high and low. After saying that, Solid turned around and walked away. After a while, he came to the rest room of the arena. At this moment, there stood a man from the Silva family just like him. What's going on? Solid asked. Hearing this, the man turned around and saw that it was Solid. He squeezed out a smile, and said, Don't you worry about my work, you and him are definitely the first to appear on the stage. Solid nodded in satisfaction, and said, Okay, now let's wait for the group of untouchables in front of us to finish their competition. As time passed by every minute and every second, there were fewer and fewer people standing in the arena. 200, 100 people, 60 people, 50 people. Suddenly, at this moment, on the balcony, the king's confidant shouted, "The first round, the competition is over, the 50 contestants standing on the ring, enter the waiting room." Shua, shua, shua. As soon as the king's confidant finished speaking, a large number of soldiers rushed up and lifted the fallen people down in the ring. After a while, all the people on the ring were evacuated. Immediately afterwards, a wizard stepped forward and opened the grimoire. He shouted loudly, and in an instant, the originally dilapidated arena was restored. Okay, these 50 contestants will rest for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, the mages of our knights will compete. As he spoke, the king's confidant took out a piece of paper from his pocket and scanned it. Then read. In the first match, Lin Hao from the Black Burst Bulls will face off from Solid, the Silver Wing Eagles. As soon as his words fell, Solid slowly walked out of the lounge with a superior expression. And in the lounge on the other side, advertisement. Silver Winged Vulture. It seems that the power of the royal family is great. If you want to fight, you can fight with anyone. Lin Hao stood up from the chair with a sneer. Lin Hao, you have to be careful. Noel instructed with some worry. Lin Hao smiled slightly, and said, good, I'll come down if you beat me casually. After all, without waiting for Noel to continue speaking, she walked towards the ring. At this time, above the balcony, it seems inappropriate for newcomers to fight with old members, Yami said suddenly. Oh, is that so? Could it be the head of the Black Burst Bulls, who is afraid that the members of my Silver Winged Eagle Knights will bully the new members of your group? The head of the Silver Winged Eagle sneered from the side. Ha ha ha. Yami laughed a few times, and replied, that's not the case. To be able to fight with the old members of the Silver Wing Eagles is the blessing of that kid Lin Hao. Well, that's right, Lin Hao can fight with the old members, so he can learn a lot from the seniors. The Magic Emperor sitting in front said with a smile. Well, yes, the new members should learn from the old members, so that they can properly protect the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. The king also said. What I'm talking about is that if you can learn from the old members of the Silver Winged Eagle group, you will naturally gain a lot. Yami also added. Of course, in this battle, the new members of your Black Burst Bull squad will understand a lot. The head of the Silver Winged Eagle squad sneered. In the arena, Lin Hao had already reached the center of the ring, only 5 meters away from Solid of the Silver Wing Eagle group. Untouchable, to be able to fight against the royal family, you should be very proud. Solid said sarcastically. Lin Hao was taken aback, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, you look so stupid, I thought your mind was full of idiots, it seems that I was wrong, saying that idiots are too flattering to you. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Solid immediately frowned, and his face flushed with anger. Shut up, you pariah, what should you do for insulting the royal family? If the match hadn't started yet, Solid would have attacked Lin Hao just at that moment. Royal family, in front of me, don't talk about these fancy things with me. Lin Hao said slowly. Hee, a pariah who has never seen the world, your ignorance really makes people feel sad. Solid laughed. And at this moment, on the balcony, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Game start. As soon as the words fell, Solid revealed a strange smile and said, now I will let you know the difference between the royal family and the pariah. Caw caw caw. Solid's grimoire flew directly in front of him, emitting a blue light, and flipped right after him. Water binding magic, sea serpents binding. As soon as the words fell, a water column rose directly behind Solid. It turned into a sea snake, hovered in midair and flew towards Lin Hao quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sea snake wrapped Lin Hao up, but Lin Hao's eyes revealed nothing but innocence. Advertisement. A pariah is really a pariah. You can't dodge even a small attack. Who gave you the courage to act so recklessly? Solid said mockingly. Your rubbish attack, do I need to avoid it? Lin Hao said calmly. Indeed, it would be more difficult to dodge such an attack. It would be better to stand still and let him play around with a bunch of useless things. The next moment, his body emitted white gas. Zzz. The sea snake hovering over Lin Hao's body was slowly being frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few seconds later, the sea snake completely turned into an ice snake. Lin Hao exerted a little force, and with 2 clicks, the ice snake hovering over his body broke off directly. Bang bang bang. A pile of ice snake remains fell to the ground. Solid's complexion suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharper. At this time, above the balcony. Well, the new members of the Black Burst Bull group are very interesting. The king said after witnessing what happened just now. The Magic Emperor nodded with a smile, and replied, it's not just him. Among the newcomers to the Knights this year, are there 3 new members who are very interesting. 3. God really protects my 4-leaf clover kingdom. Someday I have time, I must meet who is this interesting child. The king smiled from ear to ear. Isn't the seedling of my knights good? Yami asked the head of the Silver Wing Vultures beside him, smoking a cigarette. The face of the head of the Silver Winged Eagle group changed, he snorted, and said, it's only starting now. He still has a lot to learn. That's right. Yami laughed loudly, and then continued. Then I will first thank you, Lin Hao, as the team leader. The head of the Silver Winged Eagle group frowned, ignored Yami, and cast his eyes on the ring. If Solid doesn't defeat Lin Hao this time and give him a hard lesson, it is estimated that the reputation of his Silva family will really be ruined. After all, What is the concept of a commoner who defeats the royal family? The most deadly thing is not this. It was a commoner who had joined the regiment for less than a year, defeating an old member who had joined the regiment for a long time. With Solid defeated, the Silva family is destined to be reduced to a big joke in the four-leaf clover capital. I've heard you babbling a lot of useless nonsense from the very beginning, and I'm really sorry for not letting you lie down. Lin Hao said, gathering the air conditioning on his right arm. 2IGO59 Dragon King's Warhammer, first order required. ZZZ. A few times. Lin Hao's right arm directly ejected a gust of cold air, and the ground where the shockwave passed was covered with a layer of ice. Seeing this scene, Solid quickly escaped. Boom. The edge of the arena was directly covered with a thick layer of ice. Solid frowned, feeling a little confused like those before, because the attack launched by Lin Hao was completely inconsistent with magic power. What's going on? I only heard that he has dual attribute magic, but what about magic power? Solid was distracted for a moment. Suddenly, behind him, a gloomy voice came. Call me, if you lose your mind, you will be killed. After hearing this, Solid's pupils shrank violently. Damn it. When did you come behind me? Solid had just finished speaking, before he had time to react. Lin Hao's thighs melted into ice, and he was kicked into the air with a heavy kick. Call out. In midair, a stunning solitary line was drawn, and then fell heavily to the ground. All the audience saw this scene, their eyes widened. That one just joined the Knights this year, a man said. It seems to be. The one who fought with him is an old member of Silver-Winged Eagle. Oh my god. This year's new members are so powerful, they have the upper hand from the beginning. I also heard that one of this year's Knights won the four-leaf clover grimoire? Advertisement, four-leaf clover grimoire. Isn't that the one used by the original Magic Emperor? Yes. Today's new member is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. But at this moment, on the balcony, the head of the Silver-Winged Vultures was pale, staring at Solid above the ring, his eyes revealing only anger. Chief of the Silver-Winged Eagles, the new seedlings of my Blackburst Bulls are not bad, Yami said with a slight smile. After hearing this, the head of the Silver-Winged Eagle group became even more ugly. Apparently, Yami is just trying to change the way to mock the members of the Silver-Winged Grand Knights to no avail. It's just the beginning. It may be too early for the head of the Black Bull Buff group to say this, said the head of the Silver-Winged Eagle group. It's really good, but looking at him, he seems very confident. He hasn't used Grimmoire until now. The king interrupted the conversation between Yami and the leader of the Silver-Winged Vultures. You don't know, Lin Hao's child is a rare dual attribute magic. Magic Emperor added next to it. Dual attribute magic. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've heard of it, the king said calmly. It's not surprising, because it's too rare. During the last inspection of the Demon Palace, according to the report of the members of the Golden Dawn mission, there was also an area with double magic in the Diamond Kingdom. However, he is incomparable to Lin Hao. Lin Hao is born, and he is just a test product of Diamond Kingdom. Experimental subject, Julius, there seems to be a lot of movement in the Diamond Kingdom recently. Have you thought of any good way? The king asked the Magic Emperor. Magic Emperor nodded. 1. I have registered. The Magic Emperor was chatting with the king, but completely deviated from the subject. Until a ray of light flickered, the regiment pulled him back on track. Unforgivable, unforgivable, you bloody pariah. Solid's face was very distorted. As a royal family, Solid has excellent genes, and his natural magic power is stronger than others. However, they all have a common problem, that is, their magic power is very strong, and their physical skills are almost all inferior. Advertisement: if the magic is strong, they have Asta's amazing body. The magic power is the same as the physical skill, it can fight in melee and far away, strength will definitely fall into more than one level. Ask for flowers, but, also, in the world of Black Four-Leaf Clover, most mages belong to long-distance combat. Maybe in their eyes, it doesn't matter if you practice physical skills or not. Water restraint magic, Dragon King's Warhammer, Solid shouted loudly. I saw his grimoire flipping up and down, and after it stopped, a strong light suddenly burst out from inside his grimoire. What a strong magic power. Can that new member catch it? If he can't catch it, his life is very likely to be in danger, the king said to the Magic Emperor, who was a little worried. Zero Magic Emperor pondered for a while, then said, then, for the safety of the new members, let's end the competition. No. Lin Hao can take it, Yami said calmly from behind. The Magic Emperor and the king were slightly taken aback, then turned their heads and looked at Yami. Yami, this is no joke, it's about a person's life, Magic Emperor said in a deep voice. Don't worry, that kid Lin Hao can handle it. Yami still had that calm expression. Seeing Yami's expression, Magic Emperor had no choice but to cancel the suspension of the game. Head of the Blackburst Bulls, if you, a new member, can't take over and cause any serious consequences, I, the Silver-Winged Eagle Knights, will not take any responsibility, the leader of the Silver-Winged Eagles said coldly. Yami smiled slightly and said, of course. The head of the Silver-Winged Vultures also grinned and was not talking. Now he just wants Solid to release all his magic and kill Lin Hao. Anyway, even if Lin Hao died, it had nothing to do with their Silver-Winged Vulture Knights. 060. Unfortunately, I am not an ordinary person. But at this moment, Solid seemed to be going crazy, and his whole smiling face began to distort. Untouchable, I will let your mind always remember that the Silva family is something you cannot insult in your life, Solid yelled at Lin Hao. There was a Shui, behind Solid, a very large water column shot up towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, a super huge water polo formed, and the water polo gradually turned into the shape of a hammer. Floating high in the midair, the formation is very scary. Don't worry, today I will let you remember that anyone who is not a royal family can be messed with, Lin Hao said expressionlessly. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Solid grinned once again in a distorted, 250, laugh. His appearance made one's hair stand on end. Have you not figured out the current situation yet, you pariah who only knows how to talk? Solid smiled coldly. Immediately following the dancing of both hands, the water-shaped hammer also moved in the air. Lin Hao stood where he was, without making any unnecessary movements. Go to hell, you pariah. As soon as the words fell, Solid waved his hands down, and immediately after, the water-shaped hammer in midair hit Lin Hao with a hammer. There was a bang. The water-shaped hammer hit the ground by itself, and immediately, the entire arena shook violently. Cracks in the shape of spider webs opened around it. The audience watching the play held their breath at the moment when the hammer fell. He won't be smashed into meat paste by this hammer, a male audience member said with a stiff face. Should. Probably not, they are both members of the Night Order, it is impossible to kill each other, another replied. Advertisement. However, look around that magic hammer, there is no sign of that new member at all. The only possibility is being smashed under the hammer. It seems. What you said makes sense. Not only were the audience terrified, even the king couldn't sit still. Immediately stood up from the chair. He should be fine, the king frowned. Even the current magic emperor is not sure if it will be okay for Lin Hao to take the hammer head on. I don't know. The magic emperor also stood up slowly and said with a blank expression. Similarly, he is also very worried about Lin Hao's safety now. If it weren't for what Yami said just now, he probably would have suspended the game long ago. Originally, the new members fought against the old members, and the arrangement was a bit outrageous. If you take Solid's move head on, the chance of surviving is almost zero, the head of the silver-winged eagles said with a sneer. Then he turned his eyes to Yami, and continued, it's not that I brag about the strength of my team members. The leader of the Black Blasting Cow team, if the new member of your team has a body of steel, he may survive. However, it's a pity that he is only a physical body. He had a chance to survive just now, but you stopped him, so the one who killed him was not Solid, but you. Huh. Yami seemed a little calm, smoking a cigarette leisurely, as if it was none of his business. After about 10 seconds, he said, I have confidence in the members of my Night Order. This is not the place where he fell. Speak hard, I think you want to get rid of responsibility. The head of the Silver-Winged Eagle group grinned coldly. Okay. Shut up both of you, Magic Emperor said calmly, just wanted to go down and have a look. But, at this very moment, the water-shaped iron mouth is gradually being frozen. Solid immediately realized that something was wrong, and waved his hand to control the water-shaped hammer to float in the air. Advertisement: one side of the water-shaped hammer is now frozen. What's the matter? Since this kid can take my blowhead on, it's okay. Sweat gathered on Solid's face. Ka. A pile of ice slag piled up, and then turned into a human form. The audience who saw this scene cheered. Even the head of the silver-winged vultures changed his face drastically. What kind of magic is this? Since I can take Solid's Dragon King's hammer intact. This newcomer is interesting. The king smiled slightly and returned to his position. The Magic Emperor followed behind and returned to his position. It's indeed beyond my expectation, Magic Emperor said. Impossible. Why do you have nothing at all? You should be smashed to pieces now. Solid looked at Lin Hao with 10 disbelieving expressions. Lin Hao said with a cold smile. If ordinary people take this blowhead on, they may be smashed to pieces as you said, but unfortunately, I am not an ordinary person. Your attack is very powerful, but it's useless against me. 1.8. You pariah. Solid almost went crazy at this moment. Dancing hands flipped Grimmoire, said, water-binding magic, the cage of the sea. Bang 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 around Lin Hao, a thick wall of water suddenly formed, surrounding him. And at this moment, white gas appeared on Lin Hao's body. A powerful cold air was released from his body, zzz. The water around Lin Hao was frozen instantly. 061 included as a candidate for the head of the group, seeking subscription. In the blink of an eye, a shocking scene appeared in everyone's sight. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao jumped up and onto the top of the ice wall. He spit out a breath of cold air from his mouth, turned out a handful of ice thorns, and grabbed them in his hand. Solid glanced sharply at Lin Hao, followed by waving his hands to control the water-shaped hammer floating in the void. Die, damn pariah, Solid yelled. The water-shaped hammer in the void continuously smashed towards the direction where Lin Hao was standing. Boom, boom. The top of the ice wall that Lin Hao was standing on just now turned into ice slag in an instant. Even the arena was dug into a deep hole by Solid. Billowing smoke and dust blocked everyone's sight. Tap tat tat. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure appeared looming. Shui. I saw Lin Hao stepping out of the smoke with one foot, and the next moment, his whole body returned to everyone's sight. Cheers came from the audience again. Why are you standing still? A pariah should look like a pariah, lying on the ground and dying. Solid shouted at Lin Hao angrily. At this moment, anger was slowly arousing in Lin Hao's heart. A killing intent flashed across his eyes. Holding the long ice thorn in his hand, he ran wildly. Advertisement every time he stepped on the ground was frozen by the cold ice. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao had already arrived in front of Solid. Solid quickly wanted to open the grimoire and use the new magic to block Lin Hao's attack. However, before his grimoire flipped over, Lin Hao directly waved the ice spike in his hand and stabbed towards him. His figure flickered slightly, and the ice spike slashed directly from his arm. Blood immediately flowed out from the wound. What? The pain instantly reached his brain nerves, and he couldn't help but yelled, with a hideous expression on his face. But at this moment, Lin Hao didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Immediately, the ice thorns danced again, piercing towards him. Solid leaned slightly to the side, quickly dodged, and managed to dodge, but what followed was a huge ice fist. It hit the ground together with his head. There was a bang. The top of the ring cracked open, and several of Solid's teeth spit out from his mouth. Debris mixed with gravel flew to nowhere. Swipe, Lin Hao made a backflip and landed on the ground smoothly. Gave some distance to Solidella. Solid staggered to his feet, apparently the bones in his face had cracked. The nose, mouth, and corners of the eyes were all stained with bright red blood, making him look very embarrassed. Oh, I didn't expect you to stand up. This is quite beyond my expectation. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Advertisement seeing Lin Hao smile, Solid was filled with anger, and suddenly coughed a few times from a distance. From his mouth, a few mouthfuls of blood spit out. Julius, do you think Solid can turn the tide in this match? The king said. The Magic Emperor smiled lightly and said, no, the situation is settled. Solid will definitely lose. Even if he is not injured now, he can turn the tide. After hearing what the Magic Emperor said, the king grinned. You are awesome. God sent me to protect my 4-leaf clover kingdom. This seedling is really good. Although he is a new member, he behaved calmer than the old members when fighting. Magic Emperor said slowly. Huh? The king nodded in satisfaction, and continued. Julius, what do you think about including him as a candidate for the new head of the regiment? The Magic Emperor was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and said, of course, you can train it. New leader. Yami, who was standing behind, said suddenly. The 10th team leader of the 4-leaf clover kingdom, Magic Emperor said slowly. Of course, the 10th team leader mentioned by the Magic Emperor is just a proposal at present. Whether it will be later is uncertain. If there is a good candidate, this Knights of the Day will be born out of nowhere. After hearing the words of the king and the Magic Emperor, the head of the silver-winged vulture group standing behind the Magic Emperor had a very ugly expression on his face. Magic Emperor, I'm afraid this is not appropriate, Denuo Zhao. That guy is just a new member without any management experience, said the head of the silver-winged vultures with a stiff face. It doesn't matter. It's just that he is included in the list. In the end, it depends on his performance, and then he can pass the election. Magic Emperor said with a smile. Suddenly at this moment, the audience cheered again. As for Magic Emperor and the others, they immediately set their sights on the ring again. It was just put on the shelves, and I wanted to write more characters, but I can't. My parents asked to accompany them. After all, it's Huxia New Year. Guaranteed 2 updates during the Huxia New Year. The first day's grades are also very poor. Everyone please support and give an automatic subscription. 062 Attack, the arrival of the enemy, seeking subscription. But at this moment, in the mid-air of the arena, a super huge water polo appeared in everyone's sight. The area of this water polo is fully half the size of the arena. Obviously, this was the magic activated by exhausting all the remaining magic power of Solid, and he also deeply realized that whether he can turn defeat into victory depends on this blow. As for whether Lin Hao can accept this move, whether it will cause his life to be in danger, or whether it was the order of his regiment leader back then, at this moment, in Solid's eyes, it is no longer important. Because he knew that if he was defeated by Lin Hao, the reputation of the entire Silva family would be ruined in his own hands. In his eyes, instead of this, it would be better not to care about Lin Hao's life or death, even if he really killed him by mistake. Then he would rather bear all the responsibilities himself, at least not to implicate the whole family. But if Lin Hao wins, it will be a long nightmare waiting for him. He knows even more that his team leader will never spare him. You forced me to be a pariah. Solid yelled at Lin Hao, his eyes full of murderous intent. Lin Hao frowned, and replied coldly, it's not good to lie down. If you have to stand up, you will suffer more. Shut up. Solid shouted angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao came directly to him. Solid was taken aback for a moment, and Lin Hao grabbed him by the collar the next moment. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao jumped into the air, and then fell rapidly. There was a bang. The moment Solid hit the ground, the eyeballs were covered with bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to be squeezed out of the eye sockets. The blood spat out from the mouth even splashed on Lin Hao's clothes. Advertisement: the water polo in midair landed directly towards the ground because no one was controlling it. And Lin Hao is within the range of water polo. Lin Hao stood up quickly and raised his hands towards the approaching water polo. At this moment, on the ground, a huge water column rose rapidly. It directly penetrated the water polo, and at that moment, the water polo turned into a big ice ball. At this moment, the entire audience fell silent. After a few seconds of hesitation, warm cheers came from above the auditorium. This rookie is too powerful. Yes, that's an old member of the royal family. That's not the important thing. It's the new member who didn't use Grimmoire from start to finish. Tear. It's too scary. It's so powerful without using Grimmoire. If you use Grimmoire, it will destroy the royal family. Is he royal? No, I heard it came from the border. It's incredible, I thought it was someone from the royal family. This time, it is estimated that people in the entire Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom will know that the Silva family was defeated by a new member of the Night Order, but they were not defeated by Grimmoire. And, BGDG, at this moment, the head of the Silver-Winged Vulture group standing behind the Magic Emperor trembled all over his body. Magic Emperor, I'm sorry. The head of the Silver Calculated Eagle group suddenly said to the Magic Emperor. The Magic Emperor glanced at him curiously, then smiled and said, well, let's go, but the second match will start soon. If you want to watch it, you should come back early. Advertisement, I see. The head of the Silver-Winged Vulture group said in a deep voice, then turned around and slowly left the balcony. Not long after the head of the Silver-Winged Eagles left, at this moment, there was a loud explosion in the center of the capital. Immediately after, the ground began to vibrate. Thick black smoke rose rapidly. Tap tat tat. A soldier quickly ran in front of the Magic Emperor and said in a panic, it's not good, the center of the capital is under attack. Has the center of the capital been attacked? Wang Guo also stood up in a panic and cast his gaze on the Magic Emperor. The Magic Emperor glanced at the black smoke rising from all directions, and then said, the group arena is over. All the knights rushed to the scene of the incident to rescue the citizens. The heads of the 8 magic knights who were present said in unison, obey. Immediately following this, the Magic Emperor personally escorted the king to leave here. Who has such a bold personality, since even the Four-Leaf Clover King dares to attack? The king asked the Magic Emperor at the side while walking. The Magic Emperor shook his head. He now has an idea that such a blatant attack is likely to be the Diamond Kingdom. Instead of this one, the other one makes me more curious, Magic Emperor said calmly. That? Asked the king. The Wangui realm of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom has set up a barrier. Even if the opponent uses space magic, it is impossible to enter. But why were they attacked from all directions in an instant? Whether the enemy analyzed our magic barrier, or the mage in charge of guarding turned traitor, but no matter which one, the ability is beyond imagination. Magic Emperor said slowly. 063 Black Mamba's anger, subscribe. The mage in charge of the guards has betrayed? The king showed a disbelieving expression, followed closely, and continued. The mage in charge of guarding shouldn't be able to rebel. If he really rebelled, what was he doing for it? Money? Power? Or maybe he was a spy in the first place. The Magic Emperor shook his head slowly, and said, this is just my guess. The king doesn't need to worry too much, leave the rest to me. The king has always believed in the words of the Magic Emperor, so when he heard the words of the Magic Emperor, without hesitation, he replied, then please, Julius. Well, you can rest assured and leave it to me, Magic Emperor said calmly. And at this moment, the situation on the ringside. When receiving the enemy's invasion of the Four-Leaf Clover capital, the heads of the 8 magic knights immediately teleported to each incident point under the movement of space magic. In the auditorium at this time, there are still a few members of the Night Order who are evacuating the audience here. Quick! Quick! Hurry up! Get out of here and reach the complete place. The members of the knights shouted loudly. Following the command of the members of the knights, the audience had all evacuated from the auditorium of the arena in a short while. At this time, in the waiting room, the mage who passed the first round of assessment before slowly walked to the ring. These 50 wizards undoubtedly cast their eyes on Lin Hao at this moment. I heard that this guy is a new member, one of them suddenly said. Huh, yeah, it's kind of scary, defeating the old members of Silverwing Eagle without using Grimmoire, another man added. If he is allowed to grow, it will be bad, and he will be a great threat to us in the future. That's right, then we can't let him leave here alive today. Lin Hao had his back to them, although he knew that these 50 people had come out of the lounge. But he didn't pay too much attention to it, so naturally he wouldn't use magic to eavesdrop on what they were saying. He slowly walked towards the exit of the arena. Suddenly at this moment, a sharp piece of steel flew directly towards his back. Lin Hao suddenly felt something flying over, and his body tilted subconsciously. With a bang, sharp steel was directly inserted into the front wall. Lin Hao turned his head, glanced at the 50 people, and muttered to himself, these guys belong to the royal family. Advertisement, boy, you don't need to struggle anymore. It is impossible for you alone to defeat the 50 of us. If you don't struggle, I will let you die comfortably, one of the men said. Are you talking in your sleep? Lin Hao replied coldly. Sleeping talk. The man smiled lightly, and the next moment, the 50 people quickly surrounded Lin Hao. Although they know that Lin Hao is not such an easy person to deal with, they feel that Lin Hao will always get tired at some point. Once he is tired, then winning or losing will appear at this time. What's more, Lin Hao has been fighting solid for nearly half an hour. In their eyes, Lin Hao now has little physical strength and magic power left. Well, that's right. It's quite similar to that idiot from the royal family. They're all so innocent, Lin Hao sneered. Then Grimmoire quickly floated in front of him, followed by Lin Hao. Ka ka ka, Grimmoire flipped. Plant magic thousands of vines. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena vibrated immediately. The 50 mages were stunned for a moment, and then hundreds of huge vines rushed out from under their feet. Moreover, the vines that appeared this time were far more than half of the vines before. What's going on? Why did the magic power suddenly increase so much? Is it because of the training for the past few days? No, impossible. No matter how hard you train, the magic power can't increase so fast. Lin Hao muttered a few words, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be Because of that ancient forbidden magic. Now, there is no extra time for Lin Hao to think, he must immediately control these vines to attack the 50 wizards. And at this moment, Grimmoire automatically flipped over again. Turned to a blank page, followed by densely packed fonts appearing like printing. New magic. Lin Hao scanned the fonts quickly, and then continued. It's not so much a new magic, it's better to say it's a move of the plant magic, thousands of vines. Since the moment the vine appeared, it caused a little damage to some of these 50. Everyone, be careful. This guy is a bit evil. Plant magic, thousands of vines, the wrath of the Black Mamba. Advertisement. As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, the nearly 500 vines suddenly change. Asking for flowers. On the top of the vine, the head of the Black Mamba appeared, and on the body of the vine, something like scales appeared. But nothing but green. The next moment, nearly 500 Black Mambas danced at the same time. Lin Hao felt his eyes go dark, and suddenly, a booming sound came from his ears. The moment he regained his sight, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. Because at this moment, the entire arena, no, it should be said, the entire arena, including the auditorium, lounge, etc., were all reduced to ruins at that moment. And the 50 wizards have disappeared. Just, what happened? At this moment, Lin Hao was also very confused, because just now he only felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and then when his sight was restored, the surroundings became like this. It can't be the anger of the Black Mamba. If it is, the power is too terrible. Lin Hao muttered a few words to himself. Suddenly at this moment, Asta quickly ran towards Lin Hao from a distance. Lin Hao. What just happened here? Asta asked in shock. Lin Hao shook his head. He didn't intend to tell Asta that all of this came from himself. Asta didn't continue to pursue this issue, because he didn't come to Lin Hao for this. Lin Hao, Captain Yami told us to rush to the east of the 4-leaf clover capital to support, Asta said calmly. Isn't the head of the knights out? Do we still need to make soy sauce? Lin Hao asked suspiciously. There are too many enemies, almost all of which focus on destroying and killing citizens. The head of the Night Order is too busy, Asta explained. You go first, I'll come later, Lin Hao said something casually. Asta didn't think too much, and quickly rushed towards the east of the 4-leaf clover capital. And Lin Hao stretched himself. He didn't plan to go to support immediately. After fighting for so long, he had to eat something to replenish himself. 064 Cursed Sorcerer, subscribe. Not long after, Lin Hao walked out of the ruins, but the scene in front of him made him a little disappointed. Although it has not been attacked here, due to the attack, all the shops have been closed, and there is no one on the street. What a disappointment. Lin Hao sighed softly. However, at this moment, what Lin Hao didn't know was that almost all the mages in the 4-leaf clover capital were transferred by a super powerful mage. After he had walked for a long time, suddenly, a group of citizens rushed towards Lin Hao as if they were crazy. And, 363, was following them, a woman flying with a broom. She was dressed like a witch. However, she looks very young, about 20 years old. Ha ha ha. Miko looked at the running crowd with an excited expression on her lips. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao frowned subconsciously. Because he knew that trouble was coming, so he turned around subconsciously. He had no interest in fighting now. Although it is good that he is now a member of the Magic Knights, Lin Hao does not have such a hobby of saving lives and healing the wounded. All behavior depends on his interest. Therefore, the moment he saw the citizen, he immediately hid in the alley. Tap tat tat. As the footsteps got closer, there were wailing and cries for help. Lin Hao stood at a corner of the alley, quietly waiting for them to leave. Tap tat tat. Advertisement. Suddenly, at this moment, a woman ran in with a little girl. At the corner, when they saw Lin Hao, both of them were startled. However, soon, they saw the cloak on Lin Hao's shoulders. Mom, you're the mage of the Black Bull buff group, we're saved. At this moment, the little girl finally squeezed out a smile. Yes, we are saved. At this moment, the woman's stiff expression eased a lot. Lin Hao looked at the two of them expressionlessly, and frowned slightly. If you don't walk through thousands of alleys, you choose to walk through one. Does God want me to save you? Just when Lin Hao was about to speak, suddenly, a laugh came over. I found you, so you are here. The woman and the little girl who heard this immediately ran behind Lin Hao. Immediately afterwards, from the corner, the witch flew in on a broomstick. The moment she saw Lin Hao, she was stunned. Then a strange smile leaked from his mouth. Oh, it seems that someone escaped from space magic. Is he still a handsome guy, the type one like? Hey, I said, do you want to do happy things with me? Lin Hao was startled when he heard this and subconsciously said, do something happy together? Huh? The witch nodded. Lin Hao was a little confused. He didn't expect that there would be such an open person in the Black 4-leaf clover world. However, since she is such an open person, she must not know how many men have d her. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Lin Hao wants to gag. No, I'm not interested in you, Lin Hao said coldly. Come with my sister, I promise to make you turn upside down. The witch put on a cute expression and continued to seduce Lin Hao. And Lin Hao didn't want to continue talking about this topic with her, so he diverted. Get out, I don't want to do anything today. The priestess' expression changed immediately after hearing this, and she said with a distorted expression, if you don't want to, then I will kill you. As soon as her words fell, several purple light balls suddenly appeared behind her. Ash curse magic. Happy, bad ash. After that, the purple ball of light behind her immediately flew towards Lin Hao. This is a curse bomb full of various curses. Just wait and see how you will react after being shot, the witch sneered. Just when the purple light ball was getting closer and closer to Lin Hao. Behind Lin Hao, the little girl shouted loudly, "Big brother, be careful." There was a bang. In front of Lin Hao, seeing the ice wall rise to 5.6 in an instant. Papa papa, all the purple light balls hit the ice wall. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao said with a stiff face. I gave you a chance, but if you don't cherish it, then no one can blame you. While speaking, white gas gradually rose from Lin Hao's body. 065 The King's Conspiracy, please subscribe. Suddenly, a gust of cold air instantly covered the alley. The witch frowned, but when she realized that the magic power was not strong, her face relaxed a lot. Little handsome guy, I can give you another chance. Do you want to do happy things with me? If you want, I can save your life. If you don't, I will kill you, the witch said slowly. Although she didn't know how strong Lin Hao was, but from the time when Lin Hao released the air conditioning just now, his magic power was almost weak. The witch can already guess that several of these Lin Hao are no match for her. After Lin Hao heard this, his face changed slightly. In his eyes, this woman's operation was really too flirty. But this is the most disgusting thing. If you can kill me, try it, Lin Hao said coldly, a trace of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Stubborn. Then sister, I can only kill you and kill you, the witch said and couldn't help laughing at the end. In her eyes, Lin Hao might just be a plaything, and she would never give up a disobedient plaything, she could only destroy it. The next moment, he launched an attack on Lin Hao. Dozens of purple light balls quickly flew towards Lin Hao. Huh. Lin Hao let out a breath of cold air, watching the purple light ball approaching step by step. The next moment, Lin Hao raised his hand and released a huge ice ball in the direction of the Miko. Bang 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 backquote. All the purple balls of light hit the ice ball, but the ice ball didn't even crack its lines. Seeing the ice hockey flying towards it quickly, Miko was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly reacted. Advertisement. Are you going to fight magic with me? Handsome guy. The witch grinned, flipped the grimoire quickly, and used magic to fight against Lin Hao's ice puck. However, when Miko used magic against the Lin Hao puck, she was directly stunned. The impact of the ice hockey far exceeded her imagination. At this moment, she has no choice but to continue with all her strength, otherwise, she will definitely die. I saw the ice puck paused in midair for a while, followed closely, and continued to move forward. Obviously, the witch couldn't handle it. There was a bang. The ice ball directly hit a building, and the entire building collapsed, and finally, the huge ice ball was covered. The big brother is really powerful. The little girl ran to Lin Hao. The woman also came to Lin Hao and said, thank you for saving your life. And Lin Hao didn't talk nonsense to them, and replied, let's go. Well, I see. After all, the woman took the little girl and ran along the alley. Oh, what a hassle. Lin Hao stretched his muscles and walked slowly towards the collapsed building. At this time, not far from the collapsed building, the witch has become the original due to the exhaustion of magic power. Her original form was a very old body, and she had been relying on absorbing other people's magic power and lifespan to maintain her own appearance. Advertisement. She crawled a few steps underground in a panic, and said with a flustered look, the magic power. The magic power is not enough, you have to absorb a little bit quickly, otherwise, he will kill you. The witch struggled to get up from the ground, and scanned the front, but there was no one on the street. Tap tat tat. After hearing the sound of footsteps, the witch quickly looked back, when he saw Lin Hao walking towards him. Suddenly, the uneasiness in her heart made her even more anxious, and dense sweat gathered on her face. And at this very moment, in the inner palace of the four-leaf clover royal capital, the head of the silver-winged vulture group is outside the door, guarding the king of this country. Inside, beside the king, there are two women feeding him fruit. What's up with your plans, king? The woman sitting above him asked while feeding the fruit. As soon as her words fell, the king suddenly revealed a smile. At first, I thought it would be difficult to achieve with Julius, but I found a good seed on today's broadcast, the king said with a smile. Meow Z, who is it? Another woman asked with a smile. Qian Zhao. Lin Hao. The king opened his mouth and replied after eating the fruit from one of the women's hands. Lin Hao? This name is a bit strange, a woman said jokingly. Don't care if he's weird or not, that kid was in the ring and directly defeated Solid from the Silva family. I think he can realize my plan. The king leaped an elusive smile. I'm here to congratulate the king on his victory. The woman on the left directly picked up the wineglass and took a sip by herself. 066 The enemy hidden in the dark, subscribe. After hearing what the woman said, the king laughed with satisfaction. Although it is said that he is the king of four-leaf clover, the people respect Magic Emperor Julius even more. Therefore, many times, his king is just a king in name. Strictly speaking, he, Julius, Magic Emperor, is the real king. That's why the 10th Commander's plan appeared. He wanted to be a real king. That's right, I also believe that this day is not long. Another woman continued to pat Mani and said, you can talk. The king stepped forward and kissed the woman. Tap tat tat. The footsteps finally stopped at this moment, and the woman turned her head stiffly to the back at this moment. F***K. Seeing her like this, Lin Hao was suddenly taken aback, and couldn't help but swear. Because the priestess now is completely different from the priestess just now. Although the original one is not beautiful, it is not scary anyway. But now this one, with wrinkled face and wrinkled skin, is similar to those old women. Don't kill me. The witch's face was covered with sweat. I said that I gave you a chance just now. Once I make a move, either you will die or I will die, but my death is unlikely. Advertisement, Lin Hao said. In the palm of his hand, an ice spike gradually formed. I'll tell you everything I know, please don't kill me. The witch felt cold from head to toe when she saw the handful of ice thorns. If she could do it all over again, she would definitely listen to Lin Hao and leave immediately. However, this cannot be completely blamed on her. The most important, BGBE, is due to the ability to freeze fruit. Because the ability of freezing fruit is not magic, and magic power is not required to activate it at all, so when fighting, many people think that Lin Hao is not very powerful. Against this witch, Lin Hao hardly used much magic power. He uses magic power entirely to relieve his stamina, reducing the stamina consumed by activating the frozen fruit ability by 50%. Tell me everything you know. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, looking at her curiously. That's right, the witch nodded quickly. She was really afraid of speaking too late, so Lin Hao stabbed at her with an ice thorn. Then tell me, if it's valuable to me, I can consider letting you die, Lin Hao said calmly. After the witch heard this, she wiped the sweat from her face, and hurriedly said, the purpose of our attack this time is to completely kill someone. Who? Lin Hao asked subconsciously. Fuegolian Vermilion, the witch said softly. Hearing this name, Lin Hao hesitated for a while, because he had no idea who the witch was talking about. Old woman, what you said is of no value to me, so you should lie down cool, Lin Hao said, raising the ice spike in his hand. No. You are a member of the respected magic knights, you can't go back on your word. At this moment, the witch was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Advertisement, what are you talking about? I said that I can consider saving my life if it is valuable to me, but you are talking about someone I don't know. What do you say I should do? Lin Hao directly pierced the ice spike into the witch's abdomen. Peefed. A mouthful of bright red blood spit out from his mouth. Lie, you lie, how can it be impossible for people from the Magic Knights to know Fuegolian Vermilion? The witch was still talking about this topic with Lin Hao before she died. Don't talk to me about that useless nonsense, just lie down, Lin Hao said softly. Immediately, with a swish, the ice spike was pulled out from her abdomen. The next moment, her body emitted a purple light, and immediately afterwards, the purple light soared into the sky and scattered. Where did he fly to in the end? Lin Hao didn't know. After meditating on the spot for a while, Lin Hao walked towards the direction Asta told him. When Lin Hao almost arrived at the location Asta said. Lin Hao looked at the scene in front of him and felt that his three views had been refreshed. If it wasn't for him, he would know that this world is a black four-leaf clover world. He really thought that he had traveled to a world of zombies. On the street, zombie corpses were scattered all over the place, and the corner of the wall was even more terrifying. The piled-up zombie corpses were at least 2 meters high. And at this moment, not far away, Asta was covered in bruises. Standing in front of him is the head of the Red Lotus Lion King, and one of them is his member. Opposite him was a one-eyed dragon with light purple hair. Although he was restrained by the Red Lotus Lion King, there was no panic on his face. Asta, are you okay? Lin Hao yelled, and walked to Asta's side. 067 Space Magic, 3 more, Asta shook his head slightly, and said, it's nothing, it's just some flesh wounds. Have the enemies here been dealt with? Lin Hao continued to ask. Well, it's all done, Asta replied. Then let's go, we don't need us here with the 2 of them here, Lin Hao said slowly. Asta looked at it, and it was indeed true. The head of the Red Lotus Lion King was there, and he was here to draw the number of people. That's right, Asta replied with a nod. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. Haven't you been transferred by the enemy using space magic? Lin Hao couldn't help asking, remembering the first words the witch said when she saw him. Asta hesitated for a few seconds, then shook his head and said, space magic? I'm not sure, I've been fighting here just now. Lin Hao just smiled, and didn't continue to ask. Originally, he thought he was the only one who was not transferred. Tap tat tat. With the sound of footsteps, and with a snap, Ri put his hand on Lin Hao's shoulder. Little brother, do you know who used space magic to transfer it? The one who said this was the leader of the Crimson Lion King, Fuegolian Vermilion. Lin Hao turned his head and glanced at him. For him, Lin Hao had some impressions. He only remembered seeing him when he joined the Knights. I also saw it at the reception of the Magic Emperor. As for the name, Lin Hao didn't know, because he didn't even remember the full names of a few members of his own group. What's more, it doesn't have much to do with myself. Advertisement. He had a good impression of Lin Hao, at least he didn't look like the Silva family's father who was #1 in the world. Seeing him, Lin Hao smiled slightly, and replied politely. I don't know about that, I also heard an old woman say it, and then I realized that they were all transferred by space magic. In fact, Lin Hao had already noticed it at that time, but he didn't know that it was transferred by space magic. Old woman. Fuegolian was stunned for a moment, and then ordered, such a large-scale space magic, the caster is not easy. Yeah. Lin Hao nodded to Asta. But at this moment, the one-eyed dragon who was restrained by Fuegolian using flame magic, plugged something like earphones in his ear, and suddenly rang. It's almost enough. If I'm listening to you, I probably won't have a chance today. If you want to defeat the leader, you can't do it with your own strength. After hearing this, Cyclops' mood began to change. No. After hearing this, Lin Hao and the others cast their eyes on him. He's not trying to break free, Asta said. Looking at his appearance, it's possible, Lin Hao replied. Fuegolian, on the other hand, seemed a little calm, and said with a slight smile, you guys are suspicious, he can't escape my flame restraint magic in his current state. But at this moment, in Cyclops' ear, a faint voice appeared again. No matter how much magic power you have, you may not be able to win, and my magic power is about to run out, so don't act on your own. After hearing this, Cyclops obviously took the initiative. Let's proceed according to the original plan. I was delayed by you for a little time. If the adult blames me, you can do it yourself. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. I know, Cyclops said unwillingly. Just tens of seconds after his words fell, the one-eyed dragon who was trapped by Yan's restrained magic suddenly laughed. Everyone couldn't help but stare at him firmly. You better stop struggling, depending on you. You can't escape my flame restraint magic now. Fuegolian said. Ha ha ha. Fuegolian Vermilion, do you think I need to escape? Cyclops revealed a strange smile. 0. Fuegolian Vermilion. Lin Hao was taken aback when he heard these 8 words, and hesitated for a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, he asked Fuegolian Vermilion at the side, your name is Fuegolian Vermilion? Fuegolian glanced at Lin Hao suspiciously and said softly, that's right, Fuegolian Vermilion is me. Lin Hao's face suddenly changed. The witch told him just now that the goal of their visit this time is Fuegolian Vermilion. The target of their visit this time should be you, Lin Hao said in a deep voice. Lin Hao didn't dare to be sure, after all, these words came from the mouth of the enemy. Confused by Lin Hao's words, Fuegolian was a little confused and asked, what do you mean? As soon as the voice falls, it's at this moment, shua, sound. Next to Lin Hao and Fuegolian, a group of black objects rose rapidly, covering them both in an instant. 068 The tree spirit who shreds space. Subscribe. Asta on the side suddenly realized something was wrong, and Grimmoire quickly floated in front of him. Just pulled out the demon severing sword from Grimmoire, but at the same time, the black object covering Fuegolian and Lin Hao shrank directly. What the hell is going on here? Asta didn't have time to swing the demon severing sword, but the mass of black objects in front of him disappeared. His face suddenly became serious, and his heart began to become uneasy. Brother? The member of the Red Lotus Lion King shouted from the side, and quickly ran to the side of Cyclops. He grabbed his clothes and asked, You be asterisk 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 D, where did you get my big brother? The one-eyed dragon didn't care at all, and laughed wantonly. The laughter made Asta and members of the Red Lotus Lion King feel their scalps go numb. Shua. Asta also pointed the demon severing sword at him, and said angrily, Quickly tell me, where did you get Lin Hao and the others, you despicable guy? The only 653-eyed dragon didn't care about their actions at all, and just laughed wildly. B asterisk 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 D. The member of the Red Lotus Lion King raised his fist fiercely and smashed it on the face. Papa. Say it or not. Say no. The members of the Red Lotus Lion King shouted loudly while punching angrily. Cyclops' face quickly turned red, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It hurts, you damn B asterisk 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 D. I can't spare you. Cyclops shouted with a distorted expression. My big brother is there, don't tell me I'll kill you. Red Lotus Lion King's face was very stiff, and the twin models were slowly bloodshot. It looks a little scary, as if it might crack at any time. At this moment, Lin Hao and Fuegolian were transported to a place like a mirror world by space magic. All around is a vast expanse of whiteness with no end in sight. Where is this? Lin Hao looked around and couldn't help asking Fuegolian beside him. Fuegolian glanced around, shook his head slightly, and asked back. Listen to what you just said, their target is me. I don't know if it's you or not. I heard from that old woman that they only have one target for this operation and that is Fuegolian Vermilion, Lin Hao said in a deep voice. I am Fuegolian Vermilion. Fuegolian repeated. Advertisement. That's right, they should all come to you, but what do they mean by bringing me in? Lin Hao said with some complaints. Indeed, if their target is Fuegolian Vermilion, then just get him involved, and now they are implicating themselves, of course Lin Hao is not happy. Are you complaining? Fuegolian asked Lin Hao. What do you think? Lin Hao didn't give him a direct answer, but asked rhetorically. Just when Fuegolian was about to say something, suddenly, behind them, came the sound of tattling footsteps. Lin Hao and Fuegolian turned around subconsciously, and at this moment, a mysterious man appeared in front of them. A white robe mixed with red, with a mask on his face. He glanced at Lin Hao and Fuegolian frowned closely. That guy is really going to cause trouble for me, and even brought this guy in. The mysterious man said in a deep voice. Fuegolian frowned, stared at the mysterious man, and asked in a deep voice, Did you instigate the attack on the four-leaf clover capital? The mysterious man didn't answer Fuegolian's words, but lowered his voice and said to Lin Hao, Little brother, this is none of your business, I hope you don't interfere. Obviously, he has no hostility toward Lin Hao, who will be pulled in along with Fuegolian. It was purely an accident, because Fuegolian was too close to Lin Hao at that time. That's why space magic brought them both in. Who are you? I seem to have heard your voice somewhere. Fuegolian frowned and asked. You don't need to know who I am, Fuegolian Vermilion, if you don't want to see the little brother next to you end up like you, then just follow my orders. The mysterious man said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fugolian frowned even more. He cast his eyes on Lin Hao and said, "Are you afraid of death?" Lin Hao didn't even think about it, and replied directly, "Scared." When Fugolian heard Lin Hao's words, all the passionate words that he had already thought up were washed away by this fearful word. You've completely embarrassed the black bursts. Fugolian said in a deep voice. But Lin Hao smiled and said, "Is it shameful to be afraid of death? Who in the world is not afraid of death?" "Me," Fugolian said firmly. "Oh, then you go to die." Regarding Lin Hao's backlash, Fugolian felt that if he kept talking, he would be d off by Lin Hao if he hadn't been killed by the enemy. So, after Lin Hao's voice fell, he just closed his mouth. At this time, Lin Hao continued to speak. "Captain Fugolian, you must know that death and death weigh 2 yards. Advertisement. It's not shameful to be afraid of death, it's shameful to be killed." Hearing what Lin Hao said, "Don't really say it," Fugolian still feels quite reasonable. "I won't talk to you about it," Fugolian said calmly. At this moment, the mysterious man's face became heavy, because things became difficult. It wasn't that he was worried that Fugolian would team up with Lin Hao, that he wouldn't be able to beat him, but that Lin Hao had a special meaning. He has to keep Lin Hao. For him, Lin Hao will be of great use in the future. "These useless trash completely messed up my plan," the mysterious man said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the grimoire hanging on Lin Hao's waist suddenly emitted a green light. It keeps flashing, which seems to imply that Lin Hao is using grimoire. Noticing the abnormality of Grimmoire, Lin Hao took out Grimmoire. Looking at Grimmoire with different flashing green lights, Lin Hao said subconsciously, "What the hell is going on here?" Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Hao's Grimmoire began to float up. Ka. I turned to the page with the spell engraved on it. Immediately afterwards, just like last time, a titan whose whole body was almost made up of tree roots appeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, because this time the tree spirit appeared without the same pain as last time. "This guy, what kind of magic is this?" Fugolian muttered. When the mysterious man saw this titan, a smile appeared on his face. The tree spirit looked at the mysterious man, and immediately roared. The sound seemed to almost tear this space apart, and the entire space vibrated at a distance of 3.1. The mysterious man and Fugolian covered their ears, the roar almost tore their eardrums apart. On the contrary, Lin Hao has nothing at all. After the tree spirit roared, it immediately rushed towards the mysterious man. The mysterious man dodged subconsciously, and the tree spirit's claws directly touched the ground of the space. Immediately the whole ground was cracked. Just when the mysterious man wanted to stay away from the tree spirit, the impact of the wind from behind directly sent the mysterious man flying. Boom! The mysterious man rolled on the ground several times before finally stopping. He quickly got up, and said with a very stiff face, "What's going on? The speed is obviously not very fast. Normally, how could there be such a powerful impact? 069 The enemy's reinforcements are coming, full order." After all, his stiff face began to ease, and finally a smile leaked out. "It's really interesting." The mysterious man laughed. And at this moment, the tree spirit ran towards the mysterious man again. The mysterious man sneered, just flipping Grimmoire to use magic. Bang! The tree spirit's fist had already reached his abdomen, and the next moment, his whole body was directly blown away by the impact. Bang bang bang! He rubbed directly on the ground for a while before finally stopping. PFF'd. A big mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth, but because he was wearing a mask. Blood trickled down the edge of the mask. Damn it, what happened just now? There is still such a long distance, why did it suddenly appear by my side? The mysterious man began to meditate, and the next moment, an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be 16 is this guy distorting the space? In his cognition, there is only this one answer, which is in line with the tree spirit's move just now. Fugolian Vermilion, although today's plan has collapsed, I still have something to gain. After the mysterious man said, he muttered a few more words, and followed closely at his feet. A black object suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into this space. The reason why they didn't fight was because most of them were because of the tree spirit. Advertisement. The power of the tree spirit was something he couldn't pry into. For example, it was the first time he had seen the space-distorting move before he was alive. If you continue to fight hard with the tree spirit, it is tantamount to gambling with your own life. However, he wasn't too disappointed. Although Fugolian Vermilion was not resolved, he saw Lin Hao's future. After seeing the mysterious man fleeing here, Fugolian cast his eyes on Lin Hao. This guy, what kind of magic is he using? Since it's so terrifying, even I shouldn't be able to stop this titan. Fugolian thought to himself. Captain Fugolian, what should we do next? Lin Hao said suddenly. Fugolian hesitated for a while, and said, let's find a way to get out of here first. I just saw this titan tear up this space when he attacked the enemy, you might as well try it first. After Lin Hao heard this, he was slightly taken aback, because he didn't know if the tree spirit would listen to him. After all, he came out twice by himself, but if it was hostile, Lin Hao could be sure. This tree spirit is not hostile to him, otherwise, he wouldn't have come out to help him. I'll try to talk to it. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he jumped to the back of the tree spirit and said calmly. Although I don't know your name. But can you take us out of here? The tree spirit turned his head slowly, stared at Lin Hao, and finally said, yes. As soon as the sound fell, the tree spirit slightly opened his hand and stretched out to the ground. There was a sound of tearing. The ground was torn apart by him like paper. And below is the place that was originally transferred. Advertisement. After the tree spirit tore it apart, it changed into a spot of light and disappeared from the sight of Lin Hao and the others. ZZ. Suddenly at this time, the ground of the space is slowly healing. Quick, Captain Fugolian, the ground is about to heal, we have to get out quickly. Lin Hao jumped into the crack while talking. And Fugolian followed closely behind. Lin Hao. Brother. Members of Asta and the Red Lotus Knights stepped forward one after another. Are you all right? Asta asked. Thanks to the little brother in front of us, we can get out of it. Fugolian said calmly. Although Fugolian is a royal family, he did not discriminate against civilians like other royal families. No. Impossible. Fugolian Vermilion, why did you come out of it? After seeing Fugolian come out, Cyclops' face suddenly became stiff. It seems that your plan is going to collapse. Fugolian said to Cyclops. The plan collapsed. Impossible. Why can you escape from his hands? Cyclops said in disbelief. Are you referring to that person just now? Lin Hao said, walking towards him step by step. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in midair. It's really surprising that Fugolian Vermilion escaped after receiving the news from that lord. 070 not ordinary ice subscribe. As soon as the voice fell, a cloud of white mist descended from the sky, surrounding Lin Hao and the others. When the white mist dissipated, 5 people in white robes appeared. Good. So powerful magic power. The faces of members of the Red Lotus Lion King were solemn, and beads of sweat appeared. Cyclops frowned, and said to the 5 people in a deep voice, who needs you to save? Hey, you should thank us. If we didn't come, you would definitely be caught and cut alive. I'm going to be cut anyway, so let me do it. One of the women teased the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon gave her a blank look, and immediately replied, shut up, you're so annoying, but this way, 6 fights 4, and we don't know who wins. One of the men wearing a cloak said coldly to the one-eyed dragon. Don't forget, the collapse of this plan has a lot to do with you, Raids. Cut. Raids gritted his teeth, not daring to speak anymore. After all, the 5 people wearing cloaks slowly raised their right hands, gathering magic power in their hands. Immediately afterwards, with a few bang bang bangs, the magic power gathered in their hands shot towards Lin Hao and the others. Leave it to me, Asta roared, brandishing the demon-severing sword in his hand, and slashed at those magics. With a sound of shoo, the magic suddenly disappeared. Death struggles are useless, one of the cloaked men said coldly, followed closely, and launched a second round of attacks. For their magic attacks, Asta can easily take over, after all, his magic-repelling sword is no joke. However, although it can be easily picked up, Asta's physical strength is also limited. I really don't cry when I see the coffin. Even if your sword can repel magic, how long can you last? Raids roared as he watched the excitement from the sidelines. The attack like this lasted for a while. Advertisement. And Asta was breathing more and more irritable. Of course, they were also out of breath, because Asta's endurance far exceeded their imagination. Asta, it's too much effort for you to carry it alone, let's do it together. Lin Hao said calmly. That's right, how can you take all the credit for yourself? The members of the Red Lotus Lion King grinned. Immediately afterwards, quickly use magic. Flame magic, violent flame. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of flames appeared around. Shua, 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 quickly flew towards the enemy. And they dodged quickly. Lin Hao hesitated for a while, then jumped forward. The ability to freeze fruit was on his body, and he could use it freely. As for Fugolian, he just stood there blankly. For some reason, he had a strong interest in Lin Hao. He really wanted to know Lin Hao's strength, especially the tree spirit that appeared when he was trapped in space. Although this guy joined the group not long ago, his growth rate is astonishing. It's really cheap yummy guy. If you come to my night order, I'm afraid, the growth rate will be even faster. Fugolian looked at Lin Hao who was fighting, and shook his head with a trace of pity in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he cast his gaze on Asta again. This guy is the one who was rejected by the Emerald Mantis Knights when he first joined the regiment. Although he has no magic power, his self-cultivation is too terrible. The Emerald Mantis really lost a good seedling. However, all in all the benefits this year have been given to Yami. Advertisement. As soon as Fugolian spoke, he suddenly noticed that the surrounding air became colder. He glanced around subconsciously, and when he saw Lin Hao, his heart was touched directly. Is this the dual attribute magic they are talking about? The reason why Fugolian was so shocked was because the area about 1 kilometer in front of Lin Hao turned into a world of ice and snow. Even he, Fugolian, didn't notice right away. You know, he is less than 100 meters away from Lin Hao, and he can detect even the slightest movement. The only explanation is that the freezing is done in an instant. Quote. What a huge magic power is needed to reach this level. Fugolian was shocked. Similarly, the enemy was also frightened by this scene, because 2 of them, including Raids, were half frozen. Wow, this is one of the adults mentioned. One of the women leaked an excited expression. As she said that, she cast her eyes on a man next to her and said, hey, if you catch him, can you cut him off for me? The man responded immediately. Jiao Jiao Jiao, shut up. Everyone retreat. As soon as his words fell, the two frozen men in long robes struggled out of the freeze in an instant. However, their faces were very solemn, because in order to break free from these ice cubes, the two of them almost consumed a lot of magic power. Moreover, they can also realize that if these ices cover their bodies for a few minutes, they can completely freeze their bodies to death. Hey, you guys help me get rid of this disgusting ice cube too. Raids complained. One of the men who just broke free from the ice said, it's not as simple as you think, these ice cubes are not ordinary ice cubes. 071 by Yi's Magic Eye, subscribe. After hearing this, Raids frowned and said in a deep voice, what do you mean? The man said slowly, this ice has an indescribable feeling. It's not as simple as freezing you. Huh, what exactly are you trying to say? Raids asked with a stiff face. Listen to me first, but I don't know if it's correct. Generally speaking, the magic of the freezing system just freezes people, or launches a freezing attack. Although this guy's is not much different from others, his attributes are far worse. As long as you are frozen for a few minutes, the frozen part of your physique will also turn into ice. When Raids heard this, he panicked and said, since this is the case, hurry up and help me. No, as I said just now, this kind of ice is too weird. We can barely struggle from the inside, but from the outside, we need more magic power, so we can only retreat and let the adult untie it for you. Then what are you talking about? Retreat quickly, didn't you say you only have a few minutes? Raids said anxiously to 517. He didn't want to have only half of his body, and during the time of talking, he slowly felt that his legs began to lose consciousness. If it wasn't for his lower body being frozen, in this situation, he would have jumped up anxiously. Shut up, Raids, don't you see what's going on now? The dominance is already on them. And there's a person here who the adult personally ordered not to do anything. One of the cloaked men said coldly. The Lord's order. Raids frowned even more. You can't leave. After Fugolian said, he jumped in front of Lin Hao and the others. One of the men sneered at Fugolian's words. Oh, yeah. As soon as his words fell, there was movement from the pile of zombies beside him. Lin Hao and others subconsciously walked over. Immediately afterwards, inside, a zombie got up and walked to the enemy's side. Advertisement. Then, he raised his right hand and tore off the face of the disguised zombie. Let's retreat, things are already bad, and if the people from the Magic Knights come back, things will get even worse. Caw caw caw. Fugolian's grimoire flipped quickly. Flame creation magic fire fist. Boom. In the middle of the sky, a super fire fist formed of fire suddenly appeared out of thin air, and smashed down heavily towards them. At this moment, one of the women in a robe beside them shouted loudly, Gel magic, sticky sand Roman snake. In an instant, above their heads, a giant that was about the size of a toad appeared. The structure type of giants and jelly. Can this thing withstand this attack? Raids asked worriedly. I don't know, but adding this should be enough. The woman smiled and took out a super large syringe out of nowhere. Then it inserted into this giant and pushed the medicine inside. Immediately following, the color of the giant changed instantly. Boom. The fire fist directly smashed the top of this BGAB giant, and the sticky objects flew around. How dangerous is it? If the attack is stronger, we will all be hit by the attack. The woman laughed. Magic props. Fugolian's face was a little dignified. Advertisement. Okay, it's now. The robed man standing in the middle immediately closed Grimmoire. Facing Fugolian, they said, I hope everyone will remember that we are by Yi's Magic Eye. When he was talking about the latter, he cast his gaze on Lin Hao. At the same time, around them, a black object gradually appeared. Obviously, it was space magic. It is absolutely impossible for you to escape. Seeing this, Asta directly held his demon-severing sword, and quickly ran towards them. However, it turned out to be a step too late, and he missed it. Damn it, let them escape. As for them escaping, Lin Hao was very happy. After all, he had been fighting for a long time, and his stomach was so hungry. Asta, forget it. It may not be a bad thing for them to escape. After all, this is the capital of the kingdom. If we continue to fight, we will become saboteurs. Lin Hao said solemnly. It seems quite reasonable. Asta hesitated for a moment and replied. And at this time, on the other side, somewhere, was an abandoned castle. Swipe. All of Bai Yi's magic eyes were teleported here. Raids, it's all because you acted without authorization, and it took us a lot of trouble. Don't think that you can do whatever you want because the adult favors you. A man said dissatisfied. But Raids said indifferently. This can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame it, you can blame him. As he spoke, he pointed to the man who used space magic and continued. If he hadn't sent that kid Linhao there, how could the plan collapse? 072 The Strength of the Magic Emperor for subscription. You don't need to talk about him. You are almost the same. You say that you want to single out the leader and disturb the entire four-leaf clover kingdom. Who do you think you are? The man in the robe complained. Raids got annoyed when he heard that, and retorted, aren't you annoyed? Yes, the plan has collapsed, but it can't all depend on the two of us. Don't blame the two of you. Who is to blame? One is a random teleporter, and the other thinks that he is the best in the world, and wants to single out the head of the Magic Knights. The man in the robe said not to be outdone. And Raids gritted his teeth and stopped arguing with him. Tap tat tat. After they walked for a while, they came to a vast hall of officials. However, at this moment, from inside the pillar, the Magic Emperor stepped out, smiled slightly and said, "Hey, I've been waiting for you for a long time." When everyone saw the Magic Emperor, their pupils contracted violently, and their faces were instantly solemn. What? This guy is Magic Emperor Julius. Why is he here? However, the Magic Emperor is really not a name for nothing. Facing Bai Yi's magic eyes, his calmness is a bit scary. What happened to the capital? Magic Emperor asked with a smile. Everyone's faces were very stiff, and the leading man in the robe instantly opened the grimoire and shouted, "Kill him." However, before he could use his magic, the Magic Emperor teleported directly to the side of the other two men. The palm of the hand immediately condensed two energy balls about the size of a head with magic power. Boom. Advertisement. The two energy balls directly bounced away, and the two men next to the Magic Emperor disappeared instantly, surrounded by dust on the ground. The rest of the people were shocked by the scene of the Magic Emperor just now. How is it possible? The leading man said in disbelief. They're already dead. Because there are too many of you, it might be a bit tricky to stretch together. Magic Emperor said calmly. Let's go together. The leading man shouted, and immediately everyone attacked the Magic Emperor. Countless energy balls flew towards the Magic Emperor, but the speed of the Magic Emperor was beyond their imagination. The countless energy balls were all easily dodged by the Magic Emperor. Is this the power of the Magic Emperor? It's too powerful. One of the men muttered. You are here to attack the capital, right? You didn't even have the consciousness to be killed and you came here to make trouble. However, speaking of it, you seem to be very powerful. How can I leave you alone to survive? Do you want to surrender? First come first served, Magic Emperor said slowly. Cut. Everyone gritted their teeth. Since you don't choose, then I will help you choose. Magic Emperor smiled slightly and slowly raised his hands. Time constraint magic timing stasis. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, a blue light flickered and turned into several spheres, trapping them all in the spheres. The outside of the sphere is wrapped with something similar to tape. How is this going? The body can't move. Quote. They thought to themselves. Advertisement. Seeking flowers 0. The Magic Emperor glanced at these spheres, and said calmly, everyone is restrained, why does it feel weaker than I imagined? Oh yes, let's get down to business. I have something to ask you. Talking. Magic Emperor turned around and continued to walk into the depths of the hall. After a while, he walked in front of a stone tablet, which was engraved with a certain pattern, and in the middle was inlaid with gemstones. What is the purpose of this steel and these gems? I have never seen these characters and patterns. What do you want to use these for? 0. Oh, by the way, even if I ask, you can say everything in that magic. As he said that, he took a few steps closer to them and continued, then go back to the four-leaf clover kingdom and ask carefully. But before that, there is still one thing to say, I advise you not to catch that kid Lin Hao's attention. Because he belongs to the main country of the four-leaf clover. As soon as the Magic Emperor's voice fell, suddenly, a huge magic power was rapidly approaching the Magic Emperor. Is something coming? Magic Emperor turned around immediately. Then, a man wearing a long robe descended from the sky, with a strange pattern tattooed on his forehead. And all his hair is braided, and he looks a little handsome. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light bloomed from his body. The Magic Emperor thought of something subconsciously, and quickly grabbed a sphere. 073 Go home, please subscribe. After the light dissipated, except for the sphere that Magic Emperor was holding in his hand at this time. Everyone else followed the light and disappeared. It seems that it was thrown together. Is the magic of light, which is faster than me, the leader of the enemy? Magic Emperor murmured. But in this way, the Magic Emperor began to feel uneasy. That person just now proved that the organization of this gang is not simple. No matter what the enemy's purpose is this time, the four-leaf clover kingdom must prevent not only the Diamond Kingdom, but also this mysterious organization. It seems that the 10th Commander's 167 plan will continue no matter what. Magic Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Although there are 3 very interesting newcomers who joined the Knights this year, Magic Emperor is also very happy, but at the same time, he is also worried. Asta and Yuno clamored to be the Magic Emperor, which is fine, but, as for Lin Hao, through observation during this period, he has a strong talent and can do things as he pleases. These Magic Emperors have not felt anything yet. Until today, these enemies seem to be brewing a huge conspiracy, and he is also sure that this conspiracy has something to do with Lin Hao. At dusk, the Magic Emperor returned to the four-leaf clover kingdom, and held a public meeting to express the position of the four-leaf clover capital, and the citizens also expressed strong support for it. As for the fact that the enemy can successfully invade today, it is because some of the mages who maintain the magic barrier are missing. Whether they were eliminated by the enemy or surrendered to the enemy. No one knows about this, but what can be concluded after this incident is that a traitor has appeared in the four-leaf clover kingdom. However, these things don't matter to Lin Hao, these things are beyond the scope of his concern. Advertisement. In the evening, the Magic Emperor rewarded several stars for the excellent performance of the Black Burst team this time. Okay, stop shouting, everyone will have a few days off tomorrow, everyone should have a good rest, especially you, Lin Hao, last time you were on vacation you were practicing. Strengthening your strength is of course important. But, equally, your body is also very important. Yami said slowly while sitting on the sofa. Leader Yami is right, this fellow Lin Hao is simply a cultivator. Finral joked on the sidelines. Hey, Lin Hao, take advantage of this holiday time, would you like to play with me? Luck ran up to Lin Hao and asked. Senior Luck, everyone said that Lin Hao needs to rest, how can you find him a duel? Noelle said dissatisfied. Yeah, Luck, just let Lin Hao go. Go fight Magna, Vanessa said drunkenly. When Magna heard this, he jumped up and shouted, what are you talking about? I don't want to fight him. Ha 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 ha. In the hall, there was a burst of laughter. Lin Hao, where are you going to play? Asked Asta on the side. Lin Hao pondered for a few seconds, and replied, it's been a while since I came to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. Taking advantage of this holiday, I'm going to go home and have a look. Are you with Asta? Go home. Asta hesitated for a while, then immediately replied, okay, I also want to go back to church. Lin Hao smiled slightly and said, all right then, we will set off tomorrow morning. Advertisement. Suddenly at this moment, Noelle on the side interjected, I also want to go to your place to play. Huh, Lin Hao and Asta cast their eyes on Noelle. Noelle was stunned by this look, and asked hesitantly, it's boring to go on vacation, I just want to go and have fun. Whatever you want. Lin Hao waved his hands. After hearing what Lin Hao said, a smile appeared on Noelle's face. I heard that your two homes are very close. Magna asked. Well, Lin Hao is from the village next door to me. Asta replied. Then you are really destined to join this group together. Magna joked. Probably. Lin Hao agreed with a smile. Go home and go home, pay attention to safety on the road. If you are not members of the Knights, then there is nothing to pay attention to. But, you are members of the 1.8 Knights. And Haji village is on the border, so it is best to be careful. Yami said on the side, he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Well, we know. Lin Hao said calmly. In the early morning of the next day, Noelle waited in front of the castle very early. This is probably the most active time since she joined the regiment. 074 Lin Hao is back, subscribe. Moreover, she dressed up specially, put down her tied hair, and wore a white dress. Due to the cool weather, she wore a black jacket on her upper body. Needless to say, with her dressing up like this, her appearance and temperament have completely improved several levels. After waiting at the gate of her castle for a long time, Lin Hao came out. Huh, so early, Lin Hao said subconsciously when he saw her. I just came out too. Noelle said, her snow-white face was slightly flushed. Lin Hao sized him up and continued, this dress suits you very well. Really, really, Noelle laughed in satisfaction when she heard this. Huh, Lin Hao nodded at 16. Although, she didn't wait for what she wanted to hear, but just because this sentence is very suitable for you, she is satisfied. Morning. As soon as the words fell, Asta walked out directly carrying a large bag of things. Lin Hao took a look at Asta, and joked, Asta, look at your situation, you don't want to come back. These things are not available in Haji village. I'll take some back for everyone to see. Asta said calmly. By the way, Lin Hao, Asta, Captain Yami told us to take off the black cloaks of the burst cowboys on our shoulders, what are you talking about, for the sake of safety? Noelle instructed. Lin Hao and Asta hesitated for a while, then nodded. Advertisement. Yami did this, naturally, for the safety of Lin Hao and the others. After all, Haji village is on the border, and accidents are likely to happen. Last time, Lin Hao walked to the capital of Four-Leaf Clover, and it took about a week. Even if he rode a magic broom back now, it would take 1 day at the fastest, and about 2 days at the slowest. Time passed quickly, and another day passed. Morning. The village next door to Haji village. Are there any visitors from Lao Lin's house today? I saw his husband and wife slaughtering their cattle early in the morning. A villager who had just come out of his house and was ready to work saw the movement of Lin Hao's house, could not help but ask. Hey, don't you know? The son of the old Lin family is coming back from the capital today. Another villager said. Really? But Lao Lin's family has cultivated blessings for several lifetimes, and gave birth to such an excellent son. Yes, not long ago, I heard from Lao Lin that his son was also praised by the Magic Emperor. Huh, really? Magic Emperor's appreciation. You really are honoring your ancestors. The villagers' eyes were full of envy. The feng shui here is really good this year. I heard that 2 of Haji village have joined the Knight Order. Yeah, I've heard about this too. Next year, I heard that many people from our village and Haji village will also take the exam for the Magic Knights. Town near the village of Haji. As usual, Melissa stepped into an antique hall. Father, I won't accompany you to the village today. I have an appointment with some friends to go shopping. Melissa ran in a hurry, and then hurried outside. Advertisement. Suddenly, his father hurriedly said, Melissa, Lin Hao is coming back today, why don't you go back and have a look? Lin Hao. These 2 words flashed through Melissa's mind, and the foot she was about to take stopped immediately. Turning around, looking at his father with both eyes, he said in a deep voice, Father, what did you say? Lin Hao is back. Well, I also learned about it not long ago. I heard that he is doing very well in the Knights now. Even the Magic Emperor praised him. Her father said with a smile. Melissa began to fall into silence. She would have been very happy if she had been in the past, because he had played with Lin Hao since he was a child, and Lin Hao treated himself as a younger sister, but since the last time he was in the Grimmoire Tower. However, she found that 037, who was so familiar before, has become so strange. Seeing that Melissa had been silent for so long, her father said, "Okay, hurry up and pack up your things. Don't go shopping with your group of friends today, let's go back to the village and congratulate Lin Hao." Melissa didn't refuse either, she nodded her head slightly. Melissa isn't coming. On the street, one of the women heard what a man in front of her said, and her expression changed immediately. "Well, she asked me to tell you." The man said slowly. "Why didn't you come? Didn't you agree to go shopping together in the afternoon?" The woman said slightly angrily. "One of Mrs. Friends has come back from the capital, and she is going to catch up on the past." The man continued. "My friend from the royal capital. Melissa is real, she didn't even introduce me to her. Where is she now? I'll go find her." 075 My mom says everyone is beautiful, please subscribe. She shouldn't be leaving yet. The man spoke. After the woman heard this, she immediately rushed towards Melissa's house. Melissa really doesn't have enough friends. People who know Wangdu don't even introduce me. The woman curled her lips while running, complaining a little. In fact, this four-leaf clover world is somewhat similar to the world Linhao once had. As long as they are under the protection of big shots, many people can walk sideways. Therefore, after this woman heard what Melissa's servant said, the thing of interest emerged in her eyes. She has already made plans for the future in her heart, and even, she has almost calculated the benefits that can be brought to her family. Melissa's home was not far from the main street. When the woman arrived, Melissa and his father were about to set off for the village. "Melissa," the woman yelled and hurried over. After hearing this, Melissa turned her head quickly, and when she saw that it was Monica, she frowned. "Monica, why are you here?" Melissa asked curiously. "You're a real guy, you don't even introduce me if you have friends." Monica pouted, with an unhappy expression on her face. "It's Monica, why don't we go to the village together?" Melissa's father said kindly. Okay. Monica agreed without thinking. After hearing this, Melissa grabbed Monica, walked to a corner, and said in a deep voice, "Monica, you can't go." Monica's expression changed immediately, and she said, "Why? Melissa, you are not enough friends for doing this." "He is Lin Hao," Melissa said calmly. Advertisement. Lin Hao. These two words flashed through Monica's mind, and she immediately recalled the scene at the Grimmoire Tower. Damn, isn't he a friend of the capital? Why is it him? Monica's mood is very complicated now. He went to take the exam for the Knight Order, passed the exam successfully, and is now a member of the Magic Knight Order. Melissa said slowly. Magic Knights. Coincidentally, I have a friend whose big brother also joined the Magic Knights, and I heard from her that the head of the group belongs to the royal family. This is not the point is that the head of the group, Wang Fen, is optimistic about him. As she said that, Monica leaked a smug expression, as if what she was talking about was her big brother. Let's stop talking about other things first. If my dad didn't force me to go, I wouldn't have gone. What Magic Knights are amazing. Melissa clasped her fists with a look of disdain. Yes, Monica said disdainfully. In fact, the two of them know better than anyone whether the members of the Magic Knights are good or not, but now one dares to speak and the other dares to answer. Then I'll go first, we'll go shopping another day, Melissa said softly. Monica nodded. Afterwards, Melissa returned to her father's side. Isn't Monica going? Her father asked curiously. Yeah, Melissa nodded and continued. She suddenly remembered that she still had something to do, so she didn't go with us. Alright then, let's go. But at this moment, on the other side, Linhao finally returned to Haji Village after a day of running around. Advertisement. Haji Village is a little closer than Linhao's house, so Asta returned home first, and Noelle said something, first went to Linhao's house, and then went to Asta's side to play. The news of Linhao's return caused a wave in the village. All kinds of praise Linhao, praise Linhao's father, even a little outrageous, even the ancestors praised. After returning home, Linhao faced all kinds of greetings from relatives. This situation lasted for more than an hour, after the relatives left. Linhao sat on the chair paralyzed directly. To be honest, these relatives are really difficult to deal with. Linhao, how scary is your house? Noelle was also sitting on the chair, panting heavily. It's okay, all in all, it's better than your royal family. Linhao said with a sigh. And this is, Linhao's mother returned to the house after sending off relatives. Oh, right, Hao, your friend is called Noelle. Linhao's mother asked. Yeah, good Zhao. Linhao replied. It's really pretty. Linhao's mother laughed. Thank you. Noelle replied very politely. Don't take it seriously, my mother said everyone is beautiful. Linhao joked. After hearing this, Noelle was so angry that she stretched out her hand and pinched Linhao's thigh sitting next to her. Linhao stood up directly in pain. Why are you pinching me? I'm telling the truth. HMPH. Noelle snorted coldly. Well done, this child just needs a lesson. Linhao's mother added. 076 Melissa, subscribe. After hearing what his mother said, Linhao smiled wryly from the sidelines. On the other hand, Noelle also snickered while covering her mouth. Oh, it's so lively, it seems that I came at the right time. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man walked in from Linhao's house, and behind him was a woman who was about the same age as Linhao. Apparently they are Melissa and her father. Oh, Lao Mei is here. When Linhao's mother saw the two of them, a smile appeared on her face. As for Lin Hao, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, while Noelle, who didn't know anything about the situation, just stared blankly. Good aunt, Melissa said politely. I haven't seen you in half a year. Has Melissa grown a lot taller? Lin Hao's mother laughed. I don't know who this is. Melissa's father cast his gaze on Noelle and asked. She is 060, she and Lin Hao are members of the Night Order. They are on vacation, and they will come over together. Lin Hao's mother explained slowly. Oh, Melissa's father nodded, and then cast his eyes on Lin Hao. I haven't seen you for a while, Lin Hao is getting longer and more handsome. Lin Hao was tired of hearing this kind of words today, he smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Melissa, didn't you just keep clamoring to see your Lin Hao big brother, why did he become a mute? Melissa's father laughed loudly. When Melissa heard this, she almost vomited blood in anger. Of course, what his father said was all false, and the purpose was very simple. He didn't know that Lin Hao and Melissa were having conflicts now. Seeing that Melissa didn't say anything as soon as she entered the door, that's why he wanted to help his daughter find a topic. BGEF. Advertisement. Father, can you stop talking nonsense? Melissa's face became a little embarrassed at the moment. Look at you child, you're still shy. Melissa's father said with a smile. Melissa was blushing, and now she really wanted to get into a crack in the ground. The next moment, she didn't say anything, turned around and ran out. Looking at Melissa's back, her father continued to laugh and said, this child is really spoiled by me. It's okay, girls are like this. Lin Hao's mother also agreed, and then cast her eyes on Lin Hao. Hao, follow me and have a look. Although Lin Hao wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it for a while, he nodded. Somewhere in the woods, Melissa was standing under a huge tree. She raised her head and quietly looked at the little bird on the top of the tree. Tap tat tat. At this moment, footsteps came from behind her. If you want to laugh, just laugh as much as you want. Melissa said in a deep voice. Sorry, I'm not interested in your affairs at all. Lin Hao said, sitting on a rock not far away. In the original owner's memory, Melissa is a very important person, and Lin Hao originally wanted to treat her as his own sister. However, Lin Hao has changed since the incident at the Grimmoire Tower last time. Such a woman is not worth protecting. Advertisement. I admit, I was wrong last time. I envied vanity, aristocrats, and the royal family, but aren't all people so selfish? Melissa turned around and stared fixedly at the woman sitting on the rock. Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was unmoved, even the expression on his face did not change. I said, your matter has nothing to do with me. The reason why I came here is just to prevent my mother from getting angry because of me. Lin Hao said blankly. Lin Hao, you have changed. Lin Hao frowned, and stood up from the rock. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Melissa now. Lin Hao felt like it was a waste of time to stay here for a second longer. Afterwards, Lin Hao walked towards home. And Melissa followed slowly from the side, shouting, Lin Hao, stop. Stop. After Melissa yelled a few words in a row, a white gas suddenly emitted from Lin Hao's body. Shut up. The moment he turned around, the ground quickly froze, and the surrounding trees, rocks, and grass were all frozen in ice at this moment. Of course, if Lin Hao wanted to freeze Melissa, she would have already turned into an ice sculpture. I hope you don't come to challenge my bottom line. I'm not showing you face, but looking at your father's face. After all, Lin Hao didn't care what expression she had or what she did, so she turned around and left. Only Melissa was still standing there blankly, her eyes constantly scanning the surrounding ice. The scene just now scared her quite a bit. 077 I'm not a clown, please subscribe. And at this moment, Monica's sighed. After learning that Melissa's friend who came back from the capital was Lin Hao, Monica went to another friend's house. Monica, why are you here? Aren't you going shopping with Melissa today? Seeing Monica walking into her home from the yard, Marina quickly ran down from the second floor to greet her. Don't mention Marina, do you still remember the man from the Grimmoire Tower a while ago? Seeing Marina coming out, Monica stopped and did not move forward, but turned and sat on the stool beside her. Marina pondered for a few seconds, then said softly, is that the untouchable who was humiliated by us? Yeah, Melissa's father forced him to meet that pariah, and he is probably very proud now, but in my eyes, even if the pariah joins the Magic Knights, he is still a pariah. Mo Ni Ka said disdainfully. Yeah, that's right, Marina nodded. At this moment, a tall man walked out of Marina's house, and, on his shoulders, he was wearing the cape of the Magic Knights. The pattern of the cloak is that of the Red Lotus Lion King. What are you guys talking about? You look unhappy. Marion walked out slowly. Big brother, are you awake? Marina asked. Marion nodded, and then continued. Well, who made my sister unhappy? No, big brother, I'm talking about a pariah with my friend. Marina smiled slightly. Advertisement. Untouchable. Marion sneered, and then said, what's there to talk about untouchables? Oh, by the way, big brother, you are from the Knights, do you know Lin Hao? Marina asked. Lin Hao. Marion was startled when he heard these two words. How could he not know the person whom the 9 regimental leaders raised their hands to ask for at the same time? Look at big brother's expression. Do you know this person? Marina asked. Marion nodded and said, I've heard of it. But compared to your big brother, he is still far behind. The big brother joined the royal family's Knights of the Red Lotus Lion King, but he joined the worst Black Burst Cattle Knights. The Black Burst Cow Group. I've heard of this too. I heard that the characters in it are all bad. Monica said from the side. Of course, it's his blessing that this kind of pariah can join the black explosive group. Marina said sarcastically. When Marion on the side heard this, he seemed to understand something, and smiled wryly. His image must not be lost in front of his sister. Anyway, he can't hear what Lin Hao is saying here now. That's right, this untouchable is really lucky. At that time, I fought against him in the last event of the Knights. Marion said with a smile. What about the back? Monica asked. It goes without saying that my big brother must have beaten him to pieces, right? Ma Na looked up at his big brother. Marion hesitated for a while, then hurriedly said, of course, that guy was beaten and lying on the ground, and his expression, I don't know how embarrassed it is, I can't figure it out. All trash. Seeing the envious eyes cast by Marina and Monica, Marion became more and more proud. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Later, I also heard that that guy performed very poorly in the Knights. I heard from others that the head of the Black Burst cows seems to want to lay off him. It's really embarrassing. It's normal. It's only a matter of time before this kind of pariah gets laid off. Monica said disdainfully. Compared to my big brother, is it really a world? Marina said. Marion relished the superior gaze. In the end, anyway, he said everything, all of which were words that slandered Lin Hao. Finally, after chatting, they talked about the topic of adventure, and the place to explore is the border. Originally, Marion didn't want to go, but after his sister and Monica insisted, he finally agreed. Lin Hao's side. Melissa followed Lin Hao. After returning, she said that she was in a hurry and went back to the town first. Doorstep. She seems very upset. Noelle looked at Melissa's back and asked Lin Hao who was beside her. Lin Hao sneered, and replied, I can't help if I'm not happy, I'm not a clown, I can't let her be unhappy, so I'll go over and make her laugh. You seem to have a bad relationship with her. Noelle continued. Relationship. This is a good word to describe. To me, she is just a passerby. Lin Hao shook his head and said. 078 Intruder, subscription required. Although Melissa is a very important person to the original owner of this body, Lin Hao at this time is no longer the Lin Hao he used to be. It is impossible for Lin Hao to unconditionally compensate anyone around him just because he occupies this body. This kind of thing is simply impossible. He has always believed in a sentence, everyone has his own life, life and death are up to God. He owes nothing to anyone and does not need to compensate anyone. However, I think her father seems to have a very good relationship with your family. Logically speaking, your relationship with her shouldn't be bad either. Noelle asked softly. Lin Hao, who heard this, couldn't help laughing. Zero Chi-Chi fixed her eyes on Noelle. Look, why are you looking at me? Noelle panicked seeing Lin Hao's expression. Noelle, aren't you the best proof? The relationship between you and your family members is so bad, not to mention that I have no blood relationship. Lin Hao said slowly. Noelle hesitated for a moment. Lin Hao's way of speaking made her instantly understand the meaning. By the way, aren't you going to play at Asta's house? Lin Hao suddenly changed the subject and asked. Noelle was taken aback, looked at Lin Hao and asked, are you going? If you go, I'll show you the way. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear the responsibility if I lose you. Lin Hao said slowly. It's good to know. Noelle pouted. Asta is not too far from Lin Hao's home. If you walk, you can go to the church where Asta is located in about 10 minutes. Church office. Are you the one from last time? Seeing Lin Hao, the nun immediately remembered what she had released some time ago. Advertisement. Lin Hao hesitated for a while, then replied, huh. Is Asta here? Noelle asked on the side. You are here to find Asta. The nun replied after a moment of shock. Well, we belong to the same magic knight order as Asta. Lin Hao said. Asta has gone out and will be back in a while, you go in and wait. The nun said slowly. Lin Hao and Noelle nodded and walked inside. Although it is said that the place where Asta is located is a church, in fact, it is very similar to the orphanage in Lin Hao's world. There are many children younger than Asta living in it. However, what made Lin Hao a little confused was that this was the border, and everyone knew the nearby villages, so these children should have been sent from far away. Time passed by every minute and every second, and Asta was never seen back. Soon after, Haji village suddenly exploded. Lin Hao and Noelle who were sitting inside were startled for a moment. Immediately afterwards, many children from outside quickly walked in under the leadership of the nun. What happened? Lin Hao stood up and asked the nun. The nun shook her head and said falteringly, I don't know, it seems that the village has been attacked. Lin Hao, let's go and have a look, maybe it's Asta. Noelle said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao frowned and nodded. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, the two of them quickly ran towards the edge of the village. At this time, the edge of sleepiness. Asta held the demon-severing sword in his hand, and looked at the group of people flying on broomsticks in front of him expressionlessly. What are you going to do? This is the territory of the four-leaf clover kingdom. Do you know that you have crossed the border? Asta said coldly. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in your own business. This is a matter between us and the four-leaf clover king's knights. As he spoke, the man on the magic broom pointed at the scarred Marion. Because Asta didn't wear the cloak of the black burst bulls on his shoulders, these men are not from Asta, but also members of the Magic Knights. The Magic Knights. The person standing next to me is also a member of the Black Burst Corps belonging to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. Marion grabbed the life-saving grass tightly. Of course, with Asta's simplicity, he didn't know that Marion was trying to drag him into trouble. That's right, I'm Asta from the Black Burst team. Asta said blankly. Black Burst cows. The man on the magic broom hesitated for a while, and then said, fortunately, you can also say that this is the territory of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. You can't just step in without permission, but, your knights in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom must be defiant too. Treading on our country, hurting my mage 0.3. You should give me an explanation. After hearing this, Asta cast his eyes on Marion. Marion frowned immediately, his mind turned quickly, and said, don't believe what he said, I never stepped into their country and injured their mages, that's because they took my sister away. Quote. Ha ha ha. When the group of mages on brooms heard about Marion, they burst into laughter. As expected, the mages in the capital of Four-Leaf Clover are really bad. 079A powerful enemy, subscribe. Bah, the knights of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom are really shameful. They have the ability to do it, but they don't have the ability to admit it. A mage riding a magic broom added. I remember your name is Asta, right? Marion asked Asta in a panic. Asta nodded, the stiff look on his face eased a lot and said, you know me. During the night exams, he kept clamoring that this would become the Magic Emperor's idiot hat, and it was hard for people not to know about it. Of course, under normal circumstances, Marion might say so. But, now he was counting on Asta to help him. Of course I do. I wanted to meet you on the day of the night exam, but I didn't have the chance. Marion replied. After Asta heard this, Wei Wei said with some satisfaction, okay, after this battle is over, let's catch up on the old days. Okay. Marion also nodded. I advise you not to mess around, the two girls who came with you at 16 are still in my hands. The wizard continued. Marion frowned when he heard this, his face was very stiff. You let my sister go, and this matter can be written off. Marion said somewhat ignorantly. His words, in the eyes of this group of mages, are nothing more than a big joke. Stinky boy, haven't you figured out what's going on yet? Do you think the outcome will be settled with a helper? The leading mage sneered. Stupid people. Another mage smiled playfully. The voice fell. A grimoire with blue light quickly flew in front of him. Advertisement. Caw caw caw. Grimoire flipped quickly. Earth creation magic, the cage of the earth. As soon as his words fell, the ground where Asta and Marion were standing immediately began to vibrate. Bang bang bang. The next moment, beside them, dozens of huge mud pillars strung together directly, gradually forming a cage at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, run. Marion yelled loudly, and didn't have time to pay attention to Asta, and ran on his own. And Asta was stunned for a moment, and immediately after, the meridians on his heels became erect, and he tightly held the hand between the demons. Swish. He waved the demon severing sword and rushed towards him. What? With a soft drink, he raised the knife and dropped it, and the moment the demon severing sword touched the mud pillar immediately disappeared into nothingness. They were shocked. What's going on with this kid? My magic doesn't work anymore. The man frowned. In contrast, the man in the lead seemed a little calm. A sword that repels magic? This is really interesting. Seeing that Asta broke through the cage with ease, Marion's anxiety eased a lot. Release my sister quickly, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen next. Marion pointed to the leading mage and shouted. Advertisement. Let me do it. This guy owes a lesson. The leading man jumped directly from the magic broom. I'll give you another choice. Hand over the man with the night cloak on his shoulders, otherwise, I will turn this village into a cemetery. The leading mage said coldly. Captain, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Another man immediately jumped down after hearing this. Of course, if his captain turned the village into a graveyard, it would be an open challenge to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom. For such behavior, it is obvious that they will also be sanctioned by their own country. So what, killing my compatriots and overturning the truth of the matter, isn't this just trying to openly provoke our entire country? The leading man said in a deep voice. I will neither hand him over nor let you destroy the village. Asta tightly held the demon-severing sword in his hand, without giving in. 570. The leading mage sneered, and immediately began to release a powerful magic power. The sense of oppression directly made Asta and Marion ill out of breath. This guy. Marion's face was suddenly covered with dense sweat. What a powerful magic power. Sweat also gathered on Asta's face. Do you think you have a sword that repels magic, so I can't do anything about you? Naive. The leading man said and disappeared in front of their eyes. When they reacted, he had already come to Asta's side. So fast, Asta was about to swing his sword and slash at him, but was kicked away by him. Immediately afterwards, in just 2 seconds, the leading man grabbed Marion by the collar and pulled him up. Then he threw it towards the magic broom. Okay, call it a day. 080, subscription required. Marion wanted to struggle quickly, but for some reason, his whole body seemed to be tied to this magic broom, and he couldn't struggle at all. Finally, he set his eyes on Asta and shouted, Asta, save me. At this time, Asta just got up from the ground. After hearing this, he became angry immediately, quickly picked up the demon-severing sword on the ground, and then quickly ran towards the leading man. Let him go. Asta jumped up, waving the demon-severing sword, and rushed towards the leading mage. The leading mage quickly dodged, but from his actions, it could be seen that he was not malicious, if he really was. Asta was probably lying on the ground long ago. I said, little brother, haven't you noticed that he has been trying to drag you into this muddy water? Indeed, right now I am on the territory of your four-leaf clover kingdom, but just now, that guy stepped across the border and injured my brother, so there must always be an explanation. The leading man said slowly while dodging. Mr. Asta, please don't believe what he's saying, Marion yelled. Shua. Asta cut the last sword, stopped immediately, hesitated for a moment, and then said, how do you prove it? Seeing that Asta was shaken, Marion became irritable, and said with a distorted face, Asta, what are you still doing? Didn't your captain tell you that the most taboo thing on the battlefield is the enemy's rumors? The leading man smiled slightly. Of course, whether Asta believes it or not has nothing to do with him. Even if he doesn't believe it, it's all about taking him down. Suddenly, at this moment, advertisement Lin Hao and Noel rushed over quickly. Asta, what's going on? Lin Hao ran to Asta's side and asked. Seeing that it was Lin Hao and the others coming, Asta's stiff face eased a lot. Finally, Asta explained what happened to Lin Hao. The only thing now is that I don't know who of the two of them is telling the truth and who is telling the truth. Why are the members of the Red Lotus Lion King here? Lin Hao looked at Marion who was riding on the broom and muttered. Of course, Marion also recognized Lin Hao at a glance, and his complexion recovered a lot. Lin Hao, hurry up and subdue these enemies, Marion shouted. Lin Hao was taken aback when he heard this and sneered, who are you? After hearing Lin Hao's words, Marion was stunned for a moment, and then replied, I am a member of the Red Lotus Lion King Magic Knights, and my name is Marion. Don't get me wrong, I didn't ask your name, I mean, what right do you have to order me? Lin Hao smiled coldly. Marion was furious immediately, and said angrily, although I am not your senior, I am a nobleman anyway, so you should be more respectful to me. Marion had no choice but to move out of his status as a nobleman, trying to suppress Lin Hao. It's a pity that he still thinks too simple. If he is an ordinary person, he might give him 3-point thin noodles, but Lin Hao, he doesn't eat the royal family. He eats you nobles, what a joke. This guy is a liar, let him fend for himself, Lin Hao said slowly. Hearing this, the leading mage smiled slightly and said, it seems that someone who can think has come. Advertisement Asta and Noel looked at Lin Hao in disbelief, and then asked, how did you know that? Look at his arrogant appearance, how good is his character? Lin Hao said solemnly, of course, he is also guessing blindly, as for the truth of this matter. I also don't want to know, sometimes people don't want to see the truth, they just want to save themselves. Lin Hao, Asta, you are colluding with the enemy. After Marion heard this, he immediately roared towards Lin Hao and the others. Give those two girls back to them, one does the work and the other takes care of it, the leading man said calmly. After the words fell, about a minute later, a man riding a magic broom put the two tied women on the ground. And they are Monica and Marina. Please, let my big brother go, Marina begged the lead mage immediately. But no matter how much she begged, the leading magician always said, that's okay, is Lee's. That's not good, several of my brothers were injured by him. On the other hand, Monica was too scared to speak. Okay, little brother, goodbye by fate. The leading man smiled slightly and said something to Lin Hao, and then shouted at his subordinates. Call work. Okay, we should go too. Lin Hao muttered, are you really ignoring him? Asta whispered. Let him fend for himself, he asked for everything, Lin Hao said slowly. Suddenly at this moment, Ma Na crawled directly to Lin Hao's feet. 081 The king wants to see me? Seeking subscription? Lin Hao, help my big brother. Marina cast a pitiful look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao stared at Marina pulling his thigh, because he thought this face was very familiar, but for a while, he couldn't remember it. Lin Hao. I beg you. Marina was so anxious that she almost cried at this time, her eyes were red. Suddenly, Lin Hao remembered. Oh, I remembered. Aren't you the shabby woman in the picture I mentioned earlier? Lin Hao sneered with his mouth slightly raised. Marina, who heard this, was stunned. Not to mention she mocked Lin Hao before, she wasn't mocking Lin Hao just now. What are you doing? This guy is a traitor, and he has colluded with these enemies, Marion shouted angrily. However, no matter how Marion yells, Marina wants to rescue her big brother now. Lin Hao, I beg you. I was wrong before 070, I shouldn't mock you, now I just ask you to let my big brother go, Marina begged. No matter how much Marina begged, Lin Hao's eyes were always showing indifference. Aren't you an aristocrat? Aren't your aristocrats amazing? What can you aristocrats do? What can I do as a commoner? Also, it's not me who arrested your big brother, but him. You seem to be asking the wrong person for your request. Bar. Lin Hao looked coldly at Marina lying on the ground. Now, apart from Lin Hao who was not moved, Asta and Noel beside him were all moved. Lin Hao, how about we beat him? Asta said in a deep voice. It looks pretty pitiful, Noel added hesitantly. Advertisement, poor. Hearing this, Lin Hao laughed out loud. They're not pitiful, but dead. I am not a saint, and it is impossible to save anyone who is weak. In my eyes, they are worthless. 17. Also, you can save whoever you want. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he shook off Marina's hand and turned to leave. Lin Hao. Asta looked at Lin Hao's back, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided not to save him, and quickly followed. And Noel glanced at Marina, then said in a deep voice, sorry, I don't have this ability. After finishing speaking, Noel also hurriedly turned and left. When he was far away, Lin Hao heard Marina calling for help. And the wizards of these leading countries only captured Marion. As for the two women, no one paid any attention to them. Haji Village, Church. Lin Hao, is it really okay for us to do this? After all, he is a member of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom Knights just like us. On a long table, Asta looked at Lin Hao and asked. And Noelle on the opposite side also cast her eyes on Lin Hao. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth slightly, BGDA, raised slightly, and he said in a deep voice. Asta, tell me, are we going to save him just because he belongs to the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom like us? Also, the most important thing is not this, but they broke into the territory of the neighboring country and injured other people's mages. Do you want us to wipe his asterisk? The enemy's strength is not clear. Maybe it will trap us all. Have you ever thought about this problem? This advertisement. Listening to Lin Hao's words, Asta fell silent. Lin Hao got it right. During the previous battle, he could feel the difference between his own strength and that of the leading mage. Most importantly, the leading man said that if he made a move, he would turn the entire Haji village into a cemetery. It's okay if he takes his own life, but if he takes the life of the whole village, I'm afraid that even if Asta doesn't die, he will live in the shadow for the rest of his life. Although Noelle was curious, she didn't speak, because she believed that Lin Hao's reason for doing this was naturally his reason. Due to the few days off, Lin Hao only stayed at home for one day, and hurried back to the Four-Leaf Clover capital the next day. However, when they returned to the capital of the Four-Leaf Clover, a mysterious man seemed to have been waiting for Lin Hao there for a long time. Welcome back, all wizards, the mysterious man said to Lin Hao and the others. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, but still nodded. Mr. Lin Hao, please come with me, the king wants to see you, the mysterious man continued. King? Lin Hao and the others froze for a moment. Yes. After hearing this, Lin Hao fell into deep thought. He vaguely felt that something bad was about to happen. I see. Lin Hao nodded. Immediately afterwards, he followed this mysterious person to the palace. 082 10th Commander. Seeking subscription. The huge palace turned the corner and walked in diameter. Lin Hao and the others came to a gate. But at this moment, the king is playing with two bewitching women in the king's bedroom. King, Mr. Lin Hao is here, the mysterious man said towards the door. Bring him in. Yes. The mysterious man nodded, and then opened the door. The king's room is bigger than Lin Hao imagined, especially his bed, which has a strange shape. It is said to be a bed, but it is somewhat similar to a high tower. Lin Hao really can't appreciate this style. Okay, you guys go out first, the king said to the guard next to him and the mysterious man. Yes. The mysterious man and the guards nodded, then turned and left. What does the king want from me? Lin Hao asked. The king didn't pay attention to Lin Hao immediately, but sat on the big chair next to him, with a coquettish woman in his left and right arms. After a long time, he replied, Of course I have something important to ask you. You say. Soon, the 10th Knight Order of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom will be established. Do you want to be the leader of this regiment? The king said playfully. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, looking at the king's expression. He always felt that there must be some conditions in it. The head of the 10th Knight Order? Advertisement? Well, but, of course, it won't be so easy to get. There are conditions. This knight order is for my use, and I don't need to set up any missions. The only mission is to obey my orders, King 11 said slowly. Oh. Lin Hao also let out a playful smile. Well, as long as you agree to my condition, the position of head of the regiment belongs to you. The king continued. Lin Hao smiled slightly. I think the king should find someone else. I'm afraid I won't be able to take on the position of leader. The king's expression changed a lot when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice. In front of me, if you can't do it, you have to say yes. What if I insist on being wrong? Lin Hao's complexion also changed drastically, and the smile disappeared long ago without a trace. Lin Hao, don't give you shame. Your tail is up to the sky? I am the most honorable person in this country. It is your honor to fancy you, the king said coldly. I'm a commoner. I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy this honor. If I have nothing else to do, I will leave first. Lin Hao also ignored him, just finished speaking, turned around and left. At this time, the king flushed with anger. What the hell? This guy is absolutely crazy. That guy Julius doesn't dare to tell me like that. What kind of thing is he? Wang Wang's angry face twisted directly. Calm down. If he doesn't agree, he will regret it sooner or later, said the alluring woman on the left. That's right, you are a high-ranking king, and if you care about your pariah, wouldn't it lower your status? The woman on the right added. Shua. The king stood up directly and said in a deep voice, I will definitely make that pariah regret it. The stronghold of the Black Popping Cow Group, Lin Hao's room. Swish swish swish. Advertisement. Asta and Noelle rushed in directly, and quickly closed the door behind them. Ask for flowers, you. What are you going to do? Lin Hao said with a confused face. The king is not looking for you because of the members of the Red Lotus Lion King? Asta asked curiously. No. After hearing this, Lin Hao's face became a little stiff. Oh, isn't it? Noelle breathed a sigh of relief slowly. He asked me to come over, just saying that he wanted to give me a regiment leader. Dang dang. Lin Hao said slowly. NONM, Captain? After hearing this, Asta and Noelle looked at Lin Hao with wide eyes. Okay. So amazing. If Lin Hao becomes the leader, wouldn't he be the youngest leader of the Magic Knights in the history of the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom? Asta's eyes were shining brightly. Then this means, Lin Hao is leaving the Black Bulls? Noel's face became serious. No, I didn't agree. Lin Hao replied. Since I rejected it, this is a great opportunity. Lin Hao felt sorry for Asta. Of course, as for the truth, Lin Hao would not tell it. After all, it is meaningless to say it. In Lin Hao's eyes, the king is simply worse than those nobles in the royal family. However, as for the latter, Lin Hao also roughly guessed what would happen. If he refused the king, he would definitely be concealed from him. This matter will definitely not end so easily. 083 Crimson Lion King sacrificed? However, Lin Hao was not at all worried that the king would oppose him because of this matter. Because, the four-leaf clover kingdom still has some order, and if you don't do something that is sorry for this country, no one can do anything against you. A huge opportunity. Lin Hao couldn't help laughing wryly when he heard Asta talking on the side, and continued. The huge trap is almost the same. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, Noel and Asta looked at Lin Hao suspiciously and said in unison. What's the meaning? A lot of things don't mean literally, Lin Hao replied. And Asta and Noel asked. What does 953 mean? You don't even understand. How do you know we don't understand if you don't tell me? Lin Hao rolled his eyes at the two of them, and suddenly, his face changed and he said, By the way, you just mentioned the members of the Red Lotus Lion King, which reminded me. 17. I vaguely feel that the matter will not end so simply. I specifically inquired about it today. Since he left the four-leaf clover capital last time, he hasn't come back yet. I'm afraid it's too bad, Noel said slowly. Yes, I always feel a little guilty in my heart. Although he is not a member of our Black Bull Squad, he is still a member of the Magic Knights of our four-leaf clover kingdom, Asta said in a low voice. Listening to Asta's words, Lin Hao was a little speechless. After all, he wasn't the one who stopped them at that time. Asta seemed to notice the difference, so he immediately added, Lin Hao, don't get me wrong, I don't mean to blame you, I just feel guilty. Lin Hao ignored him, but said to Noel, What's more dangerous than good? He is bound to die, stepping on other people's land, hurting other people's mages. This kind of person deserves to die. But at this moment, what Lin Hao didn't know was that in the four-leaf clover Wangdu Street, there was a scarred woman with a haggard face, and tears kept flowing from her eyes. Advertisement in front of the woman were about 10 men, 4 of whom advanced slowly carrying a dead body. What's going on here? A citizen who was besieging them asked curiously while watching them. I don't know, they look like they came from other towns. The important thing is not this, you look at the cloak on his shoulders. As soon as his words fell, everyone cast their eyes on him. That is, the cloak of the magical knights. A member of the Red Lotus Lion King Knights. Members of the knights died. What happened? How? How could this be? Who the hell did this? For a while, the crowd began to boil, and the sacrifice of a member of the Magic Knights represented what they, the citizens, couldn't understand. The commotion among the citizens soon became known to everyone in the Magic Knights. Crimson Lion King Stronghold. Head. The head is not good. A man hurriedly ran into a castle. After Fuegolian heard this, he immediately cast his eyes on the man, and said calmly, What is so shocking? Advertisement, Marion. Marion died, the man stammered. Fuegoleon's heart was touched immediately, and he said with a stiff face, What did you say? Marion died. Marion died. What's going on? Didn't he go home? Fuegolian approached the man while talking. Well, but now, Marion's family members are approaching the kingdom with Marion's body, the man said slowly. What the hell happened to this kid? Fuegolian brushed past the man and rushed outside quickly. Wangju. What the hell is going on here? It's so noisy. The king walked to the window with a very dissatisfied tone. According to the news from outside, it seems that a member of the Knights of the Red Lotus Lion King died. A soldier standing outside the door replied. What a bunch of useless trash, a dead man would make such a big commotion, the king cursed. The movement seems to be caused by the citizens. Tell 3.7 Fuegolian to tell these untouchables to be quiet, the king said in a deep voice. Yes, the stronghold of the Black Popping Cow group. With the appearance of a silver light circle, Finral stepped out from it. It seems that something terrible has happened in the capital. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Hao and others were stunned when they heard this, and all their eyes were on Finral.084 King's mind. Finral felt everyone's eager gazes and suddenly felt nervous. They may not be fast in doing tasks, but they can be said to be very fast in rushing to watch the excitement. Okay, I'll just open the portal and take you there, Finral said helplessly. Okay, go check it out, exclaimed Magner. I'm a senior, don't you want to thank me? Finral shouted. Frequently using magic to transport so many people is not easy, considering that they have to be sent back. Finral feels that he has no energy to pick up girls today. Soon, Lin Hao was sent to the capital together with Asta and Nuo Al. Lin Hao couldn't help frowning when he heard the outline of the matter from Finral. Combined with the previous events, he felt that this matter was indeed not as simple as it seemed. Vanessa, Gray, and Jay Shu didn't come with them. Captain Yami probably went with Finral as soon as he heard the news, and he's already at the gate of the capital. The three of them followed Finral to the place where the incident happened, the gate of the capital. I saw a group of people dressed in white, and 4 people were carrying a corpse, which was the costume of the Red Lotus Lion King. 16. What's going on here? Is this really Marion's body? Asta said. Nuo Al also opened his eyes wide. Although the living person was taken away not long ago, he turned into a corpse now. It is really unbelievable. Lin Hao just watched from the side without saying a word. King. Magic Emperor. Please decide for us, one of the women cried. Their family members knew the cause of Marion's death, and they came to ask for an explanation this time. Soon, magic appeared in front of everyone. What happened here? Why are the corpses of the members of the Knights lying there? Magic Emperor said. In fact, he was also a little displeased. First, the capital was attacked, and then it was the death of members of the Knights. A good direction has developed. The woman looked up, tears stained her face. They recognized Lin Hao, she was Marion's younger sister, Marina. My big brother, he was killed, and he was killed by someone from the same Knight Order, Marina said with a distorted face. Advertisement indeed, whoever dies in the family will feel better. Her eyes swept over the people around her, making everyone a little scared. Lin Hao met his eyes, and Marina also saw Asta and Nuo, and exploded instantly. It's them, those three guys who know a lot about foreign countries, it's them who killed my big brother. In any case, she had already torn her face before, and Marina wanted to take this opportunity to completely pull Lin Hao down and make Lin Hao a sinner. Now let me see what you guys do, Marina thought secretly, full of hatred for Lin Hao. Lin Hao also looked back with cold eyes, he is also very dissatisfied with Marina now. The Magic Emperor interrupted the contest between the two, saying, Lin Hao, is what she said true? Lin Hao took a step forward, left the crowd and said, Magic Emperor, it is true that I did not help his big brother, but he is to blame for all this. You're talking nonsense. You clearly hold a grudge against us. We met the enemy. The enemy didn't even kill him. After you said a few words to him, he killed my big brother. You said, it's not that you colluded with the enemy and murdered my big brother, what is that? Marina shouted. Hearing this, Lin Hao almost laughed out loud. Apart from other things, this Marina has no skills, but she is quite good at acting, so she almost believed it. At this time, in the palace, the king was still eating fruit on the throne under the service of the two concubines. Report. Your Royal Highness. Speak. Yes. The cause of death of the member of the Red Lotus Lions seems to be related to Lin Hao. Now the two sides have already quarreled. The king was taken aback when he heard it, but then he got excited and called out happily, Lin Hao, who is black and hot. Yes, king. After hearing this, the king suddenly smiled and said, Lin Hao, God really has eyes, I have already given you face, but if you don't know how to cherish it, don't blame me. Come on, take me to the scene. Advertisement. The king now has no choice but to give Lin Hao a punishment immediately to maintain his lost dignity. Outside the palace, Fuegolian also arrived. After all, it was a member of his regiment who died, and the problem related to the entire regiment, of course, he had to come forward to solve it. What's going on? Fuegolian glanced at the situation in front of him and said with a blank expression. Lin Hao said in a deep voice. According to the law, no matter whether the person is a member of the Magic Knights or not, no matter whether he is a nobleman or a commoner, if he breaks the law, he will be punished by the 10 Commandments, right? Marion invaded other people's land and hurt other people's wizards. Naturally, the opposite country will be judged, just like people from other countries who broke the law in the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom must be judged by the Four-Leaf Clover. Marina said angrily. It's obvious that they invaded the Four-Leaf Clover land, and my big brother stopped them, but not only did they not help, but they even colluded. Lin Hao couldn't help laughing. Your mouth is really powerful, you can say anything. Suddenly, at this time, the king slowly walked out from the palace and said, Bold Lin Hao, you see your people being violated and die. You should be put in prison. Didn't you hear what I just said? Lin Hao said coldly, facing the king. You, 503. The king was startled again by Lin Hao's fearless appearance. For one thing, on the surface, the other party is justified in this matter. If we act rashly, we may give up our own people's excuses. Secondly, their magic power is much higher than ours. They should be at the level of the head of the group. At that time, everyone in Haji village was taken hostage, so we couldn't move easily, Lin Hao said slowly. Marina shouted confidently. We are nobles, save us and don't care how many civilians die. The people around are all people living in the royal capital, and they are not comparable to the untouchables. On the border again, so Marina is very confident that they will stand by her side. Asta stood there, speechless. It seemed that he had suffered some blows, but he was someone who could get out of the blows quickly. This time it was just an impact on his outlook on life. Shut up, you trash, your nobles' lives are yours, Lin Hao said angrily. At this moment, Asta, Nuo, Magna and Finneral all stood up. They couldn't tolerate one person saying such a thing. Little girl, you have to know that no matter how high or low people are, they are still life. Yami walked out of the crowd and said dissatisfiedly to Marina. Ahem, the cheating corpse has been updated. 085 death penalty? Marina seemed to realize that her calculation was wrong, and at this moment, she closed her mouth. Who do you think is telling the truth? Asked the people on the side. It's called Lin Hao, who belongs to the Black Bulls. Seriously, everyone knows that the Black Bull's character is flawed. Sigh, it looks like this girl is about to suffer. Although I don't know the seriousness of what this woman said, but it doesn't look like he is lying. It is very likely that Lin Hao really colluded with the enemy. Although the reputation of the Black Bull is not very good in the hearts of others, every knight at the head level is a strong man. Even the royal family must be courteous. Marina uttered wild words just now because there are many nobles around her. Isn't it very easy to deal with a commoner? She didn't expect that Yami had already arrived. She didn't know how to refute. At this time, Yami continued. Little girl, you'd better not talk nonsense, but if you want to slander our group, you have to think about the consequences. Marina's heart tightened. Yami. Fuegolian stepped forward and stood in front of Yami and said, this is a matter between our two regiments. Lin Hao may be the victim, but Marian is also the victim. This little girl can't speak, but she can't speak. That doesn't mean what he said was false. A disagreement between the two sides is full of the smell of gunpowder. A layer of fierce burning flames appeared on Fuegoleon's body. As long as it was tangible, it would burn to the temperature of ashes. He is really going to be serious. Yami pulled out his Teidao and said, you want to learn from me, I am happy to accompany you. Yami's body was covered with a layer of black-purple aura, shaking, although the aura did not seem as violent as the opposite side, but the danger should not be underestimated. Okay, let's all stop. The Magic Emperor stepped forward and stood between the two of them, showing no pressure at all. Seeing that they didn't intend to stop, Magic Emperor sighed. Time-constraint magic backquote. Two huge white balls appeared directly from the space, enclosing Yami and Fuegolian in them. The forms of the two people were still in confrontation, but the time inside had stopped, which is also the reason for the powerful time magic of Magic Emperor. Advertisement, what? What kind of magic is this? Asta and the others were a little surprised, having never seen this form of magic. Nuo Al is from the royal family, so he knows more, and said, this is the magic of the Magic Emperor. The magic of the Magic Emperor is time-based. It can directly subdue the enemy like this. It can be said to be very powerful. Amazing. Asta yelled. When the two confronted each other, the king had been hiding behind the Magic Emperor just now, and now he stood in front and said, Lin Hao, you should be responsible for this matter. Your actions have led to an excellent magic knights. The sacrifice of members of the regiment, no matter what the reason, is not allowed. What? Lin Hao suspects that he heard it wrong, but his eyes are now full of contempt for the king. It seems that this old man is going to use his own means. Although you are excellent, you have no choice but to accept the corresponding punishment. Asta stood up and said, although this incident has something to do with Lin Hao, I was there at the time, I should also share this punishment, right? You? The king never put Asta in his eyes at all. Although he knew that Asta's magic was weird and powerful, he hadn't formally talked with him after all. Looking at his hot-blooded idiot, he knew that he and Lin it's so different. Nuo Al also stood up and said, I am a royal family, but I also have a share in this matter. If you want to punish, you will be hungry. What? The royal family also has a share. This is really... The surrounding crowd did not expect such a thing. The king didn't think of this matter. Not only the common people had a share, but even the royal family got involved, so it was a bit difficult to handle for a while. Royal family? A man emerges from the crowd. He has a head of conspicuously beautiful hair, combed in a small braid that hangs forward, partially covering his face. You be ***************** D, you'll give us Silva home insurance. Brother Nozzle. Noelle was a little scared when she saw her big brother. Did she join the Black Bull? All right, I will leave it to you to discipline this time, or it will damage the dignity of the royal family. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Nozzle went directly to Nozzle. Let's go. Nozzle said coldly. Although Nuo Al didn't want to go back, she had no choice but to follow. Of course, she now also knows that the consequences will be serious, but she doesn't feel that she has anything to regret. The only thing that worries her is that she can't help Lin Hao a little bit. Cough. The king looked straight at Lin Hao and Asta again, and said, then I will issue a trial for these two commoners. The Magic Emperor looked at the king and made the king a little bit stressed, but he continued. Asta, according to Marina's testimony, you are not the main criminal, but you are also an accessory criminal. I will impose a fine on you for the sake of the leader of your Black Bulls, and, Magic Emperor, give them Black Bulls Niu Tuan Ji once. The Magic Emperor didn't speak, but waited for him to say Lin Hao's punishment. As for you, Lin Hao listened to the king's tone, which sounded completely different from the tone declaring Asta's crime. He knew that there might be many fierce, good, confrontations this time. Death penalty. When the king said these words, everyone present was stunned for a moment, even the Magic Emperor was taken aback. What? Lin Hao has never heard anyone say such a thing to himself, and Lin Hao is very disgusted by that superior attitude. What did you say? Sentence me to death. Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned icy cold, and there was a layer of chill around him immediately. This is Lin Hao's ability to activate his frozen fruit. In fact, Lin Hao doesn't care about this country, but if someone dares to slander himself indiscriminately, he will have to pay the price. This is a creed of Lin Hao. The most important thing is that since the king didn't examine what happened, he subconsciously imposed the death penalty on himself. 086 The Magic Emperor appears. Seeing this scene, Magic Emperor frowned, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, please consider carefully. Lin Hao, please calm down first. Then he said to the spectators, Don't watch the excitement, go back first. The people around saw that the atmosphere was not right, and immediately dispersed and walked away. Indeed, the Magic Emperor didn't know what would happen the next moment, so it was the best decision to let these onlookers leave. The king was taken aback by Lin Hao's aura just now, and wanted to take back what he said, but because there were many people watching around him, he was very embarrassed. Doesn't this mean that he has no seed? He is the king. Even the Magic Emperor has to respect himself 3 points, and what is Lin Hao? He is just a member of the knights. However, with the Magic Emperor by his side, the king didn't have much to worry about. I'm talking about the death penalty, and I'll show you what it takes to disobey the laws of my country. Okay. Lin Hao knew that the king's trial did have a lot of subjective consciousness, and also knew that the magic emperor only wanted to give himself a step down, but why should he conform to their wishes? Are you powerful? It's useless in my eyes. After saying that, Lin Hao turned and left. At this moment, Lin Hao's thought was, don't talk to me about anything useless, whoever wants to take my life is my enemy. Asta quickly said, Your Highness, you can't do this to Lin Hao, he saved our village, he also completed the task perfectly when he was in the Magic Knights, and even helped the Golden Dawn. Magic Emperor, please reconsider. Magna said. Yes, he is the best rookie of our Knight Order. And the king was indeed silent. Seeing this scene, everyone followed Lin Hao and left. The king said angrily, Have you seen who are the knights of that regiment? Why does this regiment keep him? Advertisement. The Magic Emperor sighed helplessly, and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, it is very likely that you have created a strong enemy for our country. Time-binding magic, cancel it. Although time-binding magic can stop people's time, their consciousness can be active, so both Yami and Fugalian know what happened. Yami didn't say anything, just glanced at Magic Emperor, and said, Finral, let's BGBD, go back. Your Majesty, it is unjustified to draw such a conclusion without actually investigating the evidence. Said Fugalian, who is truly a man of integrity and passion. All of you are like this, don't I, the king, have no majesty at all. Damn it, I'm going back. The king didn't listen to Fugalian's words, and walked directly into the palace. The guards around him didn't let Fugalian approach. Magic Emperor put his hand on Fugalian's shoulder and said, I will go to persuade the king, Lin Hao should not be sentenced to death, everyone knows this, and I don't want Lin Hao to die like this. On the way back, Asta said, Lin Hao, don't worry, we have already asked the Magic Emperor, he is a good man, 10 deposits to help, start exercising now. Be happy. Magna also said, Yes, yes. Don't care what the king says, after all, it's not a formal trial. Lin Hao said, What I care about is not the issue of death penalty or not, but my dislike of his attitude. Actually, the reason why I was called there was to let me be the head of the 10th Magic Knight Order. The 10th Magic Knights. Magna was taken aback and couldn't believe it. Asta shouted, Leader, is that as strong as the leader of Yami? Seeing their surprise, Lin Hao said, I refused. Now they were even more surprised. Being able to enter the Magic Knights is a sign of strength. If you become the leader, let alone how high your status is, even some royals can't be rude to see it. Then Lin Hao, who rejected this position, neither Asta nor Magna could understand what they were thinking. Lin Hao went on to say, So there was a conflict between the two of us, but I thought that guy would not target me in particular, but I didn't expect that he would take this opportunity to kill me. Advertisement. If he didn't have that kind of thought normally, how could this incident have been exposed? This can only prove that the king has long been unhappy with Lin Hao, and just needs an excuse to make Lin Hao's punishment reasonable. Soon, they will arrive at the headquarters of the Black Bull. Yami and Finral have returned, Shu has not yet returned, Vanessa, Gray, Charmy, Luck and Gordon have also gathered in the hall, and they all know from Finral that Lin Hao will be sentenced to death. Lin Hao, are you okay? Gordon said in a low voice. Huh. Gray also expressed concern. Yami smoked a cigarette and said, Lin Hao, I will go to the capital tomorrow to meet the Magic Emperor, so you can stay here with peace of mind. Finral also said, Yes, after all, you are also part of our group, we will not listen to such unreasonable words. However, Yami said with a puff of smoke, if it's really your fault, this matter won't be a death sentence. Lin Hao's mood has eased a little, but he has now planted the seeds of breaking with the four-leaf clover kingdom in his heart. Don't say anything, let's go to fellowship tomorrow. Forget all the unhappy things. I won't go. What's the matter, little man? You won't be scared by this shock, will you? Said Vanessa, who is still in a state of drunkenness. Lin Hao didn't have any fear about this matter, he just didn't bother to stay here to serve that fatuous king anymore. At the same moment, the Magic Emperor went to the palace to see the king alone. Your Majesty, I think your judgment on Lin Hao is a bit too much. He will not be sentenced to death. Not only is the judgment inaccurate when the evidence is insufficient now, even if it was really done by him, this matter is according to the law. It's not a capital offense. The king said angrily, What are you doing? Why are you still hindering me? Do you love that Lin Hao so much? He is just a bit superior in strength, and what is his attitude like? Show me a little respect. No heart. Magic Emperor said, At least don't kill him. There is still room for redemption. His achievements may surpass everyone in the future. If you really tear yourself apart with him, there is really no way to restore it. Please think twice. 087 Exile. The king heard this and said, Then what do you say? I don't want to forgive this sinner. Magic Emperor said, The cause of this incident is a mystery. It is very likely that it has something to do with neighboring countries, or it may be a good thing that Bai Yi's magic eye did. So I will send someone to investigate. I want to know what to do with Lin Hao. Magic, law, Emperor. The Magic Emperor paused and said, This incident is also due to the poor management of our Magic Knights, which caused this situation, so I think Lin Hao should be punished for the reason of maintaining the name of the Magic Knights. So he should be locked up for a few days or something. I don't think so. Come, said the king, sitting up. Exist. The attendant next to him handed a book into the king's hand, and magically saw that the word, code, was written on it, which was the law of the four-leaf clover kingdom. Let me see. I already know the general reason for the crime. Let me look for it. A criminal law under the death penalty. You mean to exile Lin Hao? Your Highness. Magic Emperor asked. Yes, that's it. The king threw the book aside and said, this is my bottom line. Don't forget, Magic Emperor, that in the four-leaf clover kingdom, I am the biggest. Magic Emperor did not speak, and the king ignored him. After a while, the Magic Emperor opened his mouth. Okay. The king waved his hand, indicating that he could go back if he had nothing to do, and the Magic Emperor had to leave. The next day, the Black Bull. Yami said. You are waiting here, especially Lin Hao, who can't go anywhere. Where is Funeral? Vanessa lay on the sofa and said. A few brats in the group forced Lin Hao to go to the nearby Nyan town, saying that they want Lin Hao to relax no matter what. It's really troublesome, then I'll go by myself. After saying that, Yami went out and headed towards the capital. At this time, Lin Hao was dragged to Nyan town, which was the town where Asta and the others had a friendship last time. Asta said that he was going to meet an acquaintance this time, and he also took Lin Hao for a stroll. Ha 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 ha. Asta is now happily playing with a little girl. Mary, is it fun? Asta is so strong. Lin Hao didn't expect Asta to be so enthusiastic about children. After Asta put Mary down, many children wanted to play with Asta. Just then, Asta was suddenly attacked. Advertisement. Boom. Asta was kicked to the ground. What did you be ********* D do to my Mary? Lin Hao saw that it was the group member named Jie Shu. Senior Jie Shu, why are you here? I want to ask you, why are you having so much fun with my angel? Please stay away from her. At this time, the old nun who had been taking care of Mary came and said, Mary, it's time to go back. Jie Shu faced the nun and said, Mary is going to play with me next time. No, it's getting dark, and Mary stays with you all day, it's a bad influence on her. It's always bad mouth. What did you say, old woman? Soon the evening came. After the nun took Mary away, Asta's acquaintance Rebecca said, Asta, you can visit me and bring some friends to play. I'm really happy. Tonight let's eat in my tavern. Asta agreed without hesitation, and brought Lin Hao over as well. Dinner time passed quickly, because it was getting late, so Rebecca arranged accommodation for Asta, Jie Shu and Lin Hao respectively. Lin Hao, there's nothing wrong with going out to play. There's no such a depressing atmosphere in the capital here. Everyone is a commoner, and there's no problem of looking down on anyone. How nice, Asta said. Yeah, since last night, Lin Hao has already planned to leave the Magic Knights, but now he still has to decide where to go. It was late at night, many people had already fallen asleep, Lin Hao also gradually fell asleep. But at this moment, because of his wood creation magic, Lin Hao's perception became sharper than ordinary people, and he noticed something was happening. Boom. There is a vibration. I won't give up my sister to you. Asta, make up your mind. Senior Jie Shu, now is not the time to do this. There is nothing more important than Mary. Lin Hao heard the voices of Asta and Jie Shu, and hurriedly got up to check, and found that the two were fighting in the snow. Advertisement. Snow is not normal this season. Lin Hao felt that something was wrong, so he also went downstairs to the street. Asking for flowers. Rebecca was anxiously calling the names of her two younger brothers. Luca, Marco, where are you at this time? And there are many people like Rebecca, they all wake up in the middle of the night to look for their children. It seems that all the children in the town have disappeared. This is not an ordinary thing. Stop it first. Something has happened in this town. Lin Hao stopped the two of them from saying. That's right. Stop it. Not only you, but also several children in the church were taken away. The old nun walked over and said. Where's Mary? How's Mary? Jie Shu asked anxiously. The nun said, it's gone too. Jie Shu said angrily. What did you say? What did you all do? You can't even watch over a child. 0. At this moment Nuo Al suddenly appeared in front of everyone and said, what happened in this town? No Al, why are you here? Aren't you captured by someone from your family? Yes, but I ran out of the capital, and now they think they will find me again, so I ran to this town, but I encountered such a strange thing. Rebecca said. You Knights of the Magic Knights. I want to ask you to bring back my brothers, sisters and children in the town. Please. Jie Shu said. Of course the ultimate goal is to find Mary. Noor Al asked. There is no clue, how can I find it? It doesn't matter. Mary carries the little mirror I gave him. As long as I activate my mirror magic, I can know his location. Asta said. Then let's go. In the stronghold of the Black Bull, Yami has returned, but it seems that he has not got a satisfactory answer. The team members gather and listen to Yami announce the final result. Finally, the king made the Magic Emperor declare that Lin Hao would be exiled and let him leave the Black Clover Kingdom. Said Yami. What, Commander, is this the final result? Luck asked. Yes, and it will be implemented from tomorrow. When Lin Hao comes back tomorrow, he will know the result. 088 Encountering the enemy, fighting fiercely, subscribe. Without further ado, Asta, Lin Hao and the nun decided to follow Jie Shu to find the missing children. Noel stepped forward and said, I'm going too. Jie Shu rode on the broom and said, you can't control the magic power well, can you? Just stay here. Something may happen in the town again, so you can take care of me if you stay here. The nun said to Nuo Al. Nuo Al had no choice but to agree, and said, Then I will find a way to contact the magic knights and let them come as soon as possible. The three of them followed Jie Shu, and soon came out of the town to the mountains, surrounded by thick snow. Even if there were traces of children, they were probably buried, but this was nothing to Jie Shu's magic. Influenced, so everyone went directly along the shortest route. Ahead is a cave. Mary is inside. Jie, 293, Shu was the first to rush in. It disappeared soon, but not far from the entrance of the cave, a child was lying on the snow and passed out. Flame recovery magic. The holy lamp of healing. Warm rays of light enveloped the child, and soon his injuries were recovering. The nun said, "Let's go in. There are more children inside." Inside the cave, there are all the children in this small town. They are now in a dazed state of absence, completely unaware of what is happening around them. "Let's get along. I'm so happy to have so many friends," said a man with long white hair and a scarf who looked very thin. The other person was wearing glasses and was very burly, saying, "Don't damage the product. This time there are so many, you should be able to earn a good price. Then let's extract the magic power," said the burly guy, and saw a cylindrical container in front of him, and soon the container began to emit light, which was absorbing the magic power of the surrounding children. Mary has woken up because of Jie Shu's magic, and because she has more magic power than ordinary children in her body, she is regarded as a high-end commodity by these two people. "Okay, bring the senior one over." The white-haired man grabbed Mary's hand and came to the front of the container, about to absorb Mary's magic power. Mirror magic. A series of strong magic rays hit from a distance. It was Jie Shu. What? The two people didn't react, and the white-haired man was injured. "Damn it, why did you find it so quickly?" Advertisement. The burly man said, "Naj. Stop him. Snow magic. Snow cry storm." A whirlwind composed of white snowflakes formed and rushed towards Jie Shu. Mirror magic. Mirror defense. A giant mirror blocks the snow magic, making the meat completely irresistible. Damn it. Snow creates magic. Friends of snow. It was even more difficult than the storm just now, because this time there were many titans made of snow attacking Jie Shu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No matter how many rays Jie Shu shoots, the snowman will always reorganize immediately, as if there is no damage at all. Hole. Just then, Lin Hao and the others arrived. Wood creation magic. Entanglement. At the request of the nun, Lin Hao first rescued all the children, surrounded by vines, and took them away from the center of the battle. "Don't take my friend away." Naiji released the snow titan to attack the vine created by Lin Hao. Snow magic. Lin Hao laughed. "Unfortunately, although my wood magic can't deal with snow magic very well, ice can be said to be invincible." In an instant, layers of ice crystals appeared under Lin Hao's feet, completely covering the entire ground under the ice, and a blast of colder than snow magic swept towards Naiji. "Isn't your magic wood magic?" Naiji said in fear. He didn't expect that Lin Hao could also use ice magic. Lin Hao didn't talk nonsense with him, and chased him directly. Every step he took would cause ice to form on the ground. Snow magic. Snow friends. Another 10 snow titans were born, and they roared and surrounded Lin Hao. Noisy. Lin Hao waved his hands, and several ice spikes protruded from the ground, completely penetrating the snow titan, but in the next second, every snow titan was intact. Advertisement. Lin Hao, his snow titan can ignore attacks. Asta, isn't your sword able to nullify magic? Quickly attack the snow titan. Jie Shu shouted. He is struggling to deal with the snow titan now. Okay, Asta agreed. Slow down. Lin Hao stopped him. "Let me come here." I saw that Lin Hao didn't care that his ice spikes couldn't hurt the snow titan at all. He just stepped hard on the ground with his feet, and the ice under his feet expanded outward faster, covering the entire cave floor in an instant. "What's this?" said Naj in surprise. "Watch me screw him up." There is no chance. Lin Hao didn't wait for Naiji to make a move, and directly created a huge bulge from the ice covering the ground, freezing the snow titan he was dealing with and the snow titan facing Jie Shu directly in the thick layer in the ice. This move consumed a lot of Lin Hao's mana. "Ah, my friend. What did you do to them?" Naiji looked at Lin Hao with eyes full of fear as if his heart was about to collapse. "I just want them to be quiet," Lin Hao said. Before he finished speaking, Jie Shu attacked together, and Naiji passed out. "Okay, it's just you," Asta said. At this moment, a voice came. "Why can't this thing be done?" Lin Hao and the others saw a woman wearing a robe standing on a high place. They all knew this robe, and even this woman had seen it before. White eyes. 3.5, Asta called. "It's really useless. Please give me strength. No matter what, let me beat them all. Then just give me half of the money. Please." The big man saw that his younger brother Naiji had been defeated, very scared. "Okay, I'll give you strength now." The woman took out a syringe from behind and injected all the liquid inside into his body. "What is that?" This is a potion that will increase the magic power, but the original owner will be completely and irreversibly swallowed by his own magic power. While talking, the opposite side has turned into a huge stone titan. 089 victory. Haha, how about this trick? Sally, I managed to develop it. Asta looked at the rapidly expanding stone titan in front of him and said, "What did you do to him?" Sally laughed and said, "As I said just now, he has merged with the magic power. This is a method I am proud of. Are you all by Yi's magic eyes doing this kind of thing? Playing with other people's lives at will?" Jie Shu said angrily. He is now very upset with Baiyi's magic eyes because of Mary's matter. Don't talk nonsense with him, let's go. Lin Hao made the first move, as long as he knocked down She Titan, and then defeated Sally. Wood creation magic. Entangling. Several vines drilled out from the ground, entangled all of Titan's hands, feet and body. Instantly, Titan was unable to move. It's my turn. Asta's sword is an anti-magic sword. As long as it touches Titan, Titan will definitely be knocked down. Roar. Stone Titan didn't forcefully break free from 16's shackles, but completely softened, and slipped away from the gap in the vines. Damn it. Mary, let's go first. After speaking, Jie Shu took Mary and ran out from the entrance of the cave on a broom. Senior Jie Shu, Asta shouted, but Jie Shu didn't respond to him. The nun said angrily, this kid is always like this. But she has a premonition that there will be a big battle soon. Even with the protection of Lin Hao's vines, the children can no longer be left in such a dangerous place. After Asta hit these children on the head with a sword just now, they have all come to their senses. The nun said, children, follow my fire magic and escape. Flame creates magic. Lamp leopard. A huge leopard made of flames appeared in front of him. Everyone, sit on it and escape. The nun wanted to evacuate all the children to the outside of the cave, so that everyone on her side could use it with confidence. Lin Hao saw that the entanglement of the wood creation magic did not have much power on the Titan, so he planned to smash the Titan directly. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. This is Lin Hao's current wood creation magic that can attack in a very large area. It once destroyed the entire arena. Now, Lin Hao's magic power has increased a lot, and its power has naturally been improved. I saw that there were thousands of vines directly attacking from the surroundings. The speed of lightning made the attack power of each vine surprisingly high. Advertisement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. If it is an ordinary knight, there is definitely no way to resist this attack, and it will be fine if it is not pierced. Bang bang. Titan's body was directly penetrated by vines, and many places were broken. It seemed that there was no way to stand up again. Hee hee. You underestimate me, Sally said. Just when everyone thought it was over, Titan's body gathered again, and it was no different from before. Yan creates magic. The cross of Wangyan. The nun immediately started to attack. He must have a recovery limit. Now we have to keep attacking him, so that his own magic power cannot complete the regeneration. Lin Hao wanted to freeze the Titan in the same way as before, but after trying several times, he found that the Titan is different from the snowman. It can melt things by itself and then regenerate. The only way is to exhaust or cut off its magic power. WWW. The entrance to the cave was getting closer. Jie Shu hugged Mary and flew all the way. He only wanted to protect his sister's life. Other people had nothing to do with him. Big brother, go back quickly. Asta is still inside. Mary struggled. No, we probably won't be able to beat him. If you keep you here, you will be in danger. Jie Shu said expressionlessly. Everyone is inside. All I need is Mary. At this moment, Mary's punch came. I hate such people the most. Jie Shu was silent. My big brother is a member of the Magic Knights. He wouldn't do that. I see, Mary. At the entrance of the cave, Jie Shu put Mary down and said, I'm going back. In the cave, Asta is already injured, because he has been rushing forward, although the anti-magic sword can open a way every time, but he can't completely resist the attacks from all directions. Lin Hao and the nun have almost consumed the magic power of the Titan, but they can't stop its recovery ability is too strong, and now the two sides have dealt with each other again. Advertisement. Sally looked at the children who had not had time to evacuate, and said with a smile, give up. At this moment, Jie Shu came back and said angrily, you really won't give up. Jie Shu drove the broom to the Titan, and said, I want to fight. Mirror magic. True mirror image. Two Jie Shus appeared in the space, and then the two Jie Shus activated magic at the same time. Double reflection of light. There are at least thousands of rays of light constantly attacking, and the Titan is constantly being hit, but the effect is still not obvious. Roar. During the flight, Jie Shu didn't do a good job of defending himself, and was hit hard by the Titan directly to the ground. I'm not enough, but if I can create my own mirror image, I should be able to create someone else's mirror image, but I don't know if I can harm it. Jie Shu thought of this and said, Lin Hao. Look at me. 020. Considering the problem of attack power, although Asta can also defeat She Titan, but he has been injured now, so Jie Shu chose Lin Hao. Jie Shu showed his left eye that had been covered all the time, and said, use the magic accumulated in the magic item in my left eye to help you all. Jie Shu's magic book has opened a new page. Mirror multiple clones. Lin Hao received Jie Shu's magic and instantly created dozens of himself. Let's go. Although every Lin Hao state is not at its peak, but there are too many people. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. This time it is no longer tens of thousands, but due to the increase in the number of Lin Hao itself, it has become hundreds of thousands, occupying most of the space in the entire cave. Titan's body was completely blown into nothingness, and there was no way to recover it. Sally widened her eyes in surprise, and said, this kind of magic is so powerful. I want to study it. I'm also very curious about why you have magic with two attributes. Go to hell and study. Lin Hao quickly stepped forward and activated the ability of ice. Huge ice balls flew directly over one by one, catching Sally by surprise. Wood creation magic. Tree net. A huge tree net directly wrapped the injured Sally, and she became unable to move. .090 Meet again, please subscribe. Ahem. Sally spat out a mouthful of blood, she was completely subdued now. The next step is to bring you back. In this way, Lin Hao will probably be able to get a certain pardon, right? This is not a small figure in Bai Yi's magic eye, Asta said. Jie Shu also breathed a sigh of relief. A light suddenly shot over. With his extraordinary perception, Lin Hao dodged when he was almost hit. Who is it? A solid lightsaber is inserted on the ground, which looks quite powerful. That light is. Lin Hao raised his head and looked upwards. Dazzling rays of light covered the entire cave, making it impossible to formalize. This magic power is so strong, Jie Shu said in surprise. The next moment, Jie Shu, who was unable to move due to exhaustion of mana, was directly penetrated by several lightsabers. This kind of quick attack is completely invisible. Jie Shu fell to the ground. Have some strength, Lin Hao. The figure in the light spoke. Lin Hao feels that he has a familiar and strange atmosphere, which is the unique perception brought to him by plant magic. Who are you? Lin Hao can feel that he should be a member of Bai Yi's magic eye, and his status should not be low, or he is the leader. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the leader of Bai Yi's magic eye, and my name is Richter. The light weakened a little. Lin Hao and Asta saw the figures in the light clearly. He had already embraced the injured Sally in his arms. The whole body was still emitting light. Standing behind was one of the mages who attacked the capital at the beginning. What is even more surprising is that his magic book is actually Yotsuba's. Poor Sally, how dare you hurt my compatriots? But you don't have to worry anymore. Richter changed his majestic feeling just now, and his voice became very gentle. Lin Hao, I heard that you were sentenced to death by His Majesty the King of Clover Kingdom. Richter asked intentionally. Lin Hao didn't reply. Richter continued. Now do you know the hideous face of Clover Kingdom? Lin Hao. We can't forgive Clover Kingdom either. So we want to destroy this kingdom and create our own country. Lin Hao, why don't you join us too? Overthrow their rule together. Advertisement. Asta roared. What are you talking about? Lin Hao didn't do anything wrong, and the king must have been stunned temporarily. I think there will be a real verdict soon. Don't confuse us. Deception. Shut your dirty mouth. A lightsaber shot pierces Asta's thigh. By the way, your name is Asta, right? Why do you have this grimoire? Why don't you both submit to our white magic eyes? Be our compatriots. Shut up. It's not over yet. Asta used her sword as a shield and rushed towards Richter. It's useless. Richter arrived behind Asta at a speed that the naked eye could not react to. It's over. Since you don't want to, just give me that grimoire directly. A ball of light appeared in Richter's hand and attacked Asta. It's too late. Neither Lin Hao nor Asta himself can intercept this attack in such a short period of time. One sound. A big sword suddenly appeared in the space, splitting the entire ball of light into two halves, and the two balls of light flew past Asta's body. This is. Richter knew that his attack had been interrupted, and quickly distanced himself. Chief Yami. Asta exclaimed in surprise. Why am I here? Yami let out a puff of smoke and said slowly. It's just that I got lost, can you show me the way? Finral said. No, Al contacted us, so here we are. Richter was not surprised, and said, you are the leader of the Black Bull, the one who uses dark magic, right? I've always wanted to fight you. Yami said, Finral, send everyone to town. Okay, Captain, I will wait for your good news. Yami turned his head and said fiercely, you'll be back, right? Finral replied with a wry smile. Yes, yes. Speaking of which, Finral opened the portal to send the remaining children, the nun and Jie Shu back. Asta was also sent back because she was injured, but Lin Hao insisted on continuing to fight here. You can't leave the leader here alone, Senior Finral, you will come back, right? Lin Hao showed the same kind eyes as Yami. Advertisement. Call out. A lightsaber strikes at Finral, but is cut off by Yami's Tachi in the next instant. Let's go. Lin Hao stays here if he wants to. That scary guy with lines on his face will be handed over to you first. Quote. Okay. Richter started fighting with Yami, and Valtos also started fighting with Lin Hao. There are many black space blocks around Valtos. His magic is also space magic, but it is different from Finral's. Valtos knew that Lin Hao's strength was very strong, comparable to that of the deputy regiment, so he didn't dare to be careless. Space magic. Infinite black holes. Many black space gaps appeared from Lin Hao's side, and strong magic waves came from each of them. Many attacks were sent out from each black hole at the same time, making it impossible for people to react. Lin Hao didn't move. Ice cubes formed from under his feet, forming an ice ball that wrapping himself in it. Boom. Several attacks hit it with no effect at all. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. Lin Hao activated the magic book and stuffed all the branches of the vine into the black hole. Jiao. What? Valtos, who hadn't expected this move at all, was taken aback, but it was too late, and the vines directly attacked him through the space. Boom. Valtos was blown away and flew towards Richter, who was slightly distracted by the situation. Dark magic. Dark entanglement. Ignorance slash. Yami saw the opportunity, and cut Richter's arm with a slash. You don't repent, you don't know your sins, and you hurt my compatriots. Richter was angry. Light magic. Light whip of judgment. Long whips composed of streaks of light waved rapidly in the space, completely unable to figure out their trajectories. Lin Hao covered himself with ice, and barely resisted the attacks again and again. At this moment, his wood magic seemed to sense something. Grimmoire turned a page by himself, and Lin Hao saw words begin to appear on the blank page. 091 Helper Strikes, please subscribe. Plant Magic. Bathing with Life. This is a new magic acquired by Lin Hao, which can grow big trees. Richter's judgment light whipped the tangible things in the entire space quickly, and the cave began to shake. Boom. With a loud noise, a hole was opened on the top of the entire cave by the powerful impact, and the gradually brightening sky could be seen. Although the attack power of the light whip is very strong, it weakens a bit when it encounters Lin Hao's new magic. Lin Hao's plant magic produced growing trees one by one, and green leaves began to grow on the branches at a very fast speed. As long as Richter's light whip magic touched Lin Hao's tree, part of it would be absorbed, although not all of them can be resolved, but it has withstood a part of the attack. Not only that, the life bath can absorb the light elements in the space and give healing to those within the range. Soon, the wounds of Yami and Lin Hao began to heal at a very fast speed. Lin Hao, well done. Yami did not expect that Lin Hao would realize the new magic at this time. You have exceeded the limit here too. It seems that I can't do it if I don't work harder. Yami attached the dark element to the sword, and the magic aura on it instantly increased several times, ready to counter 627 attacks. Richter saw that his light whip didn't work well, so he stopped using this magic. At this time, Lin Hao and Yami were already injured a lot. Thank you for the hospitality. Yami said to Lin Hao with a smile. You guys make me so angry, it's time to end. Richter's breath rose suddenly. Boy, he's going to use a large magic. Yami took back the attacking posture just now, and started to focus on defense. Lin Hao, you should know the news that Clover Kingdom sentenced you to death. To be honest, I was surprised when I first found out. What do you want to say? Lin Hao asked. This country treats you like this, haven't you woken up yet? Lin Hao, do you know why I tried to win you over so many times? Because we are citizens. Lin Hao said. What, compatriots? I noticed that you have a certain characteristic, which is not a characteristic that ordinary human races can have, and it may also be a special ability. Hearing this, Lin Hao finally understood that Richter mistook his ice ability obtained from the outside world for his inherent characteristics of being not an ordinary person. Seeing Lin Hao hesitate, Richter did not waver. Advertisement. It seems that you don't have the will to do this anymore. Light magic. Light of God's punishment. Richter never told Lin Hao and Yami anymore, the magic is ready, and the next second is the time for the two of them to die. Farewell, then, gentlemen. A thick beam of light condensed with a huge amount of energy was launched towards the defensive Yami. Even Lin Hao's life bath could not absorb the light attribute attack exceeding the upper limit. Suddenly, a huge mirror on the sun's surface unfolded in the middle of the two sides. Mirror magic. Full reflection. It's Jie Shu. Jie Shu and Finral are back together. Boom. The reflected light didn't weaken at all, and all shot towards Richter. After the powerful flash passed, Richter, who was flying in the air just now, had disappeared, and there was a seriously injured body on the ground. Yami walked over and said, you are out of luck this time. The dark magic, mirror magic and plant magic here seem to be your natural enemies. I can't hurt you, Richter whispered to Jie Shu. Huh, what did you say? Jie Shu asked strangely. Yami interrupted directly. Okay, now I will bring you back to the Magic Knights. Richter said. Lin Hao, for the sake of our compatriots, join us. In this way, our strength will definitely increase a lot, and your journey of redemption will definitely be faster. Yami said. Lin Hao, there is nothing to talk about with him. Don't care about BGAD, your punishment, let's grab a piece of it and talk about it. Yes. Dark magic. Dark binding. A dark chain of rope rushed towards Richter. Click. Yami's magic was interrupted directly. 3 figures appeared beside Richter. Advertisement. Flame recovery magic. Yuya of the Phoenix. Jie Shu was shocked. This is the old woman's magic. The person who cast the recovery magic said, Richter, don't take on everything by yourself. Standing in the middle was a guy covered in animal hair. He didn't know whether it was a man or a beast. The elder's sharp claws and teeth said, how dare you hurt Richter? On the far left is a woman with gloomy eyes, saying, those who hurt Richter cannot be forgiven. Jie Shu and Fingal felt the powerful fluctuations in the magic power of the other 3, and said, who are those guys? The magic power is so powerful, it seems to be no less than that of Captain Yami. Richter supported Raya and said, let me introduce, these are the strongest 3 of our Baiyi's magic eye. They are false Raya, desperate Vetto and hateful Fana. They are stronger than me. Sweat began to appear on Yami's forehead. These opponents were indeed difficult for him to defeat, especially after 3 people attacked together and Yami had just gone through a fierce battle. Yami took a step forward and said, Lin Hao, Jie Shu, Finral, don't come out of my defensive magic. Watch out, I will break the limit here. Raya, Vetto and Fana split into 3 lanes to attack Yami at the same time. Elf magic. Salamander's breath. The little lizard on Fana's shoulder spit out a strong flame from its mouth. Beast magic. Beast claw. Vetto ran straight in the direction of Yami. Imitation magic. Dark entangling ignorance slash. Raya actually created Yami's sword, using the same moves as Yami to attack. Yami is ready to parry, but both Finral and Lin Hao know that after this attack, even if Yami can block it, there is no way to fight. This is dead end. It's useless, each of them is better than the regiment leader. General. Lin Hao felt the powerful power of the three of them, and attacked Yami mercilessly. The power of these attacks could not be resisted by themselves. I thought that Yami would be completely defeated by this blow, but I didn't expect that all the attacks were blocked before touching Yami. What did you say? Stronger than the leader. Do you want to compete? Who is it? The smoke from the explosion receded slowly, and it was the three regiment leaders who showed their faces. 092 contest. These three figures are very familiar. Lin Hao knows them, and met them when he first participated in the selection of the Magic Knights. Before Lin Hao could speak, Finral shouted first. The leader of the Emerald Mantis group, Jack the Ripper of Breaking Magic. The head of the Blue Rose Regiment, Charlotte, Special Rosalie. The head of the Silver Winged Vultures, Nozzle Silva. He has stronger feelings for Charlotte, and he can tell at a glance that he is her fanboy. Although Lin Hao was asked by the king to be the head of the 10th Magic Knights, but it is only an alternate position, and the real establishment needs to be prepared again, because of the strength of Lin Hao and the great Magic Knight who holds the position of head, there are still some gaps. The three captains released a powerful magical aura as soon as they appeared on the stage, which made everyone feel the pressure. Their magical power can be said to be very deep. But I can't fight hard now, but I cannot lose. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao said in comparison. With the arrival of the three regiment leaders, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing them like this, Richter did not show unexpected expressions, but calmly said to Lin Hao and the others. The leaders of the Magic Knights are very powerful, but the strength of the three demon eyes is not fake, they cannot defeat the three demon eyes. Until now, Richter wins over Lin Hao again. Richter had seen Asta's grimoire, so he said to Lin Hao, because we are favored by magic, so I hope you can help us overthrow the rule of this country and take Asta's grimoire back. Lin Hao ignored him, but thought, as long as the three demon eyes hold the three captains and hold the three demon eyes, with Yami and Lin Hao who are already injured, they should be able to barely contend against Richter, and with Finger with the help of and Jie Shu, there is no chance to knock him down. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. Lin Hao attacked Richter, intending to use the gap between the confrontation between the two sides to win the battle. I don't know what you think, but since you are like this, don't blame me for ignoring that you are our compatriots. You have to accept my punishment to atone for your sin. I'm fed up with people who think they can control the fate and life of others. Lin Hao's magic is very close to Richter. Dark magic. Dark entanglement ignorance cut. Yami also swung a knife at Richter, and the next step was to siege. Boom. Several vines extending past Lin Hao were hit by Richter's lightsaber. Without stopping, they directly attacked Yami. Advertisement. Yami hits out with old power, but has not released new power, so it is very likely that he will eat this move. In this case, if he continues to be injured, the impact on the battle situation will be small. It's not over yet. Look at me. A flash of sword light flashed, several lightsabers were broken in response, and the nearby lightsabers were also hit within a short time. Lin Hao, I'm here to help too. Asta held the demon-severing sword, ran past Lin Hao with a loud roar, and it was he who interrupted Richter's attack just now. Why are you here too? Yami asked. Finral explained to Yami. Head, after he recovered from his injury, he strongly demanded to come to fight. I left him when I came just now. Seeing this situation, I brought him again. Help a lot. Asta. Jie Shu shouted. He now let go of his prejudice against Asta. Captain, I'm back. Asta and Yami shuttled through Richter's magic ball of light with knives and swords and kept waving their weapons, splitting the ball of light in the middle. Both of them were approaching Richter, and Lin Hao, who was far away, didn't look on. Lin Hao stomped his feet, and a lot of cold air began to emerge from his body. Boy, be careful, Lin Hao's big move is coming. Yami roared. Asta hurriedly hid to the side. He also knew that his anti-magic could not deal with Lin Hao's ice, it must be uncomfortable to be frozen. Boom. Surging icicles appeared from the right side of Lin Hao, like huge ice fish undulating in the ground, constantly moving in this space. Soon ice thorns also appeared on the left, forming a siege to Richter. Right. Protect Lin Hao. Yami shouted. When Asta heard Yami's voice, he slashed with a sword with great strength, and instantly a huge ball of light was split in half by Asta from the middle. But it wasn't over yet, as if the ball of light that had been split into two halves hadn't been hindered, it began to grow continuously, and the protruding light thorns inside were constantly attacking Asta. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Puff. Asta couldn't dodge it all the way and was injured all over his body. Seeing this, Yami said, Little ghosts, do you know, chi? Chi. Asta asked suspiciously. Everyone has his own chi. As long as you see through his chi, the attack becomes easy to defuse. When Asta heard this, he said, Head, how do you use this, chi? Don't force it. Feel it. This is one of my tricks. Lin Hao was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Yami to understand this, but he heard it before. It seems that Yami doesn't belong to this country, and his 2J. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The leader of Yami's full name seems to be Yami Sukahiro. So, Lin Hao knows, maybe he can really control this chi. Both Lin Hao and Asta closed their eyes at the same time, and began to feel the air in the space. Everyone has their own aura. No matter what they do, whether they are walking, using magic, let alone breathing, they will inadvertently have the movement of chi. All you have to do is to be aware of their aura, be aware of your anger. Soon, two people have already started. As this anger After Lin Hao's short-term comprehension, coupled with his natural perception advantage of wood magic, he quickly felt various flowing breaths in the space. This is different from the general air flow, and has a unique breath. And around everyone, although the eyes are closed, the feeling is the same as with the eyes open. Yami leader Asta Richter, Lin Hao can already clearly feel the actions of various people through qi, and has a bright feeling, which is a brand new feeling that he has never had before. Lin Hao opened his eyes, and at the same time Asta also opened his eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. Although they are enemies now, they both know that the other must have mastered the qi. How to use the plant. 093 exit. Yami walked over, patted Asta on the head hard, and said, "It's so annoying, you two have learned my stunt." Asta smiled awkwardly, and then said to Lin Hao with swords in both hands, "Keep fighting, if I am nothing but anti-magic, then I should add more skills." Lin Hao responded to Asta, "Good. Well done." At the same time, on the other side, the battle between the three magic eyes and the three captains has begun. "Yami, I can't just let you enjoy it alone. You don't even bring me into the fight," said Jack, the leader of the Green Mantis Corps. Their fighting spirit has been raised to the peak by the confrontation between the two sides and the joint battle between Lin Hao and Asta. Break magic. Death Scythe. Jack made the first move. A magical, 657, very sharp blade formed above Jack's elbow, and he struck forward. His target was Vetto. "You Mantis is just a bug, watch me shoot you to death," Vetto said. Jack's mouth was not inferior to Yami's, and he said, "It's not sure who is the little bug. Don't cry too early." Mercury magic. The silver gun. Nozzle on the other side also started to move, forming a stabbing spear with his quicksilver magic, charging towards Fana. The powerful impact broke the rocks on the surrounding road. "You are all hateful. Those who hurt Richter deserve to die." Fana continued to let the salamander breathe, and the high temperature directly made the mercury spear disappear. As the elf on that woman's shoulder, the fire elf, Salamander. Hearing what Yami said, Lin Hao had a new understanding of Fana's strength. There are not many people in this world who are favored by elves, and it can be said that they are very rare existences. Once that person has the power to control elves, then his strength must be much higher than that of ordinary mages. Everyone has their own opponent, so my opponent is you, Miss. Raya said to Charlotte. "Don't underestimate me," Charlotte said. The two sides launched a fierce melee, the ground began to shake on a large scale, and the entire cave collapsed even more severely, and there was a possibility of complete collapse at any time. Whether it is fracture magic or elf magic, the change of the entire terrain and environment is not a joke. In addition to Lin Hao's ice, this cave will soon be completely different. What kind of strength is this? Finral said in shock, and Jie Shu also looked at it seriously. After all, they can't help now. Advertisement. Yami said. Take a good look, this is a rare battle at the leader level. You should be able to learn a lot of combat experience from it. In addition, although Lin Hao and Asta's strength is not high, but there are also places for you to learn from during the battle, especially the strength of Lin Hao's deputy regiment level, but Asta's ability to last for such a long time is beyond my expectations. Although Asta's strength is indeed impressive, he wields two swords with both hands, seemingly effortlessly, while dodging Richter's attack, while counter-attacking, but soon, he began to experience a little bit. On the opposite side, although Lin Hao's ice ability does not consume mana, it consumes his own physical strength, so when he uses so much ice to attack, his physical strength is also declining. Originally, Asta came here after receiving treatment, and Lin Hao has already experienced 3 or 4 battles without a break, so Lin Hao is already a little tired. At this moment, Yami saw the timing and rushed towards Richter. I'll see how you escape this time. Yami tried his best, and Richter really didn't have time to hide this time. I knew you would attack. Richter did not dodge, but rubbed out a ball of light in his hand, and the magic power fluctuation inside was astonishing. Now no one can stop the two people from confronting each other head-on, this time it seems that one must be killed or injured. It's your turn, brat. Yes. Asta, who was hidden behind, emerged from Yami's figure, holding the giant sword that can break magic in both hands, and the powerful force made a sound of breaking through the air. Why is that guy there? Lin Hao was taken aback, and found that just now, Asta, who had been fighting side by side with him, had been quietly replaced by the mirror image created by Jie Shu. Hateful. Raya released an ice wall between Richter and Asta to block Asta's attack. Although Asta can ignore magic, it would take time for him to break through such a thick ice wall. At that time, Richter there is already a gap to leave the place. Boom. There was a violent impact sound. It was Lin Hao who broke the ice wall. Who are you playing with ice in front of? Lin Hao covered Raya's ice wall directly with his own ice, and then the entire ice wall itself collapsed. Advertisement. Asta's attack was not hindered, and directly attacked Richter. Boom. Richter was hit head-on, and flew a long distance in response. Yami charged forward again, and the only way to subdue Richter is now when he is knocked out of his feet. Although it seemed that Richter had passed out, his whole body began to exude a powerful aura. Sensing the danger, Vetto said, no, the magic seal on Richter has been opened. It was Asta's anti-magic attack that opened the magic seal on Richter's body. Richter began to emit light, and floated in Kongshan. The 3 team leaders and Yami all showed shocked expressions, because they have almost never seen such a powerful wave of magic power. If such a powerful magic is released, it will be completely destroyed within a few kilometers of the surrounding area. Vetto said. If this goes on, your body will not be able to bear it. 2.3 Magic Eyes know that this is not something that Richter can control, he has basically lost consciousness now, and what he does is based on vague instincts. Quickly cast the sealing magic. The 3 demon eyes gave up the fight, and immediately rushed to Richter's side, and then everyone stood on the side of the ball of light and began to release their magic power. Trinity sealing magic. Strong fluctuations appeared between the 3, and Richter's magic power began to be sealed. Richter, take a good rest. Raya said. Vetto said fiercely. This time we lost, next time it will be you. Fana said. Then it will be your time of death. We, Bai Yi's magic eyes, are always watching you, and when we meet next time, you are dead. 094 Traitor. Raya casts space magic, wraps the 4 people in it, and escapes with Voltos who has been in a coma. At this time, the sky is already bright, because the cave has been completely shattered after the fierce battle, so the newborn sun can be seen from here. Asta yelled. Great, we win. Then passed out. Because Lin Hao's mana and physical strength are consumed in turn, the overall feeling of fatigue is not very strong, so he can barely stand. After this battle, his strength has risen a bit, after all, this is a battle at the level of the leader. A few days later, Tianjun. The Magic Emperor walked towards the dungeon, and now there are 2 things that worry him the most. One thing is that the minions of Bai Yi's Magic Eye who are held captive in the dungeon, don't know what information can be obtained from them, this is worry what should the kingdom do next. Another worry is Lin Hao's problem. Although Lin Hao should have been told a few days ago, Lin Hao is still in cultivation now, so Magic Emperor suppressed this matter for the time being. A few days ago, on the morning of that night's battle, 16 Yami had come to look for the Magic Emperor, but got an unsatisfactory result of Exile. Black Bull is really a rubbish hit. Although it will become one of the best evidences for rumors like, Black Bull is the worst team. In the future, Yami doesn't worry too much about this, instead, he was worried about Lin Hao. Among the newcomers in this issue, there are 3 distinctive talents, Asta, Yuno and Lin Hao. It should be our luck, especially Lin Hao, who should focus on training and promotion. I have a feeling that he will be strong in the future. This is what Magic Emperor Julius said to Yami. However, the king insists on excluding Lin Hao. I can only say that the possibility of our kingdom becoming an enemy with him will not be ruled out. Wouldn't such speculation about the future make the king even more eager to get rid of Lin Hao? Yami said. The king doesn't believe that a subordinate can make any waves, so he basically doesn't care about this matter after passing the sentence on Lin Hao. He doesn't know that the people of the Magic Knights are really worried, especially you, the big boss. Yeah, Julius sighed. Today, Asta has woken up from his lethargy. Magic Emperor wants to ask me something. Advertisement. Yes, Asta, he hopes to use your sword to break through the restrictions in the memories of the captives, so that I can directly check their memories and know who is behind the scenes and what is their purpose. Marx said, he is the Magic Emperor directly under. Don't invite Lin Hao to the dungeon where the captives are held, because he has participated in combat and has had close contact with the leaders, so Lin Hao is also called to confirm. The lowest floor of the dungeon is where the captives are held. The Magic Emperor stood in the middle and said, I'm going to trouble you again, Lin Hao, Asta. It's really Magic Emperor, Asta exclaimed excitedly. Lin Hao also has some good feelings for the Magic Emperor, after all he is the one who advocates for giving Lin Hao, and it is said that he had an argument with the king for this, but now Lin Hao does not know the result. Leave it to me. Asta took out his sword and struck down on the heads of the 2 captives. The restraint of the 2 was released, and in an instant, Marx invaded and took charge of their memories, saying, now I will ask you questions and answer them truthfully. Yes. The 2 replied mechanically. At this time, in the main hall, the 8 heads of the knights were called by the Magic Emperor to participate in the meeting, but the Magic Emperor had not been seen for a long time, and they were waiting for the Magic Emperor to appear in the meeting seat. Sorry, I'm late, everyone. The last one to arrive was the leader of the Golden Dawn, Wilhelm Vengeance. Vengeance, what are you doing? Charlotte asked. Gildre Poiso, head of Purple Orca, said, you're such a busy man. But his tone was full of sarcasm. I also want to ask you, how can I make my regiment number 1? Is there any secret? Where there is, it's just the efforts of the members themselves. Nozzle said. There are occasions where you don't show up, Vengeance. Vengeance didn't answer. Nozair could only say to himself, is there still something to do? Yami said. Don't blame Vengeance, because you. Advertisement. Knight turned to Vengeance and said, you don't know light magic, do you? Vengeance replied. Yes. Everyone was silent. At this time, a shadow projection appeared in front of the 9 regiment leaders. It was Marx, he said. The regiments have been waiting for a long time, and now the Magic Emperor is interrogating prisoners in the dungeon, and now there has been new progress, please be sure to come over. Okay. The group leaders stood up. Soon the 9 knight leaders lined up neatly in front of the Magic Emperor. It was the first time for Asta and Lin Hao to get close to so many commanders. Magic Emperor, what's the matter? After reviewing, we have obtained clues from their memories, and already know some information about Bai Yi's Magic Eye, and he said to the 2 captives who were tied up by 155 flowers. I will ask again, who was the betrayer who assisted you Bai Yi's Magic Eye, attacking the king's capital, etc. The eyes of the 2 were still empty, but they said, his name is Gildre Poiso, the head of the Purple Orca Regiment. Hearing what the 2 said, the surrounding air immediately became silent. Soon Poiso broke the silence. Are you kidding? How could it be me? Impossible. What are you talking about? He looked a little flustered. But unexpectedly, the surrounding regiment leaders immediately formed a defensive posture against him, and secretly formed a siege, almost surrounding him, which was one of the reasons why Magic Emperor called all of them. I will not betray. Poizo yelled, but no one listened to him. This must be fake. I will clear my name. He was about to run away. At this time, Linhao rushed forward. In order to prevent him from escaping, in addition to entanglement with his own vines, Linhao also activated his own ice attribute ability, because now it is no longer a problem to let others know, because his current strength is no less than that of the deputy leader. The Magic Emperor looked at Linhao and thought to himself, it's time for Linhao to be judged next. I really don't know how Linhao will react. 095 Capture. Two kinds of magic. When Linhao used two kinds of magic to attack Poizo at the same time, the group leaders thought it was done by two people, but after careful consideration, they found that something was wrong. At this time, the group leaders were shocked. They had heard before that in the capital, in certain events, someone could use two kinds of magic and was wearing Black Bull's clothes. At first, they thought it was just a strange story, but unexpectedly it turned out to be Linhao. Poizo was taken aback. His main defense targets were the Magic Emperor and the regiment leaders. He didn't expect Linhao's attack to be one step faster, and this momentum must be a powerful attack. But he is also the leader after all, and he has experienced a lot of battles. Even if he is not good at frontal offensive magic, he still has some experience in escaping. Even in this situation, he quickly reacted. In the next second, his whole body has disappeared. This is his transparent magic. This trick is of course effective for ordinary people, but it is useless for Linhao. Although there is no Poizo in the glasses, his chi has already exposed his position. Is there? Linhao was not polite to him, and directly used attack magic. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of vines attacked Poizo's direction. Poizo had to show up and said, how did you find me? It's impossible. But he did not admit defeat, but continued to cast magic, transparent creation magic, invisible legion. A lot of soldiers created by Poizo's magic have been added here in a flash, and they are invisible soldiers. For the regiment leaders, their combat power is almost unmatched, even the guards of the palace are not their opponents, but even so, it is not good to meet invisible opponents pass. Boom. Several regiment leaders were attacked one after another because they couldn't see where their opponents were. Poizo was at the strength of the regiment leader no matter what, so the attack would not be too weak. Advertisement. Linhao and Asta can know the position of every opponent. Can't let him escape. Backquote. Asta opened a way among the many magic soldiers, because of his sword of breaking magic, those magic soldiers dissipated as soon as they touched the sword, so they didn't suffer too much stop. Poizo has arrived at the door of the dungeon. If there is such a wide space outside, it will be even more difficult to find Poizo. Watch me freeze you. The water vapor around Linhao began to form ice crystals. This is because when he uses his ice ability, the surrounding temperature will drop. This time he intends to freeze Poizo in the distance directly. Boom. An iceberg rises from the ground. Poizo heard a broken sound from behind, and before he had time to react, he was hit by an iceberg and was contained in it. Yami and the others came out of the dungeon, saw this scene, and said, good job, boy. But they looked at Linhao with complicated eyes. Although Poizo is not in his prime at this time, being able to defeat him is considered a skill. After all, even everyone here is not sure about capturing Poizo. The Magic Emperor came over and said, everyone has worked hard. Vengeance didn't make a move the whole time, but said, let's go here. If Poizo is controlled by someone, it's not impossible. Linhao's ice is not like Magic Emperor's time magic, it is still possible to act when frozen inside, and it is possible to break out of the ice, but Magic Emperor did not give Poizo a chance, but walked over directly and said, then, please come back to the dungeon with me again, let me ask you carefully. Poizo's eyes widened and he looked terrified, but he couldn't say anything. Poizo was tied up and placed on the ground. In order to prevent him from playing any tricks, the group leaders gathered around to be vigilant. Marx begins to read Poizo's memory and materializes his memory in the air. What? Smuggling magic tools from another country. Advertisement. Violence against members of your own regiment. Then came the main event, that is, what did Poizo do on the day of the search for the defense of the capital? Found it. Inducing the barrier mage who guarded the capital, this led to the incident in the capital. This guy is really a traitor to Bai Yi's magic eye. The Magic Emperor said, the people who are supposed to guard the capital have such an ugly behavior. It is unforgivable. Even if it is to avoid this kind of situation from happening again, all regiment leaders must thoroughly investigate whether there are traitors in the regiment colluding with Bai Yi's magic eye or other forces. Quote. Yes. The team leaders replied. The matter of Poizo still needs some procedures to completely convict him, so the Magic Emperor put this matter aside first. After receiving the order from the Magic Emperor, the regiment leaders all went back separately. After all, this world is truly extraordinary, and there is a high possibility that there will be a full-scale war in the future. Before that, we must ensure that the entire kingdom is of one mind. The Magic Emperor brought Yami, Linhao and Asta to the main hall, and said, actually, a few days ago, when you were fighting with Bai Yi's magic eye, Linhao's final verdict has already come down. Asta said, what is it? Yami didn't speak because he already knew. The other team leaders already knew about it. This time, I want to read out the king's final judgment on Lin Hao. Magic Emperor said. Lin Hao seemed very indifferent. He thought King Zhao's how the king would deal with him was his business after all, and he didn't have much sense of belonging to this country. The final verdict is exile. Lin Hao leaves the kingdom's territory permanently and is not allowed to return. Magic Emperor said. Lin Hao sighed and said, my freedom will not be restricted by you, isn't it just exile? Tell that self-righteous king, even if he adds any other crimes, I will go, because I don't want anyone to be able to limit me. In fact, Lin Hao already wanted to leave a few days ago. No matter what the charges are, as long as the king does not rule out the slanderous subjective determination of, Lin Hao has charges, then I have nothing to say to him. It just so happens that today will also be a display of my full strength. But Lin Hao is not a completely cold-blooded person, although he knows what he is like. 096 leaving, seeking subscription. Commander, thank you for your care. Lin Hao said to Yami. Asta, say goodbye to the band members for me. Finally, he said to the Magic Emperor, thank you for pleading for me, but I will make him regret it. Although I don't care about this sentence, I don't like someone to judge me casually. After finishing speaking, Lin Hao left straight away. He planned to leave the capital directly, and then leave the kingdom again. The Magic Emperor sighed, and said, I don't know what harm will come from breaking up with Lin Hao like this. Asta was still in shock and didn't come back to his senses. Hey. What's going on? Magic Emperor, why is the king like this? This is not correct. Yami put his hand on Asta's head and said, the boss can't do anything, although the king is such a virtue. Magic Emperor said, I can't do anything about it. Brother Asta. There was a moment of silence. Without Lin Hao, it seemed that something was missing. Asta roared. Don't worry. Captain Yami, Magic Emperor. I will let him come back. After all, he is the hero who defeated Bai Yi's magic eye several times. The Magic Emperor said, I also told the king before, but the king insisted on dealing with it this way. This time, it can be said that the conflict with our magic knights has increased. Tell me another thing. It's not a solution to just stand still like this. After all, they still have to move forward. I know the purpose of Bai Yi's magic eye. What's their purpose? Yami asked. According to the information they got, they have another stone tablet. I have seen it before. It is inlaid with various gemstones and there are several empty spaces. That necklace from Fugolian. Necklace. Do you remember that there is a gemstone on his necklace? It should be that, but this time it didn't work out, and after getting the news, I plan to protect Fugolian and this gemstone quickly. Advertisement. And what happens if you get the gem? Asta asked. If they get all the gems and fill up the vacancy on the steel, they believe that they will be able to lift the seal, gain the favor of the magic BGEJ power, and awaken a more powerful power. The Magic Emperor continued. That's why I called you here. I need you to collect the remaining gems. The remaining gems. Since Fugolian's gemstones cannot be obtained easily, then they are likely to obtain other gemstones first. If the remaining gemstones are obtained by them, they will definitely gather all their strength to attack the capital, and it will be very soon. It's dangerous, so we need to be able to hold them back. Or annihilate them directly when they go. Magic Emperor said seriously. So where's the next gem? There are not many known locations of gemstones, but one is certain, and that is the underwater temple in one of the magic zones. Their next destination will probably be there. Okay, since that's the case, let's go meet them. This is also one of my reasons for sending Lin Hao away. After all, he is no longer a member of the Magic Knights. It is better not to reveal some secrets. The capital of the kingdom is getting farther and farther away. Lin Hao didn't plan to stay in Clover Kingdom all the time, because he was not from here, but he really wanted to discuss it with Yami. Hey, look quickly, isn't that Lin Hao? I heard that he was exiled by the king. There were still some passers-by on the road, some of whom had seen Lin Hao, and some had heard the gossip. I heard that he is domineering in the knights, and he often gives power to the common people. Lin Hao knew that these must be tricks played by the king to make everyone change their views on Lin Hao subtly, which is actually very simple. A luxurious carriage appeared on the road, pulled by 4 horses. What? Lin Hao. This is a nobleman Lin Hao doesn't know. The noble said. You are not welcome here, Lin Hao, go back to your country. Lin Hao just stared at him. The nobleman spoke more vigorously, and boasted to the surrounding commoners. If you were not exiled to a foreign country, you were still protected by the law of exile, I would have eliminated you by now. Commoners, don't be afraid, here is my, even if he has the guts to do anything to you. Advertisement. Shut up. Lin Hao launched the magic. Wood creation magic. Entangling. Several vines wrapped the entire carriage without leaving any gaps, and then lifted it up in the air. The nobles inside were frightened and said, come and save me, you common people, come and help me. But none of the surrounding civilians stepped forward, because they saw the ugly face of this nobleman. A coward who can only speak beautiful words. Lin Hao didn't touch magic, and let this nobleman die on his own like Marion, but this time there shouldn't be any fatalities. In order to avoid being the focus and being watched by the people sent by the king, Lin Hao chose to go into the deep forest. He doesn't like people secretly plotting against him. It was already far away from the main road, suddenly several people emerged from the forest, wearing Bai Yi's magic eye costume. Lin Hao was startled, and quickly made an attacking posture, but the strange thing was that these people did not attack him, but saluted without moving. Then 2 people appeared from behind the tree, they were Vetto and Fana. Lin Hao, Richter said that you are our compatriot. So we plan to invite you to join our Baiyi's Magic Eye again. Although you have rejected Richter several times before, I think you will not refuse now. Lin Hao said. You should know why I left this country, right? This is not betrayal, because I am not from this country. Vetto said. As Richter said, you and Yami are aliens, so it really won't work for this country. I'm not going to die for you. But you will definitely know what is a compatriot and what is a true friend in the future. Lin Hao looked at the two people in front of him and said, take me to see Richter, I can join you, but I hope your Baiyi's magic eyes will not restrict my freedom, just like the king thought he could order me at will. Of course, as long as you can help us when we need it. Advertisement Project 097. Of course I will contribute to Baiyi's magic eye. Vetto said. Lin Hao, you don't need to understand when you see Richter. The possibility that you are a spy sent by Clover Kingdom is not ruled out yet. Since you don't believe me, why should I go? Vetto said. Hee, Richter is right, your personality is really suitable for us, because our Baiyi Magic Eye is not just an organization, but a family. Vetto and Fana took Lin Hao out of the forest, and saw Voltos ahead. Master Richter really wants to include this kid in Baiyi's Magic Eye. Voltos did not forget that it was Lin Hao who knocked himself unconscious. Fana said. Since Richter said it, there is no problem, everyone is a compatriot. Voltos said. All right. A door of space opened in front, and Voltos said. The other side of this door is where Lord Richter is, which is the headquarters of our Baiyi's Magic Eye, you don't want it. Lin Hao interrupted Voltos and said, why do you still have such an attitude? Voltos was taken aback, and said, you boy, don't think that Master Richter values you, you are so arrogant. Lin Hao said, I don't look like someone relying on other people's reputation to be arrogant, I naturally have my confidence. And I have regarded Clover Kingdom as nothing, and now there is nothing that can restrain me. Voltos knew that he couldn't beat Lin Hao at all, and he couldn't even speak, so he had no choice but to keep silent. Come on, Richter is still waiting. Fana stepped into the portal first, then Vetto also walked in, Lin Hao glanced at Voltos, and followed. Passing through the portal, Lin Hao traveled an unknown distance and came to a large hall in an instant. There was a person standing with his back to him in front of him, and Lin Hao could tell that it was Richter, but his aura was somewhat similar. Advertisement. Richter was put into a deep sleep by us a few days ago, and he just woke up from his deep sleep today, and he can't use super powerful magic yet, Vetto said. Those who hurt Richter are unforgivable, but, Lin Hao, since you are our compatriots, I will not hurt you, but you must protect Richter well in the future. Of course, Lin Hao felt that Fana's feelings for Richter were complicated. Lin Hao, you are still here. Richter turned around and said. I want to apologize for rejecting your invitation a few days ago, and now I am willing to join you, but you should also know the conditions. Voltos whispered. Are you still here to negotiate terms? But he didn't let Lin Hao hear it. If Lin Hao heard it, even though Richter was by his side, he would inevitably be beaten up. Richter said. I meet the conditions, but I need you to be of value to me. So I want you to prove your awareness. How to say? Lin Hao asked. Richter said. Our purpose is to use Fugolian as the jewel of the necklace. We need it, but it is just a prop. What we really want is to awaken our true power, and then let the people of Clover Kingdom regret it. And make atonement. Richter moved away, and saw a stone tablet behind him, engraved with strange but orderly patterns, and the lines of each pattern looked very magical, and there were gems one by one at the joints, but only a few places vacant. As the purpose of robbing gems to fill the empty space? Lin Hao asked. Yes, but it's a magic stone. As long as it wakes up the stone, we can truly awaken. Vetto said. Our next destination is the Undersea Temple, one of the magic zones. As far as I know, the Magic Emperor will definitely send someone there. So, Lin Hao, I will leave this task to you. Vetto will take you to the Undersea Temple and get the magic stone there. Vetto said. Lin Hao, you must not show mercy when you meet your former acquaintances. You must know that Richter and us are your compatriots. Of course I know. Advertisement. Then get ready to go. Richter said. Thank you for your hard work. Fana said. Richter, don't push yourself too hard all the time. Ask for flowers. It doesn't matter, but our ultimate goal should be realized as soon as possible. Within a few days, both sides sent personnel to set off for the Undersea Temple. Asta and the others arrived at the seaside, waiting for the opening of the passage of the underwater temple, because only at that time can they use the smallest force to break through the realm, otherwise other times are equivalent to restricted areas, even Captain Yami can't force their way in. Lin Hao and the others are observing in secret, because he cannot show his figure in public. After all, he is a prisoner who has been exiled. Kill directly. Lin Hao is not afraid of these people, but it will be troublesome if he reveals his purpose of action and let the Magic Emperor know. Everyone of the Black Bull, if you meet in the underwater temple, you will be a deadly enemy, right? You must not have thought that I have already seen Baiyi's magic eye. If this still develops according to the original plot, it must be that Asta and the others successfully defeated Vetto and obtained the magic stone, but now that Lin Hao has arrived, it is very likely that there will be a huge change. Another few days passed, and to Lin Hao's surprise, almost every one of the Black Bulls had improved in some way during this period, and even Nuo Al could barely operate his water magic. Your strength has improved, and I'm not standing still. Lin Hao began to look forward to playing against them. Soon, It's time to open the undersea temple. This night was as calm as usual, but today the moon is brighter and rounder. There is a strange magic fluctuation suddenly appearing on the calm sea in the distance, and the sea water is following this fluctuation. Vetto and Lin Hao didn't act in a hurry. Vetto said, "Let them go in first, we will be behind them, it will probably save a lot of effort." When I said that, I saw that all the members of the Black Bull were ready to go into the water, and it was naturally Nuo Al who put in most of the effort. After waiting for a while, seeing their figures had disappeared, Lin Hao said, "Let's go, 0.098 Undersea Temple." Seabed. Lin Hao followed the troops of Vetto and Bai Yi's magic eye, and marched towards the underwater temple. But before that, we need to deal with a few little guys on the shore. Vetto said. At night, there are no ordinary people on the beach here, and they were all emptied by the magic knights, just to wait for the return of Black Bull. There are some people from the Knights of the Kingdom on the beach. It seems that they should be with Black Bull. It is probably the troops sent by the Magic Emperor to meet Black Bull and protect the Magic Stone. Although it takes time, it is better to solve it, said Vetto. I'll go there, Lin Hao said. Hey, what are you doing here? Vetto went up to greet Lin Hao. Lin Hao had never seen Vetto so direct, it was like an old acquaintance. Who are you? 683. The man turned his head. Before finishing his sentence, he was immediately taken aback when he saw Vetto's orc-like appearance, but as long as the members of the Magic Knights all know Vetto. Three magic eyes. He said in surprise. What? Another member of the Magic Knights who was less than tens of meters away from this person heard it and looked over in panic. But it was too late. Vetto savagely attacked the doctor in front of him at a very fast speed. Beast magic. Beast claw. At the same time, Lin Hao also cast magic on the other side. The two attacks attracted everyone's attention. Is it Vetto, one of the three magic eyes? Come on, kill him. A group of bugs seemed to come to stop me. Vetto said with a smile. The magic power on his body began to surge out crazily. Lin Hao knew that he was going to use magic power to strengthen his body. In this case, the speed of maintaining power would be significantly increased. Leave it to me, Lin Hao. Let me show you the strength of the three demon eyes. It's a one-sided kill. The enhanced Vetto darts back and forth between the Magic Knights, making it impossible to see him. Boom. The last person lying on the ground. Vetto stopped. The beach has changed. There are traces of animal claws everywhere, and the ground has cracked. Advertisement. Now, the people who are involved will be quiet. Wei said. Let's go. Their main purpose is to go to the underwater temple, and they can't stay on the shore for too long, or the best time will pass, and they will have to wait for the next time, but Bai Yi's magic I can't wait, it's been such a long time. Let's not go too fast, otherwise if we meet, a battle will be unavoidable. If we are in the sea, many people's magic will be restricted in various ways. Lin Hao asked. What does the underwater temple look like? The subordinate said. It is a seabed space guarded by a huge magic barrier. There are magic vortexes outside, and ordinary people cannot enter, but I have Mr. Vetto, no. Exclamation mark quote. Although Lin Hao has just joined Bai Yi's magic eye, but because of his powerful strength, his status in Bai Yi's magic eye is almost the same as that of Vetto, Fana and Raya, so he naturally obtained a high position and has many subordinates. Although the opening time of this powerful magic zone has come, it is still very calm under the sea surface. Only when you keep approaching the position of the underwater temple, you can feel the unusual magic power fluctuations. There is no way to catch up with the power of magic, this is the strong magic zone. Black Bull is already one step ahead. What do we do? Wait a minute, you, come here. Vetto said, yes. That guy Yami is in there too, I want to create a one-sided game of cat and mouse, so you need to trap Yami, isn't that a problem? Leave it to me, Master Vetto. After entering, I will release my space magic first, as long as anyone is covered by my space magic, there is no way to break free. Very good, let's go. Vetto released his own powerful magic power, constantly hitting the magic barrier, and the magic bottle barrier was broken by the powerful magic power. Vetto's strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Lin Hao thought, if he wanted to break through this barrier, he thought it would take a while to practice. Everyone passed through the barrier and came to the range of the underwater temple. Sure enough, there is air inside, and the magic barrier outside keeps the seawater out. It's a magical zone of strong magic. Lin Hao said. Action. Space magic. Different dimensional sphere. Advertisement. Vetto already knew where Yami was, it was a raised building where Yami was with another person. So Vetto let the space mages take that whole piece. Used to fence. Come with me. And Lin Hao, come with me. Vetto and Lin Hao led several people towards the other direction. Is this it? Lin Hao asked, but he also knew from the fluctuation of magic power that there were indeed many people inside, and there were many acquaintances with magic power fluctuations. Break out here, run in, knock everyone down, and then the main course at the end is that Yami. Vetto said. Beast magic. Beast claw. Vetto's dash down was powerful enough to shatter the walls of entire buildings. Boom. As expected, Vetto rushed in directly, and unexpectedly knocked one of them unconscious. What's wrong? Lin Hao heard the voices of Magna and Luck. Vetto emerged from the smoke and said, it seems that you are playing a very interesting game, let me join in. Magna, who had never met Vetto, said, where did you come from? Scared me. Although neither he nor Luck has seen Vetto before, they are very clear that the magic power that Vetto emanates just now is very strong, and it is almost the level of Captain Yami. This guy's magical power may be higher than Captain Yami's. I know what you're thinking, Magna, Luck. Lin Hao said, coming out from behind Vetto. Lin Hao, why are you here? I heard that you were sentenced to exile by the king. I thought I would never see you again. Magna said. Lin Hao, are you friends with that person? Can you compete with me? Luck asked. Vetto said. Lin Hao, is this the member of your former regiment? You really don't know what to do. At this time, the person who was knocked down just now stood up and said, did you just break through the magic barrier and come in? What a powerful magic power. But what are you doing here? 099 The beginning of the battle, seeking subscription. Hearing this, Vetto said, of course the purpose of our Baiyi's magic eye is magic stones like theirs, but we don't have good intentions to play this kind of housekeeping game with you, we want to grab the magic stone directly. Lin Hao said, hurry up and hand over the magic stone, otherwise I won't guarantee that your lives will still be mine. That's interesting, Lin Hao, you feel like a villain. Vetto said with a smile. Baiyi's magic eye, isn't that the organization that attacked the capital? Lin Hao, why are you with them? Come here quickly. Shut up, I've joined Baiyi's magic eye, Lin Hao said. Yami in the observation room looked at the image of Lin Hao and thought, Magic Emperor did not think wrong, what a pity. Lin Hao, how can you do this? Magna said. Luck stepped forward and said, then I can beat you straight. If you can do it, try it. Lin Hao also took a step forward. I won't let you succeed. Bandits of Baiyi's magic eye, said the person who was directly stepped on by Vetto just now. Vetto said to his subordinates, you guys search for me separately and find out the magic stone. As for you, I will play with you at 16. Vetto, leave these two guys to me. Vetto said. You don't put water. Don't worry. Lin Hao rushed forward. What a rude guest, can we ask you to go back? If you want me to go, then use your magic to deal with me. I think your magic power should be one of the strongest in this underwater temple, right? You're right, you'll regret it. Then I'd rather be respectful than obedient. Water creates magic. See God's hammer. An iron hammer made of water directly attacked Vetto. Although it was water, it could smash even the rocks covered by it. However, Vetto's magic is obviously more powerful, as if deliberately giving way to the opponent, Vetto did not attack or dodge, but chose to defend. Beast magic. Rhino armor. A rhinoceros fantasy made of magic power surrounded Vetto, and a hammer made of water had no effect on it, not even to drive Vetto back. Well done, let me give you a little reward. Beast magic. Cheetah impact. Beast magic. Bear claw. Advertisement. Casting two spells at the same time, Vetto's speed instantly increased, and a materialized bear claw appeared on his arm and attacked the opponent, making it impossible to see clearly. This is the reward. The name is Despair. Boom. A huge impact came from the contact point between Vetto and the opponent. Lin Hao, Magna and Luck in the distance all took a few steps back because of the impact. It is hard to imagine what kind of power it is at the point of occurrence. The smoke dissipated, and the original person was gone. Vetto's powerful attack directly flew and embedded into the wall, and he could no longer move. Yami and the person in charge of the undersea temple, an old man, were watching the battle in the observation room. Both sides were a little surprised. Didn't expect that the top master of the undersea temple could not hold back an attack from the other side. It's impossible, said the old man in surprise. Who the hell is this man? Yami stood up calmly and said, it's time to end the friendly match between the two of us, let me go out and deal with this guy. But we can't go out until the game is over, that's the rule. Then I'll break this rule. Yami drew out his knife and attacked the wall in front of him. Dark magic. Ignorance slash. But it was not as broken as imagined, and the whole space seemed to be isolated. This is space magic. What are you doing? This is my space magic, no one can come out of it. Just now the space mage with Baiyi's magic eye has sealed Yami in the dimensional space he created. Vetto has dealt with the most powerful opponent so far, and Lin Hao's side has also been hit. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. Thousands of vines attacked Magna and Luck. It's so bold, it's like beating two of us alone. Magna said, did you forget that my magic is of the fire attribute? Flame creates magic. Explosive flame kills the magic ball. Hit the flame balls with baseball bats formed from flames, each of which will set the vines on fire, but there are too many vines to pose a threat to Linhao at all. Linhao, why did you join Baiyi's magic eye? Magna asked. Why are you talking so much? My purpose is to obtain the magic stone. Since you are obstructing me, I will defeat you all. Linhao said. Advertisement. Then beat you. Luck had circled behind Linhao at some point, this is the speed of his lightning magic. Thunder magic. Thor's boots. This thunder magic of Luck will take his speed to another level, it can be said to have extremely fast speed. How could you do this? Magna saw that his long-range magic was not working, so he began to try to get close to Linhao. Linhao focused on resisting Luck's thunder magic attack, because in Linhao's heart, Luck's combat power can be said to be higher than Magna. Trouble. The vine magic can't touch Luck, and Luck can keep hiding under the fast attack of the vines, so Linhao plans to use the ice ability directly. Boom. The sudden icicles squeezed Luck's body hard in the middle. Wood creation magic. Tree net. Lin Hao grabbed the subdued Luck with a tree net and threw it aside. Don't leave me alone. B**************** D. Yan creates magic. Foolish and angry guarding Luo Meng. Magna hit a big fireball, split into several fireballs in the air and attacked Lin Hao. Each one was extremely fast. Boom. Lin Hao built an ice wall in the middle to completely stop Magna's attack. Damn it. Luck woke up and said, it's not over yet. The tree net was broken free by him with brute force, and Magna was constantly attacking the ice wall. You really don't know how to give up, don't you know what despair is? Vetto said. Lin Hao, get rid of them. Don't think about defeating us so easily, we haven't given up yet. Magna directly punched a hole in the ice wall. Let you see our strength. Lin Hao, you nasty guy. The two rushed towards Lin Hao, the two released all their magic power, and the two people's magic started to merge together. I'll let you try this trick. The flames explode. 102 battlefields. Contrary to Lin Hao's and Vetto's expectations, Luck and Magna, who seemed to be exhausted, used all their magic power to form a combined magic. Flame thunder blasted at Lin Hao. Although it was just formed the combined magic, but it is also stronger than ordinary magic. Boom. There was a loud noise, which seemed to be more powerful than Vetto's move just now. The entire building began to vibrate violently. After a violent explosion, a large cloud of smoke rises up, which is the smoke and dust formed by the smashed ground. At this moment, Asta had already rushed over from other places following the sound of the battle, just in time to see the scene of the three confronting each other, and shouted, Lin Hao. Senior Magna, Luck, what's going on here? Quote. He quickly saw Vetto who was watching the match, and felt that the teamwork was not easy. Soon, the smoke cleared, Magna and Luck were both entangled by Lin Hao's plant magic, and fell into a coma, which was the aftermath after the magic power was exhausted and the body was overloaded. There was a very thick ice wall in front of Lin Hao, which barely blocked the attack. Although there was no direct hit, Lin Hao also received a little impact, but it didn't matter much. In the end, it's just a desperate fight. Although it's all the magic power, it seems that it's already on the verge of exhaustion, so the power is there, but the attack power is not too high. Lin Hao said. Lin Hao, what did you do? Why are you here? Asta asked. As you can see, I have joined Bai Yi's magic eye, and now I am your enemy. How can you treat Senior Magna like this? Chiat, be careful, that orc guy may be stronger than Captain Yami. Asta yelled and rushed over, holding the demon severing sword in his hand. As a member of the Undersea Temple, although he was an opponent of Asta in the game just now, Chiat is very angry now because he saw his father who was knocked down, that is, the strongest member of the Undersea Temple. What have you done to my father? Chiat yelled at Vetto. At this moment, two people appeared in another passage, they are Nuo Al and Chiat's younger sister Jia He Nuo. Father, big brother, what's going on? Jia Henyu asked in shock, none of them thought that someone would storm into the Undersea Temple and defeat the 10th strongest. Asta, what happened to Magna and Luck? Lin Hao, why are you here too? Nuo Al asked. No Al, this guy Lin Hao, knocked down Magna and Luck. Because he is in the same group as the beast-like guy on the opposite side, and he joined Bai Yi's magic eye. What, Lin Hao, you actually joined Bai Yi's magic eye? Nuo Al couldn't believe it. Advertisement. But soon, the four of them recovered from the shock. Chiat and Gehenno stood together and said to Vetto, you defeated our father, right? I can see that because your magic power is stronger, so we want to avenge our father. Take it. You really don't know how to give up. Isn't that guy the #1 powerhouse in the Undersea Temple? He failed, why can't you save yourself a little effort? We will definitely defeat you and prove that we are stronger than our father. Superior. Chiat charged forward with a two-handed sword, attacking frantically, but he didn't panic, his attacks had this kind of rhythm. Beast magic. Beast claw. Vetto uses his own body as a weapon, because his body is strong enough, Chiat's double sword attacks are constantly resisted by Vetto. Roll. Vetto knocked Chiat into the air with one blow. Song magic. Melody buffer. An air cushion appeared behind Chiat, which separated Chiat from the rock and prevented Chiat from being subjected to a second impact. Thanks, Jia Henyu, Chiat said, so strong. But we won't lose. Jia Henyu said. Fusion magic. The sea god descends. Chiat and Jia Henyu performed the fusion magic. Not everyone can cast the fusion magic, only two people who have a very tacit understanding can successfully activate it, so the power is often very huge. Unlike the combination magic of Luck and Magna, their combination magic has been developed for more than 10 years, and its power cannot be underestimated. On the other hand, Lin Hao's behavior angered Asta and Nuo Al. Lin Hao, how could you do this? Asta kept attacking with the demon-breaking sword, and all the wood magic that Lin Hao cast was cut off by Asta. The strength has improved again. Asta. Lin Hao didn't expect Asta to be able to dodge most of the vines with such a fast reaction speed, although both of them have mastered Qi. But it's not easy to move your body. Advertisement. Quote. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. But there are tens of millions of vines produced by Lin Hao. Asta can't hide all of them. Asta, I'm here to help too. Nuo Al has been able to initially operate his own magic, and its power is indeed not small, so it is also a threat to Lin Hao. But your attacks are too weak for me. Lin Hao used magic to deal with Asta, and at the same time used ice to deal with Nuo Al. Water creates magic. Freeze. Before Nuo Al could gather the magic together, Lin Hao had already condensed Nuo Al's water. Damn it. Nuo Al had no choice. Soon, Asta came close to him. Lin Hao gave up using magic to attack, and directly used his own ice ability. Good time. Lin Hao stretched out his hand, and the icy air gathered in his palm, and soon a sword similar to Asta appeared in his hand. Because Li Lizao, the ice is not magic, so Asta's sword of breaking the demon can't see this nullification. Ding, ding. The sound of steel clashing kept coming, and Lin Hao was still a little confident about creating weapons out of ice. This was also what Lin Hao had inadvertently thought of a few days ago. Since there are all kinds of creation magic, can my ice also create something? Lin Hao thought, and soon, this idea was put into practice. Except, Lin Hao and Asta are constantly colliding the swords in their hands with the swords in the opponent's hands. The trajectory of the two swings is getting faster and faster, basically only the afterimage can be seen. Why can't I help you with anything? Noah said to himself. The battle on both sides has reached a fever pitch, whether it is the combination magic of Chiat and Jahanua or Asta's sword of breaking the demon, they have caused some troubles for the opponent. 101 other battles. The subordinates sent by Vetto have found the entire labyrinth. Don't run, you belong to the Black Bull, right? If you know where the magic stone is, just hand it over obediently. I can spare your life. Shu walked quickly through the maze, followed by a person with Baiyi's magic eye who was chasing him, and his attacks had already hit Shu several times. After fighting with the people from the undersea temple just now, and now starting to fight the enemy again, Shu can't use his strength at all, and his magic power is almost exhausted. Damn it, I thought I was just a little boy, but I didn't expect it to be really strong. Shu's body is full of scars now, and even using the avatar can't change this predicament. I thought that Black Bull was so powerful that he could repel Lord Three Demon Eyes. Didn't I expect it to be this level? He taunted. You are far behind them. Shu said. Are you looking for death? That's easy to do, let me wear you down. He used a chain, and a thick chain is not good for being tied to someone else or being beaten. Boom. Shu didn't pay attention and was sent flying. He hit the wall 283 directly and couldn't move. Haha, let me finish you. At this moment, Shu changed his usual masked face and cold look, began to tremble, and shrank himself into a ball, shouting, help. I'm so scared, let me go. Although the other party felt very strange, he was even more proud and said, haha. Go to hell, weak. Damn you. Another Shu suddenly appeared behind him. Mirror magic. The great reflection ray. Wow. A powerful laser pierced through the opponent's body, directly knocking out the person with Baiyi's magic eye. That's all you guys have to do. Next time you want to deal with me, just let those 3 magic eyes hit me, but I promise to defeat them all. Shu said coldly. Haha, I'm actually gray. I've been transformed into Shu's appearance since just now, ha ha ha. Another Shu laughed. Don't use my face and body to put on such a funny and beating expression, I will really kill you. Shu said while touching another Shu with his feet. Hurry up and change back. Shu said. Gray said helplessly. The magic power is used up, and I can't change now. I can only maintain this posture first, and then I can change back after my magic power recovers. Advertisement. Damn it. Shu had no choice but to carry Gray, who had been hit hard just now, and was unable to stand up and walk alone, and headed towards the place where the fierce battle took place. After several forks, they suddenly saw a person lying on the road. Isn't this Charmy? Charmy is lying on the front right now, snoring and talking in her sleep, looking very leisurely. How come that guy is still like this now? Watch me wake him up. Shu slowly approached with Gray on his back, and now he is also in a situation where he may fall down at any time. That guy is still one of the combat strength, probably stronger than most of the people in our Black Bull regiment. If only Lin Hao was still here. Vine trap magic. Binding vine. Before Shu and Gray could react, a magic that was activated soon completely restrained their bodies. What is this? This vine. Ah, I can't move. As this transformation magic, but it doesn't matter, my magic can absorb all the magic power of the captured person, so you are unlucky. Looking at the other side, it is a member of the Undersea Temple. He is currently being tied up in midair by this vine. He has no strength to struggle, and he must have been sucked dry long ago. It's you again, Baiyi's magic eye. Exactly. I have placed BGDG, my trap magic everywhere in this maze, and then I just need to wait quietly for the prey to take the bait. Haha. Don't get too complacent, one of your partners has already been defeated by me. Shu said. So what, you are still obediently bound here by me. Soon there will be no magic power in your body. You should know what will happen to that person if you forcibly absorb the magic power. Yes, but we have no magic power now, and it's useless to suck us. Gray said. People who are drained of forced magic power may not be able to use magic in the future. This is a very dangerous situation. What should I do? Now I can only rely on myself. Shu thought. He wanted to use his mirror magic to completely cut off Mo. What? Grimmoire is wrapped too. I know what you are thinking, so of course I tied up your weapons beforehand. Don't try to struggle anymore. Advertisement. Shu looked at Gray who was constantly struggling beside him, and found that Gray's grimoire was not restrained. That's right. If Charmy can be awakened now, there may be a chance. Ah, this piece of meat seems delicious. Charmy was talking in his sleep. That's right. Hey, Charmy, someone is stealing your food. Jie Shu shouted. What are you talking about? Bai Yi's magic eye man asked suspiciously, but he didn't think Jie Shu and the others would be able to break free. Gray, Jie Shu shouted. Understood. Gray used transformation magic to turn a huge rock opposite into a huge barbecue. What is this? Hey, get away from which piece of meat? Jie Shu woke up from his dream. Charmy suddenly saw a stranger between himself and the meat. Of course he would be angry. Charmy's grimoire unfolded, and a powerful magic power burst out from his body, completely surrounding the opponent. What's going on here? In this little guy's body? Could it be a beast? The other party is now so scared that he can't even move. Although Jie Shu and Gray were not directly enveloped by this aura, they still felt the powerful coercion of Charmy. This little guy really has amazing magic power. At this level, he is going to catch up with the leader, right? The two were surprised. Cotton creates magic. A blow from the sleeping sheep. 2 hits. 3 strikes. Charmy used her magic to perform a full 3-stage attack on Bai Yi's magic eye guy. Boom, boom, boom. The power of this move is completely unlike that of a small person like Charmy. It overturned the imagination of Jie Shu and Gray. And this blow completely shattered the opponent's magic. Recommend a friend's book. I have a chat group in Naruto. 102 new power. Ah, it's meat. Charmy immediately bit into it. Then there was a scream, because it wasn't real meat at all, it was just a rock made by Gray's transformation magic. How is this going? Soon the meat in front of my eyes has changed, back to the original. Let's hurry to the battle place. I don't know what's going on now, since these people have all come in, why didn't you see Captain Yami coming? Jie Shu asked suspiciously. Asta, stop it, you can't beat me, besides, there is a Nuo Al, even if she can control her magic power now, she has no fighting power in front of me. It's not over yet. Asta hasn't caused any substantial harm to Lin Hao yet, but she has caused a lot of scars on her own. Boom. The swords of the two collided again, and Asta was directly hit by Lin Hao's sword and fell to the side, and it was very difficult to even stand up. Asta, no Al yelled, who really didn't know how to help right now. Captain Yami, why didn't the seniors come? Nuo Al didn't know why this was the case, but he still didn't come. Lin Hao didn't say, this Vetto can't be defeated by himself. Lin Hao saw that Asta had no strength to stand up, so he walked towards Nuo Al. Lin Hao, what are you going to do? You must have been brainwashed by Bai Yi's magic eye. Although what the king did was indeed wrong, weren't we friends before? Lin Hao said. I'm still awake, there's no doubt about it, I'm just cooperating with Bai Yi's magic eye now, since we used to be a group, I don't need to kill you. At this moment, Asta recovered from the pain, but the wound on his body began to ooze blood, and it seemed that he could no longer fight. Asta, Nuo Al looked at the scene in front of him, tears streaming down his face. It's not over yet. Asta rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao dodged to the side, and at the same time formed several icicles in his hand, and shot towards Asta. This little trick is not very effective for Asta and Lin Hao, because both of them have the hidden trick of Qi, which can almost avoid many people's long-range attacks. Advertisement. I'm not done yet. After placing the ice cones, Lin Hao stomped his feet on the ground, and thick icicles formed from the ground, squeezing towards Asta. Drink. Asta relied on the strength of both hands to hold the big sword and slashed towards the middle of the icicle. Although Lin Hao's ice is difficult for Asta to break, it is not particularly hard for Asta's giant sword, especially this mass-produced icicle. Click. The icicles were split in half or shattered directly under Asta's giant sword. However, the icicles that were divided in half did not collapse directly, but began to wriggle like a living giant snake. Gradually Asta is surrounded by it. In an instant, several icicles protruded from the icicle, stabbing towards Asta. Asta charged forward with the giant sword, although it can withstand most of the ice thorns, but there are still some ice thorns that cannot be defended, and they directly penetrate into Asta's body. Whoa! Asta let out a cry of pain. Even he, an exercise fanatic, couldn't bear the pain. It seems that this ice spike should be very powerful. Nuo Al watched the duel between the two, understood that Lin Hao has become a real enemy with Asta and himself, or with the Black Zainiu Nichoner Yesao Kingdom. Lin Hao, stop it. You can't be allowed to hurt any member of our Black Bull Regiment. Lin Hao grabbed Asta's throat and looked at Nuo Al. Let go of your hands. Do you hear me? Are you trying to stop me? Lin Hao asked. Nuo Al's heart of fear has the upper hand again, because she is afraid that she can't control the magic well and accidentally hurt Asta, or Lin Hao suddenly rushes to attack her. I can't control this much anymore. Since you want to attack us, I will also resist. Nuo Al strengthened his thoughts, and the magic wand in his hand was gripped even tighter. Nor Al's grimoire began to glow and began to vibrate non-stop. This is. The people around were shocked. Lin Hao has seen this happen to his wooden grimoire. You can't be wrong, this is the phenomenon that Grimmoire has opened up new magic. Nuo Al has comprehended the new magic. Asking for flowers. This magic power. Lin Hao, can you hold it? Vetto said. Advertisement. Rest assured. Nuo Al said. Lin Hao, didn't you hear? Let go of Asta. Lin Hao didn't move, so Nuo Al didn't hold back anymore. No Al, you've improved too. That's right, everyone has to go beyond the limit here. I have to go beyond the limit here too. Yami said. What's the matter with this vibration? Lin Hao found that Nuo Al's magic aura in front of him was constantly increasing, as if there was no upper limit. No Al, you are indeed a member of the royal family. The royal family in this world does have a total amount of magical power that ordinary people cannot match, because their bodies are inherently stronger than ordinary people. Although Nuo Al is a waste, abandoned and hated by her own family, and she can't control her magic power well, but there is no way to deny the fact that she is a royal family. It is in this situation that Nuo Al's powerful magic power can. It is said that it has temporarily broken its own shackles and reached a new realm. The royal family, the dirtiest, said Vetto. Water creates magic. Roar of the sea dragon. The moment Nuo Al shouted this sound, all the magic power gathered in front of Nuo Al, and under the action of Grimmoire, a giant cannon made of magic power formed. Roar. This is the roar of that sea dragon, with the wrath of Nuo Al and the churning of magic power, it is attacking Linhao quickly. Roar. Linhao said. Since it's water, I'll freeze it for you. Linhao threw Asta aside, and then thick frost appeared around him, and the surrounding ground became extremely hard due to the violent cooling, and the surroundings became silent. Click. Ice cones formed under Linhao's feet. Linhao raised his hand, facing the roar of the sea dragon fired by Nuo Al. The momentum of the two people collided at one point. When ice and water meet, a large amount of mist is generated in the space, instantly wrapping Linhao and Nuo Al in it, and they cannot be seen for a long time. 103 Feel desperate, please subscribe. Feeling hopeless. What's the result? Jia Henyu, Chiat and Vetto stopped fighting, hoping to see the result of the duel between Linhao and Nuo Al. It is impossible for Linhao to lose. Richter admits that he will soon possess the strength of our three magic eyes, so I don't think your people can have any influence on Linhao. That's not necessarily true. I can see Nuo Al's hard work. Jia Henyu said. Soon, the vibration on the ground had calmed down. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the voices of the two people were faintly visible. Nuo Al bowed his body. It seems that this attack is very exhausting for Nuo Al. It is estimated that Nuo Al cannot be released twice in a row now. If he does not have the upper hand this time, it will be difficult to come back. Nuo Al put away Grimoire. 960, now she almost has no strength, even running, and the forced consumption of magic power caused pain in every part of her body. But this is nothing compared to Asta's pain. Lin Hao. Nuo Al regained his momentum. Lin Hao also showed his figure, because Lin Hao's own physical strength was consumed by the ability of the ice system, so it took a lot of physical strength to forcefully cancel each other out with Nuo Al's magic just now, and his face was sweating a lot. Holding on to the icicles next to him was relieving. No Al, well done. Jia Henyu said. Although Lin Hao's ice ability can't be used for the time being, there is still magic that can be used, because the two are not very closely related. Fortunately, Asta has been seriously injured now, so Lin Hao's wood magic should be enough to defeat Asta. No Al, I didn't expect you to be able to use such a powerful magic. I should have avoided it, but I blocked it anyway. Lin Hao could tell that the current Nuo Al was just trying to hold on, and he was no longer a threat to him. Haha, Lin Hao, well done. Vetto said with a smile. He guessed that he might not be able to take that blow unscathed. Now the battle between Linhao vs Asta and Nuo Al has entered the final stage. Plant magic. Bathing with life. Linhao uses this magic to recover. As long as there is light, he can slowly recover from his injuries. Advertisement. What? Nuo Al was taken aback. She knew that Linhao could use two abilities, but she didn't expect that Linhao would also be able to restore magic. I heard that people with a high affinity for this element or attribute can use all types of magic of this department. Nuo Al said. Now she is really desperate. Linhao will recover soon, but he can't do it, and Asta hasn't moved. It seems that this round is really lost. Plant magic. Tangle. Linhao used another magic to entangle Asta and Nuo Al directly, in order to prevent them from making any small moves. Now, I'll just watch from the sidelines. Vetto, you have to work hard. Vetto snorted and said, Linhao boy, you should be careful, there is still a gap between you and our three magic eyes. Stop fighting and looking around. Chiat said. He was still brandishing his double swords, charging forward. I said, let Linhao see my strength, and you can be my stepping stones. Vetto's aura suddenly increased, and he forcibly repelled Chiat and Gehenno. How is this going? Linhao also concentrated his attention instantly. Between the eyes of Vetto, it should be said that the third eye has been added on the forehead. The powerful magic power starts from the opening of that eye. Haha, human beings, let you see my true strength. This is your punishment. I will subdue your sins and all your things together. I have heard a story since I was a child. There is a group of demons in this world. They want to take magic for themselves in this world. Kill them all. But the first magic emperor stepped forward and wiped out the demons. This man is like a demon. Finral has come out of the battle, but has been hiding behind a rock and has not appeared. What kind of monster is that Vetto? It can't be defeated at all. Why hasn't the leader come yet? Advertisement. Sure enough, just like what Raya said, the three magic eyes are all monsters, and now there is Linhao over there. This is troublesome. Asta and Nuo Al have exhausted their strength and are unable to fight now, and those two people from the undersea temple seem to be unable to fight either. Vetto aside, Linhao doesn't look like he has no strength to fight at all. If I go out like this, I will definitely be beaten badly. At this moment, Finral's brain had an idea, and he said to himself, Then I'll go to the head of the team, not only to avoid fighting, but also. Run. You can't beat him, said Noel. This is your gift. Accept it. Warcraft magic. An ancient magic circle appeared in front of Vetto, floating in the air, and a huge amount of magic power gathered together, just like the magic of Noel, but more powerful and deterrent than Noel's magic. Boom. One hit. The target is not Chiat and Jahenyu, but Nuo-Al, who is controlled by Lin Hao. A huge beam of light enveloped Nuo-Al's whole body, so that he should be directly turned into ashes and disappeared in the space. The smoke dissipated, leaving a deep mark on the ground, a crack opened by this beam of light, and the soil disappeared immediately. The wall behind is also directly penetrated. But Noel 5.8 stood there intact, because Noel was already overwhelmed by the magic power. In front of Nuo-Al, I saw Asta half kneeling on the ground, and that attack was separated from Asta's front. Asta, are you alright? Nuo-Al shouted. Unexpectedly, Asta woke up at the very moment. But the impact just now caused Asta's body to suffer a strong impact, and he could no longer perform strong actions. Royalty. Unforgivable, said Vetto. I will punish everyone present. Just run away. We still haven't given up. Asta said to Vetto. Vetto said. Really, it's okay. From now on, you will feel the real despair. 104 Cooperative Battle, subscribe. We won't let you succeed. Jahenyu and Chiat rushed up without fear. Fit magic. See God comes. Chiat's slashing mixed with Jahenyu's singing, the two combined powerfully to exert more power than the combined magic of Luck and Magna. This is because the two have lived together since they were young. No. Oh, interesting magic. The strength of Vetto, who opened the third eye, has greatly increased, and even his physical fitness has improved rapidly. It is almost impossible for anyone present to hurt him, but this combined magic is still Vetto. Injured shoulder. We want to protect the temple. We won't let people like you destroy places like the Undersea Temple. Chiat took advantage of the power gained from singing, and slashed towards Vetto. Vetto, do you want to help? Lin Hao said. No need, Lin Hao, just watch from the sidelines. The two of them are still too young. Vetto said, and he started to keep up with the rhythm of the two of them now. Boom. The confrontation between the three caused the entire building to shake violently. For the time being, it can be said that they are evenly matched at 16. It's amazing. Jahenyu. Nuo-Al said, although she just sent out a blow of Sea Dragon's Roar, but this is already her limit. Asta is still in front of Nuo-Al, but it looks like he will fall down at any moment. Asta, do you still have energy? Lin Hao ignored Vetto and walked towards Asta. Nuo-Al put on an attacking posture and said, Lin Hao, don't come here. Lin Hao acted as if he didn't hear it, and was still thinking about the two moving forward. At this moment, a series of silk threads attacked Lin Hao. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Hao stopped moving, and used wood magic to block the silk threads, preventing them from being entangled around his body. This magic. Leave it to me here. Little girl. Vanessa walked out from a passage, and now she has not experienced any powerful magic battles, so she is almost in full bloom.
And this guy, advertisement Finneral, who had been watching from the side, was dragged by Vanessa with a silk thread. He wanted to escape just now, but was blocked by Vanessa, so he had no choice but to go back. Hey, leave this to the seniors. Finneral bit the bullet and said, in fact, he was 100 unwilling in his heart, and had been waiting for Yami to come to the rescue. Vanessa and Finneral. Let's go, Lin Hao said. I'm going to teach you a lesson, Lin Hao, Vanessa said. Right. How can you treat Asta and Noah like that? Finneral also said. I don't think your magic is very offensive, right? It should be the support system, so what are you going to use to fight with me? Lin Hao didn't answer the questions of the two of them, but said something else. Vanessa big sister, senior Finneral. I haven't given up yet. Asta reluctantly stood up, but her body was shaking all the time. Some parts of her body had begun to ooze blood, and her arms and legs seemed to be exhausted, with no memory area. Now you are the last shot, Lin Hao said to Asta. It's not over yet, there must be a way, Asta roared. On the other hand, Chiat was on par with Vetto, but soon fell to the disadvantage. Chiat did not flinch, and still attacked Vetto, but when the last shot missed, Vetto caught the gap. Call out. Vetto's arm grabbed Chiat's at a very fast speed, which made Chiat unable to move, and the other hand quickly attacked Chiat's leg. Boom. Chiat flew out, crashed straight into the wall, and fell to the ground. Looking carefully, his leg began to bleed. It is estimated that the right thigh has been crippled by Vetto. Ah! Chiat let out a pitiful cry, causing Jahenyu to panic. Don't be distracted, little girl. Vetto quickly approached, leaving Jahenyu with no time to react. Boom. A move of the beast claw directly hit Jahenyu's throat. Advertisement, don't you like to dance? I'll break your legs, don't you like to sing? I'll make your throat dumb, I'm going to bring you despair, deep despair, Vetto said. Damn it. Chiat. Gehenno. The old man who was with Yami was the grandfather of these two people. Now that he saw the two children and grandchildren being hurt like this, he couldn't help crying out. Game magic. Monster fish toy. He also activated the magic, trying to kill Vetto. How can a toy like yours do harm to me? Vetto said proudly, breaking his magic completely away. What? The old man didn't move anymore, because he didn't know what to do anymore, and the result of this going on would be the complete destruction of the entire underwater temple. Lin Hao is fighting Asta here, because Nasha and Finneral thought of a clever way to combine Asta's body with Vanessa's thread magic and Finneral's space magic. Vanessa manipulated Asta's body with her own silk thread, which relieved Asta's pressure and pain a lot. Finral kept opening the space portal around Lin Hao, so that Asta could disappear. How? Lin Hao. Although we can't fight you, Asta can, Vanessa said. You don't know how I killed the last space mage, Lin Hao said. The last space mage who did this has been severely taught by Lin Hao, and it was Volto's plant magic. Thousands of vines, hundreds of vines were generated at the same time, attacking the space-time portal opened by Finral. What? Finral didn't expect Lin Hao to have this trick, and neither did Vanessa and Asta, so the three of them were doomed. Boom. Finral's space magic was forced to shut down, and Asta was exposed in front of Lin Hao's eyes. Lin Hao immediately used the ice ability to attack Asta. At the same time, he released thousands of vines to attack Finral and Vanessa. Bang. 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 All three were hit. What kind of monster is this? Finral said, covering his whole body. He didn't expect Lin Hao to improve so fast. Vetto said. Now Lin Hao has the strength of the deputy head. You guys are beyond your control when dealing with him. Lin Hao, well done. Yami said in the observation room, it seems that I really have to go out. 105 Everyone arrives, please subscribe, everyone is here. Oh, it's here. Just when Vanessa and Finral were knocked down, Jie Shu, Charmy and Gray just came to the field from the side passage. What's going on here? Jie Shu asked. Haven't you noticed yet? Bai Yi's magic eye has attacked, and even Lin Hao has become one of them. Now it's a big crisis, Finral said. Lin Hao? Why are you here? Jie Shu asked. The last time he fought with Bai Yi's magic eye, it was Lin Hao who put in a lot of effort, so Jie Shu was also very puzzled. I am now the person of Bai Yi's magic eye. I don't need to say more about the purpose of coming here, it is the magic stone, Lin Hao said. Jie Shu and the others are facing a formidable enemy. Now, Gray has temporarily lost the ability to fight on his side, and there are only himself and Charmy left. The opponent has even defeated Finral, Vanessa and Asta, so his chances of winning should be very slim. Where is the leader? This is the question that is on the minds of the Black Bull members at the same time. Are you wondering why Yami didn't come to rescue you? Lin Hao said. Why? Noelle asked. Because he is now trapped in a different dimension by the magician of Bai Yi's magic eye using space magic. Unless the magic is lifted, he will not come now. That's luck and Magna, Charmy said. Finral also looked in the direction of Charmy's finger, and it turned out that Magna and Luck had gloriously sacrificed long ago. That's all right now, we can say that everyone in our regiment is here except the leader. Charmy, it's up to us, Xia Shu said. After the battle just now, Jie Shu still has a little confidence in Charmy. There are not many wizards who can achieve that kind of magic power. I don't know what kind of strength Lin Hao is now. Jie Shu thinks that the biggest variable now is Lin Hao. Lin Hao, everyone in your group is here. Do you want me to help you? Vetto said. He is still in the third-eyed state. No need, just let me solve it by myself, Lin Hao said. Jie Shu activated the magic first. Advertisement, up, mirror magic, reflect light. Light doesn't work on me, plant magic, life bath. Just like before, the plants absorb the light emitted by Jie Shu. Not only are they not harmed, but their state is fuller. Damn it. You must have an upper limit, mirror magic, great reflection ray. A more intense light shot out towards Lin Hao's plants. This light is not as powerful as before, it looks even more powerful. This is Jie Shu's precise grasp of mirror magic honed in constant battles. But Lin Hao is not frightened by this attack. I know this trick should be able to break through the upper limit of my plant magic, but it doesn't work. Lin Hao once again erected an ice wall in the middle to block Jie Shu's light. It's up to me. Charmy suddenly got angry, and raised her magic power to a very high level just like the previous battle. Cotton creates magic. A blow from the sleeping sheep. Boom. Lin Hao's ice wall was pierced directly, 2 hits. The huge sheep created by Charmy immediately followed the second punch when the first punch went down, and the strong pressure blew away all the surrounding ice. Iron Fist rushed towards Lin Hao. Wood creation magic. Entangling. Lin Hao has wood magic vines wrapped around the arm of the giant sheep. It is indeed effective to slow down the speed, but it cannot stop its attack. Some strength. 3 strikes. Charmy's third strike was faster and more violent than the first 2 strikes, and it was already approaching Lin Hao. Drink. Lin Hao doesn't dodge either, even if he defends, he can't do anything now. Advertisement. It seems that it's time for me to go beyond the limit. I have tried to use ice ability to create things made of ice before, and I have also used ice to attack, but it is completely different now. I have a little idea. Lin Hao thought of the impact of every kind of magic on the surrounding environment, and he was just creating ice, and there must be another way to use it. This, Lin Hao fully activated his ice ability, not as reserved as before. Since the last time he fully activated it in Haji village, Lin Hao basically did not use his full power, because this would make him fall into a deep sleep afterwards. But don't worry now, just now, Lin Hao has used the life bath to store a little recovery magic power, which can restore his physical strength, so even if he uses up all his physical strength now, it is not impossible to perform self-improvement. Protect, Lin Hao thought in his heart. The temperature of the whole space actually dropped a few degrees, even Vetto shivered, but Lin Hao was completely unaffected, because this was his ability. This is it. The onlookers saw something was wrong, and so did Charmy and Vetto. Just a few seconds before the fist of the sheep came into contact with Lin Hao, the iron fist in front of Lin Hao did not come down as others imagined, but it seemed to be activated. There was a lot of sweat on Lin Hao's forehead, but he still forcibly avoided his body before his fist touched him. Boom! The surrounding temperature slowly rose, and everyone couldn't believe what happened in the first few seconds. It felt like a dream. The smoke dissipated and the sheep disappeared. Lin Hao was standing not far from the huge crater, panting heavily. What happened just now? Noah asked to himself. So you all feel that way? That cold feeling? Finral said. Wang Li's. Yes. Jie Shu replied. I don't know what happened just now. It seems that the whole space is controlled by Lin Hao. Lin Hao sent the stored healing magic power into his body, feeling better, and said, that's right, I activated my ice ability just now, which slowed down the flow of time in a part of the space around me a little bit, but it didn't affect you. But because it has too much impact on the surrounding environment, you also feel it. Time? Control time? It's not controlling, but forcing time? Lin Hao corrected Dao Li. You are the monster. This time, Richter is right. You should soon have the strength of the leader level, and you will soon be able to surpass our 3 magic eyes. What did you say? Did what you said just now mean that I, the regiment leader, are weaker than you? Yami walked over from the side. 106 The final battle. Leader. Why did you come here? Where did you go just now? Finral was about to cry. Seeing the leader now was like sending charcoal in a timely manner. I'm so tired of crying. I've been stuck in some other dimension just now and can't get out. That. I see that you have been constantly breaking through the limit, and I also worked hard and broke through the limit once, Yami said. How did you get out? Vetto asked. Cut that space open, Yami said. As expected of a foreigner, people in our world can't match the power. One can suppress the flow of time, and the other can even split the space of another dimension. Vetto laughed. Lin Hao, look at how far you have beaten my team members. I, the leader of the team, will naturally have to get it back, Yami said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao used up all his physical strength, and now he has just recovered a little bit, basically no different from Black Bull's people, so fighting Yami now is 100% unbeatable. Wait, Mr. Captain. Your opponent is me now, Vetto said, blocking Yami's way. Huh? I almost forgot. You should have scolded me for coming to 670 just now, and said you wanted me as the main course? Now that the side dishes are almost done, it's time for you, Vetto said. Warcraft magic. Vetto raised his aura to the top, and suppressed it towards Yami. Yami also pulled out the sword, attached the dark magic breath to the sword, and raised his aura to the top. Both of them are great magic knights at the leader level or above, and they have not fought particularly fierce battles with others. It can be said that they have retained most or even all of their strength. One can imagine the power of the battle between the two. Captain, don't forget we are still there. Seeing that the two big men wanted to let go of the fight in this place, Finral specially reminded. Dark magic. Dark entangling ignorance slash. A pure black sword slashed straight towards Vetto. There was no sound, and its powerful power could only be felt when the things next to it were all chopped up. Warcraft magic. Advertisement. Vetto once again used the power of the third eye to strengthen his whole body. Even if he didn't defend himself, the next move is not impossible with only his flesh, BGDA, body. But Vetto is not so stupid. Even if he can catch it, Yami will take advantage of it. In this case, it is better to strike first and attack Yami directly. Drink. Yami saw that Vetto was attacking him directly and quickly, so he set up a posture and swung the sword at Vetto. Ding. When the Tachi and Vetto's sharp claws come into contact, there is a sound of steel colliding, crisp but still imposing. Every collision will crack the surrounding ground once. This is the result of the collision of the strength and magic of two people. Let's see how long you can last. You're just a human being. Indeed, no matter how strong Yami is, his body is just a human being. As long as he fails to find a way to defeat Vetto within a period of time, he may run out of energy and be killed by Vetto. Captain. The members of Black Bull are very nervous. Yami may lose this time. Watch out, kids, I'm going to push the envelope here, Yami yelled. There is a limit to the power of human beings. Yami, Vetto said, his speed began to get faster and faster. After strengthening the magic, it is no longer the speed that human eyes can go faster, and it has become a series of afterimages. But this does not have much impact on Yami, because like Lin Hao and Asta, Yami is a person who can see chi. So as long as the speed does not exceed his reaction speed, everything is fine. Give up. I will give you despair, cried Vetto. Do you know how I got out of it? Knight said. But without waiting for Vetto or anyone to answer, he said it himself, because I realized a new magic. Do you want to see it? Dark magic. Dark entangling dimensional slash. A faster and more powerful slash was unleashed by Yami. Call out. Advertisement. Because Yami knew Vetto's position in advance through ki, so the slash went directly towards Vetto. What? Vetto didn't expect Yami to be able to control his position. He was taken aback. Even after being strengthened, he couldn't avoid this blow, so Vetto could only do his best to minimize his losses. Silence came suddenly. Neither Yami nor Vetto stopped moving. I saw that Vetto's right arm was gone. Blood was flowing from it, his face was occupied by anger, and he looked very embarrassed overall. You hurt me, Vetto yelled. Great, now the three-eyed man will definitely drop in strength. This time he will win, Vanessa said. Before everyone was immersed in joy for a long time, they encountered a very shocking thing. A magic circle appeared on Vetto's right hand, and the surrounding magic power began to gather towards his right arm, and 10 new arms were formed in the same place soon. What? It's impossible. Everyone had never seen such a situation. Even Lin Hao from the same camp was very shocked. They never thought that the 3 demon eyes could do this. You were just bugs in my eyes. I never thought you could hurt me, Vetto said. Although Yami hurt Vetto, but as far as the result is concerned, he did not cause substantial damage. When the two sides were confronting each other, a bird was hovering nearby, and only Lin Hao could vaguely feel the breath of the bird. Isn't this the bird that is very close to Asta? What it has in its beak is a magic stone? Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise. He never expected that there would be nowhere to find him when he had broken through the iron shoes, and he could find nothing. Work. Wood creation magic. Entangling. Lin Hao quietly grabbed the bird with a vine, grabbed the magic stone it carried in his hand, thought for a while, and formed a magic stone. Formed by the combination of ice and stone in his hand, and recreated it. Put it on the beak. Go. The bird reluctantly flew away. On the other hand, Yami did not panic and said, even if you have such resilience, it must be exhausting, right? Now let's see if I can't hold it first, or you can't hold it first. Vetto was stunned for a while, and said, what courage, then I will accompany you to the end. It seems to be a very challenging thing to give you despair. 107 Endgame. Subscription required. Endgame, Yami said. I can't delay for too long, or the two of them won't get timely treatment. So I want to make a quick decision. What a big tone. Vetto said, but now he is starting to look at Yami squarely, because the strength of the Magic Emperor is not clear, and now the only person who can match his full strength is basically Yami. Lin Hao, I have to say more. Dark Magic. Dark Entanglement Ignorance Cut. Yami swung a knife, and kept swaying this move for the next time, forcing Vetto into a corner. If you go out rashly, you will be injured. I didn't expect Yami to take the initiative this time. Vetto didn't get the opportunity to take the initiative in this battle, so he seemed a little passive at first. Warcraft Magic. Vetto activated the Magic Beast. Although he knew that he was casting magic, he couldn't hear the moves behind, because it seemed to be spoken in some ancient language or the language of other races that humans don't understand. Boom. Vetto's sharp claws and Yami's ignorant slash collided several times, each time without losing the wind. Watch out. Vetto rushed forward at a high speed, almost surpassing the top speed of a cheetah. An ordinary mage would not be able to react to this situation at all. But Yami can. Drink. Yami swung the knife vigorously, and made contact with Vetto's attack before thinking. Don't look at it as Yami's hasty blow, but the magic power of the dark magic entwined on the Taidao is only increasing. It can be said that every second, the power is increasing. Unexpectedly, Vetto's animal claw was hurt, blood oozes out and flows on Yami's sword, but it is soon covered by dark magic, and it is completely invisible. Humans, you have some skills. I didn't expect you to still have such strength in the second battle, Vetto roared. Mother-in-law is so noisy, are you fighting seriously? Yami said with an angry face. You were very brave. Vetto no longer hides his clumsiness, and begins to use Magic Beast magic to perform various enhancements, but because he can't understand his language at all, everyone doesn't know what magic he uses, and can only feel Vetto intuitively. The breath is still rising continuously, advertisement. This is really a big trouble, Yami said calmly. The last time this happened was when he met the 3 demon eyes in the cave. Funeral, Vanessa, protect the brats. Yes. Funeral brought Magna and Luck over, Vanessa brought Nuo Al, Chiat and Gehenna with silk thread, Jie Shu, Charmy and Gray also got together. They felt that Captain Yami was about to use his ultimate move. Although the move just now didn't cause any substantial damage to you, but that move is the most powerful of mine now. Yami raised the sword high, and the magic power of the dark magic quickly gathered on the sword, causing the entire Taidao forms a shell under the blessing of magic power. Yami's Taidao turned completely black, wider and longer than before, reaching the length of 2 people. The surrounding dust began to gather and revolve around the Taidao, which is also the reason for the flow of magic power. Dark Magic. Dark Entangling Dimensional Slash. This time, he didn't simply swing a slash, but swung several slashes at the same time, and besieged Vetto in different directions. Warcraft Magic. Although Yami attacked suddenly while Vetto was improving his own attributes, Vetto's reaction had reached the inhuman state, so he could react immediately, and his claws were also entangled by his own magic power, facing the dimension sent by Yami's slash and attack. Boom. 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 The dimensional slash issued by Yami was continuously scattered by Vetto, and the scattered dimensional slash was still powerful, attacking the surrounding walls. The surrounding walls were covered with traces, and they were about to collapse. Leader. Come on. The members of the Black Bull group are now gathered in Nuo L's water creation magic. Sea God's Cradle. Watching the duel between the two, the surrounding gravel can't break through Nuo L's magic power, but if it is uncertain which side Yami or Vetto will attack. Lin Hao didn't intervene either, he really couldn't help in a battle of this level, but the next thing is another story. Asking for flowers. 0, little devil, lend me your sword. Yami changed hands, quickly took Asta's sword in his hand, and continued to attack Vetto. Advertisement. Look at the trick. In the gap between Vetto and Dimensional Slash, Yami threw Asta's demon severing sword. Vetto didn't react, and still used his powerful beast claws to hit the demon severing sword. In the next moment, all the magic effects on Vetto were directly eliminated. What? Vetto was startled, but it was too late. Dimensional Slash. Yami swung the sword again, this time slashing straight at Vetto's body. Puff! Vetto's body was injured again, this time the injury was still very serious. Indeed, this situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Instead of Yami being defeated by Vetto, Vetto gradually became unable to support it. Damn it! What's going on? Vetto became anxious. His strengthened body and powerful magic power were wiped out by the sword. There was no way to give Yami despair. I will give you despair, Vetto roared. Mr. Despair, you have been desperate from the very beginning, Yami said impatiently. Dark magic. Dark entangling dimensional slash. After the lesson from last time, Vetto didn't have time to breathe at night, and directly planned to defeat the enemy with one blow. A sword energy directly penetrated Vetto, and Vetto's body was split in half from the middle, blood flowed. Goodbye, Despair-kun, Yami said. Suddenly, Vetto's entire body was surrounded by a block of ice, without spilling any blood. Lin Hao, what do you want to do? Since Vetto failed, the blow just now is sure to kill him, but I used ice to freeze him completely, so there may be a chance to revive him in the future. After all, this is the first gift given to me by Baiyi's magic eye. No matter what I say, I can't just fail like this, Lin Hao said. The next is the two of us, Captain Yami. You and Vetto have cast so many spells in the battle, you must be exhausted, and then it's up to me to play. 108 Exit Moment. For subscription, Captain Yami let out a puff of smoke and said, Little devil, so you want to reap the benefits of fishing? You're too young? Go. Lin Hao said. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. Although Lin Hao asked Yi to make the move first, but saw that Yami did not move, so he started first. Dark magic. Dark entanglement ignorance cut. Yami also got serious, he didn't want Lin Hao, a junior, to surpass him. The three eyes said that you now have the strength of the deputy head. It does feel a little bit, but you are still far away. Yami kept swinging the sword. Although the sword has returned to its original state, it doesn't have the exaggerated appearance when fighting Vetto, but its power is still not small. All the forehead vines released by Lin Hao were cut off by Yami, which is not unexpected. 963. Because Lin Hao's attack this time was originally for testing, and now he has more worries, because not only will he have to fight with when fighting Yami, you should also pay attention to what tricks the surrounding team members use. After all, Lin Hao is not like Vetto, who can directly fight with his body. Sure enough, there were members of the group helping behind, and Vanessa released her silk thread, which hindered Lin Hao's movements a little. Chop! Yami looked at the gap and slashed towards Lin Hao. Every time Lin Hao used the ice wall to block it. What's the matter, kid, didn't you use that trick? Yi said. You did see it. What Yami said was Lin Hao's unique trick when dealing with Charmy, which is to use the ice ability to slow down the flow of space around his body. But the current Lin Hao can't support such a large amount of consumption. Even using the ice ability needs to recover for a while, because after these few battles, Lin Hao's consumption is not small. Damn it. Wood creation magic. Tree net. Lin Hao used this restraint magic on the members of the Black Bull team behind Yami, in order to prevent them from interfering with him again. Call out. Yami interrupted every attacking tree net or entangled skill, and Lin Hao was not successful, but with 100 secrets, he finally passed Yami's defense, and it was a one-off. Little ghosts. Yami turned his head away, and this happened to be Lin Hao's best chance. Advertisement hum. The ground vibrated, and huge icicles appeared under the whole ground and attacked Yami. Game magic. Strange fish toy. The person in charge of the underwater temple suddenly appeared and used his own magic to block a blow for Yami. If it hadn't been for the blow just now, Yami, who has consumed too much, would have been knocked down by Lin Hao. But this time the casting of the magic also exposed the old man's position, and Lin Hao saw his figure. A huge ice wall formed directly beside the old man, sealing him completely into the ice. Grandpa! Chiat shouted, and now all the top combat power of the undersea temple has been controlled by the enemy. Lin Hao said, Forget it, I will let you off this time. Now Vetto is also seriously injured, you can't wait too long. Tell me the way to leave the underwater temple, I will let your grandpa go. Lin Hao knew that unless it was Asta's anti-magic sword or Vetto's powerful magic power, outsiders would have no way to get in and out freely. Only the people of the undersea temple knew how to pass on both sides of this magic barrier. Okay, let me tell you, you have to promise not to hurt my grandpa, Chiat said. Okay, I promise you, Lin Hao, Asta yelled, don't run away, it's not over yet. Lin Hao said, there will be a chance to meet next time. It is useless for Lin Hao to stay here now, the final battle is over, and he also got the magic stone in the hands of the bird, so it is useless to stay here any longer. As for why he fought Yami just now, it is because Lin Hao wanted to try your own strength, but because there are too many restrictions, you have to give up in the end. Lin Hao took Vetto's ice and Baiyi's magic eye and left the underwater temple smoothly according to Chiat's method and walked towards the shore. In the underwater temple, the broken labyrinth, as well as the scarred people, although the enemy has retreated, it is no different from the fact that you have lost. Grandpa, father, Chiat was still conscious, worried about his relatives, but Gehenno had passed out after being overworked, because his throat was injured by Vetto, and now his mouth was full of blood, and he also felt dizzy. No sound came out. Advertisement, Gehenno. Nuo L looked at everything around him, not knowing what to say. Charmy has been in a coma since the beginning, because fighting Lin Hao consumed a lot of energy, so she fell asleep directly, otherwise it should be an important combat force. After all, Lin Hao was forced to use a unique move. Magna and Lug just woke up, but the whole body hurts, and they can't move for the time being. It hurts, Asta shouted. A bird flew around Asta's head, and kept hitting Asta's head with its own beak. Asta cried out, and found that there was a small sparkling stone in the bird's beak, feeling a sense of mystery. Is this the magic stone? Asta called. What? Found the magic stone? Finral yelled. Captain Yami, the magic stone is here, Asta said. Yami is also a little tired now, sitting on the ground and resting, but his arms grabbed Asta's head very powerfully, and began to squeeze hard, saying, I heard boy, I am resting now, you give me a moment of silence. Yes, Captain Yami, Asta called. Yami began to push hard again, saying, speak softly. It hurts, After Lin Hao left, the old man was released from the ice. He immediately ran to Chiat and Jahenuo, crying 5.0 and said, it's all my fault for insisting on playing this game, which hurt you too. Then he said to the Black Bull group, thank you all, if it weren't for you this time, our undersea temple would not be able to defeat an enemy of that strength at all. Thank you all, you have won this battle. Then, take this magic stone as a gift and take it away, Yami said. What is this? Magic stone. That's why we came here, and of course Bai Yi's magic eye. It turned out to be this thing. In fact, I don't know it, but since you want it, then of course I won't be stingy. It should be said, of course. If this magic stone is still here with us, it will definitely cause other disasters. Yes, just take it away. 109 Complete the task. For collection. The people in the underwater temple didn't know that the magic stone was not real anymore. Lin Hao had already left with the magic stone. Lin Hao came out of the underwater temple, and returned to the shore with Vetto's corpse, and some of Bai Yi's demon eyes. It was still dark now, and when they came back it was the same as when they left. There were many people lying on the beach, all still in a coma. Let's go back first. Right now, we should go back to Bai Yi's magic eye to meet Richter, Lin Hao said. Yes. A surviving space mage opened the connected space portal, and Lin Hao and all the returning mages walked in. Lin Hao let the mage teleport directly to Richter's side, so after Lin Hao passed through the door, he saw Richter head on. Richter sensed Lin Hao coming, turned his head, and was surprised to see Lin Hao covered in injuries all over his body, but he soon knew that there must have been a battle with the knights. Lin Hao, just how many of you? Where's Vetto? Richter asked. Originally, Vetto should be the first one to come back, but today it's a bit abnormal. Lin Hao knew that Richter would ask this question, so he pushed the ice cube sealed with Vetto's corpse out of the 16th portal. Vetto still maintains the same movement as when he was just hit by Yami's dimensional slash. His whole body fell backwards, blood gushed out from his body, his face showed an incredible expression and a painful expression. It was as if it just happened, same thing. What's going on here? What happened to Vetto? Richter asked. He was very angry now, and looked at Lin Zuo. Lin Hao said, we reached the undersea temple, but Black Bull has also arrived, so we started a battle with them. Although the early stage went smoothly, Yami was very difficult to deal with. Vetto and Yami fought for a long time. In the end, Vetto's magic power was blocked because of Asta's sword, and he was killed by Yami. However, I sealed Vetto in a short time, at least to ensure that his life would not lose it fast. After listening to what Lin Hao said, Richter has not been able to fully accept this fact. Advertisement, Richter. Fana came over. Soon, she also saw the scene of Vetto's body being split in half, which instantly raised the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Lin Hao quickly released his ice ability to barely escape being burned. Who did this? Hurting Vetto, our compatriots, and making Richter sad. I will never let it go. Fana still has a pair of cold eyes under the flame like anger, which makes people shudder. Valtos came over and said, see, I said that you can't easily trust a person who has joined the organization for less than a few days. I don't think Lin Hao is a spy. What did you say? Lin Hao was unhappy at first. Valtos said, I just doubt you, otherwise, with Master Vetto's strength, it is impossible to lose to this level. Lin Hao's eyes became very cold, just like Fana's, which made Valtos shudder. Raya also came over and said, now we still need to ensure that Vetto can survive in this situation. Although his recovery ability is very strong, but this level of injury, there is no way to recover by itself. At this time, Sally came over and said, give Vetto to me, I can just try the undead magic potion I developed. Fana said, if you dare to touch Vetto casually, you will die. Raya said, Fana, don't say that, the best way now is to give Vetto to Sally first. Let him figure out a way. I will also check the magic to see if there is a magic that can save Vetto. Everyone, don't you suspect Lin Jia? Valtos asked. Richter believed in him, and I believed in him, Fana said. The first priority now is not to find the traitor, but to save Vetto. Besides, I don't think Vetto can be killed by a single betrayal, after all. Advertisement. He looked at Vetto's third eye and didn't say a word. If the third eye was opened, the power would be greatly increased. Such a Vetto could lose so badly unless he was really inferior in strength. Even Lin Hao and Yami may not be able to push Vetto to this point. I think what Lin Hao said is right. Yami and that Asta are indeed likely to kill Vetto, all because of that anti-magic sword. Lin Hao, I want you to get that sword back, and the book Grimmoire, because it belonged to that lord. I'll try my best, Lin Hao said. Now you should be the only one who can get Asta's book and sword, because you will not be affected by the anti-magic effect of that sword, Richter said. The next step is to follow the plan. Since Vetto lost this time and didn't get the magic stone, he must get it next time, Richter said. Where is the next magic stone? Lin Hao asked. Forest of the Witch, this time, you and Fana will go together with some of our Baiyi's magic eye. There will be a lot of big moves at that time. You can take advantage of the chaos to get the magic stone. This time try not to engage in a direct confrontation like this time. Okay. Lin Hao said. Lin Hao, the next 127 times, we must kill all those who hurt Vetto. Fana said coldly. Her voice and tone of voice were completely devoid of any emotion, just like a doll. Lin Hao didn't tell Richter that he got the magic stone, and even made one by himself, and now no one knows about it. But now Lin Hao is not putting all his energy on the magic stone, but on a new move that he has comprehended. My ice is created in the way of wood attribute magic. With attack methods such as icicles and ice thorns, and defense methods, I can't escape the magic form of creation. What I thought of in an instant really made me fall into a new ice system ability and scope. Lin Hao used to use the shape-shaping function of ice to fight, but if he breaks away from this limitation and simply releases this power instead of giving ice a shape, he can directly cause damage to the surrounding time and space, certain impact. But being able to reduce the flow rate of time is one aspect. If my strength continues to grow, not to mention slowing down the flow of time, even stopping the flow of time is possible, Lin Hao thought. 110 The Kingdom's Dynamics, one more subscription required. Kingdom News. Although the next destination is the Witch's Forest, it still needs time to prepare. Vetto's injury made the atmosphere of Baiyi's magic eye not so good. Therefore, there are no major activities in the near future, and even the search for the next magic stone is planned in a few weeks. In this way, Lin Hao will have his own time to do other things, and now Lin Hao wants to what you do is to become stronger, only in that way can you not be restricted by anyone. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with Baiyi's magic eye, so I'll find something to improve my strength. Ever since he figured out the future of his ice ability, Lin Hao wanted to maximize all your abilities as soon as possible. Master Lin Hao. Everyone who saw Lin Hao from the inside of Baiyi's magic eye now saluted Lin Hao, because now Lin Hao's status has reached a very high level, even higher than Valto's, because Vetto injured, so some people even regard Lin Hao as one of the new free magic eyes, so they respect Lin Hao even more. I'm going to go out now, take a stroll outside, tell Richter, as long as there are no tasks, don't add me back, next time I will go to the Witch's Forest with Fana. Before that, there should be nothing for me to come back to discuss. If there is something to do outside, you can let me handle it. Send me out now. Lin Hao called the space mage and said. Yes. Master Lin Hao. This space mage opened the space portal and sent Lin Hao from the stronghold of Baiyi's magic eye to a mountain forest. This is also Lin Hao's request. Now he is still in exile from Clover Kingdom, maybe after the undersea temple has already been destroyed since the first battle, so it is unwise to go directly to the town. Then I need this new magic. Lin Hao summoned his magic book and began to use magic. Wood creation magic. Growing mask. A complete mask appeared in Lin Hao's hands, completely made of wood. This is the magic that Lin Hao mastered a few days ago. Putting it on, it can completely cover Lin Hao's entire face. It can be easy. Okay, I'll go and find out if there is any suitable place for me to practice nearby. Lin Hao plans to temporarily not use other wood magic except for this mask, as it will be easy to be exposed. After all, his wood attribute magic is very easy to identify, and his attack methods are already familiar to many people. But ice attribute magic not too many people know about it, and you can also change your attack method according to your own wishes, which is more convenient than the restricted wood magic. Sometime earlier, Nuo Owl led the crowd back to the land from the undersea temple. Advertisement, "Aw. It's finally out," shouted Asta, whose arms were now wounded, bandaged and walking funny. "Kids, let's go back," Yami said. What's going on here?" Finral was the first to notice the unusualness on the beach. Everyone followed Finral's gaze, only to find something unusual. The whole beach is completely out of shape, completely opposite to the flatness when they went there, and the terrain has undergone a huge change. There are many magicians lying on the ground, all of whom are seriously injured, unconscious. That's it can't be the one with the 3 eyes. Looking at the striking scratches on their bodies, everyone thought of the murderer. Fortunately, he has been defeated by Captain Yami now, and there should be no way to reply in a while, Magna said. But he is really powerful. These should be the elites of the Knights of the Kingdom, and 2 or 3 are first-class wizards. I didn't expect to be defeated so easily. Finral hurry back and report. Tell the Magic Emperor what's going on here, Yami said. Yes, Captain Yami. Finral opened the portal, and immediately rushed back to the capital, bringing all the black outbursts back to the stronghold. After completing the task of the undersea temple, Asta and his team rushed back to the capital without stopping, for fear of encountering any accidents on the way, because the people on their side were already exhausted after the battle, and they might encounter any accidents on the way. If it is not in its prime, it is very dangerous to escort the magic stone. So everyone chooses to use Finral's space magic. Senior Finral, why didn't you use space magic in the underwater temple? The flow of magic power there is too strong, and I can't control the stable space transmission, so I can't use it. You're trash, Yami said mercilessly. Advertisement. Captain, Finral yelled, but he was so tired now that he had no other way to resist, so he could only be so helpless and furious. On the second day, everyone's condition had not fully recovered, but Yami had already dragged Asta to see Magic D. Captain, are you going to meet the Magic Emperor again? Asta said excitedly. Yes, kid, this time I will hand over the magic stone to him, and there is a plan for the next move. Arriving at the Magic Emperor's office, Yami and Asta stood still, and the Magic Emperor said, I know everything about you, this time it's really hard for you. The magic stone is here. Yami took a step forward, took the magic cloth from Asta's hand and handed it to the magic emperor. Very well, with this magic stone, it will be more difficult for Bai Yi's magic eye plan to succeed. Although I still want you to go to the location of the next magic stone, but this time it is just a guess, and a more accurate one is needed. Source of information, so you can take a break for a while. The magic, Mochian's emperor said with a smile. At this moment, the image of Marx appeared in front of the three of them. His cheeks were dripping with sweat. Although his expression was serious, he must have been very flustered. Magic Emperor, something is wrong. Chiton, a small village on the border between the Diamond Kingdom and our kingdom, has been attacked, and the other party has sent a large number of troops. Please report that there are 8 Wei generals. General Bawi. They're coming too. Magic Emperor said. What, the Diamond Kingdom is attacking? Asta roared. Yami said. Magic Emperor, it just so happens that Finral has been to that town, and we Black Bull can go there, Magic Emperor said. Thank you for your hard work. This is really a big help, Captain. I'm going too, Asta said. You are here to recuperate. You have no way to fight like this. I have reasons to have to go. 3 IG 111 secret participation, 2 more for subscription. Yami turned his head and saw the video of Marx sent back from the front line and knew the reason. It can be seen from the video that on the opposite side of Keaton, within the airspace of the Diamond Kingdom, there are tens of thousands of figures, each of whom is using magic to fly in the air, and is flying towards the territory of the kingdom at a high speed. It's time to reach Chiton. Chiton's defense force has already made preparations, and everyone knows that the presence of so many people from the other side will definitely not be a friendly exchange, but a war. Expand defensive magic. Prepare to attack magic. The mage on the city wall began to make strategic preparations, because the opposite side may launch an attack at any time. The Diamond Kingdom's army stopped outside the city, and began to hover outside the city, watching, and several people began to gather magic power, and the war will start soon. Although the army of the Diamond Kingdom has already approached the city, it is very gratifying that soon, the Golden Dawn Regiment appeared in the video. Golden Dawn is recognized as the strongest regiment in the entire Clover Kingdom. Whether it is the strength of the regiment leader or the achievements of the regiment members, it is recognized as the best in the entire kingdom. Van Chance stood in the air and said to the members, come on, come and invite the barbaric guests back. Among the members, the most eye-catching member is this year's new 813 member, Yuno. Since there is Golden Dawn, there is no need to worry too much about the battle situation on the front line. Magic Emperor said, but Golden Dawn alone is indeed not enough, because Diamond Kingdom is not weak, not to mention there are 3 8-way generals. Such the team is indeed a little stressful for a group. That kid. Yami said. That's right, it's Yuno. Even though I look like this now, I won't admit defeat. Advertisement. The Magic Emperor said. Yami, what's wrong with this? Since brother Yuno is there, let Asta go. Besides, you guys are here, so what are you worried about? Boy, then you come with me. Yami grabbed Asta's head and left. Captain Yami, it hurts, but Asta's protest didn't help much. Not long ago, Lin Hao just came to the small town of Chiton. Although it is a small town, it is not peaceful. In history, there have been many wars between the Diamond Kingdom and the Clover Kingdom in this place, every time devastating to this place. I didn't expect there to be a town in this place, Lin Hao said. This is the only town within a radius of dozens of miles. Although it is a town, it is more like a fortress, because the entire city wall is so high that even the wizards need to fly for a while to reach the top. And it's not just a solid city wall, it's also equipped with defensive magic crystals like a king's capital. It can emit a magic barrier when the enemy invades, and can resist most attacks. Lin Hao successfully entered the town using the growth mask, because there are many portraits of wanted criminals on the walls of the town, and Lin Hao is among them. It's a good thing I have this disguise magic now, otherwise there would be few places to go. Lin Hao said to himself. Although I also thought about using a mask, but I have to take off the mask when entering the city for inspection, so it is very dangerous, and it can be said that it will be exposed 100%. The news from Bai Yi's magic eye should be true. The reason why Lin Hao came to this town is because he got the news that there will be a war in this place from Bai Yi's magic eye. Bai Yi's demonic eye is a secret organization, but it really has its own intelligence network, and some information providers are likely to lurk in various kingdoms or forces, and to obtain information, Bai Yi's demonic eye's hands have already. If it reaches the capital, then the news it gets is very likely to be correct. In order to improve Lin Hao's strength, he has to participate in more battles, so that his strength can be rapidly improved in battle. BGCA, from this point of view, based on Lin Hao's strength, only wars or trials in strong magic areas can be of some use. Of course, some areas with powerful creatures are also possible. Now it's coming in. First of all, find a place to rest, and then wait for the war to happen. Advertisement. Lin Hao found a restaurant and went in, ordered some food and started to eat. The town is relatively peaceful now, but who would have thought that war would happen soon? At this moment, Lin Hao discovered something unusual beyond ordinary people's perception. This is Yuno. Lin Hao subconsciously turned around. Although Yuno just passed by the window, it's better to be careful. Even if he can beat Yuno, he will beat other magicians. It's not easy to deal with soldiers. Sure enough, behind Yuno, there are a large number of members of the Golden Dawn, and there is also the leader Vengeance. He is a leader-level powerhouse. Why are they here? Just as Lin Hao was thinking, the people around him had already discovered them, and they all stood on both sides of the road, wanting to see the knights, especially the Knights of Golden Dawn, which is the #1 in the country. Even the diners and the restaurant people are also leaving. Golden Dawn. The people around cheered. Not everyone can join the Magic Knights, especially the Golden Dawn, which is the dream team of magicians all over the country, so there are so many talents in pursuit. These people won't be able to cheer soon, after all, there will be a war here, Lin Hao thought, so he didn't join in the fun, and there was no need, although he now also wants to know how powerful Yuno has reached. It's a recognition of strength that has nothing to do with Clover Kingdom. However, Lin Hao still followed. After all, if there is a war, if he follows Golden Dawn, it is very possible to reach the place where the battle takes place in the shortest time, and Lin Hao has already decided that this time he will be a third party. That is to say, whether it is Diamond Kingdom or Clover Kingdom, I can accept it as it is. Just when Lin Hao finished cooking the food in front of him, and before he got familiar with the environment in this town, what should come has already arrived. Woo! Fierce alarm bells spread throughout the town. People in the town panicked, because the time difference between this war and the last war was too great. Hurry up and take refuge. The members of Golden Dawn are also exposed to war for the first time, but they still accept the Magic Knights, especially with vengeance, so the morale of the whole regiment will not be affected at all. It is more emotional, even more soaring. 112 The beginning of the war, seeking subscription. Lin Hao quietly climbed up the city wall and looked at the group of Diamond Kingdoms flying in the distance. The three leading ones seemed to have a different temperament from the people around them. It seems that because of Bai Yi's magic eye, they have strengthened the guards of the capital and eased the guards at the border. Really, isn't this a good time? Come rush with me and take this town down. Flying in the middle is one of the 8 Wei generals, Rags said. He looks like the youngest of the three, but he should not be underestimated. This town of Chiton has a very important strategic position. As long as we can capture it, our army will be in a favorable position. Haha. He is one of the 8 Wei generals, and his name is Rox. His laughter seemed to have captured Keaton. This person is very burly and looks like a middle-aged man. At the end is a man with a hat named Yagos. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, his strength was not deliberately concealed, and he said, "It's really a waste to give them such a good place, so we can make good use of it." The people on the city wall released the magic power of the magic crystal, forming a huge magic barrier, completely enclosing the whole town. Bet on the glory of the Magic Knights. We must not let the enemy's army capture Chiton. Hold it for me. For the kingdom. Their morale was also greatly encouraged. This magic barrier is not ordinary. Your attacks can't get in, but our attacks can be easily launched. You have no chance, you can only be beaten. They are within the magic barrier, their confidence is greatly increased, and they are not worried that the opponent can break through their defense at all. Concentrate on attacking the main general and the other 8 Wei generals. Make them leaderless. Fireball attack. The leading mage issued an order, and the remaining mages launched attacks one after another. Rags smiled, seeing so many fireballs flying towards him, he didn't panic at all, because he had this experience. This magic looks weak and feeble. Lei Chuangcheng magic. Thunderbird Warrior Rider Void Ripper armor. He cast this magic, and the powerful magic power flowed around him, forming a huge sheet of magic in front of him, the bow. He pulled the bowstring with his hand, and several arrows made of thunder appeared on the bowstring, flashing continuously. As for those fireballs, they were directly blocked by the magician who was in charge of defense near him. If you want to shoot, you have to do it like this. He let go of the bowstring in his hand, and released all the bows and arrows in an instant. Don't worry, he won't shoot through. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, this sentence was already interrupted by the fact. I saw that Rag's thunderbow and arrow completely ignored his own defensive magic barrier, and directly shot the entire barrier to pieces, directly hitting the defenders. Magical props, and it also affected the nearby mages, and in an instant, more than half of the mages had no way to move. What kind of monster is this? These mages immediately lost confidence. Don't panic. We're here to help. The members of Golden Dawn stood on the city wall, facing the opposing army. With their strength, they could indeed compete with the opposing army. Any helpers or reinforcements? Just rush in, Rox yelled. His way of fighting was to go straight and win with absolute violence. Creative Earth Magic. Wild Boar Assault. His magic is Red Earth Magic. Using Red Earth, he formed a wild boar that was bigger than a house, directly broke through the thick city wall, and rushed into the city. Lin Hao couldn't help it now, and said, "Is it General Bawi? Then I will beat them all." Rox has rushed in. Lagos, what to do? Yagos asked. It's really not beautiful at all. There's really nothing to do with him. I'll continue to launch a wave of long-range attacks here. After finishing speaking, Largos then activated the Thunder Creation magic, intending to directly destroy all the people in this town. Defeat all powerful mages. No. The difference in strength is too great. You can't defeat us, and you may not be able to defeat them in Golden Dawn, cried the desperate soldiers. But the members of Golden Dawn did not back down, especially Yuno, who was the first to rush out. He was going to find the 8 Wei general who had broken through. But this has been preempted by Lin Hao. Ask for flowers. Are you the one who wants to stop me, kid? You're not qualified. At least you have to be a mage at the leader level to be my opponent, Rox said arrogantly. He didn't look at Lin from the bottom of his heart how, because Lin Hao looks much weaker than him. Then it depends on whether you have the qualifications. The temperature around Lin Hao dropped sharply, making Rox shudder. You kid, you have some skills. Let's see if you can take my blow. Watch me fly you. He rode on his giant wild boar and rushed towards Lin Hao. The surrounding houses were blown up. Advertisement. Lin Hao's clothes fluttered, but his body didn't move half a step. Oh, now I can't use wood magic. I can only use my ice ability. Besides, this time I came out mainly for the purpose of improving my ice ability. Lin Hao looked at the wild boar rushing forward, raised his hand, and pointed at Rox. The mantis is like a car. Overestimate your strength. Watch me crush you. Rox saw that Lin Hao didn't dodge, and immediately increased his speed. Drink. A lot of cold air broke out from Lin Hao, and the surrounding hot air began to fog when it encountered the cold air. Lin Hao was wrapped in a piece of ice fog, which looked very mysterious and unfathomable at the same time. Don't be such a trick. The rocks are already close at hand, and Lin Hao will be sent flying by a huge wild boar in the next second. Boom. Lin Hao exploded. Intense fog began to rise. At first, I thought it was just the intensified flow of magic power, but the next moment Rox noticed something was wrong. Not good. But Cross has no way to recover. I saw several huge icebergs suddenly appearing from behind Lin Hao. I said it was an iceberg because he was so big, several times bigger than the wild boar of Rox. It was simply a giant. Like the ice titan, it was as if his fist had been violently swung out. Boom. Rox and his wild boar were hit by what looked like a titan at the same time. The huge impact directly smashed the wild boar into powder. Turned into nothingness. 0.113 Lin Hao's Rox. 4 more subscriptions required. Rox jumped off his boar just in time and didn't take the main damage, but he was still scared for a while, and it's strange for a man like him to feel scared. Lin Hao stood where he was, looked at the embarrassed Rox and said, "How is it? Can you put me in your eyes now?" Rox didn't want to admit that he had shown weakness, so he said, "You have some skills, but that's it, I admit you as my opponent." Lin Hao wanted to provoke her further, but he didn't expect the other party to have such a reaction. This was beyond Lin Hao's expectation, but he still said, "Then can you start fighting quickly? I will go find you after I defeat you. Where's your partner?" Rox smiled and said, "I didn't expect your ambition to be quite big, but you give up, each of us is very powerful. 710. Just me is enough to tear you to pieces. I just underestimated the enemy, that's all. It doesn't reflect how strong you are." As he was talking, Lin Hao was getting impatient, but he didn't expect that it was Rags who had been watching behind him all the time. "Rox, I told you, don't rush in like that, you just don't listen. Look at you really embarrassing our Diamond Kingdom. Look at your messy appearance, you are not beautiful at all. You're so noisy," Rox said dissatisfiedly. He couldn't deal with this kind of person the most. "Forget it, for the sake of the 8-way generals of the Diamond Kingdom, I will help you," Rags said. Rags activated his lightning magic again, and dozens of lightning bows and arrows were fired towards Lin Hao very quickly. "I see what you can do at the same time. I have more than 10 arrows at the same time," Rags said proudly. He is very confident in his magic, but it is a pity that the opponent he met was Lin Zhao. Pediatrics. A wall of ice appeared under Lin Hao's feet, facing Largos in rows. Boom. 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 Several lightning arrows shot towards Lin Hao, but they were blocked by Lin Hao's ice wall halfway. Although the previous ice walls had been destroyed, they didn't hurt Lin Hao at all. "Haha. Rags, your magic is not very good. You concentrate on dealing with other places, and leave this kid to me," Rox laughed. Lin Hao said, "I will not be your prey. How can a fox be more powerful than a good hunter? You boy, don't think that you are so proud of taking advantage of it for the first time. Clay creates magic." Advertisement. This time Rox still created a wild boar, and he intends to use the original magic to avenge his shame. Interesting. I'll try it too. Lin Hao has long been envious of the creation magic of those mages. Although his own wood creation magic can also create, he has never created anything in the shape of a creature. Drink. Lin Hao released his own power and began to tree-shape the ice. This is not the same as magic. As long as it is released, it can be combined by itself. The ice ability is not magic, so it takes more energy, so Lin Jia has never tried. This time, it's a success. Lin Hao is very happy. It seems that this war is not in vain, and it can indeed improve his strength quickly. Okay, let's go on like this. Lin Hao created a creature that was the same size as the opponent's pig, but it was just a bear. "You're a good game, boy, so let my wild boar beat your bear to pieces," Rox said. The two stood on the creature they created, saying that it is a creature, but in fact it does not have its own consciousness, which is just a combination of magic power, but their attack power cannot be underestimated. "Come on," Rox roared, and in an instant, his wild boar began to accelerate, rushing towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao controlled the bear to stand up and propped his hands forward. He planned to use 2 bear claws to directly grab the opponent's fangs and control the opponent, because it would be bad for him to lie on his stomach. Boom. The two collided fiercely, and the surrounding houses were shaken by the huge impact, and cracks appeared on the ground. "It's a lot of strength," Rox said. Lin Hao ignored it, but concentrated on controlling his ice bear, because this was his first attempt after all, and he couldn't operate it as freely as other mages. The bear claws have been holding on to the wild boar's tusks, and it's time to compete for strength. The two sides are working hard at the same time, but both sides have a mind, because after all, this is not an ordinary animal. So Rox uses red clay as a support, and Lin Hao uses ice as a support. It has become a comparison of two people's magic power or physical strength. "You are nothing more than that. What 8-way general? You should know that I am just an ordinary member now, and I will force you to a tie. It seems that your Diamond Kingdom is nothing more than that," Lin Hao laughed. "Advertisement, boy, don't you think I'm giving it my all?" "I think you're giving it my all," Rox said. "Unfortunately, I still have more energy." "What?" Lin Hao did think of this possibility, but was still taken aback.
Creative magic of red earth, the heavy cannon of bright armor. This time is different from the way of creating wild boars. Rox didn't create anything else, but directly wrapped his body with red clay. Go to hell. Rox waved his right arm, his right fist was ready to attack, and he was about to attack soon. I always keep my hand in fights, Lin Hao said with a smile. Rox's punch has already been punched, and he doesn't care what Lin Hao's whole card is, as long as the trump card is not revealed, it is useless. Click. 4.2 To the surprise of Rox, Lin Hao's ice bear shattered in an instant, Lin Hao fell down. Not good. Rox temporarily relaxed his control on the wild boar just now in order to unleash this attack with all his strength. Lin Hao must have seen this point, and took the initiative to disintegrate his ice state. That's too late. Go. Lin Hao controlled the broken ice and quickly attacked the Rox. Every piece of ice was a sharp knife, and it was still so fast. Rox, who was still encased in the red soil, was attacked. Although he surrounded his whole body tightly, he couldn't stand Lin Hao's many attacks, and soon all the red soil outside was wiped out. Ah! Dozens of ice skates shot at Rox, and Rox threw it towards the ground. 114 support arrives, 5 updates for subscription. Yami and Asta have already left the palace, looking for Finral. Where is Senior Finral now? Asta asked. I don't know, when I see him, I will crush his head. Dare to run around like this, Yami said fiercely. It is rare for Finral to come to the capital once, and every time he comes, he will hook up with girls, and this time is no exception. This beautiful lady, can you have a drink with me at a nearby restaurant and get to know each other? Finral is still hooking up everywhere, although he is really good at pleasing girls, but this time it's a little different. I still don't want it anymore, I'm leaving first. The girl opposite seemed to have seen a ghost. Her complexion was very bad, she left this sentence and ran away. Hey, don't go, Finral said disappointedly. Can I invite you to your place? A voice came from behind Finral. Okay. This made Finral very happy. He never thought that someone would take the initiative to ask him out, and he didn't know what kind of girl it was. Finral happily turned his head to 16, but what he saw was Captain Yami and Asta. Knowing that something was wrong, they were killed by Yami just as they were trying to get a little further away. It hurts. Captain Yami is here. What's wrong? Finral asked. You take us somewhere, Yami said. Finral asked. Where is it? Asta said. It's a town called Chiton, because there was a war there, and the Magic Emperor sent members of our Black Bull Regiment to help. War. No, 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 let's not go. Finral shook his head again and again. B********************************************* D. Do you want to disobey the commander's order? Yami said, and the strength in his hand increased a little bit. Enduring a headache, Finral explained. Our group just came back from the undersea temple. Basically we don't have any manpower to fight. It won't be of much help if we go there, right? Asta said. Senior Charmy can go too, and you can go too, Senior Finral, plus Captain Yami and me. It's almost the same, after all. There is Golden Dawn over there. Advertisement Finral suddenly became serious and said, Golden Dawn. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go, Yami said. Finral said, yes, Commander, can you put your hands down? Lin Hao looked at Rox with his skates stuck on him and nodded with satisfaction. He is more proficient in using his ice ability and has more moves. Rox fell to the ground. Although he was not dead yet, he had no fighting ability and was basically on the verge of coma. That guy is amazing. But it doesn't look like he's from our Golden Dawn regiment, and there's no sign of other regiments on his clothes. Who the hell is he? Hearing what the team members said, Vengeance looked at Lin Hao. His expression didn't fluctuate at all, but Lin Hao felt that someone was watching him, and turned his head to meet Vengeance's gaze. He felt a strange feeling, but just can't tell. You guy, you actually defeated Rox? You have some strength? Yagos appeared from the side, wanting to surprise Lin Hao. Slime passes the magic. Snail Slime. His magic is also to create a creature with magic power, and there are several members of the Golden Dawn regiment and several wizards in it. Slimy, what a disgusting magic, said Lin Hao. Did you know that everyone who said that ended up being defeated by me and absorbed into my precious snail? Yagos said. Do you know what will happen to them? I tell you, they will slowly absorb the magic power inside, but they can't do anything. That's really unfortunate, but this magic of yours is useless to me. Lin Hao didn't talk nonsense with him, since he wanted to pack himself into that slime. Lin Hao didn't want to be polite either. Click. Intense cold air was generated in large quantities in this space, instantly freezing that snail into an ice lump. Huh. It's so cold. Your magic is actually ice magic. Damn it. Let's go first. Seeing that Lin Hao couldn't be beaten, Yagos decided to slip away first. But Lin Hao didn't give him a chance, saying, come if you want, leave if you want, where do you think this is? Soon Yagos was subdued by Lin Hao directly. There was no way, restraint after all. Advertisement Finral managed to reach Chiton with Yami, Asta, and Charmy. The fighting has been going on here for a while, but fortunately there's Golden Dawn, so the other side doesn't get much benefit. Guys, this is war, protect yourself, Yami said. Yes, Captain Yami. 4 people come to the front line with 4 different purposes. Asta is relatively innocent, because she wants to meet Yuno and feels that she cannot be left behind by Yuno. Charmy has a tendency to have a crush on Yuno. As for Finral, because his younger brother is in Golden Dawn, he has mixed feelings about coming to Finral this time. Yami came to meet Vengeance, the leader of the Golden Dawn regiment alone, because Yami has always had a strange feeling for him.
Lin Hao couldn't help but frown when he saw 4 people suddenly appearing on the roof not far away. The other said, it's just that it's not easy for people from the same group to get past. 550. It seems that I'm here this time. It is the right way to explore new uses of ice abilities. Lin Hao said to himself. Asta went to look for Yuno as soon as he came. Naturally, Charmy also followed him. Yuno. Where are you? Asta yelled. He didn't respond to the battle around him, just looking for Yuno. Asta. Look at you, that. Charmy spotted Yuno first. It's really Yuno. Yuno, I'm coming. Asta yelled towards the sky, but Yuno was fighting at the sky now, and he didn't have time to pay attention to other things. Wind magic. White bow of gale. Yuno's magic has become stronger, not only because he is accompanied by a wind elf, but also because his manipulation of magic power is genius level. Whoosh! Dozens of bows and arrows shot down the wizards of Diamond Kingdom one by one. Rags noticed the conspicuous Yuno and said, young man, don't be too arrogant, just let me meet you. Lai Shengcheng magic. Lightning bow. Lagos also cast the bow magic, wanting to compete with Yuno. To be precise, it should be to suppress Yuno's limelight. After all, in this world, only my magic is the most beautiful. 115 The strength of the leader of the Golden Dawn Yuno didn't answer, which made Rags very unhappy, so he expanded his attack range even more, intending to force Yuno into one place. Hurry up and be defeated by my magnificent magic attack, Rags shouted. The battle between Yuno and Lagos is heating up. Come on, Yuno, Asta yelled to the sky, and Charmy also secretly cheered Yuno on, but she was too shy to shout out. Do you still have time to cheer for other people's homes? A Diamond Kingdom mage saw that the two were children and attacked them. Asterisk a caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret. Senior Charmy, be careful, Asta shouted. His hands are now bandaged, completely unable to defend an attack. It is really dangerous to be alone here. Don't bother me. Charmy was looking at Yuno with great enthusiasm, and didn't even move his eyelids, for fear of missing something, so he seemed very disgusted by other people's sudden attack. Cotton makes magic. A blow of the sheep, boom. Charmy's sheep hit the wizard with a punch. A big hole was hit on the ground, and the wizard fell into a coma immediately. The power of this 880 strokes is not a joke, especially when Charmy is angry. It is full of destructive power. Don't look at this as cotton creation magic, but its power is no less than iron creation magic, or something. Senior Charmy, you're so strong. Asta threw herself in admiration. You can't fight now, so let me protect you. Charmy patted her chest and said, she knew that Asta and Yuno were good friends for many years, so Charmy wanted to give Yuno a good impression. Thank you, Senior Charmy. Now it seems that Asta has become Charmy's little fan. The members of the regiment fought so hard, and Vengeance, the leader of the regiment, was certainly not idle, although he did look like he was idle. Oh, what is this leader doing? A lieutenant of Diamond Kingdom sneaked into the city and observed everyone's movements, because his magic is very good at hiding. If luck was by the side, he would definitely have a fight with him immediately, because he was the one who used magic with his eyes in the magic palace back then. Advertisement, he is the team leader without a doubt, but what kind of operation is BGBD, staying there and doing nothing? It feels really disturbing, Lotus said to himself. He must be casting some kind of large-scale magic. Lotus looked around to see where Vengeance's magic had reached. Huh? Absorbing other people's magic? Lotus saw that the vines of Vengeance's plant magic were touching every fallen Diamond Kingdom mage, absorbing their plants. No, this might be a bad situation. Lotus felt that something was wrong, so he hurriedly reported to the 3 chief generals, that is, the 3 eight-way generals. Lieutenant Lotus reports to the 3 generals. Lieutenant Lotus reports to the 3 generals. The enemy is about to release some kind of large-scale magic. Please pay attention, please pay attention. It is best to retreat quickly. 11. Squeak. Damn it, no one responded. I'd better run first. Lotus realized that something was wrong and wanted to run away. The time is ripe. Now, the big tree is sprouting. Vengeance said these words, and the whole ground began to shake. Countless vines began to drill out from the ground, and then grew into thick saplings. This is not the end. All the saplings began to gather and grow towards one place, and the growth speed was visible to the naked eye. What is this terrible magic? This spectacle shocked everyone. Vengeance was directly brought into midair by the crazily growing sapling, standing on the branch, overlooking the entire battlefield. His magic is not only defense, but also attack, not only put the whole town under the protection of big trees, but also form a home field that is beneficial to him. World Tree Magic. Mistatan's Big Tree. Lin Hao watched the entire process of Vengeance's magic with his own eyes, and he was inspired a lot, because his wood attribute magic and Vengeance's magic do have a high similarity, and it can even be said that 2 people are one magic. So Lin Hao can learn from it, gain a lot of knowledge here at Vengeance. The weird feeling just now is also because the magic we both use is of the same element. Lin Hao remembered that Charlotte's magic, another group leader, should also be of the wood attribute. Yami saw such a big tree rising from the ground in the town, and immediately guessed that it was the magic of Vengeance. Little ghosts, I'll go up and have a look, and I'll find the leader of the Golden Shining group. By the way, you have to be careful. Yes, Captain, Asta roared. Although everyone was shocked by Vengeance's World Tree magic, they were still fighting non-stop. Advertisement, damn it, the first team was wiped out, and the second team was also wiped out. The invaders of the Diamond Kingdom had suffered, but they still refused to give up. Don't be afraid, there are still 3 master generals. This tree must be empty and empty, come with me.
The battle between the two sides became more intense. Vengeance stood on the branch without any new movements. At this moment, a wisp of smoke that could not be discerned suddenly appeared behind him. Successful. Lotus emerged from the smoke and attacked Vengeance. Now he is only one step away from Vengeance. Vengeance only reacted at this time, sneaking in secretly? Is it the master of the Diamond Kingdom? Has he eliminated his magical aura? Call out. Yami flew through the past at breakneck speed and blocked the attack for Vengeance. Excuse me, masked man, Yami said, looking at Vengeance. Yami. Lotus hurriedly distanced himself from the two regiment leaders. He was only a lieutenant general. Although he was confident in escaping, his strength meant that if he did not carry out an assassination, he would not be able to beat even a regiment leader. Oh, I thought I would be able to catch the leader of the Golden Dawn and turn the tide of the battle, but this time it seems impossible. And the young man I met back then is actually so strong now. He looked at Yami and said. Vengeance, you owe me a favor, and, that uncle over there, do you want to surrender? Yi said. Lotus said. I will not surrender, all I have to do now is, retreat. After finishing speaking, he used his smoke magic to escape in one breath. Seeing that there was no one around, Yami said to Vengeance. There are only two of us around, the scenery here is so beautiful, why don't we have a good talk? 116 1 against 2, 6 more, Ruggs rides his lightning magic and moves quickly in the sky. If it's just a competition of speed, Ruggs' lightning magic is faster than luck. This is the strength of Bawi General. What's up with your unbeautiful magic? Watch me knock you down gorgeously with my thunder magic. Rags was always looking for Yuno's gap because he was so fast. Yuno's wind magic is also good at speed, so he tried his best to catch up, and when Largos released his magic, Yuno was not polite. Lei Chuangcheng magic. Void cracking bow. Lagos is surrounded by lightning, constantly releasing magic bows and arrows outward, and every attack is very fierce and swift. Wind created magic. Gale's white bow. Yuno didn't rush, just turned sideways again and again to completely miss Lagos' magic attack, and even found the right time to counterattack. The two of them can't do anything to each other now, but they can both cause certain damage to each other, so the two always want to win by speed. Is that all you have? Yuno still seemed to have a lot of strength to spare. Damn it, kid. Rags became angry instantly when he saw that the kid on the opposite side dared to mock him. He is a majestic general, but one of the most powerful people in the Diamond Kingdom would be forced by this kid. To this extent, what a shame. It made him feel that his magic was not as gorgeous as before. What? Rocks and Yagos have already lost. At this moment, Rags casually glanced at the ground to observe the situation on the ground. After all, he is one of the main generals and needs to take care of the entire battle situation. The failure of Rocks and Yagos made him feel pressured. What's going on here? Why are these people so strong? What kind of monsters are Clover Kingdom? Ruggs lost his confidence in fighting and held on. Lin Hao can't stand it anymore. He has already eliminated the two main generals, Yagos and Rocks, but he is not enjoying himself yet. Yuno, let me deal with that guy back. Lin Hao said, rushing towards the direction of the two fighting, and continuously releasing ice thorns to attack Rags. Largos was concentrating on dealing with Yuno, but he didn't expect that someone else would dare to attack, so he didn't hide, and Lin Hao's ice spike hurt his shoulder. Advertisement. Who is it? Stand up, don't you know that I am one of the 8-way generals? Bawi generals are at that level, right? The Rocks and Yagos of your Bawi generals have already been defeated by me. How long do you think you can last? Is it, Lagos? Lin Hao came to the two personal combat on the ground. You kid, you have heard of my name, and you still dare to attack me like this. Just wait, I will kill you when I get rid of this guy in front of me. Rags raised his flying height. I'm afraid that Lin Hao can still attack him. Of course, Lin Hao knew Largos' big name, and he also knew a little bit about the 8-way generals of Diamond Kingdom. The information library of Bai Yi's magic eye is really useful, Lin Hao said with emotion. Ruggs turned his attention to Yuno again. Yuno saw Lin Hao just now, and because of his wind magic, he felt a familiar aura about Lin Hao, but he couldn't tell who it was. Don't think I can't beat you in the sky. Although Lin Hao's strength is very strong now, whether it's wood-type magic or ice-type abilities, he has no history of flying yet. But Lin Hao has his own way. Since he can't fly, he can lift the ground up to their height. I am coming. Lin Hao squatted down halfway, letting all his limbs touch the ground, which is more conducive to making better use of his ice ability. Boom. The ground started to shake, and the surrounding air temperature began to drop rapidly. A large amount of ice was produced from under Lin Hao's feet, and began to cover the entire ground rapidly. Just now, Lin Hao also produced a large amount of water under the ground. Lin Hao stood on the ice surface, clenched his fist, and used all his strength. The entire ice cube on the ground began to shake instantly, and new ice cubes were continuously formed underneath, covering Lin Hao and the ice surface he was on. The hole dragged up, and headed for a higher sky. What? This kid? Rags was taken aback. Every time Lin Hao thought of using this method, he had never seen such a bold wizard. Advertisement. HMPH. Yuno also looked at the man in front of him with admiration, thinking that he has some Asta potential, and judging by the amount he uses, he might be a not weak mage. You remind me of someone, your breath is very similar to his, and he also uses ice magic. Really? That's really interesting. Lin Hao didn't say much anymore, because if he said too much, it would be easy to be exposed. After all, they are indeed more familiar with Lin Hao than ordinary people. Both of your magics are not gorgeous. Thunder generating magic.
Lightning bow. Rags yelled. Powerful magic flowed towards Largos, and lightning began to form around him, slowly forming the shape of a bow. Wind creates magic. Magic wind bow. Yuno also began to gather magic power, and there was a strong magic friction between the two, and Linhao almost stopped. Very strong. Linhao commented on the two, but he did not admit defeat. Exclamation mark. Linhao stood on a towering ice tower pillar, and a large number of ice crystals began to form around it. This is what Linhao realized when he attacked rocks just now, that is, he can control the ice that has left him, so that he can achieve more powerful long-range attacks. There is no magic power fluctuation around Linhao's body, obtained Zhao. If it was normal, the two people would definitely not notice it, but now the two people's energy is on each other, and they have no time to care about other things. Let's watch the battle because the distance is too far, they didn't see anything abnormal, this is a good opportunity for Linhao. Drink. The three launched their attacks at the same time. Boom. In the air, lightning, storm and ice collided, and a small natural disaster scene was created in an instant. Damn it. The strength of the two of them is too strong. Although he is one of the 8-way generals, he also has to admit that there are people outside the sky and people outside the sky. The strength of these two people has surpassed him now, and now he has understood now, this invasion has been determined to fail. The attacks of Linhao and Yuno knocked the gradually weakening Rags straight into the sky. 117 The final stage for subscription. Rags was beaten unconscious, even he couldn't resist Linhao and Yuno's joint attack. Good job, what's your name? Yuno flew over, stood in front of Linhao, and asked. Me, sorry, keep it secret for now, Linhao said. Well, my name is Yuno, and I'm a member of the Golden Dawn Regiment. I don't think you're a member of any regiment. I do it alone, and I'm not a mage from your Clover Kingdom. Linhao said. Really? Then I'll go first, the war is still going on. You have to be careful, Yuno said, and flew away with wind magic again. Hey, what a pity. Linhao watched Yuno fly away, and suddenly felt a little itchy in his heart. He originally wanted to take advantage of the defeat of Rags, and fight with Yuno again, wanting to test Yuno's strength, but just now he changed his mind, because he felt that Yuno had something to do this time, and he would definitely not fight him with all his strength. Wait for the next opportunity. The next time we meet Bai Yi during his magic eye operation. Linhao said, he seemed to have become a fighting maniac before he knew it, which was the effect of the atmosphere on the battlefield. At this moment, Yagos, who was knocked down by Linhao, woke up again. He was looking for Linhao everywhere. Where did you go, kid? I underestimated the enemy last time, but this time I won't lose. Asta is still calling for Yuno with Charmy, but Yuno is temporarily busy with battlefield affairs. So there is no way to respond to them for the time being. It should be said that they felt a familiar feeling, but they didn't notice the two people on the ground. Yuno, Asta yelled, and the enemies around him were almost stunned by his voice. Asta, do you need help? After sending them over, Finral went to look for his younger brother, Langris, but he didn't find it after searching around, only came back. Senior Finral, Asta roared. Finral, Langris just heard Asta's call at this time, and looked under the house. Advertisement. Who did I think it was? Isn't this my brother? Long time no see. Langris stood on the roof, looking at Finral with a proud attitude. I didn't expect to meet you here. The disgrace of a clan that can't fight, what do you want to do here on the battlefield? Langris. Finral didn't know what to say. After all, his level was indeed inferior to Langris. Langris was the deputy head of Golden Dawn, and he was also a recognized genius of Finral's clan. So in comparison, Finral the treatment is much worse, not only can't do magic, but also joined the worst Black Bull group. Senior Finral, that is? Asta asked. It's my younger brother, who is now the deputy head of Golden Dawn. Finral replied. Seeing that Finral didn't reply, Langris became more and more addicted to it, as the big brother still working as a porter in that Black Bull group. It's because you are too incompetent. That's why I have to inherit the position of head of the house. You be *************, D, what is your attitude towards elders? Lin Hao suddenly appeared and said. Where did you come from? Langris frowned. The other party didn't look like any member of the Magic Knight Order, nor did he look like a member of the Diamond Kingdom's magic army. I'm just a simple traveler passing through Cheaton. I didn't expect to be involved in this war. Lin Hao said. In fact, he doesn't want to get involved more deeply now and fight Langris directly. The magic tree of vengeance towers into the sky, and this battle seems to be the victory of Clover Kingdom and Golden Dawn. If Lin Hao makes a move against Langris at this time, he will definitely be regarded as someone from the Diamond Kingdom, even if he can explain it clearly in the future. There will also be a cross-examination, which is very troublesome. What's more, there are people from the Black Bull group around, so it's inconvenient to do it now. Lin Hao didn't have a good impression of the royal family and nobles. Anyway, everything he is doing now is aimed at the members of the royal family of Clover. That's enough, don't say any more. Finral silenced everyone. By the way, when did Black Bull become a nursery school? Look at the two kids over there. Finral interrupted him, saying, Langris, you can say what you want about me, but you can't insult us Black Bull. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Lin Hao was also a little annoyed. Although he was expelled by the King of Clover and is still wanted, even though it was not a big deal to him, it didn't matter, but he still looked down on the nobles of the Clover Kingdom. However, Lin Hao's feelings for Black Bull are indeed true, because there are no annoying royal families and other nobles in it, and even if there are, they are not that arrogant. That is to say, among the Knights of Clover Kingdom, only Black Bull is the only one that makes Lin Hao less disgusted, so he wants to save the life of his former partner as much as possible in the underwater temple. Haha, I found you, others get out of the way, this is a private matter between me and that guy. Yagos broke in suddenly, interrupting the conversation of everyone, and he came straight towards Lin Hao. Is it one of the main generals? Langris said, don't come here. Or you will die. Is it possible? I have civilians from your country here. Then let them die for the glory of the Clover. Langris readied himself to strike. Wait, since he is here to look for me, then let me come. Lin Hao said, he did not treat the lives of these civilians as nothing like Langris, and just took this opportunity to slap Langris in the face. Come on, as long as you are not afraid of their lives being hurt. As long as you dare to step forward, they will be finished. Yagos said proudly, he was sure that Lin Hao could not defeat himself in the situation of protecting the hostages. This is really a crisis, do you want me to help you? Langris said. Click. Cracks appeared on Lin Hao's body. What could it be? It's too late. Lin Hao appeared behind Yagos and froze his snail completely, so Yagos couldn't use his slime to tamper with it. As for the people inside, don't worry, Lin Hao has his own measure. You dare to threaten me. You don't want to live. Lin Hao was even more merciless this time, attacking Yagos in a burst, and didn't stop until Yagos completely lost consciousness. 118 Kingdom Defense War comes to an end. Lin Hao's stand-in also collapsed completely at the same moment, turning into countless ice crystals, floating in the air. Wow, this is too ruthless. Asta exclaimed, even if he had that straightforward fighting style, he still felt that he was inferior to the messy one in front of him. Except for Charmy who was still silently looking for Yuno, both Finral and Langris looked at this powerful magician who didn't know his name, and they could feel the profound strength of this person. Langris analyzed. I don't know when the ice magic avatar has been created. Even I haven't felt the breath of the magic power flow. What height has this person's realm reached? If Lin Hao could hear what Langris said to Xiao Shen, he would have burst into laughter and said in his heart, of course there will be no magic power fluctuations, this is not magic, 473, in the first place. And Finral paid more attention to Lin Hao's combat effectiveness. He was able to make one of the 8-way generals fall into a situation where he had no way to fight back in the case of a sneak attack. It seems that he is a master of close combat. Sure enough, a powerful mage. Langris said. Lin Hao lifted his own ice, rescued the people trapped in the mucus one by one, and said to Langris, I think the royal family is only at your level. Whenever you encounter something that you can't solve, you can do it yourself. Like a bull, he only solves problems with pure violence. What did you say? Langris snapped. It seems that your hearing is not good. Do you want me to teach you how to read? Lin Hao laughed, completely ignoring the angry Langris. You. Langris was too angry to speak. Forget it, I don't have time to spend with you. After defeating 3 8-way generals in a row, and only using one ability, even Lin Hao is a little tired, and the best way now is to rest for a while. At this moment, Yuno descended to the ground and said, Asta, long time no see, why are you here? The wind elf was taken aback, she has been following Yuno's side, and basically never saw the effect of the 10,000-year poker face, but this time she met Asta and smiled so happily. Yuno, what's going on? Who is he? Wind elf said angrily. This is the Asta who used to live with me. Yuno introduced, which made the wind elves even more angry. Langris came down from the roof and said, Yuno, why are you with these vulgar people? I think your friendship range should be adjusted a little bit. Advertisement. Yuno turned his head and said, Asta is my competitor, and so is Lin Hao. What are you competing for? Magic Emperor. Yuno said. Langris laughed and said, you really don't know how to be ashamed. You really deserve to be Mr. Shaman who was chosen by Yotsuba's wizards and doesn't know how to be ashamed. There is no rule that a servant cannot become a magic emperor, right? So first of all, I want to be the leader of Golden Dawn. Yuno said coldly. Don't you take my deputy head seriously. Yami slowly approached Vengeance and said, we have known each other for more than 10 years. Yeah, Vengeance responded. Time flies, we were both members of the group at the beginning, and we were both young, and we became the group leader at the same time. Yami said. But I have never seen your true face once, and you have never taken off your mask, why? Of course there is a reason, but I can tell, Yami, you are doubting me. Vengeance said calmly. That's right, no matter how you look at it, I just feel that you are somewhat similar to Richter from Bai Yi's magic eye. Although there is a big difference between light magic and world tree magic, there are indeed people with double magic in this world. You mean Lin Hao? That's right, so I wonder if you and Richter are the same person, because the he is also very similar. Yami said. Okay, then I'll take off this mask. Vengeance said, and took the mask off his face. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yami was taken aback. Advertisement. Under the mask is not a complete face at all, but a face with serious scars. Is this scar from the battlefield? Yami asked. No, I was born like this, and I was called a cursed child by people. Vengeance began to tell his own experience. I am the illegitimate child of a nobleman, and I was originally disliked, but because that nobleman no longer has any descendants, I had to be allowed to inherit it. Fortunately, my magic is quite strong, and my talent is not bad, but people around me still look at me with disgust. At this moment, Julius appeared. He was still the leader at that time, and I was just an ordinary mage, but he didn't judge me because of my appearance. Instead, he appreciated my world tree magic very much. On his recommendation, I joined the Magic Knights, and this mask was also made for me by him at that time. Yami sighed and said, "It's not easy for anyone. The scar doesn't have magical fluctuations, it doesn't look fake, and your aura is indeed not like Richter's. I'm sorry for doubting you." "It's okay. I do want to thank you, Yami," Vengeance said. At this moment, Vengeance got a report. "Commander, the enemy has basically been wiped out. The rest of the people are also starting to retreat. Let's go back to, Yami still needs to ask you, there must be hundreds of people taking the captives back. Your Golden Dawn has only a few dozen members this time, and it really is a very capable group." Yami said. "The Diamond Kingdom over there. In the 3.9 situation where Lotus attempted to attack Vengeance, they immediately knew that there was no hope of turning the tide of battle, so they came back early. He has now returned to the capital of the Diamond Kingdom with his men and remnants." Lotus was summoned to enter the room. In fact, he also wanted to take the initiative to report the situation of the battle. He knelt down and said, "This battle has failed, and our city has lost the leader Xiaohui. Well, you've done a good job, Lotus. Letting you spy on them is indeed a good choice. World Tree Magic, and Clover Kingdom's strongest Magic Knight group, Golden Dawn, it's great. Those 8-way generals of the older generation still played a role." Then, he turned sideways and said, "It's just that the era of our magic warriors, the new generation of 8-way generals will come. 119 new expeditions. Chiden's defense battle is over, and Lin Hao doesn't plan to stay here any longer. Well, the method of shaping ice into a titan, using ice as a clone, and controlling your own ice. This time the harvest is indeed very rich. Lin Hao is very satisfied with this battle. Now, Lin Hao intends to go back first, so he sent a message to the Mage of Baiyi's Magic Eye, saying, I want to go back to the stronghold, send me back. Yes, Master Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao already has a high reputation in Baiyi's Magic Eye, but because the joining time is too short, even less than a month, so even if Richter no matter how much he trusted him, he still didn't know where the stronghold of Baiyi's Magic Eye was. Soon, a space wizard appeared in front of Lin Hao, opened the portal, and said, Master Lin Hao, it happened that Master Richter asked me to take you back. He has something to tell you. Okay, I see, take me to meet him. Lin Hao stepped into the portal, and instantly appeared in the stronghold of Baiyi's Magic Eye, just like the first time he came, Richter was facing to Lin Hao. Richter turned around and said, Now Vetto 16's life is maintained, I still have to thank you for your instant use of ice magic. Lin Hao said, That's good, I'm also a member of Baiyi's Magic Eye after all. Next, the next event will be held soon. When we are ready, we will take back what belongs to you. Which forest? Lin Hao asked. Yes, there is also a magic stone there, although I didn't get the magic stone in the underwater temple last time, and Vetto was injured like that. We underestimated the enemy last time. Yami is really strong. I knew that when I saw that slash, Yami's strength has risen to another level. And I also firmly believe that you have not betrayed our Baiyi's Magic Eye. Richter said. Lin Hao said. That's good. However, I still have a task here, because Baiyi's Magic Eye is now in a complete confrontation with the kingdom. I hope you can help Baiyi's Magic Eye. Richter held the map in his hand, pass it to Lin Hao. Here is a magic palace. No one has explored it yet, so I hope you can come back with good news. Magic Palace. Lin Hao remembered that when he was still in the Black Bull group, he and Asta went to a magic palace bordering the Diamond Kingdom. There were indeed many good things in it, at least the gold and silver treasures. Quite a few, a forbidden magic from ancient times was added to his grimoire for no reason. What a strange place. Since the last time the forbidden magic came out by itself, Lin Hao has not successfully released it on his own initiative once, and as time passed, he forgot about it. Advertisement. Lin Hao smiled and said, Okay, I accept. He hopes that this trip to the Magic Palace can give him a deeper understanding of the forbidden magic in his grimoire. After all, he has a power that he doesn't understand, which makes people feel unsafe. Very good, now you can set off. You, send Lin Hao to the destination. Richter ordered. Yes, Lin Hao followed the space mage and left. Here, Asta also returned to the capital, and Yami forced him to come to the capital for treatment. Commander Yami, what are you doing? Asta called. I'll take you to see the most powerful doctor in the entire Clover Kingdom. I see that your hands have been bad for so long, there must be something wrong. Captain Yami, it's okay, it will be fine in a few days. Stop talking nonsense. Yami grabbed Asta's head and walked straight towards the infirmary in the capital. Yo, Yami, long time no see, what are you doing this time? This time I want to invite you to see this kid in our group. Yami said as he pushed Asta on the chair. Hi, my name is Asta. Hello, I'm Owen, a magician directly under the Magic Emperor. I heard Yami talk about you. Seeing that the two had a good chat, Yami said, I'll go out first, and you guys treat slowly. Since you've come to the capital, why not? Captain, Asta yelled, but Yami was already gone. Show me your arm. Advertisement. Asta unwrapped the bandage wrapped around his arm and said, it was caused during the battle in the underwater temple. This is really serious. It can't be helped. My partners are all long-range attack mages, and I am the only one who is melee. Water restoration magic. Jellyfish surgery. Owen cast his magic, the space was filled with jellyfish, and he began to operate on Asta's arm. My magic can see through a person's flesh, and I can know where his lesions are, but... Owen frowned and stopped talking. At this time, Finral happened to come to the capital for business, passed by the door, and said to himself, "Isn't this recovery magic? Asta is here too." Owen said, "Asta, your arm has been invaded by non-magic things, so I can't help it, if I can't find a cure in the future." What? Asta never thought of this consequence, never thought that 400 to Lin Hao's water system ability could cause such a degree of damage to his arm. "That's right, doctor." Asta told what happened. Owen nodded and said, "Is that really the case? That genius, Lin Hao, can be said to be one of the 3 geniuses selected by the Magic Knights this year. He even joined Bai Yi's magic eye." Finral hid behind the door and was shocked when he heard the complete conversation. He knew that the only way for Asta, who had no magic, was to fight with both fists. Unbelievable. "I must help Asta." Finral is back at Black Bull, and coincidentally, all the members are there, whether it's Vanessa, who is usually drunk, or Luck, who is often scratched. Everyone saw Finral's serious expression and felt something was wrong. Gordon asked softly, "Finral, what's wrong with you?" Finral said, "Everyone, I have some bad news for you." "What?" Magner asked. Finral hesitated before telling the truth. "I overheard this when Asta received treatment just now. The doctor said that Asta's arm may never be healed again. That is to say, it cannot be restored to its original state. 120 respective efforts." "What? Finral, what's going on?" Vanessa asked. Luck also ran over. "Is this true?" "That's right, this is what Owen, the best doctor in the kingdom, said. He said that Asta's hands were invaded by non-magic things, and after the fierce battle, the bones inside were broken. There is no cure." How? Nuo Al couldn't believe it. Jie Shu said. "Who was fighting Asta in the Undersea Temple?" Finral said. "As far as I know, it is Lin Hao, and Lin Hao does have the non-magic ability of ice." Vanessa said. "It turned out to be Lin Hao. They are all thinking now that it would be great if Lin Hao hadn't left now, but this kind of thing won't happen. Don't think about other things now, the first priority now is to restore Asta's arm to its original state." Nuo Al said. "Since doctors can't help it, I don't believe that other people or other places can't do it." Magner said. "That's right, I think the next thing we need to do is find a solution for Asta, and find Finral all over the kingdom or, if not, the whole world." "I didn't expect you to say such things." Vanessa said, "Then I'm going somewhere." "Okay, let's split up. Although it's very hasty, it's worth it for Asta to recover." Luck said. "There is also Lin Hao, as long as I meet him, I will definitely beat him up and let it out for Asta." Magna says, "Add me too." Advertisement. Soon everyone had already decided on their whereabouts. Finral said. So, Luck and Magna go to a wild magic palace in Way Outland, Gesho and Gordon go to the National Library to find information, and Gray and Charmy go to find ingredients that can crack this kind of thing. It seems, Nuo Al and I went to find the seniors who can solve the problem. As for Vanessa Big Sister, what about Vanessa Big Sister? Nuo Al said. It seems to have left from the beginning. When we discussed just now, I said that I was going to a place. Okay, let's go too. Soon, Asta also came back. He heard the conversation between Finral and Nuo Al. Although he didn't see everyone, he was also touched. Although I didn't receive the favor of magic, even if I lost magic, I did gain it. Such good companions. Tears of joy that Asta, who has never cried before, shed. Lin Hao didn't know that his ice ability had caused such troubles to the Black Bulls. Now he was leading the subordinates of Bai Yi's Magic Eye to a wilderness magic palace, for Bai Yi's Magic Eye and look for all possibilities to deal with Clover Kingdom. Master Lin Hao, you are just ahead. This journey can be said to be very difficult, because almost no one has been to that magic palace, so there is no accurate map, and everyone has searched for a long time, and they have to resist the sandstorm that will hit at any time. Very good, go at full speed. Lin Hao ordered. He is now using his wood attribute magic to block the sand rolled by the strong wind. The visibility ahead is very low, but a tall black shadow can indeed be seen, not a mountain, but the magic palace they have been looking for a long time. The closer you get to the magic palace, the greater the power of the sandstorm. In the end, if you don't use magic to resist it, you will be hurt by the high-speed moving sand, and you will be directly ground to a bloody mess. Master Lin Hao, what should we do now? Forcibly break through. Like the Undersea Temple, this is also a type of strong demon zone. If there is no way or way to enter, you need to use brute force to force it in. Of course, some lucky people are not excluded. Then came indirectly. Fortunately, now is the opening period of this powerful magic zone. Like the Undersea Temple, the magic palace in this place also has its own magic power flow slows down, and that time is the best time to break through. Advertisement. Go. Lin Hao unleashes his ice ability and stretches forward. This is the tunnel method used when he escaped from the magic palace for the first time. Today Lin Hao is doing the same here, hoping to have some effect. The dust storm has weakened. Because of the effect of Lin Hao's ice, at least it blocked the sandstorm to a certain extent, but soon, Lin Hao's ice began to be strongly attacked by the sandstorm, and cracks appeared. Hurry up. Lin Hao called. He was constantly strengthening the passage, because he didn't have the powerful brute force and magic power like Vetto, so he could only use this method. Yes. Go in. Everyone passed through the ice tunnel without hindrance, and soon entered the periphery of the magic palace. When they arrived here, it was as if they were in two worlds just now, and there was no sandstorm. This place is really dangerous. Lin Hao didn't think anyone else could come in, so he told everyone to be careful and explore the camp step by step. Anyway, there is still some time before the attack on the witch's forest, as long as they go back before then. Lin Hao began to observe this magic palace carefully. Unlike the magic palaces he had seen before, this one looked more majestic and more like a high-rise building with many windows on it. As the Devil's Palace built by people. It's just that I don't know how powerful the people who built them are, and where they go after they are built. Lin Hao said, looking at the appearance of the Devil's Palace. Master Lin Hao. In fact, the stronghold of Baiyi's magic eye is also a strong magic zone. The person next to him responded. Li Nujiao, I guessed it a long time ago. Lin Hao really thought about this situation. In this world, there are only strong magic areas that cannot be searched by ordinary magicians. The most dangerous place is the safest place. However, for the leaders of Baiyi's magic eye, the strong magic area is actually not too dangerous. Go in. Lin Hao led everyone into the magic palace. Just after Lin Hao led everyone into the magic palace, Magna and Luck also came in from outside the strong magic zone, but unfortunately, the two teams did not meet outside. Okay, finally came in, let's work harder for Asta. Magnar, let's compare who is faster. Lei Chungchung magic. Thor's boots. After speaking, Luck immediately ran into the magic palace. You guy, wait, maybe there is something dangerous inside. Magna also immediately chased after him. 121 new solutions. Finral saw that everyone had already left, and said to Nuo Al, where are you going this time, is there anything I can do? We're going to find someone who, I hope, has a cure for Asta's arm, Noel said. Finral opened the portal, although he can't travel to places he hasn't been to, but at least it can shorten the distance. Nuo Al took Finral all the way to find the past. Bang bang bang. No Al knocked on the door of a house and said, is anyone there? An uncle's voice came from inside, saying, come here. But the two of them waited outside for a long time but no one came out. Nuo Al couldn't wait any longer, opened the door and went in directly. Excuse me. There was an old man standing in front of him, who seemed to have just finished taking a shower. When he saw Nuo Al and Finral coming in, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he calmly greeted him and said, ah, how are you? I just finished taking a shower. Quote. Nuo Al quickly covered his eyes with one hand and screamed, but the other hand was not idle, and instead began to wave the magic wand. Water creates magic. A water cannon blasted Uncle 900 flying in front of him. Oh, isn't this Nuo Al? Why are you here? Two women came from another room, both of whom looked very young. Nuo Al calmed down a little, and introduced to Finral. The uncle we were looking for just now is the person we are looking for. He has a relationship with us, his name is Fang Zier, this is his wife, her name is Dominate, the one behind her is the uncle's student, Mariella. Hello. No Al brought friends to play. Why didn't you see Asta? Dominate asked. It's actually like this. Nuo Al told the whole story. Advertisement. She went on to say. Since one of you is the former commander of the Diamond Kingdom, and the other is a skilled magic tool craftsman, I think you will know something, even if it is a legend. Is there a way to heal Asta's arm? Quote. The two looked solemn and thought about you for a long time. It seems that even well-informed people like them don't know about it. Finral and Nuo Al looked at the two people in front of them, the hope in their hearts was extinguished again, and now it seemed that they had to find a new direction. I have heard of some omnipotent ancient magic, or powerful forbidden magic, but unfortunately, these are indeed things that exist in teaching, and I have never heard of anyone using them. Fonzel said. Hearing this sentence, Finral and Nuo Al basically gave up hope, but at this time Dominate said, I know, 10. What is it? Dominate said. In my hometown, the Forest of Witches. If the magic of the Witch King, Asta may still be saved. Witch Forest. It is an autonomous region located outside the border between Clover Kingdom and Diamond Kingdom. All the residents there are women, and they are good at all kinds of strange magic, such as summoning familiars, so they are also called witches. Finral said. Could it be that Vanessa just went to the Witch Forest? Dominate said. Vanessa, actually, there are regulations in the Witch Forest. Residents are not allowed to leave the Witch Forest without authorization. People like me and Vanessa are called fugitives. If they want to go back, they need to accept certain punishments. Punishment. No Al said. I heard that Vanessa is very important to the Witch King. I think if she goes, she may never come out again. No Al said. Then let's go to the Witch Forest and ask the Witch King to heal Asta's arm and bring Vanessa out too. Dominate said. However, this is very difficult, difficult. The Witch King is not an existence that we can match, and the Witch Forest is also a dangerous strong demon area. Even so, do you still want to go? Finral said. Of course. Not for myself, but for Asta. In fact, he was still thinking about what Dominate said just now, the residents inside are all women. Finral thinks it must be heaven. Advertisement. Fang Zier stood up, supported Dominate's shoulder and said, Asta is my student after all, I will not let my students suffer such harm, I will go with them. We are all people who have been helped by Asta, so of course we will not sit idly by. Sanuo Al, let's go now, take Asta with us, to the Forest of Witches. Dominate said. Quote exclamation mark quote. Asta is practicing this move in the open space of the Black Bull Regiment. Although he can't exercise his arm muscles now, he will focus on his legs. Ah! Asta yelled angrily, squatting while sitting. At this moment, Asta saw several familiar figures appearing in the air, approaching him quickly, and stopped in front of him. Uncle Fangzel, why are you here? Yo, Asta, I'm here to see you. What's going on here? Nuo Al, Senior Finral. Asta asked. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Finral quickly picked up Asta and put it on the magic broom, and flew towards the sky quickly, saying, hurry up and take Asta away, or he won't leave with us if he knows the reason. Senior Finral, what are you doing? Asta called, startled by the sudden attack. Finral said, I'll explain to you slowly on the way, let's go now. I'm curious how the two of you met. Senior Finral wants to know. It is. Asta began to tell his experience. At the beginning, I got my own grimoire, and I was able to summon the Sword of Severing Demons, but it was still a while before I went to the capital to participate in the selection of the Magic Knights, so I practiced alone in the forest, and at that time I met its Uncle Fangzel. At this time, Fangzir and Finral reached the same speed, and he continued. I still want to thank Brother Asta. I was being hunted down by people from the Diamond Kingdom at the time, and my wife Dominate was also separated. My student also you want to assassinate me, even though it's fake. Dominate said. Then Asta defeated the assassin from the Diamond Kingdom and rescued the two of us, and then we can be together, right? Asta said. Shouldn't you also tell me your purpose? 122 Battle in the Demon Palace. Lin Hao took Bai Yi's magic eyes into the Magic Palace, because there is still very little information about the Magic Palace, and they don't know what danger lies ahead, so they started to disperse. Explore slowly. Lin Hao waved his hand, signaling them to spread out and act separately. Master Lin Hao, once you find something, return to the exit, or just notify me. There is no way to use space magic in some strong magic areas, because the danger is too high, but it can be used like the Witch's Forest and the Undersea Temple, but there is no way to use space magic to shuttle directly inside and outside. Yes. The crowd dispersed, all in groups of 3 or 5, but Lin Hao asked himself to explore alone. Although everyone in Bai Yi's magic eye was against it, they didn't persuade Lin Hao, so they had to let him go. Lin Hao carefully observed the inside of the Magic Palace. This Magic Palace is not like the one he saw before. The inside of this Magic Palace is completely like a palace, although it is already dilapidated. Lin Hao walked towards the main hall, where the tallest part of the building seemed to be the widest part of the whole building. Just after Lin Hao entered, the door closed suddenly. A powerful wave of magic power surged continuously throughout the hall. Lin Hao is ready to defend. No one knows what dangers will be in the unknown Magic Palace. There have been incidents in which the entire army of mages was wiped out because of exploration. Is it like the trial in martial arts novels? Lin Hao summoned his own grimoire. In this case, it is better to use magic power first. If you use the ice ability, you will consume yourself physical. It's dangerous. Roar. A roar came from the outside of the hall, and the walls of the Magic Palace were opened, and many human-shaped puppets came out of it, made of rocks and ice. And after these puppets came out, Lin Hao had a very strange feeling. Familiar feeling, isn't this my own forbidden magic? Isn't this made of magic power? It can be preserved for such a long time. Lin Hao was taken aback, but she was not timid, because she seemed to have a little reaction on the taboo magic page in her grimoire just now, although it is not enough to come out by itself, but at least it is better than no response before. And since these huge dolls came out, they seemed to resonate. Advertisement. Forget it, the priority is to fight against the enemy now. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. Lin Hao directly concentrated on attacking all the puppets, wanting to catch them all in one go. After all, so much time has passed, these puppets should have dissipated long ago. Boom. Thousands of vines bombarded several dolls at the same time, but they were only able to push them back a little bit, without any substantial damage at all. On the contrary, my own vines were all interrupted by the impact force because of hitting the dolls a lot. This level of aggregation, Lin Hao felt that only his own forbidden magic could fight against this kind of puppet. Roar. Lin Hao didn't know how many doors were opened, but just coming out and seeing the 6 dolls in front of him was enough for Lin Hao to toss for a while. They rushed towards Lin Hao quickly, clenched their fists tightly, and kept attacking Lin Hao. When he was almost able to attack Lin Hao, a powerful hand made of wooden vines suddenly appeared from Lin Hao's grimoire, holding the opponent's fist tightly. That's it. Have you started coming out without authorization again? This is Lin Hao's lack of control, and he ran out by himself last time. Boom. The treant on Lin Hao's side is supported by constant magic power, while the other party is only using the magic power in his body, so it's reversed all of a sudden. The treants continued to show their power, crushing the surrounding rock or ice men, and even the fire dolls were completely defeated after a period of fierce fighting. Lin Hao looked at the debris scattered on the ground around him, and felt that this force is really difficult to control. I'm currently at the quasi-deputy regiment level, but I can't do anything about these puppets, and this taboo magic can do this, no wonder it's taboo magic. The body of the puppet that was completely crushed by the treant appeared a little bit of light, which was quickly absorbed by the treant. Soon, the treant dissipated, but the resonance in Lin Hao's magic book still did not exist. Disappear. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. It seems that I still need to find out the truth of this matter. Lin Hao continued to explore the palace. On the other side, Magna and Luck have also entered the magic palace. Although the two of them rushed in very quickly, but because the magic palace is constantly changing, Lin Hao and the others did not meet together for the time being. Luck, didn't we come to this magic palace to find a way for Asta? Magna asked. Yeah, I'm so sorry that I was only focused on fighting. Luck calmed down thinking about it. You rushed in so fast, I haven't seen the structure of the magic palace clearly, now we might get lost. Magna said helplessly. The lightning wrapped around Luck's body started to move again, and he said, You mean to fight with me? Not at all. You battle mad. Although the two had often fought each other together before, it was all forced by Luck. After the battle at the undersea temple, the two discovered their own fusion magic, but they never succeeded again, so this time the two going out for personal trials is not only to find a way for Asta to detect problems, but also to train himself and find a way to break through. Suddenly, Luck said, I feel a strong and familiar breath, I should have felt it before. Magna asked, where? At this moment, waves of powerful magic power came from a channel. Although they couldn't see what was inside, both of them felt that unusual pressure. They all think that place is the most dangerous place in the Demon Palace, but correspondingly, the wealth inside must also be the most. That's the place, do you want to go? Magna, that goes without saying, said Magna. The two rushed in immediately without saying a word. One uses electricity, the other uses fire, and the speed of both of them is not slow, but to advance so fast in this kind of magic palace full of unknown dangers, it is simply too much for one's own life. But even if they are in danger, it should be what these two people expect. Point 123 Powerful Combination Magic Subscribe. The actions of the tree titan made Lin Hao even more curious. After that, he still tried to communicate with the forbidden magic, but unfortunately, it was still like a pool of stagnant water, covered with a thick layer of ice, and outsiders could not see it at all. Intervene. It's really strange. After the tree titan knocked down the other titan, it seemed to absorb the other's magic power, but it was really unknown what it was. Forget it, there will be a time when it will be revealed in the future. Don't worry so much now. If you are distracted in the magic palace, no one can guarantee what the consequences will be. A powerful breath came from a passage in the main hall, which appeared after defeating all the actors. It is estimated that these titans are indeed a kind of trial or defense method. Go and have a look first. Lin, 200. Hao felt the pressure, and he was not at the same level as the leader of the Magic Knights. Probably only the Magic Emperor or the Witch King who had never seen before could reach this level. To some extent, although this was just Lin Hao's wild guess, it formed a contrast in Lin Hao's heart. Lin Hao opened the grimoire and went into the passage. The passage is cylindrical, and there are many roads leading to other places on the wall of the passage, but it seems that no one has visited these passages for hundreds of years. Occasionally, objects left by other people hundreds of years ago that have already decayed are occasionally found in the passage, but this is quite normal. Roar. The roar reached Lin Hao's ears through the channel, which contained very complicated emotions and profound magic power flow. It seems that this roaring creature is not just a ferocious beast, it is very likely to be a complex of magic elements. Lin Hao speeded up, because he judged that there should be no danger ahead, because the source of the sound has not changed, which proves that the creature has not moved, and there is only one reason, it is imprisoned there. Soon, Lin Hao arrived at the exit. He stayed at the exit for a few seconds now, and when he realized that there was no danger, he took a slow step, but this did not stop him from meeting Magna and Luck. Lin Hao. Magna looked at Lin Hao in surprise, and then switched to an attacking stance. Luck stood in front of Magna in an instant and said, Leave this guy to me. He should let me teach you a lesson. Magna said, He should let me come. I can be regarded as Asta's first official senior in Black Bull anyway, the opportunity to express anger for Asta must be mine. Lin Hao saw the two people arguing endlessly, and also mentioned Asta, so he asked, What are you arguing about? Advertisement. Magna said angrily. It's all because your ice-type thing is not magical, and now Asta's arm is useless. Luck said, Let's just beat him up and bring back Black Bull to apologize to Asta. Lin Hao said coldly, Since you want to become my opponents and obstruct my work, you should have the awareness to be maimed or even killed by me. Who will you kill? You traitor, said Magna. What did you say? Lin Hao is now most annoyed by some ignorant people labeling themselves indiscriminately. The magic power on his body began to surge wildly. Click to respond. Don't underestimate us. We have improved a lot. Magna and Luck summoned their own grimoire, ready to fight Lin Hao. Lin Hao said, I'm not kidding with you either. The confrontation between the two teams is about to begin. Lei Chuangcheng magic. Thor's boots. Luck still wanted to use speed to win. Magna stopped him in time and said, Lin Hao, last time, the reason why we lost was because the magic power of the two of us was not much at that time, so you took the upper hand. This time, but it's different. Luck said, Try it now. Merge magic. That's right. Although the two of them never succeeded again, but this is a strong magic zone like the undersea temple, maybe something strange will happen. Composite magic. Thunder and flames explode. The magic power of Luck and Magna are intertwined again, as if they are going to merge into a third magic power, as if they are completely combined, the two of them get 1+1 greater than 2 effects. The strong pressure completely destroyed the surrounding surface, and the middle of the two people began to emit a strong light, which is where the magic power gathers. It's such a powerful breath. Lin Hao was taken aback. When he was in the undersea temple, although it was also combined magic, it was not as powerful as it is now. Success. Luck and Magna shouted loudly. Advertisement. Lin Hao looked at it solemnly, knowing that he had no way to dodge such an attack at this speed, the only way was to defend as much as possible. Drink. Lin Hao stomped his feet, and a large ice wall began to form under his feet, completely isolating the two sides. But no use. Launch. Boom. The flames and thunder blasted Lin Hao's several ice walls completely, and the ice fragments were evaporated by the high temperature before falling to the ground. Can I only use that move? Lin Hao looked at the blow that was already close to his body, and he could only think of that move in an instant. Stop. Lin Hao used all his physical strength to activate the ice ability, which slowed down the time in a part of the space around him. This move can be said to be the most powerful ability that Lin Hao can control at present, but for Lin Hao now, if he has this 3.7 to avoid the flame and thunder explosion, he will completely consume all his physical strength. But now there is no other way. Click. The space that was frozen to slow down time is slowly returning to its original state, but at that second just now, Lin Hao had escaped in time. Boom. The powerful attack hit the wall behind, blasting the entire wall, leaving no ashes behind. The attack just now was not because Lin Hao was too weak, but because of the blessing of the strong magic zone. The combined magic of Magna and Luck has reached the level of a head-level hard attack, which is simply unbelievable. Lin Hao half kneeled on the ground. At this moment, a strange flow of magic power swept his whole body, a feeling he had never felt before, and the source of that flow of magic power was Lin Hao's own Grimmoire. 124 The Forbidden Magic of Rampage. Lin Hao remembers this feeling. This is what he felt after entering the magic palace for the first time and obtaining this forbidden magic, but it is different from the beginning, this time the power is even stronger. Hao's bursting magic power poured into Lin Hao's body continuously. Damn it, what I lack is not magic power, but physical strength. Lin Hao is lacking anything now, even if he uses this magic power to activate the life bath, his physical strength can't recover much, after all, the light here is not very good adequate. The rapid expansion of Lin Hao's magic power stunned Magna and Luck, who were just about to rush over and fight again. What's going on? This level of magic power is probably higher than Captain Yami's, right? When did Lin Hao have such powerful magic power? Magna said. Then I should knock him down and prove my strength. Even though he said so, Lin Hao is surrounded by powerful magic power, which is like a small strong magic zone. He has created a barrier for his own space. Lin Hao's grimoire of wood began to turn pages automatically, and characters began to emerge every time a page was turned. 16 The grimoire page with taboo patterns began to dissolve, slowly and completely integrated with Lin Hao's grimoire. What's going on? Only Lin Hao can see this change, but he has never heard of such a thing. Lin Hao looked at the first few pages of grimoire, which were, entwining, thousands of vines, tree net, and bath of life, but the following pages also had vaguely visible text, but from it, Lin Hao the word, devil god, can only be seen crookedly from the cracks in the words. Devil god. Lin Hao has heard the story many times since he came to this world, from the princes and nobles to the common people, as long as he is a human being, he is familiar with the legends of this area. Why does the word demon god appear in my grimoire? Lin Hao didn't understand, but he just knew that it should have a lot to do with the ancient forbidden magic. And the demon god is said to be a huge titan, and his forbidden magic there is also a titan in this magic palace, is it all just a coincidence? However, it is an indisputable fact that Lin Hao has gained powerful magic power, but there is no way to control it as he likes. At this moment, the magic power around Lin Hao began to surge, it was no longer regular, but completely chaotic. Roar. The excess magic power in Lin Hao began to flow out gradually, only at this time, Lin Hao felt that the magic power belonged to him. Advertisement. The roar just now came from Lin Hao's magic book. Although the page about forbidden magic has disappeared, the tree titan still came out. What is that? Magna and Luck haven't seen the power of the tree titan yet, but they can also feel that the current tree titan is definitely the strength of the leader level. Hey, Magna, do you want to go? Luck asked excitedly. What's up? Don't die, don't forget what we're here for. As much as I want to say this, I can't stop now. Magna yelled. After all, the opponent is just a titan made of trees, no matter how huge it is, wouldn't it be enough to burn it with a fire? Flame creates magic. Explode and kill the flame ball. Magna took the lead, because he and Luck still have no way to support the use of combined magic twice. Rainbow magic. Thor's boots. Luck started using melee attacks. Roar. The tree titan grabbed Luck and threw it to the opposite wall. Poof. Luck spat out a mouthful of blood. Magna's attack has no effect at all, because the regenerative ability of the tree titan is too powerful, if a character like Fugalian can play a role here. The tree titan didn't pay attention to the two of them, but just walked in one direction. Just now, the three of them started fighting just after they came in. They didn't pay attention to where this place was at all. Only at this time did Lin Hao have a chance to take a look. I saw this huge titan bound by iron chains in the center of the entire space, many times taller than the tree man summoned by Lin Hao. It has fallen into a coma now, but the roar just now is undoubtedly from it of. It is made up of rocks and sand. It seems not very unusual to appear in this kind of magic palace, but why his own tree titan will walk towards it, Lin Hao really can't figure it out. At this moment, Lin Hao's grimoire emitted a burst of light, and a message was transmitted from grimoire to Lin Hao's mind. It's fear and anxiety. Advertisement. Among them, the emotion of fear accounted for more than 70% of the whole message. Lin Hao felt that this kind of behavior was not simple, maybe he should stop his tree man at this time. Stop. Lin Hao ordered, but the Ents don't listen to other people's orders at all. Lin Hao had no choice but to go forward and stop the tree man himself, because according to the message from Grimmoire just now and Lin Hao's own feeling, if he didn't stop it, very terrible things might happen. Possibly scarier than the purpose of Bai Yi's magic eye. Master Lin Hao. At this time, other people from Bai Yi's magic eye have come to this space. They saw Lin Hao fighting a tree man, and they all came to help. Are there any space wizards? Lin Hao asked. Yes, Master Lin Hao. You open the portal, and put the opening point of the portal on the edge of the magic palace and the sandstorm. After I get this titan inside, you immediately close the portal. Yes, he agreed, and immediately opened the portal. Although it is basically impossible to use the portal to teleport in many strong magic areas, it is still feasible for Kong to teleport to the edge. Lin Hao stood in the middle of the tree titan and the rock titan, and formed an iceberg titan from under him. This is a trick he used when dealing with rocks. Since there is no way to cause damage, then this is always possible. Lin Hao charged towards the tree ant at full speed using his ice ability. Although the tree ant was huge, the iceberg titan was even bigger, and quickly pushed the tree ant into the portal. Closure. The tree ant was left on the brink of a sandstorm. Lin Hao knows that its true consciousness is still in his own grimoire, that titan is just a medium composed of magic power, and now Lin Hao is grinding it into powder with the help of the powerful sandstorm in the region. 125 Runoff. Although the tree titan was repulsed by Lin Hao's ice titan, and the space portal has been completely closed. But between Lin Hao and that huge tree titan, there should be a weak connection of grimoire, he can vaguely feel the state of the other party. So now Lin Hao can feel that outside the magic palace far away, the tree titan has been wiped out by the sandstorm. It seems that even such a powerful magic cannot resist the powerful magic flow of the strong magic zone. Next, we should see what these things are in this space. Lin Hao said, unlike the last magic palace, there are no treasures here. Magna and Luck were hurt by the tree titan because they fought with Lin Hao before. At this time, their own magic power is not much, but the people with the magic eyes of Bai Yi on the opposite side have basically all arrived, and in full bloom. Luck, it looks like the two of us are in trouble this time. Magna said. Although Lin Hao no longer has the physical strength with Magna and Luck, but he has brought dozens of Bai Yi's magic eye subordinates, and now it is very easy to deal with Magna and Luck. Water restoration magic. The water cradle of healing. Lin Hao was directly surrounded by it, causing the nearest subordinate to cast healing magic, and is now recovering. Run. Magna pulled Luck, who wanted to continue fighting, and said, now is not the time to fight them to the death, and now both of us have a little bit of magic power. Luck said. Aren't you afraid? Magna, you were not so timid when you were in the undersea temple last time. The situation is different. There was Captain Yami last time, but this time it's just the two of us. If Lin Hao doesn't catch me, I don't think there will be good consequences. If that's the case, why don't we just catch Lin Hao? Although Luck has restrained his combat-crazed character a little during this period of time, as long as the fight reaches a fever pitch, he can't manage anything anymore, and the symptoms of frequent runaways have not been cured. Luck. Before Magna could react, Luck had already rushed forward. Lei Chuangcheng magic. Thunder God's hook claw. Luck attached thunder magic to his hand, forming a claw-shaped weapon, surrounded by violent lightning, which looks difficult to deal with. Advertisement. Stop him. Fire creation magic. Fireball. Wind creation magic. Wind blade. The people with Bai Yi's magic eyes saw that Luck had rushed over, and everyone felt like an enemy. Although they were people with Bai Yi's magic eyes, they still knew some of the more famous wizards in the kingdom. Such as this, frenzied Luck, can be said to be a representative figure of fighting madness. Lin Hao was still resting now, and had no time to block Luck's attack, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and rush forward, trying to block Luck. Get in the way. Luck showed no mercy, and his expression became more and more excited. This is a side effect, but also because of this, his combat power increased rapidly. Boom. Luck knocked the incoming ones into the air one by one, completely ignoring his own defense, so he also suffered a lot of damage. Master Lin Hao, what should I do? Watching Luck knock down his own people one by one, and gradually walking towards Lin Hao, the person who performed the healing magic for Lin Hao asked nervously, they are all pinning their hopes on Lin Hao now. Lin Hao is not idle either. He can say that he has a lot of magic power now, but his physical strength is not much. If he still wants to fight, there is still a way, but it will be more uncomfortable. Let me do it. Lin Hao opened his magic book. Plant magic. Thousands of vines. Lin Hao is releasing the excess magic power in his body, so he is releasing magic unrestrainedly now, so the power is several times that of before. Before, he could only summon thousands of vines to attack, but now he can create hundreds of thousands of vines. What kind of concept is this? Even this space will be filled with vines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Advertisement. Millions of vines are moving violently, looking for the trace of Luck. Although Luck's thunder magic is very fast, it is also restricted under this situation and cannot fully exert its full speed. Lin Hao, except, although Luck approached Lin Hao while yelling, he was forced back by tens of thousands of vines every time. There was no way to get close to Lin Hao's body. You continue to heal me. I'll take care of both of them. Lin Hao said looking at Luck in distress. Quote. Yes. Yes. The magician was very frightened by the strength but a little excited, and quickly increased the output power. PFF'd. Luck was bruised and vomited blood. At first, he was still looking for a breakthrough, but later, even if he just avoided Lin Hao's vine attack, it was already very difficult. You shouldn't have overestimated your strength and made an enemy of our Bai Yi's magic eye. Lin Hao said. Luck. Magna was pinned to the ground by the vines, unable to move at all. He was also sweating at Luck now. If this continues, in just a few minutes, both of them will undoubtedly be knocked down by Lin Hao. Boom. Thousands of vines hit Luck's body at that moment, knocking Luck unconscious in the air, colliding with the opposite wall, making a loud noise, and did not wake up after that. Lin Hao withdrew his own magic. Those operations just now consumed part of the magic power in Lin Hao's body, and the remaining part was almost his own capacity. Luck. Magna stood up and ran towards Luck. Seeing Magna's movements, Lin Hao didn't do anything, because it's not appropriate to use magic before his physical strength has recovered, but they should have been unable to move, so it doesn't matter if they are placed there. At this moment, the connection between Lin Hao and the tree titan was completely severed, but the rock titan in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. Click. He moved, but the chains on his body prevented him from taking the next step, and he didn't have any magic power fluctuations on his body. It looked like an inanimate body. What the hell is he? Lin Hao looked at it and thought. The breath of the owner of the rock and the breath of the owner of the tree and even the breath of the paper that I got from Lianzhong are all scheduled. 126 suppression. Looking at the rock titan in front of him, Lin Hao couldn't help but fell into deep thought. According to the aura emanating from this rock titan, Lin Hao couldn't detect anything special at all. Because the aura on this rock titan is exactly the same as that of my tree titan, and the aura on the paper I got in the magic palace. This made Lin Hao a little confused, but the fighting power of this rock titan is very strong. Although Lin Hao said that the main magical ability is ice-based, so this tree titan can't exert its peak combat effectiveness. But it can be regarded as one of the best. Lin Hao also escaped many crises by relying on this tree titan. So Lin Hao also used the tree titan as his trump card. But now in front of this rock titan, his tree titan is no match at all. Just tightly entangled with this rock titan, can't bring him serious fatal damage. 057. Involuntarily, Lin Hao felt a trace of annoyance and passion in his heart. Annoyed that it was because his tree, titan, completely severed the connection with him. And that tree titan is loyal to him, and now he has completely severed his connection with him, which can only explain one problem. That is, the tree titan has been eliminated and completely dissipated, so it completely cut off the connection with itself. And being able to do this, easily destroying one's own tree titan, is enough to prove how powerful this rock titan is. Advertisement. If he can recover the rock titan, he can make up for the shortcoming of losing the tree titan. Therefore, at that time, not only will it not affect your combat effectiveness, but it may increase your combat effectiveness to a higher level. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help showing a possessive look in his eyes. But what's strange is that although the rock titan opened his eyes, he didn't make any further movements. Just standing there blankly, if someone who doesn't know, might think it's just a sculpture. But Lin Hao really didn't dare to have any thoughts about the community, otherwise, he would definitely die miserably by then. Although Lin Hao has considerable confidence in his own strength, compared to the physical strength of that tree titan. I can be called vulnerable, if the rock titan shoots at me at that time. Then you can really be, there is no room for fighting back, after all, even if you want to arouse magic. It also takes some time in the middle to be able to be stimulated smoothly, and I also have some magic that can be cast instantly. But those are just some low-level magic, and they have no effect at all against a powerful opponent like the rock titan. It can't even hinder the action of this rock titan, in front of this rock titan. All of Lin Hao's defenses are like paper, and Lin Hao also understands this. So even though this color didn't make any moves, Lin Hao still allocated part of his energy to stare at this rock titan carefully. In this way, if this person actually wants to attack him suddenly, then he will have time to react. Advertisement. Lin Hao also discovered that although this rock titan is very powerful, it seems that its flexibility is not very high. So although Lin Hao can't do any damage to this rock titan in terms of strength. But Lin Hao also has absolute confidence that he can completely abuse this rock titan in terms of speed. Vaguely, Lin Hao also felt a strong sense of oppression from this rock titan. And Lin Hao is still trying his best to restore his physical strength at this moment, although he has sufficient magic power in his body. But there is not much physical strength left, and just now he forced a shot. The load on his body is also relatively heavy, if not, his subordinates just opened it with all their strength to recover the magic. I'm afraid Lin Hao didn't even have the strength to stand here, and he fell to the ground at this moment. And next to him, the subordinate who cast the recovery magic on himself was also sweating on his head at the moment. After all, he did the same just now, using all his abilities to cast recovery magic on himself. However, now both Luck and Magna have been completely suppressed by him. There is no need for his subordinates to cast recovery magic on himself so desperately. Therefore, Lin Hao also turned his head, reluctantly raised his right hand and patted the shoulder of that subordinate. He signaled that he didn't have to work so hard anymore, the situation was under his control now, and that subordinate was also taken aback by Lin Hao's sudden action. After all, the subordinate just now was also concentrating on casting magic. 127 healing. He wanted to recover a little more physical strength for himself. After all, the threat brought by Luck just now was too powerful. You know, this Luck is a well-known combat madman, and his personality is also very violent. Every time they encounter a battle, other people will appear exhausted as the battle time prolongs. But this Luck is suitable, and ordinary people are just the opposite. The more he fights, the crazier he becomes. The thrill of fighting will trigger the irritable factor in his body, so although he will be able to burst into stronger fighting power at that time, but it made his ability to judge the battle much lower, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. After all, if Luck can not only improve a lot of combat power by then, but also have a very clear mind, it would be a bit too against the sky. And just now Luck also desperately wanted to rush over to cause some damage to Lin Hao, and even looked at that posture to capture Lin Hao directly. After all, judging from their current situation, only by capturing Lin Hao can they have a way out. In addition, all the irritable factors in Luck's body were also aroused at that time, so the coercion it brought to everyone was unparalleled. Even the subordinate who cast the recovery magic couldn't help but feel very nervous. Didn't he see that his head was already covered with cold sweat? But the subordinate who cast the recovery magic also knew very well that they, together, could barely deal with a Luck in a normal state. As for Luck, who is now in berserk mode, they are not rivals at all, not to mention that there is Magna next to him, watching. If they all swarm up to deal with Luck, then Magna will definitely take the opportunity to make a move. And he is just a recovery magician, and he will be vulnerable in front of Magna at that time. Advertisement. Moreover, Lin Hao didn't have much physical strength in his body at the moment, and he could take Lin Ji down without any effort. Now Lin Hao is the last guarantee for their survival. As long as he uses his recovery magic with all his strength, he can restore as much physical strength as possible to Lin Hao. Judging from Lin Hao's strength at that time, the two people in front of him will not be Lin Hao's opponents at all. So the magician who proves that the recovery magic of the market is also the one who casts the recovery magic wholeheartedly, abandoning distracting thoughts. So much so that he didn't even notice the change in the situation on the battlefield, knowing that Lin Hao had suppressed both Magna and Luck. He freed his hand and patted his shoulder before he realized that the battle was over. This was a bit too fast. In his prediction, although Magna and Luck would fail, he did not expect to fail so quickly. It can be said that it is completely crushing posture, and looking at their current appearance is also very embarrassing. But he also seemed to remember that a powerful energy erupted beside him just now. He had never seen such powerful energy a few times in his life, but at that time he was still concentrating on casting recovery magic, so he didn't pay attention to check it. Now it seems that the powerful wave of magic power just now should be emitted by Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, their leader has become so powerful now, although he has long been mentally prepared. However, he suddenly felt that Lin Hao's strength was so powerful that it was completely beyond his ability to accept. Ask for flowers. But with such a powerful leader, their life will definitely be much easier in the future. Advertisement. But looking back, their strength is still too weak, and the help they can give the leader is also very limited. It seems that we have to work harder to practice in the future, but we can't wait for me to be a drag on the leader. Now that the situation was under their control, it was up to him to deal with Magna and Luck. Although in their opinion, they wished to kill these two people. 0. But from the perspective of the overall situation, such an approach is really unwise. After all, although they still believe in each other now, Captain Yami already has an endless hatred. But it hasn't completely broken the skin, and everyone still has some restraint from each other. It would be no different if these two people were killed directly, so they directly declared war on Captain Yami. And now the physical strength in Lin Hao's body has not fully recovered. If Captain Yami sends someone to sneak attack at this time, it may be difficult to stop them only relying on the strength of a few of them, but the final decision is still in Lin Hao's hands. The remaining few people were all supporting each other, and then checking each other's injuries. At this time, the magician who recovered his magic in the market also walked to the injured magicians automatically. Cast recovery magic on them. Just now Luck can be said to be in a state of rampage. In order to protect Lin Hao, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest, so it was inevitable that they would suffer some injuries. 128 Find a breakthrough. Fortunately, they are not Luck's final goal, but they are just an obstacle for Luck. So Luck didn't kill them, because in Luck's view, it would waste a lot of his time if he killed all these little Luos. Although he is in a state of berserk, there is still a bloodthirsty factor in his bones. But now it is obvious that he needs to find a way to escape, so he is also deliberately suppressing his inner thoughts. Just knocking these people out, the injuries on their bodies are not fatal. And the magician, 210, who used recovery magic checked it, and only cast a basic recovery magic. And the method for those injured is to bathe in this warm holy light, and feel an indescribable sense of comfort all over their bodies. Soon, the injuries on their bodies began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, what they were talking about was just some skin trauma, so it was very simple to recover. Lin Hao, under the recovery of the magician who cast recovery magic just now, went all out. At this moment, part of the physical strength has been recovered in the body, at least it can solve the current chaotic situation. Then Lin Hao came to Luck first, and wanted to appreciate this legendary fighting maniac very much. After all, it can be said that this kind of person is born to fight, for this kind of person. Fighting is the basis of their survival. If they are not allowed to fight, it will be more uncomfortable than killing him. Advertisement. But obviously, it seems that the magic that I just issued is also very powerful. Even Luck, who was in a berserk state, couldn't break free from the shackles, and could only be pinned down on the ground by the poisonous residue. But Ma and she didn't give in because of this, and there was still a restless expression on their faces. There was still a trace of unwillingness in the angry eyes. He never thought that Linhao could still cast such a powerful magic at this juncture. Although this magic is not too difficult for him at his peak. But now their physical strength, after being consumed by those two titans, is not much left. Originally, he wanted to subdue Linhao quickly by relying on his speed, but it was obvious that this plan was not as simple as imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed by these creatures and couldn't move on the ground. Linhao also knelt down slowly, watching like this, still struggling, trying to break away from Luck who was bound by these vines. And Luck also saw Linhao's movements, so he raised his head and looked at Linhao fiercely. Are you here to humiliate me? Don't talk nonsense, just give me a good time. Sure enough, he is indeed a legendary fighting maniac. This brain circuit is simply gone. Linhao couldn't help thinking to himself. But it is also easy for such a straightforward person to be wooed, and it is safe to keep such a person by his side. At least he doesn't have to worry about turning against him suddenly at that time. Linhao couldn't help but love talents, and wanted to draw Luck into his camp. And this Luck is only playing the role of a thug. After all, his brain is worrying. If he is allowed to lead the party alone, I am afraid that he will definitely die very quickly. Advertisement. So Linhao also has some hope that he can successfully win him over. If Zhang Rong from Magang can come over, then there will be 10 more powerful generals in Bai Yi's magic eye. But this matter is not as simple as imagined. Looking at Luck like this, he is not the kind of person who can easily betray. Even in the face of the threat of life and death, one would not give in so easily, and one should prescribe the right medicine for such a person. Why did Luck follow Captain Yami? According to Linhao's understanding, Captain Yami also attaches great importance to Luck. The only thing that can attract Luck is those powerful combat secret skills, so Captain Yami also made a promise. At that time, I will let Luck go and refer to his unique cheats. Captain Yami's collection is indeed very rich. Otherwise, it wouldn't make Luck so loyal to him, but Luck has served him for so many years. I'm afraid that his little cheats will almost be referenced by Luck, so this is Linhao's breakthrough point. If 2.5 can come up with the combat cheats that Luck has never seen before. According to this Luck's thoughts, as long as he doesn't let him do anything against Captain Yami and his subordinates. There is still a great hope to be able to convince him. Linhao is also not in a hurry to subdue Luck. After all, if you are in a hurry at this time, it will only be counterproductive, and besides, there is Magna watching here. For the sake of Magna, Nana would not choose to submit himself, so the first step is to make Luck submit. It is to get rid of the unstable factor of Magna first. 129 Thoughts of Lin Hao. You must know that he is the leader of Yami, a loyal follower, that is really someone who will not betray the leader of Yami even if he dies. So Lin Hao didn't have any hope for him, let alone the idea of subduing him. Thinking of this, Lin Hao didn't say anything to Luck. After all, Lin Hao also knew it. In the current situation, it is useless to say anything. So Lin Hao got up and walked towards Magna, but his indifferent expression made Magna feel uncertain. He also knew that there was no room for relief between himself and Lin Hao, both of them were thinking about how to put each other to death. Magna didn't believe that Lin Hao would suddenly let go of his kindness and leave. After all, if he and Lin Hao switched places today, he would definitely not let Lin Hao leave, and would definitely kill her directly, but looking at Lin Hao's posture, it seemed that he had no intention of directly killing himself. This can't help but make me a little puzzled at the moment. Doesn't Lin Hao understand the truth that late comes change? Besides, now he is restrained by these weird vines, but the strength in his body is gradually recovering. It is estimated that it will take some time to break free from these vines, and it is impossible to kill Lin Hao when it comes time. However, he still has a certain degree of confidence in escaping from this place. After all, he has a special magic for escaping. Just when Magna was wondering, Lin Hao had already come in front of him, and Lin Hao waved his right hand directly. The vines that originally bound Magna like rice dumplings began to loosen slowly, and then faded away. Advertisement. There were only a few vines that were thicker than before, entangled Magna's hands and legs, and Zhang San felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Could it be that Lin Hao is a fool? He even removed those vines at this time. Aren't you afraid that if you break free from these vines and give him a fatal blow? But Zhang San thought about it. Suddenly found that something was wrong with this matter. Logically speaking, Lin Hao is not some kind of stupid person. If Lin Hao is really that stupid, I'm afraid his body has already been eaten by those dogs. How could he stand in front of him alive and well, and even control his own future destiny? Could it be that Lin Hao has other ideas, but now it seems that he is useless? Zhang San couldn't figure out what Lin Hao was thinking, and it was precisely because of this that he was very disturbed. Death is not terrible. What is terrible is the waiting before death. That kind of suffering can make a person crazy. But Lin Hao didn't care about what Zhang Sansi was thinking in his heart, because these were not what he cared about. Lin Hao felt that it would be a waste of time to talk to him now. If it wasn't for him, it would still be useful. Let's be fair. Let's fight. If you can beat me, I will let you go. Just kill him and it's over. Anyway, if it's Zhang San, it won't be such a trouble. Besides, Zhang San's future is now in his own hands. Even if he wants to kill Zhang San, it is just a matter of thought. Advertisement. Lin Hao stood in front of Zhang San like this, condescendingly said to Zhang San, and did not squat down to talk to her like he did to Luck. It's just that Zhang San still has some uses before he loses his life, and these are also helpful for him to subdue Luck. Looking at you like this, are you very unconvinced? As for me, I will give you a chance today. He just had one thought right now, manipulating these vines to squeeze her alive, and Lin Hao is also trying to suppress his inner thoughts at this moment. But if you can't beat me, then I have nothing to do, your life will stay here today. But for Zhang San, this is just a dying person, there is absolutely no need for what Lin Hao should do. Lin Hao wanted to kill Zhang San directly, let alone lower his posture and talk to him. Of course, Zhang San will definitely lose his life today, but Lin Hao is still not stupid enough to raise a tiger for himself. To Zhang San's Wang Lizao ears, these words were like a bolt from the blue. If it wasn't for him, he would still be tightly bound by Tang Zhen. But although Zhang San thought so in his heart, there was no unnatural expression on his face. Now Zhang San's mood is like a prisoner who is about to be executed before being sentenced to death. He really wanted to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming. After all, in his opinion, what Lin Hao did was really like a fool. The enemy has been suppressed by life and death, why are there so many messy things in just one thought? Because in Lin Hao's opinion, Zhang San is not worthy of squatting down to talk to him. After all, he wants to regain luck, so he lowered his posture like this. 130 Are you showing off your head? But at this time, an order came suddenly, saying that he would not be executed. If you don't experience that feeling for yourself, you won't understand it at all. And Zhang San has obviously experienced this feeling now, after all, this is also a glimmer of hope for life. This is like a huge gamble. If you win the bet, you can leave here alive. If you lose the bet, you have to stay here with your life. And Zhang San is not sure, if he can win the bet, Lin Hao will not let him leave. But if the person who is about to drown in the water sees a life-saving straw, he will definitely hold on to it desperately. Seeing that Zhang San's originally calm face showed an expression of ecstasy at the moment, he knew that his plan had succeeded. Yes, this is all a plan by Lin Hao, if he wants to tame Luck. It is definitely necessary to get rid of Magna first, but if it is so easy to get rid of Magna, I'm afraid Luck won't be subdued by him either. The simplest and most direct way is to use some unique combat cheats by himself. And to use it in front of Luck, let him see the powerful power of these combat cheats. And Lin Hao also understands the fatal attraction of a powerful fighting secret to a fighting madman. But how to show the strength of one's own combat cheats, you can't beat yourself. You are Magna at this time, it has the meaning of its existence, and you originally wanted to kill him directly. Advertisement. But right now, I lack a chance to show off, and Magna is about to become a victim of this show. And if I use those combat cheats and kill Magna, I won't feel such a sense of guilt in my heart. After all, both of them are enemies who are regarded as life and death enemies. If I don't kill him today, then it is very likely that he will kill me tomorrow. If it were an ordinary person who lost his life just to show the power of his anti-acne cheats, Lin Hao's conscience would be disturbed. Although this world is a world where the jungle preys on the strong, the law of the jungle is perfectly interpreted. But Lin Hao still can't accept this kind of indiscriminate killing of innocent people, and Lin Hao is also the one who restrains his subordinates. Don't attack those innocent and unarmed people. If anyone violates it, once Lin Hao finds out, it will be the cruelest punishment. Thinking of that cruel punishment, the rest of the people couldn't help shivering, it was really crueler than death. And even though she seems to be ecstatic on the surface when she is gaining fans, in fact, she must already hate Lin Hao to the bone. But Lin Hao doesn't care so much at the moment, after all, no matter what, Zhang San will die here today. Seeing that Zhang San had agreed to his proposal, Lin Hao wanted to loosen the vines on him. But out of their loyalty to Lin Hao, they couldn't help persuading him. Even Lin Hao didn't need to do anything, they could do it for him, and the four of them couldn't understand the purpose of Lin Hao's actions. However, there are some things that cannot be told to them now, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain. Advertisement. He can't show the powerful power of his combat cheats at all, so the attraction to Luck is not so strong. Chief, I don't think it's appropriate to do this, we all think it's too risky for you to do so. If Zhang San can unleash a strong combat power at that time, then he will use those combat cheats to solve it. One must know that Zhang San has always been famous for his cunning, who knows if he still has any hidden means. And the stronger Zhang San's explosive fighting power is, the higher the possibility of his plan succeeding. But Lin Hao only insisted on his own attention, and did not adopt the opinions of his subordinates. And they didn't want Lin Hao to take risks for this. In their opinion, if they wanted to get rid of Zhang San. But at this moment, Lin Hao's subordinates were immediately blown away. After all, they knew Lin Hao's current physical condition very well, BGED. Even though he has only recovered a small amount of physical strength in his body at this moment, there is a huge amount of magical power in his body. It can be said that Lin Hao's actions now are tantamount to playing with fire and setting himself on fire in their eyes. As for the danger, Lin Hao really didn't take it seriously, not to mention the power of his combat cheats. But Lin Hao's heart is warm at the moment, after all, it seems that his subordinates are also very loyal. It would be very dangerous if he was using any conspiracy at that time. Quote. As for what kind of conspiracy Zhang San will use, it is in line with Lin Hao's intentions, after all, if Zhang San can be killed easily. In case of a card 3, if there are any hidden means that are not used, then Linhao may be very dangerous today. 131 Magna's mind. The magical power in Linhao's body should not be underestimated. Didn't you see the overwhelming, thick vines just now? Those are the powerful magic attacks that Linhao manipulated the magic power in his body to create. Therefore, the sufficient magic power in Linhao's body is also Linhao's confidence, otherwise Linhao would not have such great confidence to give Magna a chance. According to Linhao's understanding of Magna, this guy is a very sinister and cunning person. Just like the poisonous snake lurking in the dark, it will give you a fatal blow when you are not paying attention. So Linhao also knew that although it seemed that Magna was being suppressed by him now, there was no chance of a backhand at all. But Linhao has no doubt at all, if he removes these vines, Magna will definitely launch a surprise attack on himself, and he must have hidden means that he has not used. Moreover, the magic that can be used as a life-saving skill by people like Magna must be very powerful, or it has a strange effect. But Linhao firmly believes that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and schemes are meaningless struggles. Besides, if Magna really has any powerful moves at that time, Linhao doesn't mind using these powerful baimen again. It has to be said that using this overwhelming attack to defeat the opponent is indeed an unparalleled pleasure. It's like a crushing posture, and all around are people under his hands. Even if this Magna wants to escape, it depends on whether these subordinates agree, but for the sake of insurance. Advertisement. Linhao still called one of the space magicians over and asked him to cast a magic that seals the space. However, because the strength of this space magician is not so strong, the seal is not so strong. But for the current Magna, it is also like an indestructible moat. Looking at Linhao's foolproof move, Iron and Steel's heart, which was originally cheering, became a little heavy at the moment. Linhao guessed right, he did not use this last resort to save his life. On the one hand, it is because this life-saving means consumes a lot, and it also has very serious sequelae. After using this life-saving method, Magna will fall into a period of weakness. During this period, he didn't even have the ability to resist at all, just like the fish on the chopping board, he was slaughtered by others. On the other hand, looking at the attack posture of Linhao and the others just now, Magna also knew that he could not escape even if he used the life-saving hand Duan Yi. On the contrary, it is possible to put yourself in a dangerous situation, it is better to wait for the opportunity and then use the last means of life-saving. After all, if you use life-saving means now, but don't escape, then it is really a waste of delivery. And when Linhao proposed to give himself a chance to fight just now, Magna was really ecstatic in his heart. He felt that his chance to escape had come, after all, if he had a duel with Linhao in a while. All the attention of Linhao and his group of subordinates will definitely be focused on themselves. At that time, their blockade of the surrounding space will be reduced a lot, and that time is the best chance for them to escape. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. He has considerable confidence in his lifesaver Duan Yi, after all he has relied on this method to escape from death many times. Magna's life-saving method is similar to a space jump, for space magicians. It is to open two space intersections, the intersection is in front of oneself, and the other intersection appears randomly. But there will be a distance limit. To put it simply and straightforwardly, it is like traveling through space. It's just that the time required for Magna's life-saving means to be used is very short. It can almost be said that it can be excited instantly, and the magic power of space contained in it is also very sufficient. Part of the space sealing method can be ignored, that is to say, even if the surrounding space is sealed by others, this life-saving method can still be activated. After all, there are not so many space magicians now, and the means of sealing space are not so advanced. Moreover, there are very few space magicians who can understand the forbidden space, at least Magna has never encountered it. That's why he thought that he could still run out of a scary place today. But what he didn't expect was that there was such a space magician who knew how to enter space with Lin Hao. This is a bit tricky, although his life-saving means can ignore some means of sealing space. But look, from the power of Lin Hao's subordinate to display the forbidden space, it seems that the power is also very tyrannical. If you use this life-saving method when you are in your peak state, do you still have absolute certainty? 132 life-saving means. But at this moment, his body is also extremely weak, and the life-saver Duan Yi can barely stimulate it. As for how far it can be teleported, Magna didn't have much confidence in his heart. Coupled with the fact that there is a space magician who sealed off this space, Magna even doubted whether he could escape. But no matter what, there is still a glimmer of hope of escape now, which is better than just sitting there obediently waiting to die. And even if he can't use that life-saving method, as long as he can capture Lin Hao. Then, when the time comes, I will take Lin Hao as my 720 hostage, and I will definitely be able to jump out of the hospital. You can even take Lin Hao's head and go to the head of the group to ask for credit and receive a reward. At that time, you can be regarded as a great hero. Presumably at that time, the head of the group will not be able to give himself too little reward, and with the support of the head of the group. In this magician group, he can become the second person besides the group leader. At that time, all kinds of resources will not be used at will, so there is no need to take risks. Thinking of this, Magna's heart is also ignited with a raging light of hope, if you look carefully. You will find that there is still a trace of greedy desire in Magna's eyes, which almost comes out from her eyes. And this greedy look was looking in the direction of Lin Hao, but it was quickly hidden by Magna. After all, the current situation is not good for him. If Lin Hao's subordinates see him like this, he will definitely get rid of himself before Lin Hao and himself feel it, and then he will have no place to cry. Advertisement. And this Lin Hao is a bit too confident, if Magna didn't expect it. He probably only has 2 or 3 out of 10 physical strength left in his body now, and he forcibly launched such a powerful magic attack just now. It is also a very huge consumption for Lin Hao in such a weak state. How many times can the attack be as powerful as before, even if he has a lot of magic power in his body, so what? At that time, it will not grow out, it will not be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and it will become the key to his escape in vain. Magna felt that Lin Hao had controlled some of his thick body to withdraw from his body. But Magna, who was having difficulty even breathing, felt a sudden sense of relief in his body. Just like a fish jumping on the shore and returning to the water, Magna is also greedy, breathing in the air with a big mouth. If you want to use an idiom to describe Iron and Steel's current mood, it would be survival after disaster. Magna, too, quickly stood up from the ground and began to move his limbs slowly. After all, those few thick vines were bound too hard just now, causing his limbs to be a little numb. If you don't move around for a while, you will definitely be hindered when you duel later. And those of his subordinates will definitely take protecting the environment as their top priority, and they will slowly recover their magic power. Thinking of this, Magna didn't dare to slack in the slightest, and quickly adjusted the little magic power left in his body. When the time comes, you only need to break free from these vines and activate your own life-saving means at the first time. Advertisement. After all, Lin Hao's subordinates are already on guard, and if they want to escape directly, they will definitely not be able to escape. If he can't escape this time, then Lin Hao will definitely kill him. Because he can also see that Lin Hao's current physical condition is not optimistic. If it wasn't for Magna's very keen perception, he would even think that he had misread just now. After all, their original magic power had been exhausted long ago, otherwise they wouldn't have been suppressed by Lin Hao so easily. 0.3 escaped before those of his subordinates reacted, which was originally a perfect plan. And after he was restrained by these vines just now, he found that he couldn't break free from these vines at all. In addition, if there is luck, a powerful combat madman, assisting him, he can still escape today by luck. It's just that Lin Hao, very quickly, hid that ray of killing intent very well. It has been used by Magna to adjust the injuries in his body and sort out the breath in his body. So he stopped doing useless work, but silently and quickly recovered the magic power in his body. But there is often a big gap between the facts and the imagination, and at this moment it uses its magic power to escape. The only way to survive today is to defeat Lin Hao. At that time, his group of subordinates will definitely throw their hands at him. This trace of magical power was only recovered after he was restrained by Lin Hao's strong vines just now. After all, this was his last hope of escape. Just now, Magna also felt Lin Hao's strong killing intent towards H133. The sword is on the verge of breaking out. And Magna also believed that at this moment, Luck's body must have recovered a lot of magic power. After all, there is still a certain gap between myself and Luck, who is a born fighting madman. Since he was able to recover a little bit of magic power, it goes without saying that Luck must have recovered a lot more spiritual power than himself at the moment. But this is better, and the chances of him being able to escape are a bit higher, the only thing that needs to be solved now. It was Lin Hao. As long as he was defeated, all difficulties would be easily solved. And Magna, as if he had seen that the leader had prepared a lot of generous rewards for him, was waiting for him to take Lin Hao back. However, although Magna was thinking about Lin Hao in his heart, whether his brain was showing off, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. After all, Lin Hao can live to this day, and can become the enemy of the 16th head of his own regiment, if he is smart. I'm afraid he won't even be able to see the sun tomorrow. Lin Hao must have some conspiracy at the moment. However, no matter how Magna thought about it, he couldn't figure out what Lin Hao wanted to do. So at this moment, Magna is also very alert, and Yang Yan is also staring at Lin Hao with all his attention. Keep an eye on Lin Hao's every move. After all, this can be called a battle of life and death. If you are not careful, you will lose your life here. At the same time, Magna is also constantly preparing, except for the last means of life-saving. Magna also has many trump cards. After all, he can live to this day and achieve such achievements, and it is not for nothing. Advertisement. If there weren't many trump cards, I'm afraid he would be just a delicious meal in the mouth of an unknown wolf. And just now, it was just because all the spiritual power in Magna's body was exhausted, and he was not able to stimulate his own trump cards. Although his trump cards are very powerful, they also consume a lot of magic power. Moreover, these trump cards are also based on the amount of magic power input by Magna, which determines the power. At this moment, although Magna has many trump cards, it depends on the amount of magic power he currently possesses in his body. There is only one trump card that can be activated, and he only has one chance. If he activated his trump card but failed to defeat Lin Hao, I believe that Lin Hao's subordinates would definitely not give him a second chance to attack. Moreover, the magic power in Magna's body at this moment does not allow him to launch a second attack. And Magna can imagine that at that time, Lin Hao's subordinates will pounce on him like a pack of hungry wolves and dismember him. So he had to wait for an opportunity, waiting for an opportunity to kill Lin Hao with one blow. On the other hand, Lin Hao ignored the dissuasion of his subordinates and took back the vines that bound Magna. And at this moment, the magician who is in charge of recovering magic, the magic power in his body is as if he doesn't need money. He quickly output it outwards, and turned the power of it and magic to the maximum. He wanted as many Lin Hao as possible to recover some physical strength. In this way, in a duel together, Lin Hao can have it, hoping to kill iron and steel. Advertisement. Even if he couldn't kill Magna, he could still guarantee his own safety, but Lin Hao didn't stop him. After all, this is also the good intentions of the subordinates. If he refuses, it will appear too unreasonable, and some are really domineering. Not long after, the magic power in the recovery magician's body was about to dry up, and Lin Hao had obviously noticed this situation. Even if the recovery magician's magic was interrupted, his current physical strength has recovered by more than 30% with the help of the recovery magic. Today it was just dealing with Magna who was in a weak state, so there was no problem at all. Even if Magna still has this hidden method, relying on the remaining magic power in his body, I'm afraid it won't be able to exert much power. It can be said that this duel did not put too much pressure on Lin Hao, and it could completely present a posture of decompression. Taking a step back, even if Lin Hao is really not Magna's opponent, the group of subordinates he wrote will not be able to, just watching Magna fight Lin Hao like this. He will definitely stop it. No matter how strong the steel is, it is not Lin Hao plus his group of opponents. Lin Hao, who had regained some physical strength, now had a very ruddy complexion, without the pale feeling just now. And Lin Hao also felt the situation in his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and the situation exceeded his expectations. Originally, it was within his expectation that he could recover 20% of his physical strength, which is already thankful. But in the case of the spiritual power in Uncle's own body, who had spared no effort to restore the magician. The injuries in Lin Hao's body recovered very well, and Lin Hao's physique was already very domineering. 134 started. The effect was far beyond Lin Hao's expectations. Thinking of this, Han Xin couldn't help clenching her fists tightly. Feeling a powerful force in his arms, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel very satisfied. This is power. How intoxicating and intoxicating, it seems that I still have a long way to go. Don't be confused by these foreign things in front of you, let alone sink into ease, today is just a rock titan. If he put himself in such a mess, then how powerful the person who built this rock titan would be. It seems that I still underestimate this world, and I am just a frog in a well. You need more power, more powerful power, to be able to protect everything you want to protect. Lin Hao is also full of desire for power at this moment, after all, he has the heart of a strong man. But that rock titan is also very strange, wait for a while, after these things are settled. Let's see if we can recover that rock titan. If this rock titan can be subdued. It was also a powerful support for Lin Hao, and it seemed that Lin Hao didn't pay at all, and Magna took it seriously. In Lin Hao's eyes, Magna is just a pawn for him to regain luck, not even the slightest threat. Especially when Lin Hao saw Magna's vigilant look, he couldn't help feeling very contemptuous in his heart. After all, such a person is unworthy of a great responsibility, and can only be stored under the light of others. Advertisement. Compared with Magna's cautiousness, Lin Hao has less scruples, after all, he has absolute confidence. Lin Hao was standing not far from Magna, just staring at Magna quietly. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very heavy, making people feel very depressed. Just like the tranquility before the storm, the more tranquil it is, the more violent the storm will be. A powerful momentum was slowly formed, and this powerful momentum was also a huge pressure on Magna. But cold sweat had already begun to break out on Magna's forehead, and his hands began to tremble involuntarily. Looking at Lin Hao's appearance, he is much calmer, with a calm expression on his face, as if he is traveling in the mountains and rivers. In the end, Magna couldn't bear it anymore and chose to make the first move. After all, the pressure he was under was too great. Magna even suspected that Lin Hao might not need to make a move in the end, and he might be overwhelmed by this powerful pressure. Magna also understands that the more he delays, the worse it will be for him, so it is better to act first. At least if he does it himself first, there is still a glimmer of life, if Lin Hao's aura reaches its peak. That is really a dead end, there is no hope at all, and in the face of life and death threats, human beings can always burst out the most powerful potential. In the past, I couldn't do anything no matter what, but it seemed a bit easy in the face of life and death dangers. For Magna, this law is also very applicable, he has never been like this. Advertisement. I feel that my whole soul is very relaxed, my brain is clear, and even my thinking speed has been accelerated a bit because of this. Moreover, Magna can clearly feel that his response to the magic power of the surrounding world is also a little more cordial than before. This means that Magna's magic speed is now faster than before, and its power has also been improved. And this small change also gave Magna some confidence. He also firmly believed that he could defeat Lin Hao and survive. It has to be said that Magna is also very smart, perhaps knowing at this critical moment of life and death. The most important thing is to have absolute confidence in yourself, so that you cannot lose the wind in the battle. A person's information is the source of his strength, if he does not believe that he can win, it is a real failure. So even if Magna is very suspicious of himself in his heart, he keeps telling himself in his heart. Single quote. Believe that I will be able to defeat Lin Hao, as long as I can defeat Lin Hao, then I will enjoy endless prosperity and wealth. Until then, the good days will really come, and then, Zhao Haohao, even the team leader will look at him differently. Thinking of this, Magna couldn't help being encouraged again. After all, hope is the reason for a person to persevere. Seeing Lin Hao standing there without any movement, Magna also moved his hand slightly. A magic ball was condensed before, but with a sharp wave of his right hand, the magic ball flew towards Lin Hao. But looking at the current appearance, it seems that he has not noticed the danger coming, and he is still standing there, looking thoughtful. As if everything in this world had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Magna couldn't help feeling excited. 135 Magna's calculation. You dare to lose your mind when you are fighting against me. Do you really think that you are still yourself at your peak? Since you are so arrogant, you will pay the price with your life. Magna thought silently in his heart. But what Magna doesn't know is that being proud without strength is called arrogance, but having corresponding strength is called self-confidence. At this moment, Lin Hao has absolute self-confidence. He believes that according to his own strength, Magna is not his opponent at all. Frankly speaking, Lin Hao is not the same at all. Magna puts it in his eyes, and Magna at this moment is not worthy of him as an opponent. In Lin Hao's eyes, Magna is like a clown at this moment, and he is just watching with cold eyes, watching the clown's performance. When he gets tired of watching it, then it's time for him to take action to solve this Shaoshan. And when Magna condensed the magic ball, Lin Hao had already noticed it for the first time. And the reason why there is no action is because in Lin Hao's view, there is no threat at all on this magic ball. But Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Originally, 423 thought how powerful this Magna could be. In other words, what kind of shocking memes broke out, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. It is said how cunning Magna is, if he can only issue such ordinary attacks. So the rumors about him are too much water, and Lin Hao can't help wondering whether Magna can get to where he is today by relying on connections. But after thinking about it, I rejected this idea again. After all, this world is cruel, and the law of the jungle is followed, the weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. Advertisement. If you don't have absolute strength, no one will pay attention to you at all, and you won't be able to live today. You have already become a pile of nourishment in a remote place. But even though he was very disappointed in his heart, he did not give up his shot. After all, he could give Magna a chance to fight. BGDB is to show the strength of those anti-acne cheats, so that luck can join him. But Lin Hao couldn't help but speak. If you only have such a little means, then you can go today with peace of mind. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he began to condense the magic power in his body, and suddenly a powerful coercion spread out around Lin Hao. The group of people around couldn't help taking 2 steps back, so as to offset the impact of this powerful coercion. As for Luck, who was bound to the ground, when he felt this powerful coercion, he had no time to mobilize the magic power in his body to resist, and was deeply pressed to the ground. Caught off guard, he was thrown into a shit, but at the moment Luck didn't have so many scruples. Instead, she widened her eyes and stared at Lin Hao's straight and slender figure. She felt that she was already high enough to look at Lin Hao. But now it seems that he still misjudged and underestimated Lin Hao's strength, and Luck also sensed it. Lin Hao has not reached the peak moment in his body, and he is just better than him. But Luck asked himself, if Lin Hao was in the current state, he would never be able to unleash such a powerful attack. This is a huge gap in strength, but even if he had already prepared in his heart, it is still unbelievable to feel it personally at this moment. If this is the power released by the combat cheats that Lin Hao said, then Lin Hao's plan was very successful. Advertisement. Yes, at this moment, Luck's heart has already begun to shake. After all, he is famous for his crazy fights. The reason why she is now attached to Captain Yami is only because she has many powerful anti-acne cheats, and the strength of the leader is greater than her own. Only then did he reluctantly succumb, but at this moment Luck finally understands what it means to say that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. If Lin Hao in his peak state meets Captain Yami, there is a high probability that they will be evenly divided. Don't underestimate this, evenly divided, you have to understand that there is a huge gap between Lin Hao and Captain Yami. Captain Yami is an old monster who has practiced for many years, but what about Lin Hao? From the beginning of his cultivation to being known by people by his name, it took only a short period of time, just a few years. This is the talent shown by Lin Hao, and it is precisely because of his talent that others are so scrupulous. That's why he targeted Lin Hao everywhere, trying to kill this supreme genius in the cradle. After all, they don't have any confidence. If Lin Hao really grows up, they can be Lin Hao's opponents. And according to the cruel survival rules of this world, if Lin Hao really grows up, then in this world, no one can be his opponent. At that time, all the big snobs will bow their heads to Lin Hao. But those big snobs are used to domineering and like to control the world by themselves, if one day suddenly some people ride on their heads and domineering, shouting at them, for those people, it is unacceptable. And when they really wait until that time, they don't even have the ability to resist, so they can only attack Lin Hao before he has fully grown up. 137 Shock. To say that the most shocked person among these people present was not Luck, but Magna who was dueling with Lin Hao. Why did he dare to fight Lin Hao? It was because in his opinion, after the big fight just now, Lin Hao is also very weak in his body at the moment. And he has secretly recovered some magic power, coupled with his powerful killing methods hidden in the dark. Facing the weak Lin Hao, he had absolute confidence that he could subdue him, so he agreed to a duel with Lin Hao. On the other hand, Magna also knew that his situation today was also very dangerous, no matter what calculations Lin Hao had in mind. He would choose to agree to Lin Hao's request to have a decisive battle with him, after all, even if he has recovered some magic power at this moment. But facing those Lin Hao's subordinates who were staring at him, he didn't have much confidence in his heart to escape. After all, in the big collision just now, he also suffered serious injuries in his body. However, the situation in front of him is completely beyond what he had expected. He never imagined that Lin Hao would be able to erupt such a powerful combat power at this moment. It can even be compared to the power of the overwhelming vines released by Lin Hao just now. But now Magna has no way to retreat, from the moment she promised to fight Lin Hao. He has no way out, even now that Lin Hao has exploded with a strong fighting power. According to his current physical condition, fighting him is just to die, but Magna must do the same. He also knew that he might be doomed today, since he was going to die anyway, he might as well fight it out. Advertisement. Even if you know you can't beat Lin Hao, you still have to disgust Lin Hao, and you can't let Lin Hao get too complacent. Thinking of this, Magna, who was already desperate in his heart, glowed with strong hope at this moment. At this moment, Magna can truly be called a desperate vicious dog, and he is about to give it a go. Magna, the magic ball released did not have any impact on Lin Hao at all. For Lin Hao in his current state, the demon released by Magna just now is like a joke. He didn't even need to release any magic, he just easily dispelled it with a wave of his right hand. Just such a light wave is enough. In Magna's view, the power is not bad, and a magic ball can be easily dispelled. However, after dispelling the magic ball, Lin Hao did not choose to take the initiative to attack. Instead, he stayed where he was and watched Magna, wondering what to do next. Lin Hao also secretly thought in his heart, now Magna has been cornered by himself, if he doesn't use his last trump card. Then I can only kill the killer, and I can't waste time on him anymore, there is a strange atmosphere around here. Quote. Lin Hao is also afraid of what will happen if he stays here for a long time. After all, he is not at his peak right now. If there is another accident at that time, it will be difficult for Lin Hao to deal with it calmly, although there are a group of subordinates around him to protect him. But their strength is still a little low. If they encounter another accident like the Rock Titan just now, I'm afraid that these subordinates of mine won't be able to last for a few rounds, or they will be easily dealt with. Lin Hao didn't have the habit of taking the lives of his subordinates lightly, so he had better deal with Magna quickly, and then leave this ghostly place. As for how to deal with luck, wait until you get out of this ghost place, and then slowly think about the countermeasures. If it doesn't work, you can only kill it. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. After all, Lin Hao is not like this kind of powerful fighting maniac left to the opponent, that is something only a fool would do. Then Lin Hao wanted to launch the final fatal blow to Magna, but at this moment, he also noticed that the aura on Magna's body at this moment was somewhat different from before. The breath on Magna's body also slowly increased, and soon surpassed the realm of cultivation he showed just now. It seems that the rumors are not wrong, this Magna is indeed very cunning, it seems that he also had reservations just now. He didn't go all out to shoot, and now he is aware of himself, the powerful killing intent, and the desperate situation he is in now. 0. Finally decided to the full combat power broke out, this is just right, just in line with my plan. He felt that Lin Hao, whose aura on Magna's body was gradually strengthening, not only did not panic, but also felt joy in his heart. After all, in Lin Hao's opinion, no matter how explosive Magna's cultivation is, he will not be his opponent. Moreover, the stronger and more exciting the combat power displayed by Magna, the greater the probability that the plan will be realized. After all, if the strength shown by Magna is too weak, then the powerful power of his acne fighting cheats will not be able to be displayed at all. At that time, it will not attract luck, so all my hard work will be wasted. What Lin Hao didn't know was that just when he erupted with that powerful aura of coercion just now, Luck's heart had already begun to shake. Lin Hao was not in a hurry to act, he was waiting for Magna's breath to reach its peak state. After all, the cruelest thing is to give an opponent strong hope, and then turn this hope into despair. Only in this way can the opponent be given the greatest shock. 138 Rock Titan shot. If he died in battle, then he would definitely have no complaints, and would even take it as an honor. But now, this is not a level of battle at all, it was the past that sent them to death that day. Although Luck is somewhat paranoid, it does not mean that he is a fool, he is eager to die on the battlefield. But I don't want to be tortured and killed by others, plus those powerful combat cheats that Lin Hao used just now. It also made him faintly moved, and he also knew the consequences of what he said just now. In other words, from now on, he will be firmly tied to Lin Hao, which is equivalent to betraying the leader. According to the 453 character of the head of the team, he would definitely not let Luck go so easily, so it is also a wise choice to be tied to the same boat with Lin Hao. Coupled with Lin Hao's explosive strength at the moment, it also made that heart a little more secure. Lin Hao also loosened the vines that bound Luck, after all, Luck is now in the same camp as him. He had confided such important information to himself just now, and he could no longer treat him as a prisoner. Lin Hao's heart was also very dignified, after all, he knew nothing about that elixir, and now Luck joined him. It made Lin Hao feel a little bit at a loss, and Luck and Magna have been together for a long time. For some of Magna's weaknesses, he must know better than himself, in the face of life and death threats. Lin Hao also believes that luck is also able to distinguish between the important, and the two of them now have a common enemy. That is Magna. As long as Magna is dealt with, they can leave here alive. Advertisement. As for Magna, who had taken the elixir, the aura on his body also began to skyrocket crazily at this moment. Soon it surpassed Lin Hao and gained the upper hand, but the situation of Magna is not optimistic now. His eyes are blood red now, his hands are clenched tightly, and the veins on his hands are also protruding high. It seems that at this moment, the side effects of that elixir have also begun to play out, and they have begun to encroach on Magna's mind. Lin Hao and Luck looked at each other, knowing that this was an excellent opportunity, and taking advantage of this moment, the two of them also launched an attack on Magna. The two of them also didn't have any reservations, and it was their strongest move at the beginning. After all, the more they dragged on, the worse it would be for them. If Magna does not resist at that time, then these people present will be very worried about their fate. Just when the attacks of the two of them were about to fall on Magna, Magna suddenly raised his head. That pair of blood-red eyes stared at Lin Hao and the others in a daze, which made people feel a little scary. However, Magna suddenly smiled at this moment. Lin Hao saw this smile, and suddenly an ominous feeling rose in his heart. However, before Lin Hao could react, Magna stretched out her hands. But Lin Hao and the others couldn't wait to react, and these hands were printed on the chests of the two of them. A powerful force was transmitted to them in an instant, knocking them into the air, leaving deep ravines on the ground. It seems that the most worrying thing happened, and now Magna has lost any sanity. In addition, Lin Hao and the others already had injuries in their bodies, and they were also lying in place at the moment, without any ability to resist. After a fierce battle, the Rock Titan defeated Magna. Magna was blasted by the Rock Titan abruptly. Advertisement. Although Magna's strength is very strong, but the Rock Titan is not vegetarian. Slowly, Lin Hao and the others walked over. He only had the killing instinct left, that is to say, he came to take the lives of Lin Hao and the others. And after the battle, the Rock Titan was still in place again, without any movement. However, the two light punches by Magna were resolved, and the gap in cultivation was not even a star. There is a Magna in front who only knows about killing, and there is a Rock Titan behind. It seems that God does not let them live. And just now, the two palms of Magna did not hold back any hands, and directly displayed their full strength. Obviously, Lin Hao and the two of them are not Magna's opponents even if they even hit each other. I didn't see that Lin Hao and the two of them are the strongest blows. Just now, although Magna's attack looked very simple, when his power penetrated into the body. Then he rushed in the direction of Lin 4.9 Hao, and Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little bitter in his heart. Lin Hao and the others also closed their eyes in despair. After all, they no longer have any ability to resist. It is to start destroying the magic power in the two of them, so that their magic power cannot be condensed together at all. They could only watch Magna helplessly, killing them, and Magna also raised its sharp claws. It was about to fall towards Lin Hao and the two of them, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and the Rock Titan that had been standing still beside it suddenly moved. But the target of the Rock Titan was not Lin Hao. He went from Lin Hao's side to fight with Magna. Also unable to unleash a powerful attack, Magna also had that bloodthirsty smile on his face. Only the most basic bloodthirsty instinct remains, and the next thing he will do is to kill endlessly until it is destroyed. 139 Lin Hao's surprise. Lin Hao was completely stunned by this move of the Rock Titan. You must know that it was not long ago. This Rock Titan also fought Lin Hao very hard, even forcing Lin Hao to use his own trick. It was just a tie with the Rock Titan. If it wasn't for unknown reasons, the Rock Titan gave up attacking and fell asleep. Lin Hao didn't even know if he could properly resolve this matter today. After all, he had to know. At that time, what Lin Hao was facing was not only the Rock Titan, but also the Magna and Lacquer, two enemies watching from the side. It was only after consuming its own Tree Titan that it managed to subdue this Rock Titan. In Lin Hao's view, he and this Rock Titan are sworn enemies. During the battle with Luck and Magna just now, Lin Hao was still worried that this Rock Titan would wake up 16 and give himself a fatal blow. So Lin Hao also has a part of his mind to watch out for every move of this Rock Titan. Even Magna, who has entered a crazy stage, makes himself a little at a loss and finds it difficult to deal with it. But Lin Hao still didn't take back that part of his mind that was used to guard against the Rock Titan, after all, in Lin Hao's opinion. Although that Magna is very crazy, the threat is not that great. The biggest threat still comes from this Rock Titan. So that when Magna gave him the final fatal blow, it made Lin Hao a little difficult to deal with. But at this critical moment, just when Lin Hao thought he was about to get hurt, it turned out to be this Rock Titan that kept him vigilant. Advertisement. A shot saved his life, otherwise, if Magna's attack fell on Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao has absolute self-confidence, this set of attacks will not endanger his life. But it will also cause him a lot of damage. After all, now Lin Hao must always ensure that his state is in a good state. Otherwise, there will be various unexpected emergencies in this magic palace. Even Lin Hao can't guarantee what he will encounter in the next moment, if he is weak. If a tyrannical existence suddenly popped up and attacked him, then he might not even have the room to fight back. In this place, if you are not careful, you will ruin your life, because you don't know how many dangerous dangers are hidden in this place. And Lin Hao is also adhering to the belief of being cautious, otherwise Lin Hao would have lost his life as early as the first magic palace. Originally, Lin Hao thought that this Rock Titan would give him a fatal blow when he was weak. After all, The fight I had with this rock titan just now was also inextricable. It can be called a situation where either you die or I die. But the sudden change of rock titan's attitude made Lin Hao somewhat unacceptable. After all, no one can accept it. The red-eyed enemy who was still fighting suddenly became his allies. But this surprise only lasted for a moment, and Lin Hao quickly came back to his senses. Even now Lin Hao still has many questions in his heart, waiting to be solved, but he also knows that now is not the best opportunity. Advertisement. After all, you must know that Magna has always been famous for his weird methods, although now he was blasted into a ball of slag by the rock titan. But Lin Hao is also worried, who knows if he still has any means to save his life. Magna is also famous for being afraid of death. It is said that he also practiced many kinds of life-saving gates in a mess. Lin Hao was also worried that Magna was not completely dead, so he still had to go and check it out in person. Otherwise, Lin Hao didn't have the habit of leaving hidden dangers for himself, and took advantage of this great opportunity to completely wipe out Magna in one fell swoop. At that time, Lin Hao can also relax a little bit to recover from the injuries in his body. After all, the combat power that Magna erupted just now is 210 is very powerful, although it is not Lin Hao's opponent. But it was also for Lin Hao's already injured body, which made the injury a little more serious. If it is not treated in time, I am afraid it will leave a permanent hidden wound, and it will also have a certain impact on Lin Hao's cultivation level. For a person like Lin Hao who pursues and has great strength, this is absolutely unbearable. So Lin Hao, too, forcibly supported his body, and came to the front of that mass of debris. Release the remaining spiritual power in your body to go back and forth among these debris, and check it carefully. Lin Hao is also using a unique method now, although it doesn't have much lethality. But the feeling is very sensitive, as long as there is a trace of life fluctuation, he can perceive it. It can be called a very perverted skill, but it is also very tasteless. After all, a strong monk doesn't bother to practice. 140 Rehabilitation. For practitioners with relatively weak cultivation bases, it is completely unnecessary to practice this method. Lin Hao also obtained this cultivation method by coincidence. I didn't plan to practice because it was very close at first, but after some hesitation, I decided to practice, just thinking about when it would come in handy in the future. Unexpectedly, it will come in handy now, and Lin Hao couldn't help silently giving a thumbs up for his original decision. After Lin Hao's careful inspection, he did not find any breath of life in this pool of debris. Lin Hao couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. It could be regarded as solving a difficult problem, although the threat of this problem was not great. But it is very annoying, just like the fly, buzzing in the ears all the time. Moreover, this fly's vitality is particularly tenacious, and it is extremely difficult to kill, but now it is finally getting rid of this fly. Lin Hao can be said to be able to breathe a sigh of relief, but now is not the time to relax. After all, in this magic palace, there are unknown dangers hidden somewhere, so remember not to take it lightly. Fortunately, the group of subordinates who were very close to him were not so seriously injured. It seemed that Magna was also anxious to deal with Lin Hao. So for Lin Hao's subordinates, they didn't have time to kill them, but the injuries they suffered from being knocked out of their bodies only needed a little recuperation. I still remember that group of subordinates saw that Lin Hao had solved all this, and each of them hurriedly guarded Lin Hao's surroundings. After all, they can also see that Lin Hao is only at the end of his strength, and the most important thing for Han Ji now is to hurry up. Advertisement. Recover the injuries in the body, otherwise, in this dangerous magic palace, I don't know how many troubles are waiting for them to solve. Now it seems that this rock titan is not clear whether it is an enemy or a friend, after all, they just had a big battle. But at the critical moment just now, it was the rock titan who shot and saved Lin Zuo. But looking at the appearance of the titan now, I am afraid that he will not launch an attack easily. Forget it, I should take care of the injuries in my body first. In the final analysis, it is because my strength is not strong enough. Otherwise, any conspiracy is just a trick in front of him, and he can easily expose it. And the healing magician next to him also quickly cast healing magic on Lin Hao. But Lin Hao felt a very warm airflow in his body, and with this airflow in his body, it slowly circulated. It seems that while Han Ji is healing her injuries, magic power is continuously being generated in her body, and the speed seems to be much faster than before. Also, whoever used too much magic power to cause meridian damage is slowly recovering, and the pain caused by it is also somewhat weakened. As for Lin Hao, as long as he can recover from the injuries in his body now, his strength will also have a considerable improvement compared to before. Unknowingly, the speed of the magic power is also gradually increasing, and Lin Hao's injury is also recovering rapidly at the same time. Fortunately, Lin Hao's body is also very strong. With the help of that warm current, Lin Hao's body also began to grow. Advertisement. After this trace of magic power circulated completely through the meridians in Lin Hao's body, the magic power in Lin Hao's body also increased a little. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's heart is also excited. After all, what he desires most now is strength. The benefits brought to Lin Hao are also very considerable. After all, everyone understands this truth, but there are still very few people who have the courage to do it. Lin Hao, this can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, just as the ancients said, if you don't break, you can't build, and if you break, you can build. Lin Hao just exhausted the magic power in his body. It belongs to its own magic power, and Lin Hao also controls this trace of magic power, slowly wandering through the meridians in his body. And the vast majority of people lost their lives during this process because they didn't grasp the scale well, or because of various accidents. Just where this trace of magic power has passed, those damaged meridians also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the one hand, he didn't expect that his partner, Conclusion, who often fought side by side with him, could also explode with such a powerful force. But now it seems that there is a huge moat between him and Lin Hao, which is insurmountable. But the strength of this healing magician is still somewhat weak after all, and the help he can bring to Lin Hao is also very limited. But now, recovering from the injuries in his body was like squeezing out all the potential in Lin Hao's body. On the other hand, Luck, who had witnessed this fierce battle, had already stayed where he was, too surprised to speak. On the other hand, he was surprised in Lin Hao's powerful strength. Originally, he thought that he would not be able to compare with Lin Hao when he was asleep, but he was not far behind. 141 fainted. But at the same time, Luck couldn't help feeling hot, the reason why Lin Hao was able to erupt with such a powerful force just now. On the one hand, because his eyesight is already very strong, on the other hand, in his opinion, it depends on that secret method. And the secret method that can increase the strength so much is also precious, one can imagine. I'm afraid that even Captain Yami doesn't have such a powerful and perverted secret technique, if he can learn this secret technique. Then for one's own strength, it is also a very huge improvement, and then one can challenge more powerful opponents. For a combat madman, there is nothing more exciting than fighting, and fighting against powerful opponents, only then can you experience the joy of fighting. Otherwise, there is no pleasure in unilateral abuse, and even in Luck's view, it is an insult to fighting. And that's not what Luck wants, he wants to become stronger through constant fighting. So at this moment, Luck is also very eager for this secret technique that Lin Hao has displayed. And just now Lin Hao also said that as long as he can attach himself to him, then he can learn his fighting secrets. Moreover, Captain Yami's kindness to him has already been repaid in countless battles. So if you belong to Lin Hao at this moment, there is no such thing as a betrayal, this is also your own freedom. And even if Lin Hao won't allow himself to learn this powerful secret method, it is still very precious compared to Lin Hao's other secret methods. Advertisement. It can also improve his own strength. After all, his strength has reached a bottleneck period, and it is very difficult to improve even a little bit. Originally, he was about to give up, but now Lin Hao let her see the dawn of hope again, so his heart longing for victory has awakened again. Luck quickly made a decision, he decided to belong to Lin Hao, and he was also determined to get Lin Hao's cheat books. But now Lin Hao is concentrating on recuperating the injuries in his body, so now is not the best time to show his center. But he believed that he could wait for the best time to express his loyalty after all, so that he could learn those powerful secrets. But his current strength is still a little weak, and he still has to hurry up to improve his strength, and the aftermath of the battle just now has also affected him. While the healing magician was casting healing magic, he also took this opportunity to recover the injuries in his body. After all, when the time comes, he will let Lin Hao see his own value, and only in this way can he learn a more powerful method. It gave them a very strange feeling, and following the gaze of the rock titan, it happened to be the direction where Lin Hao was. The sound of the magician falling to the ground woke up the rest of the people. Then the rock titan's eyes returned to their dark appearance again, and they froze in place without any movement. This made it possible for Lin Hao, who was still seriously injured, to be the first to wake up, while the rest of the people were still closing their eyes tightly, and took the time to recover from the injuries in their bodies. One by one quickly woke up from meditation, and what caught their eyes was Lin Hao, who had opened his eyes. Advertisement. And knowing that the red light appears for a very short time, it appears quickly and disappears very quickly. So now, the people who were still fighting fiercely just now are healing their wounds very quietly at this moment. It doesn't seem at all that a fierce BGBG battle took place here, only the pair of empty eyes of the rock titan are black. Before Lin Hao could say anything, the magician staggered under Lin Hao's gaze, and fell to the ground all of a sudden. At this moment, a red light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the titan, and everyone was healing. They didn't even notice the change in the eyes of this rock library man. They were all very happy. After all, Lin Hao was the one they followed, and only Lin Hao was stronger. One reason is because of Han Xin's already very strong physique, the other is also because of the 10 healing magicians. Then they will have a better life, otherwise everything will be like a castle in the air, there is no guarantee at all. So the place, which was still noisy, suddenly became very quiet at this moment. Therefore, Luck also put away the shock on his face, and started to heal the injuries in his body wholeheartedly. As Lin Hao opened his eyes, the magician who had been casting recovery magic finally exhausted the last trace of magic power in his body. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and Lin Hao was the first to wake up among the group of people who were healing. The healing magic was being casted non-stop, and the recovery magic power poured into Lin Hao's body as if he didn't need money. 142 Peace of mind. All of them also had excited expressions in their eyes, and looked eagerly at Lin Hao, but it was obvious that Lin Hao's eyes did not stay on them. They followed Lin Hao's gaze and happened to see the magician who fell to the ground. They also reacted to this. During the period of time they entered meditation, only this recovery magician did not stop at all, casting healing magic. Of course, most of them are used to treat Lin Hao's injuries, but the remaining small part is used to treat their internal injuries. No wonder they feel a warm current swimming back and forth in their bodies when they are meditating. And with the help of that warm current, the injuries in his body also recovered much faster than usual. Moreover, When they were meditating, only this healing magician was alert to the surrounding situation. While he was casting healing magic on everyone, he had to pay attention to observe the movement around him. For this magician, it is also a very huge challenge. After all, his strength is not so strong, and he can't do it. He can recover other people's injuries with a wave of his hand. And the reason why this magician was able to survive until now is also because of his concern for Lin Hao in his heart. Before he saw that Lin Hao was not completely safe, he was also unwilling to fall down. After all, he was the only healing magician present. Now is the time to play his role. If he loses the chain at a critical moment, even if others don't say anything, he will feel sorry in his heart. And the reason why I chose to let this healing magician perform healing magic on everyone while being alert to the surrounding situation. Advertisement. That is also something that can't be helped. After all, in the battle just now, almost all the people participated in the battle. Only this healing magician was put at the end because of his weak strength, and because of this, his injuries were also the lightest among this group of people. And in this ghostly place, I don't know what potential dangers there will be, so the most important thing is to hurry up and restore strength. However, after today's battle just now, even if there is danger eyeing him, he will not act recklessly like this. Therefore, there is not much actual danger, and those people must hurry up to recover their strength, so that they can give Linhao some help. It proves that the healing magician has no reservations at all, and is outputting the magic power in his body with all his strength. When he saw Linhao opened his eyes, he knew that Linhao was out of danger, and the last trace of obsession in your heart disappeared like this. His body couldn't hold on any longer, so he fell to the ground like this, and Linhao, too, saw all this in his eyes. Combined with the situation of myself and the group of people around me, I also want to understand the reason. Just when the group of people reacted, Linhao found a precious elixir from his body and fed it to the magician. This is because the magic power is consumed too much, which causes the body to be very weak. Now it only needs to be recuperated. They are comrades in arms who can turn their backs to each other on the battlefield. They have absolute trust and profound friendship. And the group of people around quickly gathered around, surrounding the healing magician. Although they were very anxious, they did not dare to disturb Linhao, for fear of causing serious consequences due to their own reasons. Advertisement. Linhao carefully checked the condition of the recovery magician's body and found that there was no serious injury. Immediately, the sorcerer's pale face turned rosy, which shows that the elixir that Linhao fed just now is also very precious. Linhao couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction in his heart. After all, these are all his subordinates. They intrigue each other and cheat each other, and they don't realize any brotherhood at all. There is also a very anxious expression on the face. After all, this is the comrade who fought side by side with them just now. It's just that because of the healing magic just now, the magic power in the body was consumed too much, but fortunately, it was a loss. But the expressions on their faces have completely betrayed them. They are thinking in their hearts, watching the performance of the group of people around them. So Linhao explained. You don't have to worry too much, there is no major problem with his body. Oh. For his own people, Linhao has never been stingy, and this magician has become so weak because of himself. Seeing that the people under him are also so united, I am very relieved in my heart, and it is not like other sects. All this is because his own strength is still not enough, otherwise he would not have to let his subordinates work hard. Asking for flowers. Linhao didn't think there was anything wrong with feeding this elixir to this magician. On the contrary, she still had a trace of guilt in her heart. 143 Warning. It was just right when I woke up, so that he didn't damage his own origin, otherwise, it will continue like this. He can only burn his own source to continue to cast healing magic, but the trauma it brings to him is permanent. Even if I do it myself at that time, I am afraid it will be irreversible, and now he is just too weak. There are no other hidden dangers, as long as the time comes, it can be recovered after careful recuperation. When the group of people around heard Linhao's words, their hearts that were hanging in the air finally fell down at this moment. After all, it would be a very painful thing for them to lose a comrade in arms like 973. After all, they have lived and died together, and the friendship between them is also very deep. And now hearing that his comrade in arms is out of danger, how can he not feel happy? Linhao went on to say, you have also seen that this place is also in danger, with your strength, although you can barely protect yourself here. But if you continue to walk backwards, I'm afraid your strength will not be able to keep up, and it will be difficult for me to allocate energy to protect you. So, you guys should take her back first. I want to explore the back by myself, after all, this opportunity is very rare. Quote. Linhao pointed at that one, and the healing magician said. Now it was the turn of the group of people around to be silent, and they also knew that what Linhao said was not wrong. It was just the battle just now, although they had the superiority in numbers, they were only facing each other. Advertisement. They are almost powerless to fight back. If they encounter any dangerous situation later, I am afraid they will become Linhao's burden instead. And saying this is not because they look down on them, but because they are really thinking about them. Moreover, the vaccine treatment model is now in vain, and there is no way to fight back. At that time, people will be assigned to protect her, so they are already very barely able to resist the attack. After the split is dispatched, it becomes even more vulnerable, and the road ahead will be very dangerous. They thought for a while and made up their minds. They decided to obey Lin Hao's order and take the healing magician back first. But they made up their minds in their hearts that when they go back, they must practice hard to improve their cultivation. Moreover, some people with relatively advanced strength must be selected and sent, ready to accept Lin Hao's call at any time. After arranging all this, the space magician was also chanting obscure incantations, and kept drawing magic circles on his mouth. But it was a space channel, which appeared in front of everyone, but the first space channel seemed to be crumbling. As if it was about to collapse in the next second, this was because the suppression in this place was too strong, coupled with the impact of the Great War just now. That's why such a situation was caused. The group of people didn't stop at all, and 2 people were selected to carry a healing magician. The first one entered this space passage. The rest of the people also entered the space channel one after another. After all, this channel can't last long. Just after the last person entered the passage, the space passage was directly shattered. Advertisement. But fortunately, the group of men have left here safely. Linhao still wants to take this opportunity to continue exploring. After all, this opportunity is very rare. If you miss this time, you will have to wait until the next time. However, although Lin Hao's group of subordinates had already left here, there was still one person left who did not leave. That person is Luck. Originally Lin Hao's subordinates wanted to get rid of it. After all, before this, Luck also had a big battle with Lin Hao, although it didn't cause such high damage to Lin Hao. But in the eyes of Lin Hao's subordinates, it is still an unforgivable crime. In their eyes, Lin Hao is the most noble existence. There is no room for anyone to desecrate Lin Hao's dignity, so the moment Luck decided to attack Lin Hao. It seems that Lin Hao's subordinates have been sentenced to death, but Lin Hao's attitude towards Luck is somewhat ambiguous. If Lin Hao wanted to solve that, he could have solved it by himself just now. 3.4 But Lin Hao didn't think of such an idea and made a condition to win Luck, in the eyes of Lin Hao's subordinates. It may be Lin Hao's, and if you want to achieve another purpose, you may need to use Luck, but what is Lin Hao's purpose? They will not ask. In their view, any decision of Lin Hao is absolutely correct. So after some consideration, they still left Luck here, but a group of them left here. But before they left, Luck was given a vicious warning. 144 Choice. Before Lin Hao's subordinates left, they also gave Luck a stern warning. It's best for him not to play any tricks, otherwise, they can solve it without Lin Hao's action. When the healing magician released the healing magic, he deliberately excluded Luck. Therefore, the injury in Clark's body has only partially recovered and has not healed. The strength he can display now is far inferior to Hanji's group of subordinates. I still remember that these subordinates have also undergone rigorous training, although facing Luck who is at his peak state is not against the people. But for soliciting customers in this state, it can be easily solved. That's right, I felt the threatening meaning between the words of Lin Hao's subordinates, as well as the 16 bitter breaths on them. Subconsciously, he also nodded, and Lin Hao's subordinates saw that they were so sensible at that moment, and left here satisfied. It is still a space magician who constructs space teleportation magic first, and then they dive into the magic portal. They don't have to worry at all. Luck will have bad thoughts about Lin Hao. What are you kidding? I didn't see that most of the injuries in Lin Hao's body have recovered now, and from the aura exuding from him, it can be seen that Lin Hao's cultivation base has improved somewhat. And Luck's physical injuries have not fully recovered at all. Even if he is fully recovered, he is probably not Lin Hao's opponent in this state. Advertisement. It wasn't until Lin Hao's men left here that Luck realized that he was overwhelmed by Lin Hao's men. It's really embarrassing. You have to know that you have always been famous for fighting madness. What kind of oppression is there? He also met too many, but no one's aura could suppress him. But today he was overwhelmed by the aura exuded by a group of Lin Hao's subordinates, which made him a little distracted. If this got out, it would surely surprise a large group of people, but so did Luck, who reacted quickly. Han Zan's subordinates in this circle must have gone through Lin Hao's devilish training to hone such a powerful momentum, which caused him to be a little lost just now. Thinking of this, Luck felt even more passionate about Lin Hao's fighting secrets. It can still be seen that the talents of your subordinates are not so outstanding, and they can even be called mediocre. But that's it, a group of people who are invisible to Luck can actually cultivate such a powerful aura. All of a sudden, only Han Ji and Lan Ke were left in this empty space. It's just that he didn't show it. After all, if a person with strong fighting power is so shrewd. For Lin Hao's strength, Luck did not have the slightest doubt, although he had a very crazy desire for fighting. In this way, I left the back to Luck. If Luck has any unscrupulous attempts to get some industries, there is a very high probability of success. Advertisement. But this does not mean that his IQ is very low, on the contrary he is also a very shrewd person. It shows that my strength will definitely have a very huge improvement, and then I can challenge more powerful opponents. And if that's the case, what's waiting for me is either all kinds of suppression or suspicion. If you want to make a move, you must be sure of Lin Hao, and you will be very disappointed, so you will directly solve yourself. But Lin Hao still stood where he was, his eyes were always looking at that look, and he didn't know what was going on in his heart. And Lin Hao just said that he wanted to win him over, and he didn't choose to get rid of him after the war. He even imagined the scene where he would fight a powerful enemy alone and never lose the wind, and win the admiration of others. Although he didn't get along with Lin Hao for a long time, he still had a little understanding of Lin Hao, and he was never the kind of person who would do things that he was not sure about. But who knows if there is Lin Hao in the world? I am paying attention to myself, just waiting for myself to kill myself when I make a move 900. But that idea was quickly rejected. The reason why Lin Hao did this must be because of his self-confidence. For any leader, it is a huge threat, and no one will tolerate it. This kind of threat stays by his side. It seems that I still have some use for Lin Hao, and Lin Hao's gesture at this moment may also be a test for him. Although it seemed that Lin Hao didn't seem to have any defense against himself, he just left his back to himself. The greatest credit must be attributed to Lin Hao, and if he allowed himself to practice Lin Hao's some combat secrets. 145 Test. If you meet some very new leaders, you may even solve yourself directly. So, Luck didn't show himself to be very shrewd, which is also a kind of protection for himself. Otherwise, it is still a question of whether that person can survive to this day, let alone achieve such a great reputation. At this moment, Luck's brain was running rapidly, thinking about the pros and cons of this matter. That one thinks that this is definitely a test for Lin Hao for himself, if his answer can't satisfy Lin Hao. Then I am afraid I will say goodbye to this world today, and after the fierce battle just now. Luck, too, has made up his mind. He has decided to belong to Lin Hao, otherwise, he would not have chosen to help Lin Hao in the battle just now. Because he has completely torn face with Captain Yami with this shot, and he can no longer go back to the past. According to Captain Yami's temperament, he will definitely hunt him down a little bit. Thinking of the terrifying methods of Captain Yami, Luck couldn't help shivering, and what Captain Yami hated the most was that others betrayed him. Luck once saw with his own eyes how Captain Yami punished those who betrayed him. At that time, you will really feel that death is also a very beautiful extravagant wish. That's why I had nightmares for several days because of this, and I always encountered that person's miserable appearance and tragic end in my dreams. Advertisement. If I was caught by Captain Yami, I'm afraid I would end up worse than that person. So what he can do now is to quickly find a strong backer, otherwise he will eventually follow in that person's footsteps. And looking at the previous posture, I also have some hopes for myself, as long as I express it, there is enough sincerity. Lin Hao will not refuse himself, although he helped Lin Hao in the battle just now, but these are far from enough. And Lin Hao probably didn't fully believe in himself, otherwise he wouldn't have set up such a different test. If you also regret it, you can take this opportunity to sneak attack Lin Hao, and bring Lin Hao's head back. I believe that even Captain Yami may have doubts at that time, but he will not be able to say anything without evidence. Coupled with the fact that he was able to carry Lin Hao's head back, Captain Yi also had to reward himself a lot. At that time, even if you want to take action against yourself, you have to be scruples, otherwise you will chill the hearts of the subordinates. At that time, people will be left with the impression that a knight regiment leader can't tolerate others and make meritorious deeds. The people under him will be panicked, and no one will join him at that time, which is a huge loss for Captain Yami. That's why I want to test if it's okay, whether Luck has regretted it, and if Luck regrets it, then he will choose to shoot himself. Then even if I feel a little regretful in my heart, I will not hesitate to attack Luck. Advertisement. For his enemies, Lin Hao has never been soft-hearted, and Lin Hao also understands that the kindness of the enemy is the greatest cruelty to himself. On the contrary, if Luck didn't have any evil thoughts or didn't shoot himself, then it can also consider accepting Luck. After all, if it can take Luck under its own hands to do things for itself, it will also be a powerful boost for itself. But the first thing to ensure is that Luck is loyal to himself from the heart, otherwise he will leave a huge disaster for himself. Now all the options are left in Luck's own hands, and it depends on his own choice as to where she will go. Of course, Lin Hao still hopes to gain Luck's loyalty. After all, he still lacks some strong men under his command. And Lin Hao put half of his heart on the Rock Titan. After all, the Rock Titan suddenly helped him just now, which also made him a little confused. It was because I still had injuries on my body, so I couldn't study this Rock Titan. Most of the injuries on his body have healed now, and now Li Jiao needs to take a closer look at this Rock Titan. Otherwise, if this Rock Titan can help him, will he be able to give him a fatal blow the next time he encounters a crisis? Lin Hao is not in the habit of leaving troubles for himself, and wants to nip all troubles in the bud. Moreover, he was also curious about the abnormal behavior of the Rock Titan just now. The other half of my mind is used to supervise soliciting customers. I want to see what happens to Luck. What do I plan to do? Whether to offer your loyalty or choose to sneak attack yourself, so that no matter what choice Luck makes, he can react in time. 146 Conquer. Of course, this role did not bring too much trouble to Luck, because he had already made up his mind. Lin Hao thought that Luck would have to hesitate for a while before making a decision, but Luck almost didn't hesitate long before making his own choice. I saw Luck slowly walking towards Lin Hao's direction, but his movements were very light, and almost no sound could be heard. Lin Hao's heart was in midair all of a sudden. Now is the last moment. It seems that Luck has made his choice. This is what does it mean that Luck is walking in this direction with such a light movement? Could it be that he wants to sneak attack himself? Or do he want to do something? Thinking of this possibility, the magic power in Lin Hao's body is ready, as long as Luck chooses to make a move. Then Lin Hao can react in the first time, so as to subdue Luck, so as to avoid possible situations. And the reason why Lin Hao didn't choose to attack 913 right now was because he didn't sense malice from Luck. And Lin Hao also has absolute confidence in his own strength. He also wants to see what he wants to do and what intentions he has. If Luck wants to shoot himself, then he also has the confidence to react before Luck shoots. At that moment, the distance between Linhao and Linhao gradually shortened, but at this moment, the magic power in Linhao's body was also faintly excited, because they sensed the upcoming battle. Linhao was also ready to fight, but luck stopped when he walked behind Linhao, 3 steps away. Advertisement. Then it was like that, standing there without any movement, just like a sculpture. This made Linhao also surprised. What exactly does he want BGAA to do? If he wants to sneak attack himself, then the current distance is a very good distance, judging from the combat power that luck can explode. Within this distance, it can definitely be called the highest probability of successful sneak attack, and the risk is also the smallest. But it was such an excellent opportunity. Why did he choose to stand still and not shoot himself, or did he have other intentions? But since he didn't choose to attack him, Lin Hao couldn't say anything, and continued to observe the situation of the Rock Titan. It's just that Shendu used most of his heart to warn Luck's every move, as long as the soliciting has the slightest intention of mischief. Then Lin Hao will definitely get rid of Luck with thunderous means, and then the huge scene fell into an eerie tranquility. Then he threw this booklet to Luck, and Luck quickly caught it, knowing that this booklet was the secret method of combat that Lin Hao had mentioned earlier. Although Luck felt very uncomfortable, he didn't look away, just like that, looking into Lin Hao's eyes. It was exactly what I was longing for, so Luck got this little car and looked through it immediately. At the same time, the admiration for Lin Hao in his heart could not help but go up to a higher level. It seems that it is indeed not a wise choice to be an opponent with such a monster. If you have time, take a look, maybe it will help you. So Lin Hao took out a booklet from his bosom. Advertisement. These two people stared at each other's eyes until they watched, and the scene fell into a strange embarrassing tranquility. Then everything I did today can be called a joke, and she is probably doomed. I've thought it through, and I don't think it's a bad choice to follow you, but I don't know if you still need me. Obviously, Luck's patience was still lacking, and it was he who spoke first to break the eerie tranquility. At that moment, there was a feeling of enlightenment. I didn't expect that magic power could be used like this, and magic could be cast like this. After all, he also wanted to confirm whether Lin Hao still wanted to subdue his own ideas, if Lin Hao had cancelled this idea. Being stared at by Lin Hao, I felt a little uncomfortable at that moment, and I couldn't help twisting my neck. How? Have you considered it? Have you changed your mind? Lin Hao also turned his head slowly, staring at Luck just like that. So sure, I won't treat you badly. I also know that what you like most is constant fighting. I also have some insights about fighting. Now the two of them are competing for patience, and it depends on who can't bear it first, so as to break the deadlock. Lin Hao didn't see any other thoughts in Luck's eyes. He also understood that Luck was not deceiving himself. He just wanted to really follow him, so Lin Hao replied, as long as you really follow me. Lin Hao, does what you just said still count? Luck asked Lin Hao like this. 147 Rock Titan mutation. Luck felt that his practice for so many years had almost been practiced on dogs. If the magic is performed according to the method mentioned in the booklet Lin Hao gave him, then the speed of casting magic will be 10 to 20% faster than before, and the magic power consumed will also be only 80% to 90% of before, and the power will be slightly improved. Don't underestimate the gap between 10% and 20%. In a battle, a momentary change may determine the final success or failure. If the speed of casting magic is even 1 second faster than the opponent, it is possible to win the final victory. What's more, this is not a small gap. For a while, Luck regarded this booklet as a precious treasure. He also saw that Lin Hao really wanted to subdue him, otherwise he wouldn't have given him such a precious booklet. If this pamphlet is released, others will definitely flock to it and scramble for it. And Lin Hao gave it to himself so easily, which also shows his trust in him and also shows his sincerity. And a person's combat perception is a taboo for anyone. After all, this kind of fighting comprehension also shows a person's fighting style. If someone gets it, he can develop some magic to restrain himself. It can definitely be called a disaster, so generally such precious combat insights are passed down to their own descendants in the big family. Although Luck is not the kind of person who will be moved to a mess casually, so that his blood will rush and he will be desperate. But this kind of trust still makes those soliciting customers very moved. After all, they were enemies not long ago. Advertisement. But now that he can believe in himself like this, how can he not be moved? Luck is once again grateful for the choice he has made. But although this booklet is also very precious, it is obvious that now is not the best time to study it. After Lin Hao opened the booklet again, he turned his head and put all his thoughts on studying the Rock Titan. After all, if he doesn't study this Rock Titan thoroughly, he won't feel at ease. It's like a time bomb. Buried next to him, it will explode at some point, blowing himself to pieces. Luck also put away the booklet first, and followed Lin Hao to study this Rock Titan. He also knows the powerful fighting power of this Rock Titan, the fighting power that Magna erupted just now. Stronger than his peak moment, but still vulnerable to this Rock Titan. From this we can see the huge threat posed by this Rock Titan. The most important thing is that we don't know whether this Rock Titan is an enemy or a friend. This is the scariest thing, and it also refreshes Luck's understanding of these magic palaces. You must know that they are only in the second magic palace now, and they already have such a perverted existence. Then there are still monsters that can destroy the world in the magic palaces behind. And Luck also knows how difficult it is to enter these magic palaces, and it can be seen that Lin Hao wants to continue going down. This gave Lin Hao a bit of a headache. After all, he also had a feeling of being at a loss for this rock titan. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. He also didn't know where to start to understand this rock titan, but he had to solve it. At this time, Lin Hao had a whim, wanting to control the magic power in his body, to perceive the internal structure of this rock titan. After all, the strongest fortresses are often broken not from the outside, but from the inside. And Lin Hao also wants to understand the internal structure of this rock titan, so as to formulate a strategy to deal with him. But in order to prevent any unexpected changes, Lin Hao also had to act cautiously. He only allocated a small part of the magic power at the beginning, due to contact with this rock titan.
But this time, the magic power was like a mud cow entering the sea, and it didn't cause any echo at all. Just when Lin Hao thought that he was just doing useless work and wanted to give up, a sudden change occurred at this time. Lin Hao suddenly felt that the rock titan seemed to move, but the movement was very subtle. Then Lin Hao had to wonder if there was something wrong with his perception just now, just when Lin Hao was hesitating. From the inside of the rock titan, there was another very slight fluctuation, and this time, Lin Hao was also very firm in his feeling that there was nothing wrong.
Then it also means that the way of thinking of distributing magic power to detect this rock titan is correct. It's just that the magic power that he radiated just now is not enough, so it can't really cause him to change. Since it is so useful, Lin Hao also began to increase the output of magic power. This time he output most of the magic power 948. Enter the next level. I just want to take this opportunity to completely eliminate the hidden danger of this rock titan. Only in this way can he continue to explore the magic palace behind with peace of mind. Otherwise, leaving such a huge hidden danger as the rock titan behind him will also make Lin Hao feel uncomfortable sleeping and eating. And after Lin Hao input a lot of magic power, the rock titan finally moved again. But this time the rock titan's movements were very slow, without the slightest of the thunderous power of the previous shots. In Lin Hao's view, the movements of this rock titan are still a little jerky, like a child who has just learned to walk. Then the rock titan slowly walked towards Lin Hao's direction, stepping on the ground with his footsteps. It will cause a slight turmoil on the ground, but fortunately the current rock titan is not a rock titan in a berserk state. Therefore, 16 is not that powerful. Lin Hao also allocated a little magic power to stabilize his body. Lin Hao thought that this rock titan wanted to take a shot at him, but he quickly put on a state of alert. After all, Titan Lin Hao is also a little confused about this rock. He said he was a friend, but he had a battle because of it. Call it the enemy, but just now he rescued himself at the moment of Guanlin, so I don't know what the rock titan wants to do now. But just in case, Lin Hao didn't take it lightly. Otherwise, if the rock titan is still as thunderous as before. Advertisement. If you want to attack yourself, then you will definitely not have time to defend yourself if you say you are not in a hurry. At that time, he will definitely be seriously injured, and may even fall on the spot. Lin Hao will not make such a low-level mistake. The rock titan came in front of Lin Hao, and then stopped, standing straight in front of Lin Hao. Then it lowered its huge head, and stared at Lin Hao with its empty eyes for a while. And Lin Hao seemed to have noticed the gaze of the rock titan, and raised his head to sleep with the pair of empty eyes of the rock titan. There was a stalemate like this for a while, and then suddenly the rock titan's figure began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it turned into a khaki light, which quickly flew to Lin Hao's hand, and then Lin Hao felt a burning pain on his finger. Lin Hao felt pain in such a tough physical condition, one can imagine how painful it was. Lin Hao also quickly checked his fingers, he didn't know what the hell the rock titan was doing. Then I saw that, the rock titan turned into a totem-like thing, which was printed on his finger. And the reason why my fingers felt sore just now probably because the rock titan was branded on my hands. And quickly sensed the totem again, but didn't feel any fluctuations, as if nothing existed. But it seems that this rock titan doesn't have any malice towards him. After all, there is no discomfort in his body. Lin Hao simply stopped thinking about these things, and now the rock titan should reside in his body. Advertisement. It shouldn't be a threat to him, otherwise, Lin Hao also has a feeling that if he dies, then the rock titan may also perish along with him. And with such a rock titan with strong combat effectiveness, it also adds a layer of protection for my safety by my side. If he really faced a life and death crisis at that time, then this rock titan would not stand idly by for his own survival. Then Lin Hao glanced at Luck, who was standing next to him again, and Luck was also acting very well behaved, and did not show any rebellious intentions. At this moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared in front of it, shining brightly. According to Lin Hao's reality, this magic circle should be a teleportation circle just like the previous magic circles. If there is no accident in 050, then this piercing circle should lead to the next magic palace. Looking at the dazzling light, it seemed that countless tentacles were swaying towards him, as if calling him to step into this magic circle. At this time, Lin Hao turned his head to look at Luck and said to him, "How is it? Are you afraid or not? Do you dare to go to the next magic palace with me?" At this time Luck also raised his head, looked at Lin Hao with firm eyes and said, "I don't know how to write when I'm afraid of words. What is there to be afraid of? And I have heard the name of the Demon Palace for a long time, but I have never entered it. This year I just took this opportunity to make a good start." Quote. Sure enough, I didn't misread you, or you can go out with me for a while. So under the leadership of Lin Hao, Luck stepped into the teleportation circle with him. After a burst of dazzling light, the figures of Lin Hao and Luck disappeared in the empty field. 149 Weird scene. As a result, on this huge field, the deserted and quiet state was restored. But those huge ravines on the ground are explaining to people that a huge battle once took place here. And this also doomed Lin Hao's subsequent journey will not be so smooth, full of ups and downs. Lin Hao and Luck felt a sudden flash of light in front of them, and they closed their eyes subconsciously. Let them realize that this strong light has disappeared, and then slowly open their eyes. Even though Lin Hao and Luck are people who have seen the world, it is inevitable and a little surprised when they see everything in front of them. It is really that everything in front of them is completely different from the appearance of those magic palaces before, as if they have entered another space. The first few magic attacks were also full of bleak and chilling atmosphere, giving people a very depressing feeling. What's more, the eyes are basically black, there are no other colors at all, and Lin Hao feels a little nauseated. But in front of him, this piece of space is actually full of green, and there is a scene full of vitality everywhere. Lush and verdant trees, straight trunks soaring into the sky, above the trunks are also dense branches, with nests made by various birds in the middle. There are also various beasts running in the woods, and there is a breath of life everywhere. If it wasn't for Lin Hao and Luck, they knew that the place they were in was a magic palace, otherwise they would have thought they had come to a paradise. They greedily breathed the air here, and only felt that the air was very fresh, with a hint of the smell of trees. Advertisement. This is super rare, you must know that even the air in this space has a depressing atmosphere. But Lin Hao also reacted immediately, he was on the verge of life and death, and he walked all the way. So the sense of danger is stronger than that of Luck, although Luck also lives a life of licking blood on the tip of a knife. As the saying goes, if something goes wrong, there must be a demon. This scene before me is really too weird. It's like in a ruins, suddenly there is a very well preserved building, and the scenery is still very beautiful. Then your first thought is to lament the beauty of this building, or to ask why it can be preserved intact. It was obvious that Lin Hao was the latter kind of person. After he took a breath of air, he knew that something was wrong here. Although the air feels very fresh, there is a very hidden breath mixed in this fresh air. And this pot of hidden breath also has the function of anesthesia, but this breath is not harmful. So from this point of view, this breath just wants to shield people's perception ability, not to kill people who enter here. This made Lin Hao very vigilant. After all, he was in this space, but it was spread very strangely by those outside. You must know that this place is not a paradise, but a demon palace with dangerous and murderous intentions. If you are not careful, you will end up dead. Luck also nodded hastily. Don't worry, leave this trivial matter to me, there's no problem. At this moment, he also understood that everything here was obviously too wrong, and the scene in front of him alone made people very suspicious. Advertisement. If it is a fierce battle, it may be a little difficult to parry, but it can still be done by being alert to the sneak attacks around you. Luck and Lin Hao looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. And after the scope of one case, the perception ability is greatly weakened, and the perception ability has almost been lost. I'm afraid that he is waiting for himself and Lin Hao to enter the woods at this moment, so that he can attack the two of them at that time. And although this piece of green looks very pleasing to the eye, there is definitely a terrifying murderous intent hidden under this pleasing scenery. He said to Luck, from the king, it became this forest, it's not as simple as it seems. It seems that the magic palace on this floor is much more dangerous than the previous ones, but this will not stop Lin Hao from moving forward. Lin Hao didn't act rashly, but stayed where he was and carefully watched the scene in front of him. I need to carefully perceive the internal environment now, and you will protect me by the side to prevent any monsters from attacking me. But at this moment, he can only perceive the situation within a radius of 1 mile, and it is still very vague. And Lin Hao also felt that his own feelings were much weaker than before, and he could perceive the range of Fengyuan hundreds of miles. So after receiving Luck's response, Shendu put all his heart into observing the forest. Lin Hao also has some trust in Luck's cultivation, and his combat effectiveness is not something to brag about. Although Luck is a little weaker than Lin Hao, his ability to perceive danger is not much worse than Lin Hao. 150 Sneak Attack. Lin Hao released all his heart Shendu, and slowly explored the past along the changes in the forest. On the other hand, Luck also released his perception and tensed up his spirit to the extreme. After all, that person also knew that even though he and Lin Hao were exploring here together, Lin Hao was still the main force in the battle. At that time, if you encounter any difficult enemies, you still have to rely on Lin Hao to solve them. He, too, sensed the peerless murderous intent hidden in the forest in front of him, if he and Lin Hao entered rashly. Although it still has a strong strength, I am afraid that it will not be so easy to pass through this forest. But since there is really a way to detect the situation in this forest now, then I have to be vigilant about my surroundings. If this is really not a small trap, then this is the best time to sneak attack. But if the sneak attack is still successful at that time, then he will be very dangerous. 900 As Lin Hao's mind continued to explore the front of the forest, Lin Hao also began to understand the situation of this forest, and gradually gained an understanding. Suddenly, I still felt something strange in the forest in front of me. I wanted to control my mind and go over to investigate carefully. But at this moment, a black figure suddenly jumped out from the side, and rushed towards Lin Hao's back. Moreover, this black shadow exudes a powerful power, and the music even brings a trace of oppression to Luck. Advertisement. However, it was obvious that this black shadow should be some kind of beast, because when he attacked Lin Hao, the weapon he chose to attack was a pair of sharp claws. I don't know how his pair of sharp claws were tempered, and there was a cold light shining on them, just like a peerless fierce soldier. Moreover, the speed of this black shadow is still very fast, and the timing is just right. Just when Lin Hao noticed something strange and wanted to investigate further, generally at this time, people's vigilance is the most lax. If you sneak attack at this time, the success rate is also the highest. I have to say that this black shadow is also an expert in hunting. If Lin Hao appeared here by himself, then it is really possible that this black shadow got his way. But don't forget that Lin Hao didn't come here alone, and Lan Ke, who is known as a combat madman, was guarding him beside him. As soon as this black shadow appeared, he was already aware of his existence at that moment, and in order to deal with this sudden situation. Luck's physical condition is also kept at its peak, and he is afraid that an accident will happen because of his own negligence. And that black shadow seemed to have great confidence in his own strength, so he didn't go all out when he made a move. After all, he also had the advantage of a sneak attack, taking advantage of Lin Hao's lax vigilance, to sneak attack from behind. Although this black shadow didn't go all out, if this pair of sharp claws fell on Lin Hao, then, BGDG, it would be a serious injury. And that black shadow seemed to have seen his sharp claws land on Lin Hao, tearing the 10 prey in front of him to pieces. At that time, I can also take the opportunity to enjoy a delicious meal. This is delicious human flesh, and I haven't enjoyed the deliciousness of blood for a long time. Advertisement. That feeling really left him with endless aftertaste, and now thinking about it, he feels a little intoxicated. And the prey he was about to get made him a little excited, even a little crazy. It's no wonder that this black shadow has been trapped here for a long time, so long that she doesn't even know how long she has been here. And a long time ago, he didn't enjoy the taste of blood, but today a prey finally appeared. You can't let him go, and you can't just eat it up like this when the time comes. To keep it to enjoy slowly, he even thought about the scene of this prey struggling before dying. Just when the sharp claws were about to land on Lin Hao's back, Luck's attack had also arrived. Luck's attack fell right on the sharp claws of this black shadow, and this black shadow seemed to have never thought that Luck could burst out with such a powerful force. This black shadow has already noticed the existence of Luck from the very beginning, after all Luck did not hide his aura. Just before he carried out the sneak attack, he carefully sensed Luck's condition, but the result of the perception made the black shadow very satisfied. This person's aura is not that strong, at least much lower than the person he attacked. This is also the reason why this black shadow wants to sneak attack Lin Hao, and this black shadow also has absolute confidence in its own strength. He thought that although the time came, this person would attack him when he sneaked up. But judging by the aura it exudes, its attack can't cause much damage to itself at all. 151 Luck's doubt. And once he succeeds in sneak attacking the meditating person, then the biggest threat to him has already been dealt with. There is only one person whose aura is not so strong, and how he wants to deal with it at that time depends on his mood. I have to say that this black shadow also made a good plan, and he said that there is no problem with the plan he took. It is indeed Lin Hao who poses the greatest threat to him, and his choice to sneak attack Lin Hao is also the most correct choice. It's just that he made a fatal mistake, that is, he underestimated Lakei's strength. Luck is far more powerful than he feels, and now all their hopes are pinned on Lin Hao. How can Luck make this black shadow succeed in sneak attack so easily? The strength that Luck displayed at this time, although he did not try his best, he still used 80% or 90% of his strength. And the black shadow was caught off guard, and was also sent flying by Luck, but it was obvious that the black shadow's defensive power was also very astonishing. Although Bei Luck was sent flying with one blow, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. The black shadow shook its head before struggling to stand up from the ground, as if a drunk person fell to the ground and then struggled to get up. And at this moment, the black shadow seemed to realize that Luck was not as simple as he imagined. So he turned his head and stared at Luck with his huge eyes, full of vigilance. And Luck finally saw the true face of this black shadow. It was a very strange monster. Advertisement. At first glance, it looks like a shadowless cat, but it is different from a shadowless cat when you look closely. The first is the pair of sharp claws. Shadowless cats don't have such sharp and strong claws. Even though the pair of sharp claws were pulled apart after such a violent collision, there was no sign of breaking them at all. This is enough to prove how strong this pair of sharp claws are, and such sharp claws are far from what the shadowless cat can possess. Even the king of shadowless cats might not be able to have such a pair of strong and sharp claws. Because this black shadow has pure black fur, without any messy hair. For shadowless cats, it is absolutely impossible for such a kind of alien to exist. Ordinary shadowless cats have colorful fur. Only in this way can they be better protected. After all, their strength is not so tyrannical, and they can only rely on sneak attacks to obtain prey. One is the sharp teeth of this black shadow, which has far exceeded the limit that a shadowless cat can have. Moreover, the facial features of this black shadow are completely different from those of the shadowless cat. It seems that some unknown mutation has occurred in this strange space. Luck's threat level to this black shadow has also risen. It's a very high level, and we can't take it lightly. And Luck's hand that attacked the black shadow's strong claws just now was still a little painful at this moment. Otherwise, it is very likely that this monster will fight back, and what he is responsible for now is not his own life, but Lin Hao's. I didn't expect that there was a trace of bloody red in the eyes of this black shadow, which looked very abnormal in this space. Advertisement. And the monster room also took a fancy to Luck and was not easy to mess with, so he didn't choose to attack immediately, but stayed where he was and watched Luck's every move. Maybe the body of this black shadow is a shadowless cat, but it is infected by such a strong devil energy. After all, Luck did not intend to restrain himself just now, so the force given back to him is equally huge. So how did this monster become what it is today? Moreover, if it wants to become what it is today, I'm afraid it needs a very strong magic energy to achieve this effect. This should be being devoured of reason, leaving only the last instinctive expression, but this made Luck very confused. Otherwise, if Lin Hao's safety is endangered, at that time, there will be no place to regret it. It caused it to mutate and become what it is today, and in this space, the law of the jungle is also interpreted to the extreme. If it weren't for his sharp teeth and its strong claws, I'm afraid he wouldn't be alive today. So Luck decided to attack first, to be strong first, and then to suffer disaster, taking advantage of this black shadow. He has no intention of actively attacking. But now is not the time to think about these things, the top priority now is to get rid of this monster. Ask for flowers. However, Luck did not dare to delay at all. After all, the current situation is very unfavorable to him, and the more the delay continues, the worse the situation will be. It stands to reason that this space is so beautiful, Luck didn't even notice a trace of magic energy. 152 injured. Otherwise, after a while, it will be time for Sombra to choose to attack actively, then at that time, he can only choose passive defense. But no matter how tight the defense is, there will eventually be mistakes, and in this kind of battle. Even the slightest small mistake may determine the final outcome, and the outcome of this battle is based on life as the bet. The loser will pay the price with their lives, and the bargaining chip in Luck's hand is 2 lives. So there is absolutely no room for Luck to make mistakes, otherwise, what awaits him is a situation of eternal doom. Just when the monster was still looking at the 237, Luck moved, and the speed was unprecedentedly fast. The naked eye can hardly catch its figure, if any human strong fights against Luck. Then, only a very small number of people can avoid this attack of Luck, after all, the speed is too fast. But the monster who is fighting against Luck is not a so-called strong man. This monster is also very fast, just when he attacked Linhao just now. According to Luck's cultivation base, he only saw a black shadow flashing past his eyes. Therefore, Luck's speed is like a child's play in front of this monster, and this monster can also capture Luck's every move. Luck obviously knew this too, so before the monster could react, he suddenly launched an attack. And that monster also felt the powerful power contained in Luck's attack. Advertisement. And he was also on guard against Lanka's every move just now, so now he has no way to gather all his strength. So for that set of attacks full of explosive power, he didn't dare to fight with his body. Although his physical body is also very strong, this monster does not dare to risk himself. After all, in this place full of crises, if it is an injury, it is basically equated with death. And this monster obviously didn't want to die so easily, so he took advantage of his speed. Barely dodging Luck's attack, but the power contained in Luck's attack is too powerful. Although he knew that the monster avoided Luck, he was still injured by the force attached to it. But this little damage is like scratching an itch for a monster with strong defense. But this also successfully aroused the monster's anger, and that possibly that set of attacks fell to the ground. A deep pit was left on the base, and the monster also let out a low growl, as if venting its inner anger. Not to be outdone, the monster took the opportunity to launch an attack, and the target was right behind Luck. And Luck seems to be obvious, you know, according to his own speed, it is very likely that he will not be able to hit this monster. Soon, the wound stopped bleeding, and then Luck pulled out some cloth strips to wrap the wound. So after his attack missed, he hurriedly used the strength in his body to support his back. According to that monster, the sharpness of its claws easily cut through Luck's flesh. Advertisement. So that monster just scratched the surface of his ribs. By that time, he was really exhausted, and Linhao was still fully exploring the forest in front of him at this moment. If Luck's reaction was slower, those sharp claws would be enough to tear half of his body apart. Another bloody wound, but fortunately Luck tried his best to adjust his body. But Luck still twisted his body as much as possible, so as to reduce the contact area with that monster. Linhao also couldn't draw his mind, otherwise, if Linhao were to make a move, then this monster wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Pour some powder from the bottle, and slap all over the wound at once. He knew that if his attack didn't hit, then the monster would definitely attack him. Which one of them took a look at the wound on his ribs, and saw that the wound 5.4 was not that deep, so he took out a bottle. And that Black Shadow was also watching Luck's movements, and did not choose to attack. He also felt the strength of this opponent. But even so Luck didn't cry out, and these powders were obviously some holy medicine for healing. The severe pain made Luck's expression look a bit grim, one can imagine how painful it was. And according to the speed of that monster, he might not be able to defend in time, so he could only resist this attack forcefully. I have to say that Luck's prediction is correct, and his series of actions are also very correct. The monster's attack route, but because of Luck's preparation in advance, it only left a few scars on his ribs. 153 using the secret technique. Just now, it was also because the person in front of him showed a flaw, and he was quickly caught by him, which caused him harm. Otherwise, if the person in front of him reacts, then I'm afraid I won't get much benefit from him. So that Black Shadow did not act in a hurry, but he did not relax in any way. He is still engrossed in guarding Luck's every move, as long as there is any rash move at that moment. Then this black shadow will deal a fatal blow to Luck with the strongest posture. But it was also because of the stimulation of blood donation from Luck's wound, which made the red color in this black shadow's eyes more intense. From the looks of it, these bloods are also a huge temptation for this black shadow. And it is really very possible that this black shadow survived only by relying on this blood. Luck also understood that at his own speed, 16 would not be able to pose any threat to this shadow at all. However, it is not a solution to just blindly defend like this. After all, there is only 1,000 days to be a thief, and there is no reason to defend against a thief for 1,000 days. The best defense is offense. There is nothing wrong with this saying, but now, Luck still has to guard the safety of Lin Hao. This made him a little bit restrained, and he couldn't use it, but now he can't control so much. As long as he launched a fierce attack against this black shadow, he would have no way to concentrate on dealing with Linhao compared to that black shadow. And as long as I get rid of this black shadow, then the remaining threat to Linhao will hardly exist. Advertisement. Generally, the more powerful the monster, the stronger its territorial awareness, within a certain range. There will only be one powerful monster, if other powerful monsters rashly enter his territory. It is equivalent to declaring war, and only one of the two can survive, thus becoming the master of this territory. Obviously in this area, this shadow is the absolute king, which is both good news and bad news for Luck. The good news is that this shadow is the only threat he faces, so don't worry, there will be other dangers, such as a sneak attack on him from behind, or this sneak attack by Lin Hao. The bad news is that this black shadow is actually the king of this field, which means that his strength will be very powerful. This has to put a lot of pressure on Luck, and he doesn't know if he can make this shadow face the people. But now he has no choice but to use all his strength to fight. And Luck, in the booklet that Haining gave him, saw a secret method that can be temporarily forcibly improved and cultivated. At critical moments, you can directly raise your own strength to a higher level, so that you can get out of danger. However, the disadvantages brought by this method are also very obvious, although it can forcibly increase the strength. But it is at the cost of burning blood essence, and the maintenance time is not so long. As long as the time passes, it will quickly fall into the trough area, and its strength will also decline. At the same time, the body will still be very weak, that is to say, if he has this secret method by then. But if he didn't defeat this black shadow, then he would become a fish on the chopping board at will. Advertisement. Luck thought about it, gritted his teeth and decided to use this secret method at that time, and then this black shadow will fight to the death. And this secret method can only be used as a trump card until the end, and cannot be used immediately. Otherwise, once that black shadow is on guard, it will be much more difficult for me to successfully deal with him. And according to Luck's estimation, although the speed of this black shadow is very fast, compared with his own speed, it is only a little faster. If he suddenly uses that secret method at that time, the speed will also increase exponentially. At that time, my speed will be faster than that black shadow, coupled with my powerful attack power. There is also a high probability that this shadow can be eliminated, which also gave Luck some confidence. Luck took another look at the cut in his rib, with the help of those medicines. At this moment, the wound has begun to scab, so it seems that there is no need to worry too much about this wound. Then Luck turned his head, and suddenly rushed towards the black shadow, and that black shadow was always on guard against Luck. So when Luck rushed towards her, he reacted quickly. He arched his waist, made his body into a bent state, and then when that one was about to rush in front of him. Suddenly, like a spring, it bounced out, and I had to sigh at the strong flexibility of this black shadow's body. If it is another person, it is very likely that his spine will be broken. And the sudden jump also added a lot of impact to the black shadow. 154 strong. Coupled with his already very fast speed, he collided with Luck in the blink of an eye. Luck just felt as if he was mounted on a mountain, and the huge impact made his internal organs feel severe pain. He felt his own, and when his throat was sweet, he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood, but Luck held back strongly. Now is a good opportunity. The black shadow is in contact with his body. It is an excellent opportunity for him to display his secret technique. Luck didn't hesitate at all, and when a secret method was activated in an instant, the aura on Luck's body also started, and suddenly skyrocketed. And that black shadow sensed the change of Luck's aura, and an ominous premonition flashed in his heart. If that lesson originally gave him a sense of danger, then Luck at this moment is like a bomb, posing a deadly threat to him. The black figure even felt that if he was not careful, he might be killed by the person in front of him. An unprecedented sense of fear welled up in the heart of this black shadow, and now he only had one thought in his mind. That is to stay away from the person in front of him, the farther the better. If possible, this shadow will even choose not to provoke this person. But there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world, and this episode of Luck also has a make or break mentality. Because the time for him to enter this state is also limited, if the shadow is not resolved within this limited time, then the consequences are unimaginable, so this is exactly why you will get hurt if you fight hard. It is also necessary to collide head-on with this black shadow. Luck's ultimate goal is not to fight this black shadow head-on. Advertisement. Instead, he wanted to take this opportunity to get close to the shadow, so as to cast the secret technique, when the shadow didn't react. Killed the black shadow with a sudden increase in strength, but it was beyond Ping Luck's expectation. After he used this secret technique, he was counterattacked due to the collision, and all the injuries caused by the collision recovered all of a sudden. It seems that this secret method is much stronger than what I imagined, and thinking of this, Luck's inner confidence also doubles. Although this black shadow has an advantage in speed, the speed after casting the secret method is even faster than him. So his greatest advantage was gone. Facing Luck's next attack, he could only choose to use his body to fight hard. Perhaps because of this peculiar space, the body of this black shadow is also very tyrannical. Luck's first attack did not cause substantial damage to him. But these are not problems for Luck, since one attack doesn't work, then just two. Just when the black shadow flew out backwards, so did Luck. With a sudden movement of his body, he came to the back of the black shadow. Immediately afterwards, another attack full of power fell on the body of this black shadow, under the action of huge power. At this moment, the black shadow was kicked around by Luck like a rubber ball, but although the black shadow seemed to be in a bad situation. Therefore, the huge impact force penetrated her body to his internal organs, causing him a lot of injuries. This black shadow just looks so embarrassed, and his body is too tyrannical. Advertisement. Seeing this black shadow here, I couldn't help but feel happy in my heart. It seems that this person is not so strong. I don't know how he cultivated, so he has trained his defense so abnormally, is he so afraid of death? Presumably he also used some strange secret method to make his strength suddenly soar. But for the black shadow who is suffering from this kind of attack, he feels it very clearly. Although Luck's attack landed on him and did not cause him substantial damage, the powerful impact really couldn't be resolved. The power contained in the attack of the person in front of him also began to decrease slowly, although the change was very weak. Just when this black shadow thought that he was going to die today, he suddenly noticed. But presumably this secret method also has a time limit. After this time, if this trend continues, even if Luck has no way to cause substantial damage to him. He even felt that his mouth was already full of the smell of blood, and the next step was likely to be a mouthful of blood gushing out. Luck couldn't help complaining secretly in his heart, but looking at the black shadow, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. But just relying on the powerful impact force, he could shake his internal organs into pieces. The black shadow also stopped, flying backwards, and then flew out in the original direction. But Luck is also very clear in his heart. In fact, he did not cause any serious damage to it. Although his body is very tyrannical, his internal organs have not been cultivated to this level. 155 Deadly Crisis. The power of the secret technique began to gradually weaken, which can be seen from the fact that the power contained in this person's attack began to gradually decrease. Judging from what this black shadow experienced before his death, the secret technique that this person needs is also very precious. But the more precious the secret method is, the sequelae it brings are also very obvious. When all the power of this secret method disappears, then the person in front of him, although it is said that he will not die directly. But the strength will definitely be greatly reduced, and the body will also reach a weak peak. In other words, as long as you persevere, once the power of this person's secret technique passes, how he will die at that time will be all in your own mind. So this black shadow also gritted her teeth and persisted, and she talked about the mouthful of blood in her throat and swallowed it forcefully. At this time, you can't show a weak posture, otherwise the person in front of you will definitely fight back desperately. As long as he pretends to be fine, then this person will definitely be in despair. Maybe 770 will give up resistance directly at that time, so even though this black shadow is very uncomfortable. But he also tried his best not to show any weakness. I have to say that this black shadow is also very cunning. And Luck didn't know that the black shadow was at the end of its strength at this moment, he only felt the power in his body began to disappear slowly. It seemed that the time was coming, and the feeling of weakness in the body began to slowly fill the whole body. And looking at the black shadow in front of him, as if nothing happened, Luck couldn't help but cast a shadow in his heart. Advertisement. Are you going to throw your life here today? I really can't be reconciled. I have just obtained these powerful combat secrets, and I haven't had time to show its power. It can only let it dissipate BGCB in the world again, which is really very unreconciled. Quote. Luck thought desperately in his heart, but even so, Luck didn't stop his movements. Until the last moment, Luck will not give up easily. Years of fighting experience tells Luck. Don't give up easily. Maybe victory is one step away from yourself. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Luck's thinking. He is really only one step away from victory. As long as he can persevere, he can definitely kill this black shadow. It's just that now, deep in his body, a strong sense of weakness floods his whole body. It seems that the sequelae caused by this secret method are much more serious than he imagined. But Luck still gritted his teeth and squeezed out some of the last energy in his body, but according to his current body shape, he can perform one more attack at most, and after this attack, he really doesn't have any backhand ability. It can be said that whether it is this black shadow or Luck, it has reached the point where it is at the end of its strength. Now that is considered desperate, and he can only choose to launch his last attack. The expected violent collision did not come. After this black shadow endured Luck's last attack. It also flew upside down, drawing a deep ravine on the ground, stirring up countless dust. Advertisement. At this moment, Luck has completely exhausted all the energy in his body, and is also half kneeling on the ground. He was panting heavily, and his chest was heaving violently. It seemed that the pressure from the battle just now was also very huge. But even so, Luck still insisted on raising his head to look in the direction of the dust flying. Now it depends on how far this black shadow can last. If he can't withstand this attack, then this fight will end with Luck's victory. If he still has the ability to continue fighting, even if he can only use the most common attack, then Luck and Lin Hao are his delicacies on the plate, and the fresh flesh constantly stimulates the nerves of this shadow. As the dust fell slowly, it was also slowly possible to see clearly the physical condition of this black shadow at this moment. I saw this black shadow, although there were no fatal wounds on the surface of his body, it could be seen that his limbs were trembling non-stop. It seemed that being able to stand here exhausted all the strength in his body, but no matter what, he still had the last physical strength to maintain him standing here. Then the outcome of this battle is already very clear. This black shadow has won this victory with this extremely slight advantage. Seeing the final ending, Luck couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had done his best. But now it seems that it is not very useful, and the final ending has not changed because of this. At this moment, he really couldn't lift a trace of strength in his body, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. It can be said that now Luck is really like a piece of meat on the chopping board. 156 Reverse. Letting the black shadow in front of him do the slaughtering, he was really not reconciled in his heart. He could also tell that this group of black sheep had reached the end of its strength, and his situation was only slightly better than his own. If Luck can still move his hand now, then a slap can knock this black shadow down to the ground. But now no matter what you say, it seems so pale and weak, and there is no way to change the current situation. The black shadow also slowly walked towards Luck, and every step he took a huge amount of energy. Every step he took was as difficult as crossing thousands of rivers and mountains. He was walking with his life. In this battle, she was really fighting Luck with her life, but it was obvious. He had also reaped huge rewards from this struggle, and there were two real people in front of him. As long as he eats the person who caused huge damage to him first, that much can also restore more than half of his injury. And this black shadow also had a premonition that the flesh and blood of the person who had been sitting upright beside him was much fatter than the person who was fighting with him in front of him. If that person is eaten at that time, not only can the injuries in his body be fully recovered, but even his own strength may be broken through. Although this picture looks like a distance, only a dozen steps away, but this distance is no different from this black shadow. This is the distance that he can reach in the blink of an eye in normal times, but now he uses it forcefully. It takes the entire time of a stick of incense. Then slowly move to Luck's side. The black shadow at this moment, you also don't have much strength. Advertisement. But he could smell the smell of fresh blood, and this smell was like poison, constantly stirring his nerves. This is a rare delicacy. After all, in this strange space, I don't know how long no one has been here. And in this space, if you want to maintain your own life, you can only continue to fight other monsters. And those monsters will not have such delicious blood. Most of the blood of those monsters is very fishy. There is no comparison with Luck's blood at all, as if there is a plate of the most delicious food in the world in front of him at this moment. The consciousness deep in the black shadow's head was constantly driving his body, wanting to bite Luck's body. As long as he can realize the blood on Luck's body, then this shadow can slowly recover its strength. Thinking of the great benefits that would be brought to him after eating the two people in front of him. This darkness caused some excitement in his heart, and then he opened his bloody mouth. He just wanted to bite on Luck's leg, but at this moment a powerful force acted on the black shadow's head. Kick the black shadow away, and at this time, the black shadow's teeth are tightly attached to Luck's legs. As long as he exerts a little force, he can penetrate Luck's thigh, but it is destined that this black shadow will not have this chance. Although the power acting on this black shadow is not so powerful, the black shadow at this moment does not have the ability to backhand. He could only let this force knock him into the air, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Obviously, there is only one step away from that delicious dish, as long as I exert a little force. That is, you can experience the most delicious food in the world, but it is such a small distance that you can hardly see it. But it is destined to become an insurmountable moat, no matter who knocked him out just now. But his ending today is already doomed, although in the battle with Luck, he forced himself to the end and became the final winner. But amidst the power that suddenly appeared at the end, he has become a fish on the chopping board at this moment. The identities of winners and losers change dramatically in an instant, and it has to be said that fate has played tricks on people. Originally Luck was in despair. After all, although that black shadow looked very weak, his condition was indeed better than his own. Even Luck, who has never compromised with fate, couldn't help but close his eyes just now, waiting for the final death. However, after waiting for a long time, the final death did not come, which made Luck very puzzled. At this moment, a very familiar voice suddenly came from my ear. What? Are you asleep? Hearing this voice, Luck immediately opened his eyes and saw Lin Hao standing in front of him. And under Lin Hao's feet was that mutated monster, and that monster didn't even have the ability to resist at all times. He could only stare at Lin Hao with those unwilling eyes, as if he was complaining about something. And Lin Hao had a smile of unknown meaning on his face. 157 Serious injury. The great joy of surviving the catastrophe surged into Luck's heart, and at this moment, Luck couldn't support his body anymore. Then he lay on the ground with a plop. Just now, for the sake of his final dignity, he controlled his body to maintain a half-kneeling position on the ground. But at this moment, after being out of danger, he finally couldn't hold on anymore, and all his beliefs were finally released at this moment. Luck took a big gulp of air like this, he had never felt that air was so precious like now. And Lin Hao on the side couldn't help but smiled wryly and shook his head. He didn't expect such an accident to happen in 020. Judging from this, the battle just now should have been very tragic, against Luck's combat effectiveness. He also understands very well in his heart now, after all, this is a person known as a battle madman. Although he is still injured every day and has not fully recovered, he is still recovering. And judging from Luck's current physical condition, Lin Hao could tell at a glance that he had used the secret combat method he gave him. No one understands better than Lin Hao the extent to which their combat secrets can bring about a powerful increase in strength. But it is precisely because of this that it can prove the brutality of the battle just now, and it also indirectly proves how powerful this black shadow is. It can be said that Luck, who has used that secret combat method, has a higher combat power than Luck at his peak. But even so, he still lost the wind when fighting this black shadow, and finally lost to this black shadow. Lin Hao really did not expect that in this strange space, there is such a tyrannical existence. Advertisement. If in this space, all existences are as powerful as this black shadow, then Lin Hao's next journey of exploration may end early. After all, although Lin Jia's strength is very tyrannical, the strength of this black shadow is relatively strong, but compared with Lin Hao, it is still much worse. Although Lin Hao will take a little trouble, it is no problem to deal with this darkness. But if the monsters in this space are as tyrannical as this black shadow, then it is based on the advantage in numbers. Lin Hao didn't dare to fight with a group of monsters like this black shadow. If there were too many ants, they could kill the elephant. What's more, the strength of this black shadow is much stronger than that of the ant. Lin Hao couldn't help but frown when he thought of this. The most urgent thing now is to quickly understand the situation in this space, which is the most important thing. As a result, Lin Hao's feet slammed hard, and the black shadow who felt the pain couldn't help but howl. So Lin Hao took this opportunity to ask him about the situation in this space. But the black shadow didn't seem to pay attention to Lin Hao's words, just because he was wailing beside him. But now all these good wishes, with his head rolled to the ground, 4.1 ended. After all, letting a boss who can't even take care of his own subordinates won't win the respect of his subordinates. And his eyes are still wide open at this moment, and he will not be too reconciled to this way of death. Advertisement. He has even made up his mind in his heart that when the time comes when his strength recovers, he must tear these two people into pieces. However, it is obvious that this monster has not cultivated to the point where it can speak. Lin Hao repeated his question again, but the black figure didn't seem to understand, but the wailing sound gradually became smaller. Obviously, he is out of danger of life, and he will be able to escape from this dangerous place immediately. The reason why Lin Hao moved his feet away from him was because he wanted to hurry over to check on Luck's injuries. If he can continue to live in this world, then it is also a great humiliation for Love. Instead of wanting to let this monster go, after all, this monster hurt Luck so badly. That black shadow thought that he was saved, and the feet of the 10th song full of strength finally stopped pressing on him. Torture them well, and then eat them, but before he waits, he is delighted. He even made up his mind in his heart to stay away from this horrible place, at least until these two people left, he would never come back here again. Still put his feet off the monster, thinking of Luck walking over. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel disappointed in his heart now, then this monster has no value in continuing to exist. A light blade made of magic flashed past his neck, and then his head rolled to the ground. On the other hand, the black shadow before couldn't figure out why he died. That person had obviously moved his feet away from him. So Lin Hao, the desire to ask some news from this monster's mouth has come to nothing. 158 Repair. The reason why Lin Hao has so many loyal subordinates is not without reason. Originally, Lin Hao wanted to study carefully how this monster was constructed. Lin Hao also saw that the monster's body should be a very ordinary shadowless cat. It was precisely because of some unknown changes that he became what he is today. While greatly improving the combat power of this shadowless cat, it has not eroded his sanity. Lin Hao is also very interested in this peculiar method, if there is a method that can be applied properly. Then, you can quickly improve the strength of your subordinates in a very short period of time. But Lin Hao also felt that Luck's machine was also very weak at the moment, even Lin Hao had a feeling. If it was later, then Luck would probably be lost forever, so Lin Hao did the same, and directly eliminated this monster. Although Lin Hao is also very interested in this method, compared with Luck's life, it seems so insignificant. At this moment, the monster's body was no longer as strong as before, so it was still a random light blade to cut off his head from the neck. Lin Hao walked to Luck's side and squatted down, released the magic power in his body, and began to carefully examine the injuries in his body. As his magic power continued to penetrate Luck's body, Lin Hao's expression became more serious, and his brows frowned involuntarily. It seems that his injury is much more serious than he imagined, because Luck used the secret method of combat. Advertisement. As a result, the magic power in his body has been exhausted at this moment, and his body is also extremely weak. If it weren't for Luck's body before, he was also very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be able to survive until now. But even so, at this moment, he only has his last breath hanging on his life. Really, if Lin Hao came one step later, then what was waiting for him would be a cold corpse. But the injuries in Luck's body are not optimistic now, and the meridians all over his body are covered with scars at this moment. Even some of the meridians have been broken, and his internal organs were also seriously injured under the impact of the huge force. Lin Hao also quickly took out a pill from his body, fed it to Luck, and at the same time controlled the magic power in his body. Start to help Luck recuperate the injuries in his body, for Luck in this state. If you directly give him the medicinal pill for healing, so as to generate magic power in his body, then that approach is not saving Luck's life, it is promoting his death. Because it is Clark's meridian, it cannot be connected at all, even if it can produce magic power, it cannot complete the circulation in his body. Otherwise, when the time comes, Luck's meridians will become very fragile and completely vulnerable. Then, under the gradual nourishment of these tempering, the injuries in his body can also slowly recover on their own. But to help Luck first, reconnect the broken meridians in his body, and then repair those injured meridians completely. Advertisement. Talk about those meridian fragments, slowly move them to their original position, and then release the magic power to help them fuse. If Luck wants to improve his cultivation level by then, it will become very difficult. But restoring the meridian is also a very tiring thing, after all, he has to carefully control the magic power in his body. Moreover, the injuries in his body are not serious now, and the magic power is also consumed if the Emperor's magic power is suddenly produced. But without effective dredging and guidance, it will slowly accumulate in one place. This is also a huge challenge for Lin Hao's control ability, and a little leak between each fragment can't be found. Lin Hao is not the kind of person who is eager for success, nor is he the kind of person who squeezes the potential of his subordinates to achieve his own goals. So the most important thing now is not how to make Luck produce magic power in his body. After reaching a certain limit, it will explode like a bomb, and then there will really be no bones left. It will leave some dark wounds on Luck, and it will be much more troublesome to recover by then, and it will also affect Luck's future practice. Then it was possible to give the customer service a magic recovering elixir to make magic in his body. However, Lin Hao does not know all the injuries in his body after all, so it is inevitable that 210 will make some mistakes. So he also decided to help Luck restore the meridians in his body first, and then let him take care of the rest of the injury by himself. Although, now Lin Hao can also control the magic power in his body to help Luck recover from the injuries in his body. Only by completely repairing all the meridians in Luck's body, then yes, the magic power can go through a complete cycle in his body at that time. 159 injuries. After all, before this, Luck also paid great attention to the improvement of his own cultivation, and did not choose the way of counterproductive growth. The choice is to fight steadily, step by step to improve the cultivation level in his body, which also makes the foundation in his body very solid. This is why, Luck can have such a high combat effectiveness, so he is called a combat madman by others. When Luck raised his cultivation before, he even deliberately suppressed his bust to prevent himself from breaking through. The purpose is to enrich one's foundation and make the magic power in one's body more pure. And this can also achieve the effect of confusing the enemy. When the opponent thinks that he only has this strength, suddenly bursting out with a stronger strength, then this will also catch the opponent by surprise. In a brief moment, it can also be used as a means of saving one's own life. After all, strength is still the most important thing in this world. However, it is precisely because of this that the situation in Luck's body at the moment is better than Lin Hao expected. Luck's physical length is much greater than that of ordinary people, which is why he was able to survive such a serious injury. But all of this was after Lin Hao carefully manipulated the magic power in his body to heal Luck's injuries. Obviously it's a bit insignificant, Lin Hao just restored those veins to their original positions, and slowly repaired the broken places. As for the further treatment, Lin Hao did not choose to do it, and all the rest of the itching had to be left to Luck himself. Advertisement. No one knows the condition of his body better than him, and it is precisely because of this that he can heal himself to achieve the best results. But it really consumed too much magic power and mental power in the battle just now, which made Luck feel a little weak at the moment. Although with the help of the holy medicine for healing in Lin Hao, the meridian injury has been fully recovered, but Luck has not woken up. And all of this was within Lin Hao's expectation, and he was not in a hurry, so he quickly woke up Luck. Now that the threat has been eliminated, we have to wait for Luck to recover from his injuries before making the next decision. When Lin Hao was exploring the strange-looking forest in front of him just now, he also discovered something remarkable. Although this forest looks very peaceful and quiet, the danger hidden behind it is also very huge. Everything must be cautious first, who knows if there are other hidden dangers in this case. If it were Lin Hao himself, he wouldn't have so many worries, but after all, he had to take care of a seriously injured Luck by his side, which made Lin Hao feel a little helpless. At that time, no matter how many precious treasures there are, they will be useless to him, and even his life will be lost. What's the use of these foreign objects? And Lin Hao also believed that, by virtue of this chance, Luck's cultivation might be improved. And judging from Luck's physical condition, now he has no problem going abroad every day, and the magic power has started to be continuously produced in the body, and it starts to flow along the meridians in the body. Advertisement. And the next situation will be even more dangerous. If the injuries in Luck's body are not dealt with first, then it will be a huge burden for Lin Hao at that time. As long as the two of them are a little careless, it is very likely that they will usher in their siege. I believe it won't take long, but others can wake up, and then under his own guidance, those magic powers will repair the injuries in his body at a faster speed. Although Lin Hao has absolute confidence in his own strength, but after all, this is in the Magic Palace. Although it is because the way in Luck's body has not recovered, and this monster is also a sneak attack. That was the only way to make that person suffer such a serious injury, but this also shows the degree of danger of the place on this day. This also makes the potential in Luck's body not fully explored. After all, although Luck is also known for his fighting madness, he doesn't take his own life lightly. I believe that his harvest this time is probably not small, and he must be more handy in controlling the magic power in his body. For example, the monster that injured Luck far exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. Presumably he would not just put his life in danger at will. After all, if he was not careful at that time, he might lose his life directly. It's not as quiet and peaceful as it looks on the surface. Lin Hao even feels that he is in the dark now, and he doesn't know how many eyes are staring at himself and Luck. It is also the easiest time to break through between the dangers of life and death, and this time Lake the Good One almost died. 160 means. Lin Hao can also be seen, and Luck's potential is also very high, at least among the people he has met, he can be considered to be in the forefront. Otherwise, Lin Hao would not have exhausted his mind, trying to win him over and work under his own hands. After all, Lin Hao's power is not something that any cat or dog can enter, at least one has to go through strict screening to be eligible to enter his power. And this life and death crisis can be said to have unearthed a part of the potential deep in Luck's body. It's not that the crisis that Mark has experienced this time is not dangerous enough, but that the strength that his body allows him to bear at this moment is limited. This also allowed him to make a breakthrough in this life and death crisis, but this breakthrough will not have a large span. But this is also a good thing for Barcelona, otherwise, if the breakthrough span is too large, his body will not be able to bear it. At that time, if the 800 subordinates who did not die at the hands of the enemy lost their lives because of their own reasons, it would be a joke of the world. And Lin Hao felt that he had completely restored the meridians in Luck's body, so he put it aside and guarded her with peace of mind. It is true that she does not want to give any more strength to help Luck, and everything will depend on herself. If he can survive, it will be a big improvement for his strength. If he can't survive, Lin Hao will not rescue him. After all, Lin Hao has helped her a lot. If she can't handle the connection, then she is not qualified to stay under Lin Hao. And the pills that Lin Hao paid to Luck also contained a lot of magic power. Advertisement. With the help of these elixirs, the magic power in Luck's body, which had been dried up, began to slowly regenerate at this moment. And the magic power generated did not dissipate just then, it directly entered Luck's meridians, and began to travel along the meridians throughout the body. Whenever the magic power travels completely along his meridians, more magic power will enter the body. In addition, those pills are slowly exerting their effects, if Luck is like a shriveled balloon. So now Luck is in the process of slowly pumping air into it, so that the magic power in Luck's body begins to gradually increase. Under this virtuous circle, the magic power also began to spread to other places in the body. This is a manifestation of the magic power in his body starting to automatically repair the injuries in his body, but because these are not under Luck's control. Therefore, the efficiency seems to be a little low, and some minor injuries are slowly repaired. There are only some serious injuries, which would be difficult to repair without Luck's active control. But now all this is not within the scope of Lin Hao's concern. Anyway, he has already done what he can do, and it will be up to Luck himself. Fortunately, Lok Bgai did not disappoint Lin Hao, and he slowly opened his eyes after a while. Immediately afterwards Luck was completely awake, but as soon as he moved his arm, he couldn't help crying out in pain because of the wounds involved in his body. It was Luck who noticed the injury on his body, and then recalled the big fight that happened just now. Advertisement. I couldn't help feeling lingering fear, if it wasn't for Lin Hao waking up at the last moment and saving himself. I'm afraid that I will have to confess my little life here today. The situation just now is really dangerous and dangerous. It is precisely because of this that Luck realizes his own cultivation. Although he is relatively strong in the outside world, he is still far inferior here. It seems that I still have a long way to go, but the most important thing now is to find a way to deal with the injuries in my body. But when Luck noticed the injury in his body, he couldn't help being a little surprised. I found that the injuries and meridians in my body have been fully recovered, and only other injuries need to be recovered. But now for Luck, the meridians are the most important. As long as the meridians can be fully restored, he can manipulate the magic power in his body to recover from the injury. Originally, he thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort before he could barely heal the injury on his meridians. But now it seems that there is no need to worry about it at all, and the degree of recovery of the meridian is much more perfect than that of doing it yourself. And it is tougher than before, and it can accommodate more magic power flowing in the meridians, and the speed of recovering from injuries will be a little faster. As for the remaining injuries, they are not so serious. Although it looks very serious, now he can produce magic power in his body. Under the continuous nourishment of these magical powers, those injuries can also be fully recovered quickly. Thinking of this, Luck couldn't help turning his head to look at Lin Hao. He must have done all of this. 161 adjustments. But at this moment, Lin Hao didn't seem to notice Luck's gaze, and he was still sitting there quietly. He didn't even open his eyes, like he was asleep, but Luck knew. At this moment, Lin Hao's level must be very high. If there are any monsters with no eyes, they want to take this opportunity to sneak attack him. I'm afraid that if the surprise attack fails, he will lose his life instead. He has a very deep understanding of Lin Hao's strength. Even if he was in his heyday, he might not be Lin Hao's opponent, and Lin Hao still has his own life-saving cards. Perhaps because of his lack of strength, Lin Hao, who had never tried before, used his last whole card. Moreover, the few days spent with Han Xin also made Luck feel more and more deeply about Lin Hao. I also feel more and more how terrifying Lin Hao is, and he is very fortunate in his heart now. Fortunately, I didn't choose to fight Lin Hao to the end, but accepted his solicitation. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine how miserable his end would be, and Lin Hao's strength was also hidden. He didn't know his real strength as much as he looked on the surface, he really couldn't imagine how terrifying Lin Hao was when he broke out with all his strength. But anyway, he and Lin Hao are on the same boat now, so he doesn't have to think about it so much, as long as he can do things with peace of mind. And he also discovered that Lin Hao is not the kind of person who crosses rivers and destroys bridges. As long as he is loyal enough, Lin Hao will not be able to treat him badly. Now that the most important meridian problem has been solved by Lin Hao, the remaining things are much easier to handle. Advertisement. Luck also knows Lin Hao, although he doesn't seem to do anything, but he also knows that he is protecting the law for him. If there is any monster rushing over at this time, Lin Hao will definitely deal with it with the most vigorous means. It can be said that this place is basically the safest place in this space, and there is nothing safer than this. After all, in this space, it might be impossible to find a monster stronger than Lin Hao. At this moment, Luck didn't think so much anymore, and started to control the magic power in his body wholeheartedly, and began to repair the injuries in his body. Although it is said that the injuries in the body are not so difficult to solve at this moment, the recovery process will also bring various pains. But all this is commonplace for Luck, you must know that he has always been known as a fighting maniac before this. It's even more common for people to be injured. If he couldn't bear even this kind of pain, then he wouldn't be where he is today. But even so, when the magic power in his body flowed to those wounds, he couldn't help but gasped. But Luck didn't cry out, just swallowed the cool air forcefully. It would definitely not be enough if he only relied on the magic power produced by himself in his body, but because of the elixir that Lin Hao gave him. He was the only one besides Luck who knew how serious his injuries were. After all, what they have to deal with next may be a more intense battle, and he must always maintain his state and be at his peak. Sure enough, he is the person I have my eyes on. In the face of this kind of pain, he can still bear it. He really didn't let me down. Lin Hao thought silently in his heart. Advertisement. 0. He also discovered some remarkable things during the investigation just now, and it was precisely because of this that Lin Hao felt a sense of crisis in his heart. But Lin Hao didn't think too much, and then closed his eyes again, and now he has to start recharging his energy. I also know how severe the pain is if you want to recover from those injuries. The monsters in it can be described as weird and varied, and they can never be speculated with common sense. Lin Hao didn't want another monster to pop up at this time and attack him and Luck. Sure enough, in this magic palace, there are really crises everywhere, and one cannot take it lightly, otherwise, one will be eaten to the bone. It seems that as long as he is given enough opportunities in the future, he can make a big difference. But even Lin Hao started to recharge his batteries, but his spirit still kept alert to the surrounding situation. It seems that Lin Hao has really picked up a treasure, and the potential of this Luck is greater than imagined. But even so, Luck didn't cry out, which shows that his character is very resolute. Just when Luck entered the state, Lin Hao also opened his eyes and looked at Luck. Ask for flowers. If these monsters still have some special abilities, it will be a big trouble at that time. It also makes the magic power in Luck's body now enough for him to recover from his injuries. 162 Dark Monster. After all, the impact of this group of monsters on Lin Hao is also very shocking, although some forces are not so powerful monsters. But it has all kinds of weird and unpredictable abilities. Lin Hao persisted until a bug who could hardly feel the fluctuation of cultivation base could ignore the defense. It directly attaches to the human body and lives by sucking human blood, and human beings will not feel any strangeness when they are sucked by such insects. That is to say, he was parasitized by this kind of bug without knowing it, and he would not find the existence of this bug until he died. Although Lin Hao said he had seen a lot about 493, he had never seen this kind of weird and unpredictable bug. So for Lin Hao, the best way is that no monsters can get close to him, which is the safest way. In this case, even if those monsters have special abilities, but they don't even get close to their own bodies, presumably they don't either, so there is no way. So Lin Hao and Luck fell into a quiet recovery, and they also knew that they would face more severe challenges next. Only by adjusting your state to the peak moment can you save your life in the next challenge. But what they don't know is that at this moment, there are already countless pairs of eyes in the dark focusing on them. It's just because the aura exuding from Lin Hao's body is too majestic, those monsters also have some scruples in their hearts. They didn't dare to take rash measures, and the challenges faced by the monsters living here were even more severe. Advertisement. They are also calculating each other, full of intrigue, if the time comes to attack Lin Hao rashly, so as to make their own state decline. Then when the time comes, I don't need Lin Hao to take action at all, those monsters will be the first to take action to destroy it. So on the one hand, these monsters are afraid of Lin Hao's strength, and on the other hand, they are also afraid of other monsters. But even so, these monsters have not faded because of this. After all, this space is not something that anyone can come to if they want. And this group of monsters has not seen human beings for a long time, and human beings are also fatally attractive to them. And this is the last time they experience the delicacy of human beings, you don't know how long it has passed. And today, 2 human beings have finally entered here, how can this group of monsters not be excited? But after all, there are too many monsters here, and they only have 2 humans, which is not enough for them to allocate. So from the beginning, this feast was destined to be held only among some monsters, and this part of monsters must be the most powerful group. And those weaker monsters dare not appear here at all, for fear that they will become the targets in the eyes of those powerful monsters. It's just that this event is an opportunity for a feast in the eyes of these monsters, and they don't know what the final outcome will be. You must know that Lin Hao is not that kind of soft persimmon who can be squeezed by others, if these monsters don't have eyes to provoke her. I'm afraid that will be another very tragic story, but Lin Hao's strength is much stronger than it looks. Advertisement. But now, it is only the apparent strength exuded by Lin Hao that has already made these monsters hesitate. If Lin Hao really broke out with all his combat power, I'm afraid these monsters are no match for him at all. Lin Hao adjusted at first, but as Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes to the group of monsters, he felt the aura of Lin Hao vaguely becoming stronger. But because the distance is relatively far, they don't feel so accurate, and they don't dare to get too close. They were also afraid that if they were discovered by Lin Hao, they would choose to attack themselves, and then they would be in a dilemma. It's not yet time for them to act, and they have to resolve the internal conflicts first. After all, in terms of strength alone, there are many powerful monsters, and if there are more monsters participating in this distribution, then the share that each of them can get will be reduced, that is to say, if there are fewer monsters that can participate in this grand event, the more each of them can get. So they are also waiting for the opportunity to get rid of their opponents first, and in 2.7 some monsters who are not so confident in their own strength have already left here first. They also know that if they continue to stay here, there will definitely be a very fierce battle. And according to their cultivation, if they participate in this fierce battle, they will probably only become cannon fodder for others. They also knew that this grand event had nothing to do with them, and their strength no longer supported their participation. After all, among this group of monsters, they were only at the bottom of the list. They don't want to lose their lives for these illusory things. 136 Abnormal. No matter how good something is, one must live to enjoy it, and this is simply not something they can get their hands on. And those powerful monsters didn't pay attention to the monsters in this group at all. After all, in the eyes of those powerful monsters, all these monsters are under their control. If he wants to kill them, he probably can do it without expending too much energy. If it wasn't for it, there would still be monsters with comparable strength to him staring at him. I'm afraid he's already going to take action now to deal with this group of weak monsters. Trying to participate in this grand event without enough strength is simply courting death. However, seeing this group of monsters, he left with self-knowledge, and the group of powerful monsters didn't take them seriously. But with the departure of the group of 16 monsters, the remaining group of monsters can be regarded as the most powerful part. They are also staring at each other covetously, and they understand it very well in their hearts. Although there are still so many monsters left, but in the end, those who can participate in this grand event must be much less than these monsters. But they don't want to be that monster that disappeared here, but at this moment it is obvious that personal strength can no longer play a big role. After all, the gap between each other is not very obvious, and it is impossible to establish an absolute advantage at all. One by one, they also began to be active, trying to win over some people and gather by their side. Advertisement. So they began to intrigue with each other again, and small groups were formed because of this. It is Lin Hao, the protagonist, who was the reason for all these changes, who doesn't seem to feel that he is already on the cusp. Soon Lin Hao absorbed the aura emanating from his body back into his body, as if it was an illusion just now. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao focused on luck again, and began to feel luck's breath carefully. It seems that the elixir that Lin Hao gave him just now is also very powerful. In addition, luck's physical fitness is also strong enough, and most of the injuries in his body have recovered at this moment. However, if you want to fully recover, it still takes a certain amount of time to complete. But now that Lin Hao is at his peak, even if it takes a certain amount of time, it's not a big problem. As long as there is Lin Hao sitting here, they will reach an agreement among the monsters, and there will be no benefit if they want to jointly attack. But it is obvious that the group of monsters are all intrigues with each other, and they will definitely not unite together. But after careful and in-depth investigation, Lin Hao found that things were not as simple as imagined. But when Lin Hao tried to touch some of the strange creatures, he found that he couldn't touch them. This strange phenomenon also alerted Lin Hao, but he had never encountered such a situation before. However, in such a dangerous environment, with such a beautiful and comfortable paradise in the future, how can it not arouse Lin Hao's suspicion? Advertisement. There are only 2 reasons for this situation, either that the strength of this monster far exceeds that of Lin Hao, and he himself does not want others to be able to touch him. If it were put in another place, it would not attract Lin Hao's attention at all if it was in an ordinary place, but don't forget where it is. After sensing that luck's situation was developing in the expected direction, Lin Hao began to think about the next course of action. Although this piece of forest looks very peaceful and quiet, the clothes look like a paradise. That's why Lin Hao couldn't touch it, but judging from the current situation, it seems that the probability of this situation is also very low. Originally, when Lin Hao was exploring this forest carefully, he just thought it was just an ordinary forest. After all, according to the situation Lin Hao has grasped, it is more dangerous than expected before, and if he is not careful, his name may be removed. At most, there are many hidden dangers in this forest. This is a magic palace that has always been famous for its dangers, full of deadly threats everywhere. It is precisely because he is so normal that he appears abnormal, so Lin Hao will investigate it more carefully. At first Lin Hao just treated him as an ordinary forest and went to investigate, and found nothing unusual. But this is just a layer of camouflage. Behind this camouflage is another very dangerous world. But as he continued to investigate deeply, he also found something was wrong, because it was too ordinary. It has to be said that Lin Hao's deduction is correct. In this forest, it is indeed full of dangerous pitfalls. 164 Be cautious. You must know that although in this strange place, the abilities of monsters are also weird and unpredictable. But their strength is their blemish, if it is judged solely by the realm of cultivation. None of these monsters present is Lin Hao's opponent, and even most of the monsters are far inferior to luck. But it is such a group of monsters that can cause such serious damage to that one, and it has to be said that the abilities of these monsters are too weird and unpredictable. But it also shows that the strength and cultivation level of these monsters are not comparable to Lin Hao. So that is to say, the first case is not established at all, and then only the second case is left. In other words, this forest is just an illusion, and everything in it is illusory. Only such an explanation can explain why Lin Hao can't touch these monsters. But this situation is too shocking for Lin Hao. After all, the scope covered by this environment is too huge, and the degree of imitation is also very high. You must know that Lin Hao's spiritual power is also very strong after his cultivation base has been improved, but even so, he still didn't recognize this illusion at the first time. He didn't even notice it at all. If it wasn't for the weird situation that caused him to solve it, he might not be able to perceive it now. It's just an illusion. To achieve such a high-level environment, one can imagine the strength required. Those who can survive this illusion have a much higher level of cultivation than Lin Hao. Advertisement. Moreover, he still has to survive in such a dangerous environment for such a long time, who knows if he has other weird means. It can also be said that if the two of Lin Hao and the others meet the person who arranged this environment, it will really be death without life, and they will simply die in the past. After all, Lin Hao has never seen an environment of this level in his life, and the various natural materials and earth treasures that need to be consumed are also countless. Fortunately for Lin Hao, he didn't encounter any obstacles during his careful investigation. In other words, people who don't know this environment are probably not here anymore, and have left this place to go to other places. Otherwise, when Lin Hao perceives the forest, the person who arranges the environment will notice it. And once that person finds out, Lin Hao will definitely not let Lin Hao continue to investigate like this, and will definitely use certain methods. After all, he is in this environment and has his own purpose, and he definitely doesn't want others to know. Well, if this environment is kept at its peak state, I'm afraid he won't even notice it. When he and Luck walk in, it will definitely be a dead-end situation. Even the most delicate things will be damaged under the influence of time. The most troublesome thing is that during this process, those monsters hidden in the dark will not allow themselves to crack the environment so smoothly. Although the layout of this environment is very exquisite, after all, time has passed for a long time. And this environment is preserved in this dangerous place, and there are all kinds of weird monsters. Advertisement. And the replacement of the certificate in this state is not so easy to solve, and it will take a certain amount of time. But even if the person who arranged this environment is not here at all, this environment alone will cause Lin Hao and the two of them a lot of trouble. If he was still here, he would definitely use this method to deal with Lin Hao, instead of allowing him to take back his perception so easily. Lin Hao also wants to figure out what is the function of this environment, who arranged him here, and what is the purpose of placing him here. In the process of Lin Hao cracking this environment, all protection measures can only be provided by luck. And during this period of time, he must focus all his attention on this link in order to be able to find out the weakness of this environment as quickly as possible. It can be said that the time now is that the longer the life is delayed in this place, the greater the danger they face. And Lin Hao's actions are likely to expose the secret he wants to keep. It is even possible to take this opportunity to directly kill Lin Hao and the others here, which will save him a lot of trouble. When the time comes to crack this environment, it will also consume a lot of energy and various precious materials. But it was also because of this that Lin Hao couldn't help being more cautious. After all, after such a long time, this environment can still have such a huge effect. Unknowingly, it will be destroyed by those monsters without knowing it, and it is not so perfect. And the reason why this environment can be preserved to the present must also have its usefulness. 165 Supplemental Status. Lin Hao also has no ability to resist, which means that by that time, Lin Hao will be like fish on a chopping board and can only be slaughtered. Obviously, Lin Hao is not the kind of person who will die, so he let luck recover the wounds in his body. On the one hand, in the process of exploring this forest, he also consumes some mental energy. He also needs to add the status, and only in this way can he guarantee to complete the cracking at the fastest speed. On the other hand, luck can better protect himself. After all, the better luck's condition is, the greater the probability of his survival. And staying in this place gave Lin Hao an inexplicable palpitation, which made Lin Hao feel uncomfortable all over. It's like there are countless pairs of eyes staring at themselves in the dark, they are waiting for the opportunity to swarm up and get rid of themselves. This feeling made Lin Hao very unhappy, and a dangerous omen rose in his heart. Regarding his intuition, Lin Hao has never had the slightest doubt in 213, after all, he used to rely on his intuition to escape several life and death crises. His intuition told him to leave here as soon as possible, otherwise the longer he was here, the worse the situation would be for him. From beginning to end until now, Linhao has only seen the monster just now. But according to people's rumors, the further the magic palace goes, the more dangerous it is. So this situation is really a bit too weird, if all the dangers in this space are concentrated in that forest. Advertisement. Linhao also felt that something was wrong. Although there were dangers in that forest, there were indeed very few creatures. And when I just entered this space, I clearly felt that there are many lives here. But now it can only feel a very small part, that is to say, there is still a large part of life hiding. Just hiding in the dark, even according to Lin Hao's cultivation level, he couldn't detect their existence. And this group of hidden monsters is one of the reasons that brought ominous signs to Lin Hao. After all, it was just a monster that caused them such a big trouble. If those monsters swarmed up, the consequences would be disastrous. And among the monsters that he couldn't perceive in this circle, some were because of their special ability to hide their aura, so Lin Hao couldn't detect them. The other part is the group of ferocious monsters. They have been able to survive until now, and they have long been integrated with this environment. And Lin Hao's cultivation base is not that strong yet, so it is very reasonable that he cannot perceive their existence. And if this group of powerful monsters join forces, it will be a very big trouble for Lin Hao. And Lin Hao also has a general understanding of the situation here, not so clear. So the next journey is also full of dangers, and even if you are not careful, you may lose your life. And the only thing I can do is to keep myself and luck in the best state at all times. Advertisement. Only in this way can you deal with the sudden change more perfectly. But although there is still a distance between Luck's cultivation base, Lin Hao wants it. It's not about Luck being the one to charge forward and carve a path for himself, it's about putting him in charge of the vigilance. After all, Luck's ability to sense the crisis is stronger than his own, and he said that he will focus all his attention on this illusion in the future. At that time, the only thing that can be relied on is Luck, and his state must be restored to its peak. Otherwise, Lin Hao's heart will not be at ease. After all, this is a matter related to his own life, and there is no room for sloppiness. Even if you encounter a powerful monster at that time, relying on Luck's cultivation, you can delay for a while, and then you will have time to withdraw your mind from this illusion. The speed of recovery after that moment can be regarded as very fast among ordinary people, but in Lin Hao's opinion, it is still a bit slow. After all, the sense of crisis is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Hao really doesn't want to waste a quarter of an hour here. Lin Hao also doesn't know what kind of emergencies will happen if he continues to delay here. It's better to leave as soon as possible. But looking at the current situation, Luck has also recovered from some important injuries in his body, and the rest are only insignificant. So Lin Hao also decided to make a move, and help Luck again, let him adjust his state as soon as possible. He also wanted to solve this trouble quickly and leave here quickly. Then Lin Hao injected part of the magic power in his own body into the visitor's body. 166 scruples. It has to be said that Lin Hao's magic power is more condensed than Luck's. As soon as Lin Hao's magic power enters Luck's body. At the beginning, he also encountered some resistance. After all, for Luck, Lin Hao's magic power belongs to foreign invaders. This is just a spontaneous reaction of the magic in Luck's body, but when that reaction came, Lin Hao was helping him. You control the magic power in your body and don't resist it. Lin Hao's magic power circulates very fast in Luck's body. It would have taken some time to recover from the injuries, but at this moment, all of them were fully recovered within a very short period of time. It is precisely because of this life and death battle that Luck has made some breakthroughs. Whether it is the control of magic power, the speed of releasing magic, or the way of fighting, they all have a new understanding. It can be said that this is also a very rare opportunity for Luck. After all, not everyone can survive the life and death battle. If Lin Hao hadn't reacted at a brief moment this time, I'm afraid Luck would lose his life here today. And the group of monsters hiding in the dark, seeing Lin Hao, dared to use their own magic power to help Luck recover from the injuries in his body. One by one also started to move around, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Lin Hao. They also had absolute confidence. Relying on his own strange ability, and Lin Hao is also in a somewhat slack state at the moment, presumably the success rate of the sneak attack will be very high. And their goal is not to achieve a one-hit kill. After all, there is still some gap in the current level of cultivation. But as long as their sneak attack is successful, it can bring some damage to Lin Hao. Advertisement. At that time, Lin Hao's defense will no longer be so easy, and it will definitely be full of loopholes, and what they are waiting for is that opportunity. I believe that even if they engage in a wheel battle, they can consume Lin Hao alive here. And if it is Lin Hao who helps me to fully recover from the injury, when they want to do it, the probability of success will decrease and the risk will increase accordingly. However, there are also a group of monsters who are sensing the powerful coercion emanating from Lin Hao, and he will be a little vacillating in the future. After all, they can clearly analyze it. If Lin Hao makes a move against him, the probability of his survival is very low. This group of monsters are all monkey spirits, and they don't want to be the first to make a move. They also don't want to be used as guns by other monsters, and they will be cannon fodder first, and even if their sneak attack is successful. Those monsters will not let themselves succeed so easily, and will obstruct them by various means, and they may even directly unite to attack themselves. Although this group of monsters are all waiting here now, they are also on guard against each other. It can be said that besides myself, the rest of the people who appear here are my enemies. Moreover, the probability of success of the first person to make a shot is also very low, and for this pitifully low one, if he hopes to lose his life. That was also a very uneconomical deal, but it was cheap for nothing, other monsters. After all, this group of monsters are also very selfish in their hearts. They really don't care about others as long as they can survive. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Even if all the monsters are dead, as long as his life is not endangered, then it has nothing to do with him. So it was originally an excellent opportunity to make a sneak attack, but this group of monsters was also taking each other into consideration. So there is no monster who wants to be the first to make a shot, so the great opportunities are slowly lost. Originally, Lin Hao also allocated part of his energy to prevent this possible change. This space is also very strange, although Lin Hao has not fully sensed the situation of this group of monsters. 0. But he can also vaguely feel that there are many existences with relatively strong aura around him. Although in terms of strength, the realm is much lower than his own, but after the incident just now, Lin Hao also understands. Strength does not mean everything in this place, the most important thing is that these monsters have various special abilities. Otherwise, a very ordinary monster would be able to inflict such serious injuries on luck. Needless to say, this group of powerful monsters must be more powerful than the threat posed by the monster just now. But as for how many monsters there are, what is their exact level of strength? These are things that Lin Hao cannot perceive. But Lin Hao knew very well in his heart that this group of monsters surrounding him were definitely plotting against him. Lin Hao wouldn't think that this group of people just came to watch his excitement, or saw that he was treating your luck's injury and came to protect him. 167 Prohibition. After all, you must know that this place is full of various dangers, and these monsters are also regarded as enemies of life and death. They also have to run around for their own food every day, but they don't have the time to watch a theater here. Lin Hao can be very sure of one thing, that is, this group of monsters must be waiting for the best time. After establishing the battle just now, he also had a general understanding of the monsters here. The monsters here are very aggressive, and they are also very repulsive to outsiders. And he can also see the monsters here. Ken 600 inches must have seen humans like him a long time ago. It's just that in the eyes of these monsters, human beings like him are just their food. And in this situation, I am very good at hiding my aura. Even according to Lin Hao's cultivation base, I can't perceive their specific situation. There are only two reasons for this situation, either the strength of this group of monsters is far higher than that of Lin Hao. Either it is because this space has some special prohibitions, which limits its perception. Han Qian quickly ruled out the first reason. After all, Lin Zuo's current strength is already strong enough. If these monsters are stronger than him, then combine them with their own special abilities. I'm afraid he broke through this space long ago and went to the outside world to cause trouble, but now this group of monsters still stay here obediently. From this, it can also be judged that the strength of this group of monsters must not be as good as Lin Hao, otherwise they would not be hiding in the dark now. Advertisement. They would attack Lin Hao when he first came here, and kill Lin Hao directly. Then there is only the second explanation left. In this space, there must be some kind of extremely powerful restriction. And this kind of prohibition may not pose much threat to the human body, but only restrains people's perception, and the period cannot be spread too far. But it is precisely because of this reason that Lin Hao is also more vigilant about this space. But the intentions of the original owner of this space are worth pondering. To actually give birth to such a vicious formation in such a dangerous environment, what is his purpose? Originally, this kind of formation did not have much lethality, and its practical use was also very small. You only use this kind of prohibition when performing some special tasks, which is really too tasteless. But if it is applied in this environment, it is simply unique and natural. Cooperating with the sinister environment here, coupled with the power of this prohibition, it is enough to directly bury some powerful practitioners here. It seems that this space is more dangerous than I imagined, and the next road should be more cautious. If there are some accidents due to the special abilities possessed by these monsters at that time, it is definitely what Lin Hao does not want to see. This is very passive for Lin Hao, after all, he still has a little understanding of the special abilities of those monsters. At that time, people who break into here will definitely look for this restriction and destroy it. Advertisement. Since this prohibition cannot be broken, we can only increase our vigilance. Lin Hao has no intention of leaving here. It will greatly increase the degree of danger in the next journey, and at this moment, Luck's state has not fully recovered. In other words, he will not be able to predict when the time comes, and he will only be able to perceive the attacks of those monsters when they are about to fall on him. But after searching for a while, Lin Hao gave up helplessly. It seems that the person who arranged this restriction also thought of this. Next, the group of monsters hiding in the dark will definitely attack him, and his current perception has been restrained. So he also took complete protective measures, at least he hid the core of this prohibition perfectly. He also knows how powerful this restriction, which he does not know, has in this space. In addition, people's perception is limited here, so Lin Hao couldn't find the exact location of the forbidden core for a while. But there is no way to do it, now this is the case, your environment is too special. www. In comparison, there is still a long way to go, if we have been in this passive state. It's hard to say, the next journey may be very dangerous. Anyway, he was trying to find a place where the restriction was, and he wanted to destroy this restriction. If the group of monsters deliberately raided luck at that time, it would be difficult to deal with it according to Lin Hao's cultivation level. Including Lin Hao, he couldn't help raising the level of caution in his heart. Now the degree of danger here is far beyond his expectations.